Welcome, folks. This is our second annual, our second 12-hour live stream, BamaPalooza or SubstackaPalooza. But after a year ago when we did it and it was so popular and went so viral, I decided that I would torture myself again. Luckily, I have Steve Schmidt here to start off. So just so folks know, this will be going 12 hours. We're going to talk about how the midterms are fucking happening. And how Donald Trump is not going to cheat, steal, lie. Basically, what he's done his entire life, his way to staying in office. And Steve Schmidt here has been a strong voice. He's been played by Woody Harrelson. I mean, we all, wish we had that, obviously. Okay, I got a little smile out of you, Steve, but not too much. But no, Steve, huge Republican consultant for John McCain. And Arnold Schwarzenegger and numerous other figures. I think George W. Bush, if I remember correctly, and broke away from the Republican Party as a never Trumper over the fact that Donald Trump's fucking nuts. And originally with the Lincoln Project, and now doing a number of other things. Welcome to the show, Steve.
Thanks. I like the video, and I like the music on the video.
Good, man. You can use that if you want.
I dug it. I liked it.
We're very Americana here is what's important.
You should play it again at some point over the 12 hours.
Should I do it right now? I may just do that. Actually,
you could, but it's a good video. I really like it.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to send you a copy, and maybe we can write a campaign and ad together around.
Yes. I like it.
So what do I saw you. I got to meet you the first time. I think we had exchanged messages over that little Meghan McCain brouhaha.
Yeah.
But I get to meet you for the first time at the State of the Swamp. The message there was, full steam ahead. We're having the midterms. We're going to mock Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Those of us who understand politics, which sadly often is not that many people on the Democratic side, I hate to say, at least how to fight, when it comes to not just fighting, but mockery, psychological warfare in politics. And certainly Donald Trump is an easy target when it comes to that kind of thing. From your standpoint right now, we're winning these races huge. Iran's a disaster, as it could have been predicted. The Epstein files are going nowhere. So what do we do? How do we make sure that these sons of bitches don't send ICE around certain polling places or don't do various other things come November?
So I was talking pretty recently to a Democratic member of Congress, and she says, well, if we have elections, and the reality is we're going to have elections, that we can't countenance this at all. The idea that Donald Trump holds within his hands the power to decide whether we get a say over whether he and his faction continue to have power. We get a say, and we've had an uninterrupted say for 250 years through Great Depression, World War, Civil War. Had the election of 1864 gone the other way, the Civil War would have been lost. Yep. These elections have enormous consequences, and the election of 2024 had an enormous consequence. But here we are. We're barreling towards the midterm, and wherever you look, there's chaos. It's the price of his depravity and his degeneracy. This Epstein debacle, it is a moral sewer. We could talk about that, but
sure.
In the end, he promised prosperity and he delivered record high prices, and he promised peace, and he's delivered a war, and he has no idea how to get out of the war. He has no idea how to stop the war. He has no idea how to declare victory in the war, because he has stepped into a trap that there's no way out of.
Right.
And so he either has to escalate or he's got to withdraw. And all the Iranian regime has to do is hold on to power to be able to claim victory. And that's a bad result. And the reason we're going to have a bad result here is because Donald Trump doesn't think, He doesn't plan.
Yeah.
He doesn't care a whit about what comes next. And so the American people live with the consequences, and specifically the hundreds of soldiers that are wounded and the 11 killed already. Their lives were ended by the consequences.
For nothing, right? I mean, again,
For
as you
nothing.
just said, he doesn't. I mean, when I keep hearing people, it just frustrates me. They're like, he didn't plan for this war. Like, they're shocked. And I'm like, character will predict a lot about people. This man has never planned for anything. He's never been competent in anything. He lost money in casinos where people just hand you money. He's cruel about how he does things. I mean, these things are predictable. That's why algorithms work, right? He is who he is. And so, there's no thought in Iran. I mean, Strait of Hormuz, he had no Strait of the Horn, Strait of the, I'm sure when they tried to explain it to him, he had no clue what the hell it was. And yeah, Iran knows they've got us, quite frankly, because they know that we rely on cheap gas and they can harm us in numerous ways. So, there's no way to declare. So you think we just sort of hang out there? We've got these Marines, we put some boots on the ground. We're going to lose people. That's going to make it more unpopular. And don't get me wrong, we shouldn't lose one person. I don't want that. But realistically, if he puts these guys on the ground, everything that my understanding, about deserts surrounded by mountains, it's not great territory to fight in. And so just besides being morally wrong, besides blowing up schools, besides all the stupidity and no planning, we're also in a place where we could end up getting a lot of American soldiers killed. And
yeah, I mean, there's two things to talk about here. First is we really don't know what the facts are because we don't have any journalists deployed with U.S. forces, and the Pentagon press corps has been decimated. So you have Mike Lindell News, you're the My Pillow guy asking questions, but there was a fire aboard the USS Gerald Ford, and this is the largest of the aircraft carriers. It's the newest, it's the most sophisticated warship in world history, and it is returning to port in Greece because of a 30-hour fire that burned on. And there's some reporting, some speculation that the fire may have been set by a crew that has been at sea for 10 months. Jeez. And if you have a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier that's been disabled by its crew and has to leave an operational theater, that's a very, very big deal indeed. That would send a signal that something is breaking profoundly in the U.S. military. The second,
potential mutiny going on.
Okay. The second thing is that Lindsey Graham and others are talking about Karg Island in the Persian Gulf. And this is a facility. On this island are the facilities where about 90% of Iran's oil ships out of, and the threat has been the Marines will land on this island. And so couple ways for them to get there. They can helicopter assault, but that's not really what the Marines do. The Marines, and specifically these Marines, are trained for amphibious landings, and this amphibious landing would have to transit under fire through this very, very narrow strait between Oman and Iran, the Strait of Hormuz. And before all this began, a couple of us were doing a weekend show, Malcolm Nance, Ken Harbaugh, and myself, and I
Malcolm's coming up right after you, so that'll work out well.
We had the conversation, and and I asked Ken, I asked Malcolm, I said, have either of you two sailed in your naval careers through the Strait of Hormuz? And they both said yes. And I said, would you like to describe the Strait of Hormuz for everybody that's listening? And they said it's very, very narrow. You can see across both sides.
And there's sort of like hills on the side, right?
Like a lake.
Yeah.
Elevated position. And this is important to understand when you look at waterways, when you think about places in the world, Istanbul, the Bosphorus Straits, on one side Europe, the other side Asia. When you think about these choke points, the Strait of Gibraltar, Fortress Gibraltar, it's impregnable. The Golden Gate in San Francisco is that you had a north-south facing promontory, Fort Baker and the Presidio. You put guns up there, the waterway is impregnable. And so when you control the high ground above water in a narrow canyon, you control the
That's what you want in war. You've got the position. You've got the
air power doesn't change that. And so they killed Ali Laranjani, and you can kill all the Laranjanis and all the Ayatollahs in the end. We've killed 1,000 Iranians, but we've produced one Ayatollah Khomeini with another Ayatollah Khomeini, a younger, more extreme Ayatollah Khomeini, and apparently the Eric Trump of the Ayatollah Khomeini family. The Ayatollah who was killed, was against his son ever holding power or having any control because he's a nitwit. And now he's the supreme leader.
The one that you're sort of shocked because he's the dumbest one, and you're like, how is there one dumber than Donald Jr., right? Yeah.
Right, exactly.
I think for people that I could sum it up simply if you saw, Revenge of the Sith, where Obi-Wan says, I have the high ground, Anakin. Anakin didn't trust that the high ground was going to take care of it, and you saw what happened to him. So little just reference there. But so obviously we're in real trouble, and we're looking at 92 million people. We're not looking at a country the size of Iraq or Afghanistan.
Big country.
Yep. I mean, so he has no options. In the end, so he needed this to take everybody's mind off of the Epstein files. Is he going to need to now come up with something to take people's mind off of Iran, which takes people's mind off of the Epstein files? Like, is there something else that he's got to do to now get us not to look at the horrendous situation in Iran? Because again, people see it at home, whether they're not watching the news or not. I mean, the gas pumps. I'm in Cincinnati here. I think we got hit the hardest. I don't know why in the country. Like, it was insane how much the price went up. And for a lot of people, like that is a breaking point, not to mention other inflation affecting groceries. That word that Donald Trump made up, a new word that only he uses, groceries, right? That when do people say enough? As I said to you, I think before we came on the beginning, Stuart Rhodes, who stormed the Capitol for him, and is the head of the Oath Keepers, former Rand Paul staffer, was still seeking a pardon. He'd gotten a sentence commuted, and even though he's seeking a pardon, he still just has announced he's left MAGA. It's not America first. It's not whatever. You think more high-profile defections like this?
Well, I think it's splitting their coalition. The one thing that he unequivocally ran on was this virulent American nationalism, this America first ideology, which is isolationist. And he is surrounded by people who are interventionist. And you see it with the bloodthirsty cries of Lindsey Graham. And it's like the children's game. It's the round peg and the square hole. And you can bang that round peg over the square hole as many times as you want. It's not going to fit. And what it exposes is,
can't you see Trump as a kid when he went in and he did those tests in kindergarten? He probably just kept sitting there trying to bang it in there for like 2 hours.
There's one movie I always think about with Trump. I think I'm a little bit older than you. But Jackie Gleason and Richard Pryor, The Toy.
I saw that when I was a kid. Yes, it's a great movie.
And
probably not politically correct today, but we'll go with it.
Trump always it would not be politically correct today. We were just talking about this weekend. Some of the movies that would not be politically correct.
You should come back. We should have a conversation. We do that often about that. Some of these movies. But go ahead. Sorry.
But that's who he is. This petulant child. But what he delivered was war. And at the end of the day, it will forever be the case that it was Marco Rubio who explained at the beginning why we went to war. If as a matter of the historical record, if George Marshall, if Atchison, if someone had said at the beginning of the Korean War that we are at war because, that stands. And what Marco Rubio said was we're at war because the Israelis were about to attack, and our calculation was once that happened, it required us to do this. And so all of the
Does that make any sense, by the way?
Well, it's to me, it makes sense if you're trying to discern the bad judgment. And
Gotcha.
and at the end of the day, there should be no question about who's the dog and who's the tail in that relationship. It's we tell them, not the other way around.
Right.
And the Israeli government will rue the day for a long time to come, because the line that Netanyahu and his government trespassed on, as someone who has been a longstanding friend of Israel, is that they have acted in a way interfering in American domestic politics, while advocating positions that are contrary to America's interests.
I would argue, honestly, it's contrary to Israel's interests. It seems to me like
of course.
Netanyahu was just trying to stay out of prison like Trump. It's like, if you wanted to create more anti-Semitism around the world, just blow it up. This is what you would do, it seems to me.
It's a disaster on many, many, many fronts.
Yep.
And so at any rate, that record stands. Why Rubio said it is that we're fighting, why we're at war. I think it's sloppy when people say that it was the Israelis who manipulated Trump into war. I think that really sells the Saudis short. They played a tremendous,
and they've been pushing that war for a long time now too,
in pushing Trump to take action, as Jared Kushner is raising billions in Saudi money, carrying out the Saudi diplomacy as their.
That's because he has all that experience managing money, right?
With all of his experience, and it is a pit, and in that pit you have the right-wing media, and you see the division in the right-wing media. They all love Trump. And that's what binds Mark Levin and Megyn Kelly and Hannity and all of these people. But Levin,
also a love for money and fame and basically careerist Nazis. But I agree.
This is, but Megyn Kelly is attacking Mark Levin for having a micro penis, and Trump is taken to defending Mark Levin, right on his Truth Social from Megyn Kelly bullying him.
So he's defending his penis. That's where we've gotten to.
And it's just incredible, right? Just how the filth of it all. And so at any rate, here we are, and we're about 200 days out from an election, and the American people have the ability to repudiate this.
And I kind of feel like in a big way we must, and not just, I don't even think winning back the House and the Senate is enough. You're somebody who's worked on a ton of races, a keen analyst. We're looking originally at North Carolina. We're looking at places. Sherrod Brown is doing really well here in Ohio, is ahead. And he came out 8 points ahead of Kamala. He only lost by 3 here in 24 because he's such a good candidate. So you've got that, a couple of those races we were talking about, but now suddenly, Texas is being, and I don't want to get into the excited about Texas and then let down again, but I think we have a legit shot there. We're Alaska with Mary Peltola getting in. I mean, now with Bodnar as an independent, we're going to be talking to John Tester today. That should be interesting. Running as an independent in Montana. I mean, Trump's numbers are, you see it, right? Like he's losing a lot of his own people. His numbers are in the crapper. There are states that wouldn't be in play, Iowa, right? That are in play. So, I mean, to me, I kind of feel like we need to come forward with Democrats need to come forward with a bold vision that unites people. I mean, I view this as an FDR potential style election. It could be a 1930 or a 34 even if we could do that. But the question is, our leadership doesn't seem to be able to message their way out of a box sometimes, and it's kind of a challenge. So I don't know if you have any ideas on that.
Well, I had Seth Moulton on the other day, and
he knows how to message.
And so Seth Moulton is a Marine combat veteran, 4 combat tours, couple of Valor Awards. He's been in the Congress for 10 years, and he's challenging Ed Markey, the incumbent senator, in a primary. Markey is 80 years old.
Yep.
He's 80 years old. And Ed Markey's not a bad guy.
Right.
But he's a guy who doesn't know, obviously, when it's time to hang it up. And with all sincerity, especially after the debacle of 2024 and the problem that the Democratic Party has with a cohort of its politicians who just are forever politicians.
Right.
What great accomplishment.
Clyburn running again at 85
what Lincoln-esque achievement. What is it that you can point to that makes you the necessary man?
Right.
To take it now to your 87 years old. And I think it's obscene. And it opens the gateway to a question of a meaningful victory. So I honestly don't know what any of these labels mean anymore. I was a moderate Republican.
Right.
I grew up in New Jersey. My personal politics have always been right about on the 50-yard line.
Yep.
I am a pragmatic, centrist person. I am the right wing of the Democratic Party or the left wing of the Republican Party, however you want to see it. That was always Nicole Wallace and I.
Yeah.
In the room back in those days. But I don't know what any of those labels mean. What I know is that you have a group of federal officials, and you can obviously organize it by category. So we'll look at the Department of Homeland Security. Homan, Bovino, Lewandowski, Kristi Noem, Tricia McLaughlin, the aide who's running for Congress in Ohio. These people were lawless, and Americans are dead. And every decision, every email, every abuse, every corrupt act, every contract with every company that they intended to turn a warehouse into a concentration camp has to be known, has to be investigated, has to be prosecuted.
Do you think a Truth and Reconciliation Committee type thing?
I think that was appropriate for South Africa. I think that we need to see prosecutions.
Yeah.
And we need to see prosecutions, if not at the federal level, at the state level, with the cooperation of federal prosecutors. But these ICE agents who murdered American citizens will need to face justice.
The DAs and the state's attorney generals, we've been talking about that. They can prosecute.
We're going to need to have a season of disbarment amongst a lot of the nation's corrupt lawyers. But beyond that, more than anything else, but the Democratic Party has to stand for the taking back of power from the billionaire class,
yes,
from the corporations, from
big
the
monopolies.
powerful monopolists and returning it to the people, has to confront it. So it means breaking up the tech companies, taking away their privileges, taking away their legal immunities. It means breaking up these media companies. It means breaking up the big banks. It means confronting Elon Musk. And so I don't know what label apply to me, but if I'm advising the next president, I think what we need to do is to nationalize SpaceX.
Couldn't agree more with that. That's what
board,
NASA should be doing.
Fire the board, reconstitute a new board, and make it a public offering on the stock market, but have a company that functions as a contractor. The Palantirs of the world, the military industrial complex that Eisenhower warned about has come to full bloom in this administration.
Right. And then the media consolidation with Ellison too.
Absolutely. And you can look at the 3 warning speeches, right? You can look at the Morrow speech, Lights in a Box.
Yeah.
You look at George Washington's farewell speech. You can look at Eisenhower's farewell speech, and you can look at Reagan's farewell speech. And they're all on point to this moment.
Yep.
Absolutely.
All of them. I mean, that's how we return to that history. I was going to ask you, and because I know you delve into history as I do, and I think it's so important to get sort of the inspiration from there. And that's when you're saying, I'll just say quickly, I'm in the same boat. Look, I used to be sort of I was a center left Democrat, whatever that meant, right? Liberal, or whatever the term was. But the current situation is, and I think we talked about this when we were at the State of the Swamp, we have a group of billionaire predators who are predators on little girls. They're predators on our economy through their private equity and stealing pensions. They're predators on our democracy, stealing your vote and gerrymandering. They're all around. They're just used to doing what they want with no accountability. So it's just frustrating when you see a tax proposed on billionaires. I think it was 5% or whatever. We need to have those kinds of policies because these billionaires, it was Louis Brandeis who said you can have great disparity of wealth or you can have a democracy. You can't have both. I mean, these billionaires aren't. It's not even like, oh yeah, the millionaires. It's just this group of billionaires. Everybody else, they're extracting from millionaires too. Like it's this group of parasites, and they're there. And then these monopolists who control industries that don't have to compete, don't have to pay workers because they know you need them. And I think Democratic Party that would run on that and make that the core economic message, and how ending those monopolies and that corruption and those billionaires is going to lead to this for you. It's how we're going to get, we'll make sure everyone has health care. It's how we're going to make sure everybody has family leave. It's how we're going to, whatever it is. I just think they're on the other side, and this fear of taking these guys on, be FDR, welcome their hatred. Right?
100%. I mean, I am not a sophisticated business guy. And it's only within the last couple of years I understood something. I didn't understand it fully until I watched a scripted series that I think was on Netflix, and it was about WeWork, and it was called We Crash.
Yeah.
And I've had a lot of billionaire clients, and I've worked for a lot of big CEOs in big companies, but I never really appreciated this because I had a business, and the business that I had was always that you try to make $1, and your goal is to spend less than that $1 in your expenses, and the balance of that is your profit, basically. But when I was watching We Crash, so you know how you become a billionaire? You got to figure out how to make $19 billion, right? You have to figure out how to make $19 billion in revenue while losing $21 billion. If you can figure out how to do that, then you're a billionaire.
It's all set. I mean, that guy was running such a a scheme. I can't think of his name, but
and so what this moment requires, I think, is to appreciate that if you're an ordinary person in this country, you are being taken advantage of by a rapacious class that has made their move fully. None of this is academic anymore. None of it is in the sense of, well, if they could, would they?
Right.
Well, they have. And when you see the totality of the conduct of the taking in this moment, that it is the equalizing power of government that the Democratic Party has to embrace here, and
Absolutely.
has to ask for power, has to ask the American people for power to clean up the ethics morass, clean up the insider trading, clean up the open air bazaar of corruption, clean up the Department of Justice. And this is why it's so important that it's just like a sports practice. You have to be able to get the team to do the simplest first thing together.
Right.
Doesn't matter what the team is. And what the team has to be able to do here, I think it's got to be able to look at the desecrated White House grounds and say that it doesn't matter what his fucking ballroom is. We're going to knock it down.
Yeah.
We're gonna restore this.
Maybe invite people with sledgehammers in for fun.
Exactly as it was. And we have every confidence that no president in the future will ever dare to knock it down again. And that's how you have to be.
I absolutely agree. We have to make it just very clear and that's why we want to do this today, about we are having the elections and what we can do, what people can do, what people can't do. No more relying on tradition and, what was just a wink, wink, nod, nod. We need to put these things in law. And I've added you, Malcolm Nance, by the way, to here. I thought you might want to say hi to Steve before Steve headed on out after giving us a great half hour of talk about Iran and how much. And again, I've worked for some billionaires and folks too. There are some good folks out there. I'm not trying to say this about all of them, but that predatory class that became billionaires because that's all they ever wanted was the power and the control. It's amazing how when you do a Venn diagram, they overlap with the Epstein people. They are those, the Ellisons and there's a reason Elon Musk is in there begging to go to the island. Peter Thiel is in there, these guys. So we need to stop them and stand up for regular folks and make it clear to people through a message.
That's a lot of wisdom. There's a lot of wisdom to the saying, good fences make good neighbors. And, at the end of the day, I've never been a person who's out to confiscate Bill Ackman's money. Yeah. He's worth $10 billion. Good for him. Good for him. However, it doesn't really interest me in relation to his viewpoint on this, that, or the other. That this guy is the world expert in all things and has decided to use his money to impose his expertise on all of us through the corruption of our political system is what the problem is. And when you've been transgressed upon or trespassed upon, as the case is in this instance, and you're an ordinary person and politics has found you and you have to become engaged in it, your engagement in it is not for the purposes of trying to restore some status quo that's gone. It has to be able to build a future, right, that you can invest in. And the bottom line is this: it's not in the interest of the country to have thousands of people in the country worth 10 billion or 20 billion
Absolutely.
or 40 or 50 or 60 billion dollar who all live as lords with their duchies ruling above and over the rest of us, not in this country. And so, Roosevelt talked about this inventive genius of mankind, that we got rid of the king and we got rid of the monarchy, but there are new people who aspire to build new kingdoms. And we've seen the people who aspire to build a new type of Trump kingdom, like that have come to power, and we're not going to stand for it. We're going to burn it down in this election.
There you go.
And we ought to burn him in effigy on his birthday on June 14th, which is the anniversary of the date that George Washington took command of the Continental Army. And before I go and say off to Malcolm, I say one last thing. You know, Malcolm and I were on a program like this a couple of weeks before the war started, and the first thing we talked about, like I mentioned earlier, was the Strait of Hormuz and how narrow it is.
It's amazing. You guys actually have foreign policy and strategic knowledge, which you'd want in people who, you know, go to war.
And if you want to engage in a regime change war with Iran, it starts with seizing control of the Strait of Hormuz. You can't control the country without controlling the Strait, and you can't control the Strait without putting boots onto the ground. And so here we are. And as the American people get a chance to render a verdict on how Trump's doing here in about 200 days, it's going to be brutal. And we are going to have an election, and his guys are going to be voted out of power from dog catcher to governor and U.S. senator up and down the ballot in all 50 states and places that blow people's minds.
Well, that's awesome. Let's do that. Steve Schmidt, where's the best place where people can find you? I know you're on YouTube, you're on Substack.
You can find me at the Warning and all of these places. But it's good to see you, Cliff. Good to see you, Malcolm.
I see you.
Take care.
Thank you for all of that, Steve. I really appreciate it. And Mr. Nance, how are you?
Wow, coming in after Steve Schmidt. I was listening so intently. I didn't even know you brought me on.
Well, I saw that. Steve Schmidt, it's me and Steve Schmidt, and we both kind of talk a lot. So now I'll bring you in, Malcolm. You're not bad at talking, and you understand this intelligence stuff about Iran.
I need my small pot of coffee. This is small. I've been pounding this down since 4, and I think I need 2 more of these.
Yeah, go for it. Well, I've got two fisting between that and Diet Coke. So
this has been mass hysteria trying to deal with the information flowing out of this conflict and the insanity that is coming from the White House. I mean, I'm saying this as an intelligence professional.
It's my duty to pay the bills and make sure people know that up here in the corner, you'll see a nice little duck. That is the buy me a coffee. You can do that right through the little QR code there. It's a beautiful thing up in the left corner here. And this is my right, my left, the subscribe button. If you become a paid subscriber, this is how we get Steve Schmidt and Malcolm Nance and are able to spend the time and the funding and things to make this happen. So please subscribe, please buy Malcolm, buy a coffee, and then I'll buy Malcolm a coffee because he needs it. And now that I'm done with that, get back to what you're saying about these sons of bitches.
Yeah, well, we are in a very, very dark place, and I'm afraid to say it's going to get darker. As you know, on my Substack, every morning from 9 to 10, I do an intelligence assessment of the war. We're starting tomorrow, day 20 of this war. Myself and the Danish intelligence officer, Jacob Karsbo.
And I'll say quickly, Black Man Spy, one of the coolest named things of all time. So
yeah, actually, partial title of my memoir I'm also editing. I'm in my last edit before it goes to legal. So held up for 22 months by the Pentagon. 22 months to be reviewed. Pete Hegseth was
it's Hegseth. Hegseth reads really slowly when he's drunk. So you do have to keep that.
So, yeah, but Cliff, it's very nasty out here with this war. The United States is at war. No questions asked. This is not a special military operation. Right. This isn't a 3-day campaign. And it's going to take off in the next 10 days when we get the Marines into that theater. And I think what you're going to see is the mobilization of the 82nd Airborne in the United States, put them on alert for para jumps, and then an increase in special operations forces. And I think Trump is going to invade Iran. I'm sorry?
we're going to lose people on the ground. I mean, it's inevitable.
Right. And well, that's coming. Unless cooler heads prevail here, he fully intends. Now, you hear all this talk about Karg Island. That's not where he's going to go with these Marines. You can't get to Karg Island unless you get through the Strait of Hormuz. And you have to go by at least 8 different islands to get there, to get out of that alive.
You know what I think of? And quite honestly, you can tell me if I'm nuts, but like what I think of when I think of the Strait of Hormuz and trying to navigate through there, I think of Apocalypse Now. And trying to get their boat through, and there's just from the mountainsides, from the forest, like they're just being attacked from all sides, going deeper into the circles of hell, basically.
Yeah. If you think about the scene of the Battle of the No Long Bridge, right? That the No Long Bridge, where the boat has to go under the bridge, and they're firing and fighting in every direction, and they're being bombarded down upon from the hills. That is the Strait of Hormuz. As you're entering, everything to your right with a 3,000 high cliff face is Iran. All of it. And it literally looks down at you. Kids with slingshots could damage your ship out there. You only have 25 miles across.
Right.
It's shallow on one side and it's rocky against these cliff faces on the other side. You have to stay inside what's called the traffic separation scheme. If you don't, you go aground. Once you're in the TSS, it's about 12 miles. You are in a 1 mile channel, and that goes in, and the other side is a 1 mile wide channel that goes out. But you are now in range of everything: slingshots, BB guns, anti-ship missiles, suicide boats, everything possible. It can hit you there. And here's the best part: they don't have to do any of that.
You know, like
they don't have to do any of that. All they have to do is say that they minded, and just maybe drop one. Maybe I joke on my show. Maybe put out. But
you're right. If you put one out there, that's enough to sort of like, all right, it's out there. You know, I mean, it's the thing. They have such an advantage over us because clearly we've been threatening this, and they've been planning for this for years.
47 years.
And they understood, they understand us better than we understand them. They know that cheap gas is a way of life in this country.
And here's the crazy part. The Marines are geographically, let's give you an analogy. The Marines are technically off Malibu right now, right? No, not even. San Diego right now. And they are intending to invade Alameda Island in San Francisco Bay. And if you all remember that little passage that you have to get through between Sausalito and downtown San Francisco under the Golden Gate Bridge, it's just that steep on both sides. The problem
was talking about that too. Yep.
The geography is against us here, and a small force could do that. Now, this has happened before. It was called, what was the name? Oh yeah, Gallipoli. Right? The British had to go through a narrow channel.
Yeah, in a piece I wrote, I made that comparison. I'm like, go ahead. You just go ahead.
But it's a narrow channel that's easily mined. And the best part is the Turks, they let the British run minesweepers right up the middle. And what they did was they placed the mines on the sides so that the battleships that were following them would stay off to the side in case mines floated up from the rear. And then 3 ships in a row hit mines and sank and killed 1,000 men before they ever landed a troop. This is mind-boggling. The lack of planning is insane. It's insane. They didn't think about this. They thought they were going to bomb, Iran was going to collapse, and they would be in charge within a week. Now they're like, oh, yeah, we need to bring Marines from the Philippines and sail them for 14 days up to the Persian Gulf. And let's see what happens when they get there.
Well, and again, in terms of rules of warfare and such, we're busy sinking frigates off of Sri Lanka 2,000 miles away that were just at like ceremonies to celebrate international peace or whatever it was, killing 130 Iranians, and where they're no imminent threat to us. They're nowhere near Iran. They're nowhere near the United States. I don't think they're going to have a lot of respect for the rules of warfare when it comes to us. I don't know.
Well, well, what rules? I mean, at this point, Pete Hegseth is literally out there saying, no quarter, no mercy. That means kill prisoners. No one shall survive a contact with you.
And there are people. Look, he's done that, right? So it's not even just talk with the Venezuelan, folks on boats, blow them up and go back for a second time with this frigate. So people get it that we better shoot first if it's the U.S. because they're going to kill us.
State-sponsored murder, which is why I think that the Iranians are planning. They don't have to defend the Gulf so that no ship gets through from the U.S. Navy. They just have to make sure that there is enough of a combat spectacle in that Gulf, which, by the way, you can drive, okay, up to the Musandam Peninsula from Abu Dhabi and Dubai and get right on the water and looking right out over there. And I would have a camera out there, which, by the way, the UAE will arrest you now if you see anything. But I would have a permanent ship cam up there watching U.S. warships to see what would happen as they try to run this strait. And suicide boats, everything that can happen out there. So, why Donald Trump is doing this now, he feels that, he thinks in baby steps, right? Little baby shoe size thoughts.
He doesn't put together complex thoughts where one thing follows another and there's causal relationships, and it's all too complex for him.
The man is having imaginary presidents talk to him and give him double thumbs up on these things. And my problem is, all 4 live presidents have denied it. So maybe he's talking to dead presidents. Maybe it was Lincoln that came to him and said, good job, go do this war. This man is demented. I think it was
more likely Warren Harding or Andrew Johnson, if we're going to be honest. The president was coming to talk to him.
Johnson loved the Ku Klux Klan. Maybe even Woodrow Wilson. Maybe he tells him to replay Birth of the Nation in the White House.
Woodrow Wilson. I mean, I'm glad, by the way, just a side note, that history is doing a reevaluation there, because as a foreign policy guy, I get it, that his foreign policy, initially, although he was a jackass and wouldn't, wouldn't sort of agree, wouldn't get along with Cabot Lodge, so they didn't get into the League of Nations. That whole story. But at least he had the idea initially, and other, progressive income tax and all sorts of ideas. But my God, he's such a fucking racist.
Oh my God, he was a horrible racist.
And we just ignored that for years to look at the achievements. And I'm sorry, but that's a part of the record.
Is Princeton's School of Foreign Policy still the Woodrow Wilson School?
I think they changed it.
Did they?
I think so, yeah.
Well, I would have changed it. You should have just changed it to the Dwight Eisenhower. I think you had to be a graduate of Princeton to get something named after you. But that being said, the United States is in a very dangerous way right now. And we are continuing combat. And many Americans, including Trump supporters, think, success is the fact that you have the ability to drop bombs. And that beating a country is based on how many bombs you drop. And if that's the case, then, those losers, the Vietnamese people and the Taliban, 2 nations that beat us while we had full air dominance, right?
Yeah, isn't it amazing that after everything we did, after all that, sometimes have to have a discussion on what the right strategic plan and move would have been in Afghanistan. I have my own ideas that basically are special forces for 6 months or something of that nature. But maybe, obviously you know much more than I do. I just know that 17 years or whatever, and then we leave and the Taliban is back in control, is sort of like, okay, glad we did all that.
We gave the Iranians an upgrade. We killed the 89-year-old guy and replaced him with a 56-year-old guy who is smarter, faster, more adaptive, combat commander in the Iran-Iraq war. We gave them an upgrade in leadership.
True. We're still stuck with Donald Trump, who's like 112 and has the dementia of like a 160-year-old, and they got rid of their old guy.
Very true. Well, unfortunately for all of us, we're going to suffer through this. And, we really, really need to be prepared for what's coming next. Iran's waging
That's what I want to hear from you, because you always have big predictions, and they're generally based, not generally, they're always based on not just your background and history and what you know, but you're seeing data points and other things. So what are you seeing right now that tells you It
Well,
has to either end somehow or go on somehow. So what
I,
happens?
I thought about 5 days ago the pressure was on for the Gulf states and that they would be really starting to think, hey, we've got to put an end to this. We've got to pressure the United States. I've been getting reports that are coming out of the foreign policy community, the diplomatic community, that Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and Qatar, they want the United States to keep attacking until Iran has no capacity to hurt them again. That's never going to happen. And only thing that's going to do is now that ties them to whoever dies from this point onward.
Right.
Iran is going to punish them for a very long time to come. And they have the capability to do it. They have the manpower to do it. They could successfully invade Saudi Arabia. They could. They have enough manpower right now.
You don't have to have
but you don't have to have tanks to do this. You could do it in Hiluxes, Toyota pickup trucks, right? And you could go to Iraq, flip the government of Iraq because they're all Shia Muslims. 85% of the population in Iraq Shia Muslim.
Which is it went from being, he wasn't religious at all, but nominally Sunni, and he would play off against the Shia for populist reasons, which is Saddam Hussein. Right. But it was always majority Shia, and now that's who you have in control, who are obviously have at least sympathies with Iran, many of them. So we've created this. And I also think to myself, Syria there and Iran, Syria and Iraq, which, maybe has some stability, but still is a lot of chaos. On the other side of Iran, you've got Afghanistan with a ton of chaos and Pakistan next to them, and they have that nuclear bomb thing. I get it. Some are Sunni, some are Shiite. I'm not saying, but Hezbollah and Hamas is the same thing. Some are Sunni, some are Shiite. Sometimes they'll work. Sometimes the common enemy of us or Israel brings them together. So if we create that kind of chaos and we add it into Iran too, who's to say that nuclear weapons don't make their way through, right?
Well,
you tell me if I'm being crazy, but it seems the more instability you have around there where terrorists and militias and others can travel, that doesn't seem like a good idea, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. You know what? If I were Iran and I had to really, we not surrender their nuclear program, but buff it up, I would just put $1 trillion on the table, right? 10 years of earnings to North Korea. And I would say we need 10 bombs. Get them over here, we'll fly them on one flight clandestinely. And, they land out in the Baluch desert. And then suddenly you're a nuclear power.
Again, that's the thing, right? Why? They and others have the ability to do this and have the relationships. And that's kind of my whole thing with this, which is, tell me if I'm wrong here, but my suspicion when we keep talking about a nuclear Iran can't happen, blah blah blah. It's gonna happen at some point.
It happened.
It's just a matter of when. And so if we don't learn to deal with that fact, we're all like, oh yeah, we can prevent Pakistan and India. That worked out great. I think there was a point we thought we could prevent China and Russia too. Look, they've got I have no doubt in my mind. I don't know when it's going to be. Iran is going to get its hands on a nuclear bomb. So the question to me becomes, how do we handle things to make them the safest possible in the meantime, both diplomatically and militarily? And this isn't it. That's all I know. I'm not saying there's a perfect answer, but this isn't it.
Well, whatever we're going to do, we better, and I actually quoted this in Congress once in the immortal words of, Corporal Vasquez from Aliens. Whatever you're going to do, you better do it fast. We are stuck in a situation here where the global economy is now at risk. I don't know if you know it, but the global food economy is at risk. Urea nitrate from Iran and the United Arab Emirates, which is a byproduct of natural gas, nitrogen, is critical to the global corn crop, and it has to be delivered by April, or everyone will switch from corn to soybean in the United States. And we know no one's buying soybean from the United States.
They're buying it from China now. They don't want
But
screw us.
corn is the number one product we feed to our livestock. We may actually eliminate the U.S. beef industry with this war.
All right, now you're getting me pissed. So you're saying I'm not going to be able to get a good steak somewhere?
No, I'm not joking. Beef, many foods, and it's not just us. It's the entire global food economy. It's based 33% of the materials we need for the global fertilizer, and 58% of the fertilizer in this world, the nitrogen comes from the Gulf. It's all stopped.
I mean, again, this is where it's a problem because Trump's a moron, but also surrounded himself by people who are just as stupid, just as corrupt, just as as idiotic and evil and incompetent. And I mean, incompetence, I guess, would be the big thing here. So it's sort of, you don't think of these. They wouldn't think of these things. They didn't even think, as you said, they didn't even think of a plan. Hey, we just bomb, and then what? It just sort of settles itself once you bomb. It all just takes care of itself.
Yeah.
So is there anything else you're looking at right now? Other regions? You going back to Greenland anytime soon?
Well, I won't be going back. I think I may have solved the Greenland problem myself. I think there are 4 people that I think have had in the media. I don't want to hurt myself patting myself on the back.
Break your arm, pat yourself on the back.
Orla Yolson, the most influential Greenlander in social media. He's got almost as many people as the Prime Minister of Greenland on Substack and Facebook. Over 100,000 in a country of 57,000. And
Streisand effect, baby. Streisand effect.
Yeah, Jacob Carlsbo, who is the Danish intelligence officer who's constantly on TV. Rasmus Jarlov, who's a member of parliament in Greenland, who has been hammering against Trump. Not Greenland, Denmark. And then I had a little bit of
I've seen that member of parliament just tearing into him. Yeah.
Yeah, but the guy who does the most interviews is Orla Yolson and Jacob Carlsbo, who was a former Danish intelligence officer. And then I did my bit by dropping in every time that they kept saying they were going to do it, and then explaining to the Danish and Greenlandic television that U.S. intelligence works this way, that way. And this is just not viable. And I'm very well known now. I mean, walk on the street. But the town's, 12 people.
Well, I just know that every one of them slammed the door in J.D. Vance's face. So I know I like them.
Greenland's off the table. Now they're talking about Cuba. But none of this is going to happen. It's not going to happen so long as the war in the Gulf goes on. And you're going to see a lot more damage to your wallet and your economy and your life that when this oil starts to really bite. And they think that they can end this in 2 to 3 weeks. And as Trump said in that ridiculous interview yesterday, we've already won. What they're doing attacking us is unfair.
Did he also complain about not winning an Oscar or no?
He complained about the Nobel Prize.
Yeah,
that was a week
he gets
ago.
Upset every year.
That was a week ago that the Norwegians should have given him a Nobel Prize. I'm sure he'll be on Melania next week about the Oscars, but just absolutely madness. We have, lions led by donkeys, and and no, that's a British phrase from World War I. But there is another component to this.
Lloyd George, or is it lower down in the ranks?
Yeah. If you want to know what's actually happening in the United States government with this war, Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump, just imagine that they are 2 drunk monkeys, all right, that have been handed AK-47s and are dancing and spinning and shooting drunk.
I like how you add the drunk part because I keep calling them monkeys with machine guns, but you're right.
Drunk monkeys with machine guns, right? Just this is where we are. Wow. Well,
as usual, you've been both informative and entertaining, which is why I love talking to you, Malcolm. So Black Man Spy, because that used to be the name of the YouTube, but now it's the YouTube and the Substack, right?
Black Man Spy is the YouTube channel, and my 99% of what I'm doing is on Substack. And if you're on Substack, subscribe to me. I have 95,000 followers. I'm trying to get to 100,000. As you know, that changes the algorithm.
subscribe to this man and get this man over 100,000. He deserves it for what he's doing.
So it's malcolmnance.substack.com. And every morning at 10 a.m., we do the U.S.-Iran warcast, where we analyze for an hour everything so that you should never watch another show for the rest of the day. Do not doom scroll. Just watch us for an hour.
Tom and Jerry, maybe, you can just go chill, and watch some good old-fashioned TV.
Yeah, go do something else. Do not follow this war with great detail.
Well, I see Chris Matthews and David Schuster waiting for us to come up. So
Chris Matthews, he's one of my favorites.
Well, then you can say hello to him. Let's add him to the stage.
Oh, where is he? Chris Matthews. I haven't seen you in forever.
Well, then watch me in the morning. I'm on Morning Joe a lot. You
are? Oh, okay.
Well, you don't know.
Well,
you don't watch it. That's why.
Here's the kicker.
You don't know because you don't watch it.
I just finished my memoir. And in it, I have a section where I say you and Brian Williams were my two favorite people at MSNBC. So you will now be memorialized in a book that will be on Remain.
Hey, don't forget David Schuster.
Oh, yeah, there's Dave. I'll throw you in there, Dave. Okay. I'm sure I can get you in the epilogue.
Right. Just make me one of your favorites. Would you say, David?
I say Chris Matthews was my favorite person in MSNBC, and Brian Williams is up there. So Malcolm, I'm right there with you.
Oh man, just amazing! I love being on with you guys.
I love Chris because, like you, Malcolm, he's a Philly guy, and I did my college years in Philly, so I have to, I have to appreciate that. But hey, Malcolm, thank you for being here.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome, I really appreciate it.
Hey, Malcolm, where'd you grow up in Philly?
What's that?
Where'd you grow up in Philly?
I'm from Winfield, next to St. Joe's.
St. Joe's. You have to talk like a Philly guy. St. Joe's.
My boyfriend
goes to Villanova.
No, I'm not a main line guy. We're from the bottom of the main line.
Oh, come on. You're from Glad. You grew up in Gladwin.
We're the poor black kids that grew up in the Jewish neighborhood.
You were in Gladwin, weren't you?
No.
I'm kidding. I'm just
Winfield, next to near St. Barbara's. Anyway, you guys take care. Chris, love to see you. I'll watch you on Morning Joe.
Thank you.
Take care.
Malcolm.
Thanks for being here, buddy.
Bye, guys.
Bye. I know, Chris, you appreciate the Philly stuff, and that's why I have to bring it up because Jim's was my place, eating cheesesteaks when I was, I don't know. There was a time I was at Penn, and proud of it, but like they're destroying us. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and now Mark DeRosa, who loses to Venezuela, the coach of the team. He played baseball at Penn. I mean, we can't catch a break.
I know. Do you think we're going to be better off with the people from Venezuela now that they won the game? Is that going to give them a psychological up? I would think it helps us with that. Latin American team beats a U.S. team. I think that's probably good PR.
I actually do. I agree. I think that'll make people there happier to a certain degree, and I think it'll embarrass Trump because he likes to claim credit for every win, and then people are like, "Well, why did you lose to Venezuela?" I mean, I would rub that in if I were,
I'm waiting for Harper and those players to play well in the playoffs. Excuse me.
Well, that's the thing is that in the United States, Chris, Americans care about the playoffs and the World Series. We don't care about some World Baseball Classic. So if it means more to the Venezuelans, great. I'm glad they won.
Hit a home run in the ninth when we're playing the Dodgers, something like that.
Can you guys beat the Dodgers, please? I grew up in New York. I'm a Yankees fan, and I hate the Dodgers. And I was pulling so hard for Philly. I mean, again, as you said, you had Castellanos, Bryce Harper. I mean, that lineup. What's his face? Who?
Well, Schwarber starts it off. I always wonder why you hit a home run. Why do you put a home run hitter in the Richie Ashburn spot? I mean, why start the guy? You're never going to have
the on-base percentage theory now because he walks so much.
Oh, I see. You'd want to have a couple people on when he hits that homer.
I agree.
Hey, Cliff.
David, you want to ask Chris?
I want to ask Chris a question, but I want to set it up this way because here we are a nation at war. And one of the great stories that I was part of at MSNBC was Chris Matthews ahead of the curve in terms of questioning the intelligence that led us to the Iraq war. And that Chris used to use the analogy of an alley-oop. There was Dick Cheney and Condoleezza Rice and George W. Bush. And it was set up for them, and all they had to do was slam it in and say that Iraq had weapons of WMD.
The way it worked was Scooter Libby on assignment meets with Judy Miller of the New York Times and gets a story, I hate this term, planted. Because I guess some people can plant stories.
Was that the aluminum tube story?
Yes. So aluminum tubes. So It's in the New York Times on Sunday. Great placement, I think A1. So Cheney, and his name is pronounced Cheney. I'm sorry. Check.
That's what I remember. You always made a big deal of that in the show.
Ask his wife, ask his daughter. It's Cheney. He doesn't care, Cliff, that you mispronounce it. That's how arrogant he is.
I will call him Cheney from now on. I promise you.
Cheney. So Cheney shows up on Tim Russerd's show. And Tim is very respectful of authority. And the whole thing. It's a good thing, but for people, not for me. More respectful of authority than I would be. So he asked him about it, and in his avuncular way, and that's how Cheney talked, like he was Leon Panetta. The press always fell for Cheney because he talked like Leon Panetta, a regular guy who seemed honest with you. He seemed honest. He wasn't. He said, well, as we know, Tim, as we read in the New York Times today. What? You placed that freaking article. You put it in there so that you could do the alley-oop play. And the alley-oop play in NBA is you're right near the basket, you're 7 feet tall, and the guy throws the ball pretty near the basket, and you put it in. That's called the alley-oop play.
Yeah.
And that's all that Cheney had to do because Scooter set it up. The whole thing was set up. We got into that war. You know, I've never understood entirely why what took us into war. I know all the neocon op-ed writers were all for the war. But, you know, I don't think Netanyahu said anything. But there was so much push for that war. And it was like the country western music drove me crazy. You know, remember how you felt? Well, I remember how I felt. I wasn't angry at Iraq. I was angry at the guys who blew up the World Trade Center. I mean, I wasn't
who were like Saudi for the most part.
So given that backdrop,
they were packed onto that airplane so fast after that thing happened. You know, and I got to think, how can we be so culturally stupid as to fall for this number here? And
okay, so given that, Chris, what do you make of the Iran war, how we got into it, how it's going, the lack of planning, the lack of anticipation by Trump that the Strait of Hormuz might be blocked? What do you make of it?
Well, you know, I read the New York Times. I don't trust it culturally because I think it sends the Democrats in the wrong direction culturally. All this sexual stuff, gender stuff, too much emphasis on that, not on the economy. But they've been saying that there was a 3-hour meeting with Netanyahu. Whether Ron Dermer was in the room or not, I don't know who was the Trump influencer. But in that hour, Netanyahu convinced Trump to go for it, to shoot the moon. That's my phrase for this war. Shoot the moon. You're probably not going to win, but what the hell? Shoot the moon. Go for it. And take us into war. We'll probably lose. Logically, wars don't end. One thing we know for sure, wars don't end.
Well, that's the thing, right?
It's not a bite-sized war. It's not a bite-sized war. It's not going in and grabbing a guy from Latin America and taking him, putting him
92 million people in a big country.
It wasn't an operation that a big country should have pulled. We shouldn't have gone to war with that country. There is a problem, though, and I don't have the answer. How do you stop a country that is mad dog to get a nuclear weapon? And the clerics, by the way, the clerics are leading a war. So you can't really argue with the clerics. Why do they want to do this? Well, they've wanted to do it since 79, maybe since 53, when we overthrew their democratic government with Mossadegh. But they have determined to be the number one country in the Middle East. Israel is the number one country militarily. They've got the nuclear weapon. And I understand exactly why they're afraid of having to live under the sword of Damocles, that anytime some crazy cleric or religious cleric in Iran says, push the button. And Tel Aviv, with all the congestion and all the modern people living in Tel Aviv, all the modern people, not the ones living in Jerusalem, all the people of modern who want to be good leaders, who would like to just be a regular country. That's all they want. Can we just be one of the countries in the Middle East? That's all they want. You know, they don't need to be aggressive. Just that's all we want. Just leave us alone. And Iranians have done everything they can to go after Israel, from Hamas to Hezbollah, the Houthis. They constantly say, we want to kill you.
Right.
Israel, obviously, Netanyahu speaking for Israel, and he is right now, even the opposition.
Well, even Hamas 10-7, right? They backed. I guess my big problem is I think Iran, we're talking to Steve Schmidt earlier and others. Sadly, I think they're going to get the bomb because I don't think it's possible to stop it. It's more preparing for how we handle it. I kind of feel.
Would you like to be president when they get it?
No, I'm not saying that that's what I want. I just know that there are inevitabilities sometimes.
I think you're right. I think they want to do it. And how many scientists do you have to kill to stop it?
Right.
Because it's in the mind. They are halfway there, I guess, now. It's a horrible conundrum. It is a real conundrum, and I don't have the answer. And in the short term, he did it last year in June. He blew it up. He obliterated everything, and then he said he didn't obliterate it. Well, who told him he didn't obliterate it? By the way, was that
He changes his stories a lot with that stuff.
Who's in there? Who's in that chat room that says, no, we didn't do it. Let's do it again. But I think Israel's going to carry on this fight with Hezbollah. I think it's just going to go on. And
That's the thing.
Iranians have
We
enough
do
firepower.
too. Yeah.
Cliff,
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I think the problem with it, there's 3 people in this war right now, and the other 2 may want to keep going.
Yeah. I think that's right. What do you, David? Why don't you jump in? What are your thoughts?
Look, for my friends and relatives and contacts in Israel, there is a very different feel to the war in Israel than certainly to the United States, and a very different feel about this war than Gaza. A lot of Israelis were horrified by what the Israeli military did in Gaza and felt like they had no other choice. In this one, the sort of Israeli sort of patriotism is back. People are very excited by the success that the Israeli military has had, that they can fly untethered over the skies of Tehran, and that they can go after and finally eliminate, all this military equipment that has been pointed at Israel for so long. So Israel's very gung-ho, and there are a lot of the Netanyahu critics in Israel who are saying, we hate Netanyahu for everything else, but on this he's right, and we finally have to do it. I think the Chris, what you were getting at in terms of the conundrum that faces Donald Trump and faces Israel, I just wish that had been better explained to the American people, and that Congress had given an opportunity with hearings and to say, okay, look, here's the conundrum we face. Iran has these missile capabilities. It's getting out of control. They have nuclear ambitions. We have to do something. And it may be the case that the American people are going to have to pay more for gasoline, and we're going to have an economic oil shock. That's the cost that we have to pay.
Right, you prepare people for what's coming.
Prepare people. The lack of preparation and just sort of sneaking into it, that's where I have an issue.
And there's another corollary here, which is I'm a Europeanist. I am. I think we're a European power in a sense. I love NATO. NATO got us through all the fights over West Berlin. We won the Cold War. We were the good guys. And Russia, under Stalin and all that came afterwards, even Khrushchev, who was a mixed bag morally, I think.
Right.
We were the good guys. So why doesn't Trump have that gut that we all share? I'm 80 now. I got to tell you, if I grew up in the 50s, that's what you believed in. We're the good guys. Russians are the bad guys. How does he not have that? You never sense from him.
Chris, you believe in, and you made that clear often on your show that you believed in the United States, that your service in Congress is important. David has made that, he talked about that as a cable host. I talk about that. What'd you say?
I wasn't in Congress. Oh, working for Congress. Yeah.
Working in Congress, there's a certain guy, famous guy who used to, go out with Reagan and they're opposite parties everybody always talks about. And you wrote stuff for him, I believe.
Yes, I wrote for Neil. And I have to tell you, there was when he went over to meet with Gorbachev, it was the first sign, we got this from Maggie Thatcher, of Russia's actually electing a leader that was not a Molotov robot.
Yeah.
First time we had a human being we could actually talk to. And in fact, Tip, in his interesting way, came back and said, what do you think of Gorbachev? He said, he reminded me of a New York lawyer. Talking. It wasn't exactly ethnic, but it was kind of funny, a New York lawyer. And I said, okay, in other words, he's a smart guy you can talk to. He's a human being like us. And I think that was a big deal. And Tip told his whole delegation, we're going over to meet Gorbachev before Reagan met him. And we're going to tell him 2 things. One, we only have one president. Don't come sneak into the Congress and try to work around this guy. And number 2, this guy really wants to get rid of nuclear weapons.
Right. Right.
And that meant a lot to a lot of people that he couldn't get it done because nobody wanted to make that deal, but on Star Wars and all that stuff. But I think he was a national a patriot, Tip. And there's a wonderful story, by the way.
Hey, Chris, I just want to say quickly, because I didn't finish the thought, and that's my fault before. You were asking about Trump. And I just think it's not about the age he was born in. It's about his own, I would call them psychological difficulties, of which there are many. But the narcissism and all that means it's always about him. You may remember when he went to Russia in the 80s, he came back and he wrote these articles attacking Reagan, which made them very happy, and put him in the New York Times. And I think, again, I don't know if they've got pictures a la Epstein. I don't know if there's other stuff. I don't know what they have, but the point is this guy has never been loyal to the United States. He's loyal to himself, and that's what differs him. That's why he would be willing to do all of this.
I don't understand it either. It's in the conundrum. I think the press made the mistake in the first Trump term to think that we had it. We had a lot of dots, but nothing connecting them. Everything said to me, I kept saying things on the air like, every time you go to a meeting, there's Russians there. I've been to Republican conventions. I've never met any Russians. What are they all doing? Why are they all around us? Why is there all? What's this up? What's going on here? And I can't quite figure him out about Russia. And the story that went around forever about two women at a hotel, and that was I guess disparaged. But something out there seems to be waving a wand in his direction. Don't come out against us.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, they've always had many things, and they apparently
even now. I mean, what blows my mind that there's the Trump solution to the oil crisis is to lift the sanctions on Russian oil, which is going to produce billions and billions of dollars that Putin can then spend on the war in Ukraine. And by the way, most economists say that's really not going to affect the price of oil anyway.
Why isn't he rooting for Zelensky? Why is he trashing him when he comes to the Oval Office? I mean, most people associate Zelensky with Winston Churchill, with a guy with a representative, a country coming face to face with Germany and Hitler. And this guy seems like that to me. He seems like he's taken a country which has never proven itself militarily, but has proven itself militarily. The people are standing up to the Russians. They're fighting them man to man. They're outnumbered in every way.
Yeah.
And yet they keep fighting for their existence. And Trump doesn't feel for them. He doesn't. No. And most Americans felt for the Hungarians in '56. We rooted for them. We couldn't do anything to help them, but we were sure as hell rooted for them. And all the Hungarians that came here were well received, I believe, because they were the good guys.
Yeah. Well, I think most of us are rooting and have been for Ukraine. It's just, again, he's compromised in whatever way, which someday we'll know. And so whatever Putin wants,
he's paying for one war with another. He says, we're going to give up the sanctions, and we're going to let them sell all the oil they want with the West, and I'm going to do that so I can win in the Middle East.
Right. He's making trades of that sort. You could tell because he's already attacked two allies of Russia, and if he attacked Cuba, that would be a third one.
Yeah. I've been thinking about my career on television, which was different than the work I did for TIP and writing speeches for Jimmy Carter and working on the San Francisco Examiner all those years, writing a reasonably moderate sort of center-left column, mostly center.
Helping teach David Schuster, of course, how to be such a good anchor.
Yeah. But I think on television, I'm a tumler. It's a Yiddish term for the guy up in the mountains. Up in the mountains, and you go up there on a rainy day, and the women are all upset because it's bad weather, and the kids aren't outside, and they're inside, and they're driving them crazy. And so you got to go up there and shake them up, tell them jokes. You got to be funny, and you got to cause trouble, and you got to be a tumler, which is how do I get to you? How do I get this crowd razzed up? How do I razz them up? And that's what I've done on television. It's dangerous as hell to do it, very dangerous, because you go right up to the edge of normality and sanity, but it's fun. It's what I did. It's hardball.
It's what I try to do. I don't know if I do it successfully, but I have a lot of fun trying.
But when in doubt, do you leave it out or do you bring it in? When in doubt, and it's in your head, you say, I just thought of a great, I'm Bob Dole here now. And I'm just thinking of a great line, a real zinger. And I go, oh my, some people won't like this. Do you do it or don't you?
I would say 4 out of 5 times I do it. I do most of the time.
I think Larry King used to not do it. He said he used to think of what he should say or could say, and he'd say, I better not say that.
Well, and I think this is a little bit different than cable anyhow, right? In terms of, the regulatory structure is different, but also independent media is a little more freewheeling. I don't know. I just tend to do it more. Maybe it's David's influence. I'm not sure.
There's also
leave it out. Where are you on the leave it out, David?
I say put it in, but I'm also, to your point, Chris, I'm sort of oftentimes amazed and amused by also the business side of television, that none of us were really 100% pure all the time. And I remember back in the day at Hardball. And, every couple of months we'd say, okay, let's goose the ratings. How can we do that? And Court Harston would say, well, let's put on Britney Spears. Well, we couldn't put on Britney Spears, but we could do a segment about whether Britney Spears was a good influence over young women. And that would give us the excuse to run, the video of Britney Spears with the snake around her neck dancing around, and our ratings would skyrocket. And that would pay for our politics coverage for another few weeks.
I know. We can never. When I was over in Vietnam, doing something over there with myself, I was over there visiting a friend. But John F. Kennedy Jr. died, and it was a very sad day. So I go on television, and I get a really good rating because he'd just been killed in an airplane crash, and everybody was rooting for him. He's the nicest guy. I knew the guy's the nicest guy in the world. He was not like this thing on television. He was a nice guy. He wasn't that troubled, and
so he wasn't RFK Jr., you're saying?
Yeah. Definitely.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Definitely. I'll tell you.
That was one of the things that popped in my head. I decided to say.
Oh, it's like I called up RFK Jr. when I wrote my book on his dad. And I just want to tell you, I hadn't seen him in years. I said, yeah, there it is. There it is, my book.
It is. Look, everybody. There's his book.
I just wrote a book about your dad. It's very positive. I never mentioned you. Thank you. And I hung up. But I was being nice. I just wanted to bring him up to date. No, John. So my boss at the time, Phil Griffin, says, "Look, can you come back? Can you come back quick? We'll put you on again." And I go, "Why? We'll get the same high ratings." You don't get the same high ratings the second time. It doesn't. You can't replicate television when you try to do it over and you think it's easy. Oh, this will be a sure shot. It doesn't work the second time. Television is fickle, and people are interested when they're interested. And they have a right to decide. You're not on or you're on, Anyway.
Well, I think you can also, what David was saying there is, look, if you're trying to do good work, you also have to pay the bills. So there are going to be times where, you have to skirt it a little bit and be a little bit more provocative and put stuff on that you don't want to or whatever, but that's what makes it so you can do the rest of the stuff, right?
For the record, Cliff Schechter, I always wanted Britney Spears to be on Hardball and on MSNBC.
Or maybe she was just on every day and I didn't see. So that's what it was.
You sound like James Mason in The Verdict. This old-time money-making lawyer in Boston. He said, you do what you're doing right now, getting Paul Newman's client in trouble. Screwing this client, this person got really hurt by doctors in the hospital. You do that so that you can do this goodwill thing you do, this pro bono thing. And it's just like that avuncular way of saying, well, we do it that so that we can do the other good stuff.
Right.
And here's your check.
I like the reference to that movie though. That was a classic. Yeah. So
what a lot of people don't know is Chris Matthews is a movie buff. He knows more about movies and cinema than most people realize.
So the one
Bill McRae last night at Barbara Stanwyck in the Pacific Union or whatever it was about the building of the Intercontinental Railroad. Interesting movie.
Good.
Yeah.
And at the end of the movie, I'm thinking about movies that led us into World War II, which were good movies. At the end of the movie, the bad guy who's been trying to corrupt the railroad system, get everybody drunk and playing cards and ruining the people building the Irish, basically building the railroad. He's still at large at the end. And Joe McRae says to Barbara Stanwyck at the end, we still have to face him. And the movie ends. I've never seen a movie end with a bad guy at large coming out to get you. I think it was a way of saying we've got Hitler after the war has just began in 1939. This guy's still there. It's still a dangerous world. And it says it's your deal. And the other guy says, one of the other good characters who dies says, it's your deal now. You have to make the decision. It was really a provocative statement. If we had to make a decision, before Pearl Harbor, we had to make a decision about what to do. It was really
well. Let me ask you this: which movies that you have seen that have portrayed Washington do you think have done it the most accurately? You can be biased if you were in a couple of them as a newscaster and say it was those.
I get my checks. I love those checks. I'm
trying to remember what were you in, Dave?
Yeah, I was in Dave.
That's what I thought.
I was not in Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith with Jimmy.
That's a little further back.
The real 1939, which is the key year. Jimmy Stewart was not the real main character in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. The real character was Claude Rains.
Right.
Claude Rains was the silver fox. The old senator had been around for years, corrupted, was brought in by the political machine, was basically on the payroll. This guy, from the very beginning of the movie, starts to watch Jimmy Stewart and he's the son of the guy who was my partner, who ended up being shot by the railroads, the bad guys. And he's watching his career and watching his guts. And by the end of the movie, he wants to shoot himself because not the public, he changes. He says, this guy's the good guy and I'm the bad guy. How did this happen to me? And it's a wonderful movie about a change of character. You know, the protagonist in a story is the guy who changes, who goes through a change. And that's Claude Rains, who was also in Lawrence of Arabia and Notorious.
Other things,
other movie that's any good for the next 40 years, but a lifelong alcoholic too. I read that about him. His whole life he was a boozer, but he still could perform. You know, amazing guy, Claude Rains.
I'm trying to think of, where do you think of something like The Candidate? Did it predict our future?
That was really good, and I think the guy who wrote it was a Gene McCarthy guy, and he had been in campaigns. I think it's so good. I think that's a great.
I felt like in the same way, which one? Network predicted a future in certain ways in TV.
MSNBC. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. It was. What do you think, David? I mean, it was about the pork. Remember the show called Pork about big government spending, and it shows about crazy. Am I crazy? Kind of stuff. All that's been predictive.
Yeah, I think Network was, years ahead of its time. I think if anybody wants to really understand what's happened to media and politics and culture, watch Network. But in terms of like what reflects Washington accurately, I also think Primary Colors is up there.
Oh,
John Travolta as the Bill Clinton character and the aides who sort of sell their souls, and I don't know.
Yeah, I think the African-American guy with his daughter, remember that little portion of the story. You realize what Bill Clinton was capable of doing, and at least the character was capable of doing. Yeah, I think it was a really good movie too. And
before we let you go, we got a couple more minutes, Chris. I'll throw out two questions. Where do you think we're headed in terms of Trump? In general, you can choose to answer that any way you like, and any other projects you're working on.
Well, I'll tell you the project I think we're all working on is the Congress election, the midterm in November, and I'm hopeful the Democrats will pick up 3 seats in Pennsylvania that started rolling. Early in the night, we'll be getting those results in. They'll be grabbing back 3 seats they lost. That's in Scranton, Lehigh Valley, and in Harrisburg. I think that the Democrats will pick up 30 seats. That's my bet.
Yep.
I think that's somewhere in the mix of good years for the opposition party. I think that Trump's going to have a problem with affordability. It's a bipartisan issue. It hurts who's ever in. I think the Senate, I like her. I like Susan Collins, but I think her time is up in Maine. I think that eventually eventually the state realizes that you're not representing them. And you're out here. I think that Sherrod Brown is one of my heroes, and I'd like him to come back. But
I think he's going to win. Living here in Ohio, the numbers are
getting redder. And
we have been, but the numbers are good for him. He outperforms the Democratic Party here by a decent amount because he's so good.
Good. I hope he wins. I think in North Carolina, I think that looks good with the former governor.
Cooper. Yeah.
I think you never know about Alaska, but it's been pretty consistently Republican. I am not one of those people that fall for Texas all the time. I know everybody gets their heart broken. I don't know why. Look, the Republicans don't think about winning New York or California. Why don't you give up on certain states? Like Texas is Texas. The fact that Ted Cruz can still get elected no matter what. You ought to tell you something. After being accused of saying your father tried to kill Kennedy. No matter what Trump says to him, he's still a lapdog. And I shouldn't say a lapdog. He's of his own right. He has popularity down there. So Del Rico, I don't know. I know Trump's not picking sides. If Paxton runs, I still think Paxton can win. I think it's a very dangerous thing to spend a lot of money on. Let the Republicans spend the money down there.
Well, Chris, right after you here in a second, we're going to have John Tester and Maritza Georgiou joining us. And John Tester, who outperformed the Democratic Party by, I think, 13 points.
Well, he's great.
And still it was so tough to win up in Montana. So, he may have some ideas on this for Democrats too, I hope.
Well, Mike Mansfield represented Montana. We've had some pretty good heroes from that state. Carol O'Connor went to school up there. I mean, it's a state that is potential. But I think Texas is just unbelievable what it is. It just is Texas.
Yeah, we just never seem to. Well, Chris, where should everybody find you?
I think on Substack, and I think I'm very happy to be on Substack. The show this goes back to that original book, Hardball. Very happy.
Oh, yeah, Hardball. I had to read that when I was assigned that in school. And actually, hang a lantern on your problem is still one of those things I quote.
Bobby Kennedy's line. If you have an affliction or something wrong in your life, bring it up first. So the other guy can't jump on you with it. And Schuster's one of my buds, and I think he's great. And I think he keeps coming at it on this network.
Keep trying.
And so I'm doing that, and I'm teaching in Vietnam every year. I just came back from there.
Oh, cool.
I do it every year. And I went to Australia, which I had never been before. I loved Australia.
Oh, beautiful.
Sydney was a killer. Yeah. So I'll do some other things. I got to come up with, if you can give me a hero, Cliff or David, give me a hero. Bobby Kennedy, Jack Kennedy. I've always been able to write about heroes. I need another hero. I don't understand why journalists are not
Michael
heroes.
Collins?
Well, see, Michael Collins would definitely be height of my list. In fact,
see, I know as an Irish American, you've got,
Irish. Let me just say it. That movie should have started with him being driven by a police car on the way to being the Irish guys on the Easter Rising. When they were they should have started off with them driving by, taking them to be hanged, the guys in the Easter Rising, with all the people saluting for the street corner.
It's true. That was actually, that was a great movie.
Real, and I do think that Collins was a genius. What he did was he waited for Bloody Sunday, the first Bloody Sunday, and he had all these agents, all the Cairo gang. They were all infiltrated Ireland, and they were all killing people. And on one morning they got up, their girlfriends alerted other people told about the girlfriends. So he's with his girlfriend in this place or that place. They all woke up and told, say your prayers, because you're all going to die today. And London got the word that all of our agents in one swoop were killed on a Sunday morning. And that's when Michael Collins won the war.
Well, there you go.
How rough you have to play with Britain. That's how tough it was.
Well, Chris, I don't want to keep. We've got former senators and folks waiting, so we got to let them on. There's your book.
Thank you,
Chris. Great to see you. Great to be on with you as always. We'll do it again soon.
Yep, always great to be with you, Chris. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All
right, take care.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye. Thanks, Chris. All right, David, I don't know if we can fit everybody, so we may have to.
I'm going to say goodbye too, because I got to run off and do some stuff. But how are you holding up? You got another 10 hours, right? You're good.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing. It's easy. If I'm passed out in the desk here with a bottle of tequila in 2 hours, you'll come rescue me.
Well, have fun. We'll catch up with you later today, Cliff. Have fun.
All right. Thanks, David.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. And now let's see. We get to invite in Maritza. When I say Georgiou, am I pronouncing your last name right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in America, my siblings in Greece tell me I pronounce it wrong all the time, but here I say Giorgio. Yeah.
Okay, you can just ignore them.
I know, I do.
We got Ellie Leonard. Her name is easy to pronounce.
Yeah. Hi, Marita.
Hi, friend.
And then the esteemed former senator of Montana, John Tester, who I have been a big fan of for years. And I told you that when I saw you at the State of the Swamp, because you had me at the two fingers, quite frankly. No, but also, I brought you up earlier, and I think I want to hear from both you guys, and Ellie being a Montanan originally, because I bring up Sherrod Brown here, and I bring up you. You guys are always my cases of those who are regular folks and know how to connect with regular folks. And so both of you so far outperformed the National Party, you just couldn't overcome how much the National Party lost by. So how do we get the National Party? I think it's going to happen this election, I hope. But how do we get it closer so that, when you overperform by 13 points, you actually win?
Well, I think it is going to happen this election, but it can happen with a message that, we're going to do better than those guys, which is a true message. But the truth is that Democrats have to talk about kitchen table issues. You talked about it with Chris. Issues of affordability is huge. Issues of health care is huge. Look, this Iran debacle at $1 billion or $2 billion a day is huge, plus the lives that are being lost. And then the question you asked yourself, do you feel safer today than you did 2 weeks ago here in the United States of America? I mean, the bottom line is the issues are out there. Democrats need to grab those issues. They need to talk about those issues with their constituents. And if they do, I'm going to tell you, I think it's going to be 1932 all over again for Democrats. I think they are going to mop this House, and I think they're going to get a majority in the Senate. Why? Because these folks got to go back, people in Congress that are running, the incumbents, and they got to justify these votes that represent Washington, D.C. and not their home state. And I think that's a killer.
Yep. That's exactly right. I think, you make me feel maybe I'm smarter because I keep saying that. I've been using the midterm ones, but I say either 1930 or 34, that this has to be an FDR style just sweep of all this garbage out. What do you think, Maritza?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that, and everybody I talk to who studies elections, they're saying we have no idea how big this is going to be. But I also think that having been a political journalist and sitting in an anchor desk on many election nights, I don't like to rely on that too much or put bets on that too much because, as we know, we've been burned before by what we thought might happen and then something completely different happens. So I think, though, the senator and I have talked about this at length, but it's really all about messaging. There was this great clip yesterday from MS Now, and John Allen, our friend, he was out and he was interviewing people, and he interviewed this woman at a gas pump. And I'm sure you guys have seen this. It's all over my Instagram. And he said, if you have a message for...
Oh, the one in Pennsylvania?
I think, yeah. And
oh my God, that was hilarious. Go ahead.
It was like, you I don't remember what she did. Well, you suck. And she said, I voted for you 3 times and I was stupid. And I mean, that was incredible. And I don't think that's an isolated incident. I think people are feeling this, and we're seeing the fractures within the Republican Party. But I think the key is, and this is something that goes for Montana, this is something that goes nationwide, the Democrats can't fall for the same trap, and they need to unite if they want this to be a successful midterm election. Yes. Because
they need to nationalize. I keep saying that too. The message to me should be, with a few monopolies out there and a few billionaires literally are playing the jobs of playing the roles of James Bond villains. Almost, I mean, could you look more evil than Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and Ellison? And it's them against the rest of us, it feels like. But I want to kick it to Ellie and let her ask Montana Western smart specific questions. So you go ahead, Ellie.
Right. Well, Senator, I wanted to know, I'm wearing my Fort Benton summer celebration sweatshirt today just for you. We're from the closest areas in Montana, but I think that really reflects the importance of politics in a place like Montana, or a place that's a farming state, and how important it is to have people who represent you. So, for example, we went to State of the Swamp a few weeks ago, ended up hanging out with Maritza and the senator and former Governor Steve Bullock. And, I've never hung out with you guys before, but then,
I heard John Bullock had a few drinks or something. I'm not sure. It didn't come from me.
I won't go into that. Anyway, but like John Tester's like, oh yeah, I know your uncle. Oh yeah, I know your other uncle. I know your grandpa's car dealership. And then Steve Bullock's like, oh, I know your cousin. Oh, I helped your cousins get a scholarship. And it's just that idea of being a part of like a kind of a family community. And I get that that's not the same in every state. I now live in New Jersey. I'm not going to know everybody's uncle in New Jersey. It's a different environment, but it is so important to have politicians who represent where they live, like even down to the missing fingers, Senator. Like that is such a reflection of like, how they cancel school for opening weekend.
It is. You joke about it, but that is
a true reflection of like the people of Montana and meat grinding and all the things that we grew up with that were important and part of the culture. And so I just think that the idea of bringing people into the state to represent the people of the state doesn't work, and it really matters what you are doing and what the next generation of politicians out of Montana are doing and representing the people there.
Well, thanks, Ellie. I will tell you, Montana's like a small town with very long
Mhm.
streets, and you're right. The degrees of separation are very, very close. And I do think it's a state that where there's, working people. Agriculture is the number one industry, and people appreciate hard work in the state. And they also appreciate the policymakers, the politicians that come back and meet folks eyeball to eyeball and have town hall meetings and talk about issues that are important to them. Unfortunately, the delegation we have right now isn't doing any of those things, and I think they will pay a price. Well, look, one of them is, well, two of them aren't going to run again, but the other House member is. He may be safe, he may be not. I don't think there's any safe seats this election cycle, quite frankly. But the bottom line is,
Can I ask you quickly, Senator? Like,
yeah.
do you think that those two looked at how bad the numbers are? Because I will say this. We've got later Mike Madrid coming up. I know there's not a big, or I may be wrong, I don't think there's a big Latino population, but he looks at Latino numbers. I've been looking at overall numbers and used to do polling, and I've never seen numbers like this before in my professional life, how bad Republican numbers are. Do you think they looked at that and they got scared?
I think it's twofold. I think they looked at that and it got their attention, and then they got to thinking about what they were going to have to do on the campaign trail, and they were going to have to face their constituents, and they were going to have to answer questions around things like tariffs that have decimated rural America and decimated our agricultural community, and they'd have to ask questions about the war in Iran and what's going on there, where we're seeing energy prices go through the roof, and I don't think they wanted to deal with it anymore, and I think that's why they got out. Now, I don't know. I haven't talked to them. I don't know for sure, but the fact is that you're right. The numbers are bad. There's not a lot of people that are happy. A lot of them are like that lady in Pennsylvania that Maritza talked about, that John Allen interviewed. But the bottom line is this. The economy is not working for working families and small businesses or family farm and ranch agriculture, and that is the state of Montana.
Can I just jump in, though, and talk about how remarkable it is? I mean, Senator Tester and I have talked about this at length. We don't know what the backroom conversations looked like around that. But for a senior senator in Montana to withdraw from the race a year after he became the senior senator, he's only 12 years in, which isn't that long when you're in the Senate. And that is remarkable to walk away from that. That is remarkable in a place like the United States Senate, where you walk down the halls and the power and the control and it's just palpable. You can feel it, and it's what people run to do. And so I think it's a remarkable commentary on where we are that Steve Daines said, I'm not going to do this again.
And last minute, like incredibly last minute.
And then with Zinke, Representative Zinke cited some health stuff. He needs some surgeries. And I don't doubt that. But, this is a guy who was Interior Secretary and wanted to get back in, ran again for U.S. House, probably the lowest ranked seat in the House. So that's how much he wanted back in. So I think it speaks to this moment we're in.
I feel like also, and again, it's the numbers overall, but not to bring Ellie Leonard into this, but I feel like for people that look at the Epstein files, for example, I have to believe that potential criminal liability for enabling this guy, depending upon what you know, what you've seen, and all of that, and I don't know what committees he's on, the senator, so I don't know, but there may be a point where some of them just say, either morally, which they haven't shown a lot of that before, so I don't know that I believe that, or just personally, like, I don't want to be close to this when pardon the expression, the shit hits the fan, I don't know. Just a thought. If anybody wants to offer something, or we can talk about the big, beautiful blue skies in Montana. It's whatever you guys want.
They're true. It's true. It's all true.
So,
no, I would believe. Go ahead, Senator.
No, I would love to hear Ellie's perspective on this, because she's been digging deep on these issues in the Epstein file for a while. She probably knows far more than I do and most people. So I'd love to hear that, because I think you make a good point, Cliff. I think it's a solid point.
Thank you.
Well, what I was just gonna say is, when Epstein was real estate hopping, I was suspect. I thought, why wouldn't he have picked Montana when he wants this land and he wants to be left alone? So I started digging to see if he did have land out there, or if he had ever tried it. He did try. He went and he looked at Montana, and then he decided to go south to New Mexico. And I just think, right, and I just think that that was a huge boon for Montana, because of that, nobody that I can see in Montana politics was ever involved in the Epstein scandal in any way. And so, also because of that and how heavily people are involved in politics in that scandal, I would assume that people want to step out of that story, because it's not going away.
Yeah, it's a story that will not go away. Not go away.
No.
Even as
And
we
by the
hear
way, and it shouldn't go away until all the facts are out and there's some remedy for the victims.
Yep.
Correct.
Absolutely. I mean, again, Ellie's got the record on this in terms of the understanding of all the better, but the sickening nature of how many of these trying to stop myself from saying certain words, but
right.
I mean, again, I don't have girls, but I've got 2 boys, and I don't care. I have kids, and just it is a political issue, but how it is a political issue is insane to me, because it's fucking, I'm sorry, repulsive, and it makes me, it's so angry that these people are still walking around. They walk between the raindrops. Nothing gets to them, and again, I do think this should be a big part of what Democrats should be talking about, because look, there are a few on the Democratic side. Bill Richardson, sadly, because I was a fan of his back then, but now, I don't care. I'm sorry. There's things that really far outweigh everything else. And Bill Gates and what he did with malaria and, these kinds of things. But for the most part, it's these authoritarian Republicans, because there's a personality trait there of dominance and power. And it's that same one. It's the same predator type billionaires that want to take over family farms and screw people out and own their farms, take over companies and steal people's pensions and take the voting rights away from us, because as Peter Thiel has said, it's inconvenient letting us vote. That democracy is bad for capitalism, and he knows which one he likes more. That kind of stuff. I mean, this is who they are. It's a mindset. They are these billionaire predators, and this should not be a hard message, I think, to sell, to talk to regular farmers, to cattle ranchers, to talk to folks working in factories, to talk to people all over the place and say, is this what you want? I mean, we do have a couple regular folks running. The one Osborne running in Nebraska, who's also kind of it seems like a pretty, regular dude. And I don't know I know the name Bodnar. You could tell me. It's an independent. I know you guys are laughing, so I'm sure there may be even an inside joke here. Did you endorse him? Am I correct in that, John?
No, I haven't yet. There's been a lot of information that's come out. It's Bodnar. It's Bodnar, not Bodnar, but that's okay.
I apologize.
No, you don't need to apologize. Look, this guy's got a resume that's second to none. I'll just tell you that, point blank, period. He's a Montanan, Green Beret, Rhodes Scholar, worked in the private sector and has worked in the public sector. He's got a great family. So, I mean, the bottom line is that he's certainly would do a good job representing Montana if he got in. But no, I haven't endorsed yet. We're going to wait and see how he's working, and if he's getting out there and busting his butt, then we may do that later on down the line. But I just want to bring up one thing you said, because I think it's really important. Did Peter Thiel actually say that democracy is bad for capitalism?
Yes,
because
it is. If I can find the article, I'll put it in the chat here. It's a quote.
If he did, he needs to go to take his fucking business to mainland China and see how that works out for him.
Yeah. I agree with you. I mean, just to have a conversation, here it is. True democracy is incompatible with capitalism. Quote, democracy is bad for capitalism, excuse me. I'll get you like an article. But yeah, he made it very clear that if he has to choose between the two, it's capitalism, and it's not even a choice. Like democracy has harmed capitalism to him.
Yeah, so he's going to take away my freedom, my privacy, because it's bad for his business. Look, there's a lot of dictators around this world. Move your company where there's a dictator. That'd be the best thing you could possibly do. And then when the dictator takes away his company, he can come back and bitch about democracy.
Right. I like where you're headed with this. See, you have passion. This is why
we like a spicy John Tester.
Yeah, we do.
If you don't like the F word, don't invite John Tester on.
Yeah, right.
I know for a fact that he dumps a lot of money into these elections, and he buys a lot of senators, and he buys a lot of House members, and he buys their vote, which is exactly what's wrong with democracy. Which is exactly why we got to do something with campaign finance in this country to get it back in the hands of the people, of the working folks, of the small businesses. Because quite frankly, it's assholes like him that are destroying this country.
I couldn't agree more, right? These people that it's what I was talking about with Trump earlier with Chris Matthews. It's that there's no loyalty to the country at all. It's all personal interests. And I mean, if you're a billionaire, when is it hoarding? When is it sort of disgusting that there are people, I'm a capitalist, but I'm not a monopolist, and I'm not at what point is it where you have so much and people are starving, people are, kids starving, they don't have all that, and you don't give a shit. You just want to pile up more money. Like, there's got to be.
It's well before you make $1 billion. So.
Well, it is, obviously.
Thing, whether we're talking about Epstein, whether we're talking about Iran, whether we're talking about, losing subsidies for healthcare, nobody in the administration is ever talking about the people who are affected. They're not expressing remorse for the victims and the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. They're not expressing remorse for the scores of school children we killed in Iran. They're not expressing remorse for people losing their health care. They're just defending.
Predators. That's why I call them that in every way.
That's the thing here. Like, yeah, humans are terrible. Like, humans are terrible. John Tester and I talk about this all the time. Humans are the worst.
Humans are, but there's some very specific humans right now I feel like are far worse than the rest.
That things happen, yes, but if you can't see the humanity in people, if you can't express remorse for these things, I mean, that's the really difference. America has done really terrible things throughout its history. But to do this stuff and just say, well, that's war.
But if you notice, though, that's part of what they've gotten rid of. They don't want us apologizing because so it's like, Trail of Tears, what's that? They're trying to get rid of teaching these things now. They don't want the Tuskegee experiments, huh? We don't know. I mean, that's what they're doing. By the way, I'll quickly, and any of you respond, but just so you see it in the chat here, I'm putting, if it works, my thing's acting weird. There is Peter Thiel's quote about the inconvenience of democracy when it comes to,
Yeah. I just wanted to say really quick, sorry, John, did you want to go?
No, I was just going to say, how many $1 billion does this dude make? And he's bitching. He doesn't have enough money.
I mean, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Honestly, what is wrong with them?
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's important that we're talking about the Epstein story. Obviously, we need to find justice for the victims, but we also have to remember that the reason we're probably talking about it is because it involves wealth, because it involves fame, because it involves whiteness, it involves important people. If you look at a state like Montana, they have the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Project, where hundreds and thousands of Indigenous women go missing every day in these rural states, and nobody knows their name. Nobody's ever heard of them. They get no news coverage. They just disappear. They don't even get an investigation. And that's an important thing. We look at the Gabby Petito case and how in searching for Gabby Petito, they found all these Indigenous women who had disappeared. That's an important thing to remember is the people who will never get any kind of news coverage for having gone missing, having been abused by wealthy people, but just not the right wealthy people. And so I think that's something to bear in mind when we talk about this story. Is this story isn't just the Epstein story. This stuff happens all the time, but there's a reason why we see some stories and why we don't see some stories, and where we need to pay attention and where we could put our funds, that actually make a difference.
There's so much work being done too in Montana and across the West for the missing and murdered Indigenous women and children project. And it is very important to look into because it is a serious crisis here.
Serious, like
that. I mean, I'm glad to hear that they're doing that, because again, I mean, in this case, but even the Epstein thing, it's sort of like we have different classifications, and sadly, Native American, most minority groups, nobody cares. You're just way down here. Even little white
Epstein
girls,
Epstein
even
only
the white girls who weren't wealthy, still compared to the wealthy white guys.
We lost
John Tester has become a black screen.
He'll be back.
I know.
This is like par for the course. If you like, if he's not, there he is. Yeah,
we got him back.
Get him on a tractor.
So
it's a funny thing about these iPhones. If somebody tries to call me, it blocks me out. I don't know. Maritza, would you quit calling?
You gotta put yourself on do not disturb.
My bad. It was a butt dial. Yeah.
I blame Tim Apple for that, and we weren't giving $25 million tributes to like Trump, like Trump's Ming the Merciful or something. Maybe you could actually, if anybody got that reference, and is as old as me, then maybe instead he could actually do something better and make a better phone.
I wanted to say something really quick. Oh, go ahead.
We could teach John Tester how to put his phone on do not disturb.
Yes, we could do that. We could do that. I spend half my day talking to my dad about his iPhone, so we could do that.
What were you gonna say, Ellie?
I was just gonna say, I wanted to.
I don't think it's possible. Just telling you, I don't think it's possible.
I was just gonna say, Maritza's going down to Arizona to look at some of these warehouses where they are starting to build detention centers, and that is a vitally important conversation that very often does go away in the midst of the Epstein files and Iran and all these other things. Is people forget like that passion and power behind what's happening to immigrant families across this nation, and again, like the little boy in the blue hat, that is happening every single day, and it's really easy to forget about that if we're not seeing it. And so I just wanted to know if you could talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah.
Can I ask just quickly, Maritza, before you say, are you doing that for Scripps?
No, I'm actually partnering up, and we'll be posting it on our Grounded podcast Substack.
Oh, great.
We coordinate, but I'm partnering up with the Save America movement again, with Steve Schmidt and their group, and then also Defiance is part of this too.
So everybody we're having on Steve Schmidt is beginning. Miles Taylor's coming up, I think, next or soon.
So I'll be on with Miles and Steve later this afternoon. I mean, I don't want to take viewers away from the SubstackaPalooza.
It's okay.
But we'll be talking about this.
By then I'll probably have passed out and I'll be on the floor. So don't worry.
This is a crazy endeavor. I'll just say that. But the deal is we're going to go down. We went to Social Circle, Georgia. Gosh, was it last month? It was the weekend before State of the Swamp. And, that warehouse there that the feds purchased for $100 million more than it sold for, just like a few years before, more than it was valued at. And just really looking in the windows and talking to people down there and how it's just like not a feasible plan, much less what they want to put in here. They want to put 10,000 people in there, and they thought they could get it built out in 60 days. Well, we went down and did reporting on that, and other people did reporting on that. And just this week, the city manager of Social Circle, Georgia, said, we're not going to put water to that facility. We're turning the water off. We're cutting the connection. We're locking the box because, we don't have information. We're not getting information. And so that's an incredible act, right? That's an incredible act of defiance and pushback that is trying to hold this government that's railroading projects and railroading people and pushing things ahead no matter who gets in their way. And that was an incredible act to stop them. We're going to go down to Arizona and kind of look at the efforts there too. There are lots of religious groups. There are 2 proposed facilities there. One's a warehouse and one's an existing prison. But basically just talking to people, because as John and I talk about on our show, the whole point, Steve Bannon laid this out, it's flood the zone strategy, and they're throwing everything at us, and it's impossible to keep up. But we have to keep up, and we need to find our lanes. Like Ellie, you're doing such incredible work with the Epstein stuff.
Thank you.
We need to find our lanes and really shed light where we can, because if we're not talking about this and we're not getting people talking about this, that's when stuff does happen in the dead of night, and that's when stuff does go through. So John and I did a recap last time when I was in Georgia, and I'm sure we'll do the same this time when I'm in Arizona. He loves when I bother him. It's like John loves when I bother him.
Look, I just want to point out one thing that Maritza said. Maritza, this isn't critical of you, but you passed over the fact that they paid $100 million more than this place sold for, this warehouse sold for 2 years earlier. That's years of my tax dollars, by the way. That's DHS. And if you remember how this administration started with that great South African Elon Musk going in with Doge and cutting out waste, fraud, and abuse.
Right.
And now look what we've got. We got warehouses that are selling for way, way, way to hell more than they were worth. We got a Secretary of War, Secretary of Defense buying $100,000 Steinway pianos and lobster tails and shrimp and steak. You want to talk
the
about
Japanese
waste,
flute
fraud,
was a
abuse.
nice touch, I thought.
What's that now?
I thought the Japanese flute was a very nice touch.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
26,000 or whatever.
Yeah, it's so much crap. If you want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, look what these guys are doing. They're wasting so damn much money. Our national debt's going through the roof. They're supposed to be conservative, and they're not. And, you know, it's why Democrats are going to do well this election cycle.
Absolutely agree. I just hope that we, again, if we come together and have a national message about who we are and who they are, hopefully one that leads with economic populism and points out the billionaires and the monopolists and what they're doing to us every day, I think it could be a truly enormous election where we do win Senate seats in Alaska and Montana and even Nebraska and places like that. I absolutely think that's possible, but we have to do our part. So
yeah, and I'm gonna say, we had an explosive political news week a few weeks ago in Montana.
Yeah.
I think it just shows we don't know what's coming next, and anything can happen this cycle. Don't count any state out right now. Do the work, go talk to people, talk to people who even they say, I don't want to get involved. Those are the people we need to be talking to, because that's where we're going to move the needle and make a difference and open people's eyes as to, do you know what they're doing in this warehouse? I do have a really funny cell phone notification story about John Tester, if I could.
Absolutely. We can get that in before we
okay. No, you have to get
Cliff, you need to cut us off right now, don't you?
I mean, sorry, everybody. Wait. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we launched our podcast, we both got fired the same week. I got laid off. John Tester didn't win his reelection. We said, okay, let's start a podcast. So we did, and we joined all these channels, and Substack was one of them, but we really didn't make any traction. We didn't go live yet. And so our very first live was with Heather Cox Richardson, and we didn't know what to expect. Right? It was incredible. And of course we know she's incredible, but we had never been on a live Substack really. And so we thought, okay, let's do this. And so we're going through, and it's just ding, 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 ding of all the notifications. And it was just incredible. And we had tens of thousands of people watching. We get off, and I just felt so good. And John calls me and he goes, well, we can never do that again, because my phone, we can never do that again. My phone wouldn't quit. And I was like, we're going to fix the notification settings, and we're absolutely doing that again.
We can't have her on again because of the phone settings. Yeah.
I'm the same way.
I got her. I tried to reach out to her this time. She joined us for the first one a year ago, and it is quite an experience after that. But I will tell you both now that I sometimes I start getting these Gmail and whatever, bing, bing, bing with new subscribers. And I'm like, oh, Ellie must be doing her show again because she does a show on her network. Is that's nobody has quite the Heather Cox Richardson, but I'm telling you, like subscriber for subscriber, if you count how many Ellie has, every one of them is tuning in. Seriously.
Well, and because here's why, because they're both real, they're authentic. They're providing incredible information. They're doing it for the right reasons. That's a really easy to understand. Oh, we have a black hole with John Tester again. Someone's calling. It's not me. I'm not calling him, guys.
It's Heather Cox Richardson.
Yeah. Heather's like, John. No, I think it's really easy to understand why. We crave authenticity. in a world where there's so much bullshit, we crave authenticity, and it's not something you can try to do. You either are or you aren't, and that's what Ellie Leonard is, and that's what Heather Cox Richardson is, and it's what John Tester is. And when he called me about all of the when he called me about all the notifications, I left out a few F words, but you get you get the gist.
No, I think, I mean, again, whether it's our media right now or politics, I mean, they're both related in both of them. I have a feeling that's probably why your guys' podcast is doing well, and why it will keep and probably do even better, because you both are down to earth, like you're real people. And, you know, I hope we've assembled some of that here at Blue Ant Media. We have tried to, you know, like I remember the first time David Schuster was on earlier, the first time I met him, I was like starstruck. That's the guy I saw on MSNBC and all that. And he was just as regular. I mean, he just was as regular a guy as could be, you know, and
we all are humans, and we need to be human, and
we can act like humans. Yes. Yeah. That's right. Somebody put in here, thank you, Note, that Jeff Ament of Pearl Jam supports John Tester. So I'm going to have to, when he comes, if he ever comes back again, I need to hit him up for that connection, because
he'll come back. So Jeff Ament, I know you got to go, but Jeff Ament, founding member and bassist of Pearl Jam, he and John Tester are from the same small town of Big Sandy, Montana.
Yeah.
How this sounds produced.
How did I not know that?
And so Jeff is amazing. Go check out our episode with him. I learned so much, and he broke some news in that too about the Secret Service. But Jeff has been a huge supporter. He's a wonderful guy, and Pearl Jam in general. They let us use their music for our show without it's just they're
Are
just
you serious?
so
That is so cool.
They're so generous.
That really is. Well, listen, I would like to thank, I see we've got Julie Roginsky waiting, so we're going to go to Julie next. In fact, Julie, if you want to say hi to everybody, we can.
Hey, hi. Good to see you.
I guess we have lost John for now. He may be with that meat grinder he still has that. He's telling us that story that he still has the meat grinder.
So he's missing these three fingers on his left hand from when he was a child on the family farm, and his hand went into a meat grinder. I think he was 8 or 9, and he still uses the same meat grinder because he explained it.
It's a good meat grinder.
They're made of steel. You just re-oil them and wash them down. My dad does the same thing.
Don't you just have to get rid of the meat grinder because some things that's like non-edible stuff went through the meat grinder? I say this as somebody who grew up in New Jersey, so I know nothing about meat grinders or anything other than.
That was 6 years ago.
All I have to say is I love the fact that his response, it just sounds so much like certain folks I know here. You know, it was like this practical like Midwestern thing like that too. Like, well, it's a good meat grinder. Why would I get rid of it?
I know. It's like their grandpa's meat grinder too, probably. So it's probably didn't start with him.
All right. Well, please thank John for us. Maritza, Senator Tester, I should even say. And thanks to that project you're doing is awesome. So if you'll come back on and join us again, we'd love to have you guys again and talk more about it.
Absolutely. All right.
And everybody go subscribe to the Grounded podcast.
That's right. Seriously, go subscribe. It's awesome. All right. Thank you.
Bye, Rita.
Bye. I'll just say one thing quickly because it's my job to do this which is, hey, see up here, guys, up in the right-hand corner, there's a duck in the middle of a QR code. I don't know. There was a joke we said about somebody in a duck, and I don't remember who. That is if you want to buy us a coffee, which we never mind. The other side, you can get paid subscriptions. They are now at 75% off. It's like less than $2 a month. If you get it, $19.98, please do. We this is how we do this and have all these wonderful people on. Can find the time and the technology or whatever to do it is by your support. So that is my pitch. And now we get to talk to the eminently talented Julie Roginsky, who I already really, really liked. And then she went and insulted a certain little wiener on CNN, and I've loved her even more ever since then.
That's so funny. Hi, Julie. Nice to meet you.
Ellie, it is so good to meet you in person. I'm such a fan of yours. So.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, all your amazing, amazing work.
Oh, thank you.
You guys are both pretty brilliant. So, Julie, what's happening? Are we going to win in Iran? Sorry, I shouldn't even joke about it. I mean, again,
I don't know. You want to bum people out at 1 o'clock Eastern right now? I feel like we're kind of like in World War III. It's not even a question of Iran. Like, I think this is just the newest stage of a war that began 4 years ago in Ukraine, and it's just expanding around the globe.
Yeah.
So that's how we're doing.
Oh, yes, that's not so good. There's a lot of inflation and everything, gas and all of that stuff, which really was the only thing Trump had going for him. He kept bragging about the low price of gas. You know, the Epstein thing is still going on. We know because Ellie keeps writing stuff about it. No, seriously, and you know, and it's not like some of these other things have disappeared. You know, ICE is still ICE, and programs he still cut, and kids they still are starving, and Medicaid they're taking away from people, and the corruption is ridiculous, and we go on and on forever. I mean, this guy that just left, what was he? The counterterrorism head,
the anti-Semite guy? Yeah.
I was just saying, there's two things, right? I'm of two minds, and that's the way I am with some of the America Firsters who are virulently like anti-war in Iran. It's like, I'm glad I agree with you on that actual thing, but then I find out that there's a lot of anti-Semitism wrapped up in it. Not all of them, but some of them. And this guy apparently is a big time anti-Semite. But I'm glad, you know, he's against the war. Anyhow, I guess.
I guess the question is, how did an anti-Semite like this, who literally has a tattoo of a panzer on his body somewhere, how did he get to be? I mean, I know the answer to this, but it's a rhetorical question. How does a guy like that get to run counterintelligence for the United States of America? Like, wouldn't you think that white nationalism and anti-Semitism is part of the brief of counterintelligence?
I think it's the overwhelming. I mean, again, we you know, I mean, sadly, it's going to get worse with Iran. But what was the report? It had the vast majority of these terrorist attacks are domestic, and they tend to be Christian nationalists, neo-Nazis, those kinds of folks. So yeah, this guy wouldn't have seemed to have been what I would call a smart pick.
Yeah,
but
well, I think for this crew, he is a smart pick, right? Like,
right.
Exactly.
Well, you know, they didn't like him because he hadn't shot a dog in the head. But otherwise, he's
not yet.
That's true.
Not yet.
As far as we know, but who knows?
Well, you're also consulting out there. What are you seeing in general in races and you know, that kind of thing? And Ellie, I'll shut up and you ask some questions after this.
No. I'm here to listen a little bit with this one because I feel less informed than you, Cliff. So I'm here to learn and listen.
I mean, people are pissed off, you guys. People are really angry, and they're angry at the Democratic Party. Like, I'm seeing this in primaries. You saw that yesterday in Illinois. You saw that in New Jersey in a special election for Mike Sherrill's seat. You're seeing that over and over and over again, where people are just furious at the I mean, they're obviously furious at the Republicans, but Democrats are also really pissed off at their own leadership, and they are ready to clean house. I mean, if I'm Hakeem Jeffries, I'm actually starting to worry a little bit about whether I'm going to be speaker next year. I think we're going to get the majority. I just don't know whether he's going to be the speaker. And if I'm
pretty good with that, if I'm being honest with you, because
I'm okay with that too.
Lack of messaging coming from him that it won't even endorse this tax on billionaires. I mean, there's just so all this is sitting there right there in front of them to grasp and build a message, and it's not even difficult. But I guess, you know, they don't want to piss off their billionaire donors, or I don't know, you know, they can explain why it is they refuse to do what Marketing 101 would tell you to do, but it's pathetic and it's harming us. So
yeah, and they're not pushing back on any of the stuff the way they should, right? Like, they're not messaging properly there. If I'm Chuck Schumer, I don't even run for re-election in 2 years. I say this as a New Yorker, but like, he's going to lose to AOC, and it's not even.
She'll beat him 80-20.
Yeah,
yeah,
and it's not even
if not more.
It's crazy, and so you know, it's a problem. I mean, it's a problem for Democrats, and the biggest problem of all is there's a lot of expectations of what's going to happen in January of next year if they take back both chambers, but certainly even if they take back one. And I don't know that they're prepared to meet them, right? Like, there's so much that needs to get done, and they're going to say, well, we can't really have investigations because, you know, we have work. Like, no. You start subpoenaing the hell out of everything on day one. And, start with Jared Kushner. I mean, literally, this guy got us into a war because he literally his people were in Saudi Arabia meeting with the Saudis for another $5 billion with a B dollar infusion. At the same time that Mohammed bin Salman is telling him privately that he wants him to bomb the United States to get into this war in Iran. I mean, as much as everybody's like blaming Netanyahu here, and I'm not suggesting that that's, not relevant, but spare a moment for the Saudis, who are literally paying our shadow Secretary of State millions of dollars to do their bidding. I mean, they're not giving him money because he's a brilliant, mind. They're giving him money so that they can get accomplished what they want to get accomplished. I mean, this is the kind of stuff where if I'm Democrats, like, why are there no press conferences about this? Why are the three of us talking about this? Why isn't this on Meet the Press every single day? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. And that's the kind of stuff I think people are getting really angry about.
If you start to look at the real estate, where all these people have real estate, I did a weird like rabbit hole day where I just was like, I'm going to take these 10 people within the cabinet. I'm going to take Jared Kushner. I'm going to take, Trump Jr., all these people. I'm going to look at all their real estate. It's all in these locations that they are now getting money to then go bomb Iran. Like it's based on where they want to build and where they want to grow.
Yeah. And it's ridiculous. I mean, it's just, at some point, we've got to wonder what kind of money is going to this crypto fund. I mean, that should definitely be.
I mean, how many different countries are dumping money in there to get what they want?
We don't know, right? That's the thing. We don't know. And the question is, why don't we know? And why aren't Democrats doing daily press conferences in the west front of the Capitol asking that question? Like, I don't understand it. What are they doing? And I think that's what people are so pissed off about. They're just angry about what's going on, and they want accountability. And I am worried that this leadership is not going to bring accountability. I have to give Democrats credit. Like, they did a good job teaming up with, 4 Republicans on the Epstein files, but there's got to be more of that. It's not just about the Epstein files. So many scandals out there that are just awful.
Well, and also the Republicans, they sort of all came over together, once it was a done deal. I mean, it really was just a couple of Republicans who had joined initially. It wasn't like a big bipartisan whatever. I mean, most of these guys are still refusing to do anything that makes any common sense. They were in clown shoes when Donald Trump tells them to. I mean, they're scared of him in every way. Donald Trump's they would die from a heart attack in June if it weren't for Donald Trump. I mean, it's North Korea. Like, you hear this shit and you're just sitting there like, am I really listening to this? Is this really the United States? Like, what the fuck?
How do you go home if you're Marco Rubio and you know better? Like, how do you go home and look at yourself in the mirror with your clown shoes on? Like, how do you, like, at which point do you just say, I guess ambition's like a hell of a drug. I don't know what else to say. I just maybe don't have enough of it where I would be humiliating myself that way. But it's really pretty remarkable to think that these are people who know better and yet are going home and are like, oh shit, I've got to put like 20 Band-Aids on the back of my foot, on my Achilles tendon because
Gotta take the bandage off my ear, right?
Right.
Huge maxi
Oh, that's
pad.
right. The maxi pad on his ear that was like 47 times too big. And again, I've said this, and we've seen enough footage now. Like, at some point, I'm sorry, I don't believe for a second that anything about that was real for 15 different reasons. But the biggest one being that I used to shoot, on a riflery team, and I know a bit about guns. And the gun that was used, if it had come anywhere that close and nicked his ear, his entire ear comes off. Like, that's science speaking. That's not. So take all the rest of it aside. What happened, what didn't happen. That's the part I know scientifically, not possible that it hit his ear.
Yeah. I live in New York City. I know nothing about guns, so I will defer to you on that.
I grew up in New York City, but I went to my parents wanting to get rid of me out of a small New York City apartment in the summer would send me up to camp in New Hampshire. So there you go.
Yeah.
You shot guns in camp?
They had a riflery team. You were allowed to shoot on a riflery team, and they did.
So I live in New Jersey now.
Okay.
I'm from Montana. My kids started schooling Montana, and they had gun safety classes for kids, but they had to be, I think, 11 or 12, and they would teach them after school. So you'd like drive down the highway and see all these little kids with like guns. And thankfully we were not there when that happened. And I get that it's a hunting state, and I get that that's part of the culture, and safety is key. But it never sat well with us. We were not a gun family. We had a baseball bat under the bed. That was our form of safety.
My family too. I mean, there were no
But
guns in the house.
It is very common, like, everybody's got a gun safe next to the bed. And I just think, like, when someone's breaking into your house, are you like leaning over and doing your code on your gun safe? You know what I mean? I don't know how that works, but
I gotta ask Kelly, like, how's it going from Montana to New Jersey? I say this as a huge Jersey fan. Right. So how's that transition?
We've been here since 2023.
Okay.
I think my kids are probably more settled than I am, just because they're kids and they adjust. But it's been really good. It's been really good as far as like the opportunities, the schools are financed. Like we're in public schools that are fully funded, which I've never seen in my entire life, which they still think they don't have enough money, but it's like the food is better. The supplies are better. All their friends are immigrant families, which has been really good for our kids.
Oh, that's really cool.
Like I always say, like my little boys have these like theological conversations about Santa Claus with their Muslim friends. And like it's just such an experience that they never would have had growing up in Montana. Montana has a lot of amazing things, like the outdoorsiness, you cannot beat it, but it was a bit of a vacuum, right? We didn't see diversity. We weren't talking about immigration there, right? Because you don't see it. You have native tribes, but you didn't have, a lot of Hispanic kids. You didn't have kids from different places. And so this is a conversation now that they have every day. They talk about it when they get home. They know that their friends look different from them. They believe different from them. They speak different languages at home. But then also just like the pace is also wildly different, as I'm sure you're aware. And we're also
slower in Montana. I mean,
a little slower. I think they make the signs.
That's what I learned, So
right. Well, I think those signs on the streets of New York that are like, "Don't tie your shoe on the sidewalk," "Don't stop." I think those are for us. But I think also we're in the most New Jersey, like quintessential New Jersey part of New Jersey, and so we're getting like the
North Jersey.
Yeah. So we're getting we're getting a good education, and it's been great though. Like they've just had a great experience, and the sports are great, the food's great, culture's great. New York's 20 minutes away, so it's been good. But we go back during the summer. We go back to Montana.
Nice. I am from Central Jersey, the Narnia of New Jersey. So
it's all different. I drove through the whole thing when I went down to the State of the Swamp.
Yeah. I mean, because the suburbs of I've lived in both New York City and Philly. The suburbs of Philly are their own thing. In Jersey, the suburbs of New York City in the north, and in the middle, you've got certain as you head some industrial kind of places, not right in the middle, but like on the way there from New York City, you're like, oh, look, it's Elizabeth, New Jersey. I don't think I'm going to go there.
Yeah.
You get more in the middle, and you get like
for Elizabeth, New Jersey. You should go there because they've got a great Portuguese community. And
okay.
They have a lot of the industry comes from Elizabeth.
I'm an asshole already. Her insulting people. Go there. Don't listen.
Well, it is. I mean, that's a key thing though. Like, that is a different thing, is like when you think of like poverty and demographics, like you can go from a very wealthy town like Montclair and you can go a mile down the road and it completely changes, right? Mm-hmm. Like the poverty level completely changes. And that's a wild thing to see, because in Montana, like when you get out of a town, you do not see another town for 100, 200 miles, but you could stand on a corner and see 4 different towns. So that has been a really interesting thing to just see, see people from all over, see different demographics, obviously different economic class. I will say the interesting thing that's very different to me here is people can work at like the post office or McDonald's or something and still drive a Tesla. And I don't get how that works. Like they will have the nicest car in the driveway. And I'm like, we can't afford that. How are you doing that? Or like $1,200 shoes.
Minimum wage.
Because New Jersey transit sucks. So you have to spend all your time on cars. So you might as well spend all your time like on cars.
Right, in a nice car. Yeah.
SEPTA, New Jersey Transit, when there at times is how I got back from Philly to New York, and it would take a trip that you could do on Amtrak when I wanted to splurge in like an hour and 20 minutes and turn it into like a 3-hour, 4-hour.
New Jersey.
You switch in Trenton, and
we're used
that's
to it now, but
Well, and that's what I was thinking again. And a lot of these places, so many places have changed. I mean, people moved outside of New York City to all sorts of, because it got so expensive to places, and they changed too. So I didn't even mean that, and I certainly didn't mean it as a socioeconomic slight to Elizabeth. It was more just, what I knew it growing up was just a post-industrial town that there wasn't anything to see there, right? I just didn't know of anything to go there for. Like there are towns that were socioeconomically more lower to middle class, but still had like this museum or this whatever.
They have a big so my husband works for the railroad, and they have a big railroad hub there for more of the oil, gas, coal, that stuff is out of there. So he's worked out of there several times, but we wanted to be able to, we lucked out and moved to a small towns where our kids can walk to school, which was, we considered moving into the city because now he works at Penn Station, and I'm glad we didn't. I'm glad we kind of stuck with the small town vibe because I think that was a better transition for them. But it's very different. Our kids went to a birthday party in Newark last week, and it's like the vibe in Newark is totally different from the vibe in the next town over. And it's just,
it's very different from the one when I was growing up, when it was. So I would better before Julie is gone. I talk about like the certain neighborhoods and areas forever because I think it's fascinating. But we have to look up for some more political knowledge and that kind of thing. So what can you tell us that we don't know that's cool?
Well, I don't know what you don't know, so that's kind of a hard question.
I don't know anything, but you write, I read so many of your pieces. You write so much good stuff.
What don't you know? I'm trying to think of what I wrote about today. I'm trying to remember.
I'm going to click on my salty politics thing here.
Oh, I wrote about MAGA's big grift. Do you know that they're now grifting off of death? Do you know what they tried to do in Arizona? Do you want to hear about this? This is insane.
Yes, this is exactly what I want to hear about.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So right after Charlie Kirk got killed, allies of Turning Point USA in Arizona decided they're going to push legislation to create a specialty license plate honoring him. And interestingly, you pay $25 annually. So annually, not like once. And 17% of that $25 would go into a fund aligned with Turning Point USA. So effectively, the taxpayers of Arizona would be on the hook to give $17 of that $25. You could do the percentage math. I can't do it in my head. To Turning Point USA or to some nonprofit associated with them. And that's grift number one.
Being forced to give your money to a nonprofit.
You're not being forced in the sense that you don't have to do it, but the reality is, who makes those license plates, right? The state makes those license plates. Prisoners makes them, right? But they're processed by the DMV. Everything's a taxpayer expense. And yet, I guess the state would be getting a few bucks to cover that cost, and the rest of it would be going to Eric Kirk's grift, which, if you've ever watched any Turning Point USA situation, you would see that immediately upon going live, they have to text, whatever number to get.
So we can't have
pyrotechnics.
We can't have an individual mandate so healthcare works better, but we can say you have to give your money to Charlie Kirk.
Right. So of course they market hats and the hoodies and flag stickers, and every rally is a retail event, and every speech becomes a sales funnel, and politics becomes a branding opportunity, and identity becomes merch. And now they're trying to do this. And you got to think about the grift, right? It's basically a taxpayer issued product displayed on thousands of cars, renewed every year, and every bumper becomes a billboard for Turning Point USA or for Charlie Kirk, and every registration renewal becomes another donation. And it's just insane. It's amazing. And that's not an isolated.
Can I donate money to Erica Kirk to maybe find something better to do with her time? Is that part of it too?
Or more pyrotechnics.
She's telling people like Ellie and me to stay home and raise the kids, but I gotta wonder who's staying home and raising hers while she's on the road doing all this stuff.
Right.
And then you've got that coming, and the only reason this isn't happening is because Katie Hobbs, the governor of Arizona, vetoed it, and now there's this whole controversy. How could she possibly veto something related to the sainted Charlie Kirk, which is absurd.
They're such a cult, and they never want to. I just want to say again, they always need to find these figures. It's like, let's name something in every county after Reagan, and Donald Trump is and Charlie Kirk now is the cult figure. He's Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. And then on top of that, you've also got Trump's Political Action Committee, which it's called Never Surrender, Inc.
Well, it means never surrender any of the dollars that go into Trump's pocket.
Exactly. So they just recently urged supporters to donate money in exchange for what it described as access to Trump's, and I quote here, private national security briefings. So the pitch is basically promising you, and I quote again, unfiltered updates on the threats facing America. So right now, we're at war with Iran. People are deathly afraid of another 9/11 happening. Iran is the #1 state sponsor of terrorism. It's not beyond a reasonable suspicion to believe that
they've got cells around the world. They've theoretically activated.
So now Trump is basically selling privileged insight into national security dangers as a donor perk, right?
There's just nothing. The man. I mean, he'll be like, "Do you want to know who's going to die next in America?" Fiery. He's just.
Here's the sales pitch, you guys, right? Give us money and you'll be better informed about terrorist threats. And if you don't donate enough, maybe you'll know something before everyone else does. Maybe you'll be safer. Like,
here's your gold shoes.
Right? It gets even worse. It gets even worse.
Yeah.
Then the Pentagon all of a sudden is basically putting out this thing, is attempting to hire Wall Street bankers with a promise of privileged access to defense and national security discussions, which we as ordinary Americans don't have. And even most elected officials don't receive. And the pitch, this is literally from their headhunter, and I'm quoting again, this is what they promise, quote, unmatched access to top-level government officials and privileged information flow. Whatever you need, you can get it. And then here's the kicker, they add, if you ever want to raise your own fund, you will gain access to fundraising channels that include royal families and foreign sovereign contacts.
Awesome.
I wonder who they could be talking about in there.
Right. So the point is,
Bonesaw McGee over there.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So if you want access to Bonesaw McGee, you can go work for the Pentagon and then use your year or however long you're going to be working at the Pentagon to go raise money from people to whom the Pentagon is going to introduce you. But only if you work on Wall Street and only if you are already a master of the universe. Otherwise, and by the way, they're paying these people the starting salaries like $300,000, which is much more than it is for most for senators, actually, I think. And then it extends out to $600,000 potentially, which is more than the president, if you are experienced enough. So, I mean, the whole point is the grift continues.
Well, grows. America is going to need a steam cleaning after these people. I think we've got Wajahat Ali, who is waiting in the wings.
Awesome.
We can even add him now if you guys want to say hello to each. Look at that. There's 4 of us on here.
I wore a collared shirt just for you, Cliff.
Hey, did you? And I didn't even do it. You look very nice.
I even took a shower. I washed my face. I did things I haven't done in 7 years.
I didn't bother doing that for you guys. So
dude, Ramadan doesn't last 7 years. Stop trying to BS us.
Yeah, well, no, since COVID. Ever since COVID, I think I just gave up. And so I just I've been in my pajamas and a t-shirt.
Yeah.
And yes,
this is not true.
I joined you in the final 2 days of fasting. Julie always looks great. What is Julie talking about? Come on.
I gotta ask you a question, Waj. The fact that you're doing this on an empty stomach is like all the credit in the world.
No water either. No water.
It's insane.
It's fine. It's you know what? In all seriousness, it's a discipline. It's pretty easy now because stupid daylight savings time, I'm convinced, is Islamophobic. But before the hour jumped, it was like 5 a.m.
like hot dogs.
Yeah, now it's like 6 a.m. to 7:15 p.m. But then in all seriousness, I look at what's happening in Lebanon, in Iran, in Gaza, in Sudan, and I'm like, it's okay. Like I can eat really well at 7:15 p.m. Like, I look at like food snap is like SNAP benefits are gone. Like there's so millions of food insecure children in the most wealthy, powerful country on earth. And I was listening to your conversation, right? Somehow we can find money to fund these billionaires, give them tax cuts, right? Pay for
subsidies, baby.
Yeah. But You could spend $1 billion a day in this failed, stupid war. It was $11 billion in the first 6 days. But we have to destroy USAID, folks.
Right? 600,000 estimated deaths. I call that a genocide, and that's Elon Musk. So fuck
And
that guy.
Cliff,
quite
that's
honestly.
now. That's 500,000 now.
Yeah.
And so what they're saying is that number is going to spike to like 3 million. And most of those, I'm glad you mentioned that because most people have kind of forgotten USAID. Due to Doge and Elon Musk's greed, they killed USAID. At least, as Cliff has said, 600,000 are dead, mostly kids in the most impoverished places on earth. And that number is going to spike to 3 million. So I completely agree with you. The way we have to frame it is like, oh, Elon Musk and Doge straight up killed 3 million people.
And also think about just the aspect towards, when it comes to children. So it's like, here's the Republican Party's platform. We're good with children being raped by some of our biggest funders and quite likely, allegedly, our president. We're good with blowing up kids in a school in Iran because that's okay. We're cool with kids being shot in schools in the United States. We're cool with taking away vaccines from kids so they die of measles. We're okay with starving kids in the United States. And I can go on and on and on. And all of this so that they can fund billionaires and
but
wait,
you guys, it gets even
pro-life.
Yeah, did you see the story in the Times a couple of days ago about Zambia, what they're doing? They are basically saying to Zambia, unless you give us expanded minerals access, we are withholding HIV assistance.
What the?
That was like 3 days ago. Yep.
I can't keep up with all this. Like
1.3 million people in Zambia rely on daily HIV treatment through PEPFAR, which is the one good thing George Bush did.
I was going to say, there are like 3 good things George W. Bush did, and that was one of them, and now it's one.
Well, I can think of one. I can't think of the other 2, but yeah.
Well, yeah, the others had, I would say that he was for actual immigration reform in a relatively moderate way, that if others had supported it, he did support that. I give him credit on that. But Leave No Child Behind sucked. So I don't know if at least they tried to do something. They don't even try anymore.
Cliff, can I say, like Julian, Cliff, to your point, you know how we were just joking with a few people yesterday, but do you know how bad Trump is? Trump is so bad that he makes George W. Bush look like an intellectual foreign policy savant.
Right.
Because George W. Bush, right? He goes, let me do something really stupid. Let me go to Iraq and let me go to Afghanistan. And then Benjamin Netanyahu, Benjamin Netanyahu, yes, folks, even 23 years ago, Iran is 6 minutes away from nuclear weapons. And even
great BB impression, Wash. Very good.
12 minutes, Julie, 12 minutes away from having nuclear weapons, I swear. And even George W. Bush was like, nah, we're not going to attack Iran, right? Like even George W. Bush was like, that's a stupid idea.
I know. He was like, I'm willing to attack anywhere, and I'm not even that fucking dumb.
Yeah,
right?
I'm serious. Even like Bibi has tried to dog walk Democratic presidents, Republican presidents. Yeah. I thought he might be successful with George W. Bush, who was really stupid, guys. But then it took Donald Trump and his double ego for this cluster F. And then the second thing I will say, it's like a dark joke, because George W. Bush was a horrible president, folks.
Yeah.
Terrible. But George W. Bush could not run in 2026 as a Republican. You know why? They would dismiss him as being a Muslim lover.
Oh, definitely. He did. That was one of the other, I will say, again, he did lots of bad shit, but he did say after that, Islam is a religion of peace. And, I mean, at least he voiced some stuff. I'm trying to find good things here. There aren't very many.
He's very quiet right now, though.
Yeah.
He's painting, Ellie. He's painting.
Yeah,
that's right. He's painting his feet in the tub, and that's important.
It's actually unforgivable. Like, why? I think it's unforgivable that Obama's not out there more. Like Biden.
I agree.
Biden, I'll put aside because he's sick, but like, I don't know why Barack Obama is kind of like hanging out with Jay-Z more than he's doing stuff that he should be doing for democracy. But Bush, like, it's inexcusable. It is inexcusable. And he shows up in his daughter's show every once in a while, and everybody's like, oh, look at sweet, funny, sarcastic George Bush. Like, you're the last Republican president, buddy. Like, speak up. And he doesn't want to speak up because he doesn't want to get all the shit thrown at him. But you got to do this for the country. Like, what are you doing?
You chose to be president. There's a legacy there. Honestly, you fucked things up so badly that if you were to do this now, you might actually move up in the history books if you were successful in any way in hindering what Trump's doing instead of being like a bottom 6 or 7 president. which he has to be in those rankings.
And without George W. Bush and the war on terror, folks, I marched. Gosh, I was at UC Berkeley. We marched. I was 21, and everything we warned about came to fruition. It's the world's worst. I told you so. But I remember in those days, our elected official, Barbara Lee, was the only person who said, yeah, maybe we should think about authorization to use military force. Maybe we should put restraints. And my God, for 20 years, the death threats that we got called terrorist sympathizers. But we said, Cliff and Ellie, and it was like, all right, there's a bloodlust right now. America wants revenge. But the manner in which you choose to engage in the war on terror will have blowback. What we chose to do was say, all right, we're just going to go kill brown people and Muslims. Everything will be fine. But we kept saying, well, that's bad. But if you have the Patriot Act and you have the creation of DHS and you have the creation of ICE and you have a registry program, what will happen if you give this big loaded gun to, I don't know, an authoritarian president who then turns it around against the American people? And you fast forward 23 years, folks, you literally make a direct connection. It got funded. ICE is now killing Americans in the street. Now we have ICE has created $38 billion worth of warehouses that they're going to transform into concentration camps. They're checking it out right here, Cliff. They're looking at the DMV area right now. Then we have the war on terror. Like steroids, like repeat and rinse in Iran. It's going to be even worse than Iraq, because I don't know if you saw what Tulsi Gabbard said just now at the Senate Intelligence Committee. We've degraded Iran's leadership, but they are still capable. Iran's
we traded in the old guy who is, whatever, for the younger version who's angrier.
Yeah.
We went and killed the older dying Ayatollah Khamenei and replaced them with the younger,
with the younger, stronger, angrier one.
This to me, this is the part that they learned nothing from Iraq, and it's because he doesn't have anybody around him who's even smart enough to have been around for Iraq, which is scary because nothing about Iraq was smart. But they just got rid of. Bibi's killing these guys off one by one by one. I'm not crying for Larijani, but the bottom line is he was the one guy that I think could have probably come up with some sort of deal here.
Dead.
And what dead, right? So what they're doing is they're killing the top leadership, but there's 1 million Revolutionary Guards.
Yep.
1 million. You're not going to kill them all. And by the way, these people are at the top of the heap now. What are you suddenly going to say to them? Okay, goodbye. We're going to just put you on trial.
We should do what we did in Iraq, and we should make sure to kill the top people and then fire all the other ones, but let them leave with their weapons and be like, I'm sure they'll be peaceful. This should go fine.
How do you think this is going to end? This is the part to me that's how do you think this is going to end? And P.S. Iran is 2-3 times the size of Iraq. You're talking about a massive
90 million people, Julia.
90 million people, right?
And it also has proxies in the form of allies, Hezbollah, Houthis, also, individuals will become radicals. I remember 3 weeks ago when this happened, my family's from Pakistan, and Pakistan has 200 million people. It has this Shia minority. And I said, if you kill, this is just for people, two things can be true at the same time. You can and should criticize Khamenei and the repressive government that has killed thousands of Iranians. No one is sitting here applauding, Khamenei and MBS and Putin, all these people.
No, they're murderers, but you can't just get rid of everyone.
If you kill, and this is important for people to know because people don't realize this, it's Ramadan. I'm Sunni, about 15% of Muslims are Shia. If you assassinate Ayatollah Khamenei, who for many Shias is not just a political leader, is a religious figure, and then you combine with Israel to do it, and then you gloat about it, and then you systematically start decapitating the leadership, just like Julie said, it's going to radicalize people. It's going to radicalize people who actually hate the regime, but they're going to circle the wagon and say, okay, you're attacking us, much like what happened with George W. Bush. Remember that? His favorability rating went up to 92%. Yeah. And then speaking about the latest individual they killed, they just killed another individual today, Ismail Khatib, who was the in the intelligence.
Financial guy.
When they killed the two folks yesterday, Ali Larijani, right? He was the de facto leader. They did his memorial today. Guess what happened? Hundreds of thousands of Iranians came out for him. And you know what they chanted today? Death to America, death to Israel. And there's Shias, so there's Shias, you have Shia majority in Bahrain that are oppressed. What happens if they uprise? You got Shias in Iraq, you got Shias in Lebanon, you got Shias in Pakistan, right? You got Houthis in Yemen. So now the world becomes a battlefield, folks. And what I warned about 3 weeks ago, just common sense, is they will engage in asymmetrical warfare. Yeah. They're going to gouge us, gouge. And what they've bet on, Cliff and Ellie and Julie, and I think this is an accurate bet, we have the appetite to die. You've bombed us, we'll suffer. We've gamed this out. We have pride. Even when it comes to our last kid will bleed. But we're betting you don't have the appetite to bleed like we do. Let's test it out. We're going to do economic warfare through oil sanctions. We're going to bomb ports. We're going to do a little bit here, a little bit there. If things get wild, and sadly, this is where it's
we don't even have the appetite for high-priced gas here.
We
I mean,
don't.
they know us.
You see Trumpers. You're like, no, too much gas. I'm done with Trump. I voted for him 3 times, but this is a bridge too far.
Well, but it's even more than that, right? Like we basically overthrew Biden because of the price of eggs. Guess what else goes through the Straits of Hormuz? Fertilizer.
There
And
you
the
go.
price of food is going to go through the roof in the next couple of weeks. And when
And we
that
have food shortages.
They get us in a way that we just are. I mean, obviously some of us get that, but the leadership, our leadership, are idiots right now.
To your point, back during I'm old enough to remember the first Gulf War back in '91. The United States told Israel to stay out, despite the fact that they were being bombed to death. Remember those Scud missiles?
Right. Well, Iraq was purposely bombing them because they wanted to split up the coalition. If Israel joined, Jordan and others that were with us would have jumped out.
But smartly, that didn't happen for the reason
because
that
Bibi wasn't running things.
Well, but Ariel Sharon was, I think, at the time, but maybe not. But Waj makes a good point, which is that was not going to, because they didn't want to energize all of these people who are like, wait a second, Israel's coming after us. Okay, we're done here. Whereas now, what is this? This is an American-Israeli war. And that is what more can you wave? What kind of red flag can you wave in front of the Arab world than to say that the Israelis are coming after you?
Right. I think Bibi has actually successfully spiked anti-Semitism. I'm going to guess to its highest level. Well, I'm not going to say the history of the world because there were times there was just it was bad back in the
little worse back in the day, but yeah.
Yeah, and around 2,000 years ago wasn't so good, and then there are other times in between, Spanish Inquisition and stuff. But point being, right now with social media and with everywhere, like all the stuff the out there on Bibi and whatever, a lot of people will just conflate the two, and this isn't everybody. I mean, I think Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal. So let me be very clear. There's the criticisms of Israel are deserved. There are many of them and whatever, but there are a lot of people, on both, certainly on the right, and there are some on the far left who want to take advantage of it to push anti-Semitism, and they are. And there's and Bibi has helped enable that. So he sucks.
What I was going to say is a few things, and they're doing it, and I can't believe this is happening, but this is what happens when people become so obsessed with the type of belligerent supremacy and narrow-mindedness. You saw Lindsey Graham openly call it a religious war. Then you saw Benjamin Netanyahu come in and use biblical terms of Purim and Amalek. Then you saw the actual actions themselves. The United States and Israel's joining proudly in killing all these Muslims, and now also in Lebanon, 700,000 people displaced, and Israel says, yeah, you're not coming back. That's ethnic cleansing. And then to make it even worse, you see Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL comes out on television and says, if you criticize Israel, that's a Jewish state. And if you criticize a Jewish state and blame Jews, then that's anti-Semitism. And I'm like, why the hell are you equating Israel with Judaism and all Jews during these war crimes? That's, first of all, that's actually anti-Semitism. That is actually anti-Semitic. And number two, you're literally putting the frame out there that, yes, it is the Jews who are killing all these Muslims. It's like, no. And then people like me are like, no, it's Israel. It's the Israel regime. It's not the Jews. Right. It's not the Jewish people. Like, I'm trying to do what Jonathan Greenblatt should be doing. But Jonathan Greenblatt is like, let me pour gasoline on this fire.
Let me say this to your point. I was in Israel last June, actually during the first Iran war. We had to flee for our lives.
Way back during the first one.
Way back during the first one. Yeah, we got to Tel Aviv. We're having drinks on the beach, and all of a sudden it was like, here come the missiles. So that was a great time in my family's life. Anyway, but the point is, nobody is more critical of the Israeli government than Israelis. They had protests every single week to the point like our No Kings rallies look like nothing compared to what they had there. And whether it was the war in Gaza, whether it was about the hostages, whether it was about his extrajudicial takeover. And the point is, like, if you can't criticize the Israeli government, and that's anti-Semitic, then you're basically calling millions of Israelis. The
entire population of Israel is anti-Semitic.
Calling the vast majority of Israelis anti-Semitic, because I wish we had the kind of protests there that we have.
Well, and they still can't seem to get rid of him. It's like we can't get rid of Trump.
Because they have a shitty system. And he is, I've always said Israel is like the predicate for what we are. They're always like a decade or two ahead of where the United States goes. It's very interesting. If you want to know where the United States is going, look to what Israel is doing, because
No, I don't like that.
consistently, and it's not good. And Bibi was Trump before Trump. He's just a smarter version. And to say that it's to your point, Wash, to say that it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Israel is to say that it is anti-American to be anti-Trump. And it's not. Right? Like we're all patriots. We just think Donald Trump sucks. And
I think part of the reason we think he sucks is because we're patriots, right? I mean,
right. And I think Bibi's done more to harm diaspora Jews than anybody else. It's insane.
Can I say something, Julie, that people don't realize, and I think it's important, is, and I always try to make the distinction, right? Because anti-Semitism is so, folks, when I say this, I'm going to bring the facts. When I said the present and future of the GOP is Nazi, people say, oh, Waj, you're just being some progressive. And then the data came out, right? The data came out that a majority of young, and this was from the Manhattan Institute, a conservative institute, that said a majority of young Republicans are Holocaust deniers. When that data came out last week, college Republicans elected as their president a disciple of Nick Fuentes. When it comes to Nick Fuentes, he is so influential that Donald Trump to this day has never apologized for dining with him post anti-Semitic Kanye. If you look at all the Telegram texts and social media texts that have been leaked, just a couple of weeks ago, Florida University college Republicans love the N-word.
And they have to shut them down?
They shut them down. When you look at the Telegram posts in September, when Politico released thousands of pages of young Republicans, some of these people are in their 30s, love Hitler, want to put us in gas chambers, love the N-word. The present and future of the GOP is straight up Nazi, right? And I think what's important is for the past 2.5 years, and I warned about this 2.5 years ago because sadly I've wasted so much of my life in tracking these hate mongers and Islamophobia and how it intersects with anti-Semitism. I tried my best to warn folks is that people who do not care about Palestinians, Muslims, and Jews will use and abuse what's happening in Israel and Palestine as a divide and conquer and to promote their own statements, right? So Nick Fuentes, listen to him out of context, like this is an eloquent young man who's pro-Palestinian. And then people send me these clips. Have you heard of this Nick Fuentes? I'm like, he's a Nazi. They're like, no, he isn't. And then Tommy Robinson, counterpart in England, he's pro-Israel. And he says, look at these Muslim savages. And Jews are like, yeah, Tommy's onto something. And I'm like, no, he hates all of us. And now you're witnessing this happening. And you literally see Benjamin Netanyahu frame it in the worst way possible. And what's going to happen? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. The individuals who are going to get hit. It's going to be Jews, Palestinians, those who look Arabic and Muslim, and Americans, soft targets. And we're not even removed away from it. Last week it happened. You saw it. A radicalized individual saw a synagogue as a symbol of what Israel was doing, attacked the synagogue, right? You saw after a couple of weeks after October 7th, those 3 Arab kids just walking in liberal Vermont. One was wearing a keffiyeh. A white guy takes out a gun, shoots 3 of them, right? You see, again, this is going to happen, folks. It's inevitable. The longer this goes on, and this is what I really worry about, is we're going to see that asymmetrical warfare actually result in terrorism. All it takes is one person, one unhinged nut who sees what's happening and says, you know what? I got to defend my people. Death to America, death to Israel. He's going to get into a tanker, hijack a tanker, run it through a crowd. Now imagine, Cliff, God forbid this happens. This happens 3 or 4 or 5 times. That causes a shock to the system, right? So yeah, we're not, Iran's getting destroyed, sure. But what happens now if you have asymmetrical warfare pop out, and you're already seeing it in the Middle East, Dubai, which was a sanction of, Dubai was sold this way to a lot of the expats and rich people. Lebanon's crazy. Palestine's crazy. Israel's crazy. Come to Dubai, safety. You know what they're doing in Dubai? Bombing the airports. UAE ain't going to recover, folks, for 10 years.
Trying to knock down like the skyscraper.
And arresting people who did you see this? That today or yesterday, they're now arresting people who are tourists who are taking videos of the drones. And so hitting them. And it's like, wait a second. You're telling me that if I'm a tourist in Dubai and I take a video of a drone.
You're not taking any pictures.
It's like literally 2 years minimum mandatory sentence. Really?
You have to do something where like one of your family members is in the picture and the drone is in the background. And you're like.
Totally. So the point is like, why in the world would you ever go to Dubai even on vacation? I mean, these are people who are on vacation. And Dubai is doing this to themselves. The drones are doing less damage to Dubai than Dubai's doing to themselves.
Right.
At this moment.
I
And
don't
it comes
think
to
UAE
here
is
what you're
recovering
saying is
for a
entirely
decade.
true, Wash, because again, we're like, hey, I got an idea. Let's make asymmetrical warfare against us really easy. So what we're going to do is, you want to buy a gun? Anybody buy a fucking gun? We don't care. You're 16, you've been in prison, it doesn't matter. You were a mass murderer before. We didn't hear anything. And so, we don't have universal background checks. We let people get assault rifles. We let people have access to explosives here in a way they don't in Western Europe and other places. I mean, we purposely are stupid about this. So if one wants to commit asymmetrical warfare against us, we just make it as easy as humanly possible for them to do that.
We also have now accepted, like you're talking about anti-Semitism on the right, but I will tell you, going back to 9/11, if not before, we have accepted the worst kind of racism towards Muslims. That's just like, it's not even like, people don't even get outreach anymore. It's just like, it just is like, it's okay. Right? It's okay. And I just remember like
the Republican assholes who are like, all Muslims should leave. How about you fucking leave?
Tell you this, right after 9/11, I was working in the Senate, and my closest friend was like a sister to me. She's Muslim, and her parents have a last name. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to put them in a bad place, but they have a last name that starts with an A. And they're one of the first people in the phone book in the town where they live. And so therefore, people were consistently going through the phone book. This is back when we had phone books, and looking for Arab last names, Arab sounding last names. And theirs happens to be first because it's,
right,
as I said. And these poor people who are like second parents to me had to put a decal of an American flag on their car and an American flagpole in front of their house to make people understand that they were Americans. Like, that's the kind of casual racist bullshit that's just like, oh, okay, well, of course they had to do that. Really? Well, I didn't have to do that. Cliff, you didn't have
just remember, like back then, like a couple Sikhs were shot because, of course, people didn't know the fucking difference here. Like it's just, it's so horrific.
This shit's been going on, and it's just gotten. I mean, it's. I don't know what to say.
Can I tell you all that it's the worst it's ever? I was talking to Mehdi about this yesterday. It's the worst. I went through it. I wrote about it. It's the worst it's ever been. The first hate crime after 9/11 was against Balbir Sodhi Singh, Cliff, a Sikh Indian gas station owner in Mesa, Arizona, about 4 days after 9/11.
That's the one I remember because it stuck. Yeah.
And a guy came in and said, "Oh, you took down the towers." He's like, "What?" Shot him and killed him. Race Bhuyan, a few days after that in Texas, he was a Bangladeshi immigrant working in a gas station. He said that his shooter, the first question he asked, he was, "Where are you from?" And before he could answer, shot him in the face. He still has shotgun pellets in his face. He went later then killed 2 other people. He's from Bangladesh, right? Bigots aren't nuanced. And what we saw last week, and I'll tell you, I'm going back full circle. George W. Bush, terrible president, but he went out, if you all recall, a few weeks after 9/11, he says, we're not at war with Islam. We're not at war with Muslims. Muslims, you're welcome here. Let's go bomb some Muslims. But still, he said it, right? Last week, what's that?
He went to a mosque in Virginia to do it.
It was big.
We're only bombing some Muslims, not all.
But the framing was important. But I just want to let you know, it's already out of the news. In the past 2 weeks, and actually been going on longer, Randy Fine literally said, he said it with his chest and then retweeted it. Mainstream Muslims, not extremist Muslims. He said mainstream Muslims should be exterminated. Mainstream Muslims. Nothing.
Did you use the word exterminated?
Yeah, executed or exterminated. Go check it out.
Either of those, to me,
mainstream Muslims should be
a crime. I mean, he's inciting.
No, nothing happened to him. Then Tommy Tuber was like, "Oh, nothing happened to you." When Ghazala Hashmi, the first Pakistani Muslim American lieutenant governor here, got sworn in, he used the word, "Oh, we've let the enemies inside." After that happened, then they're like, "Oh, Andy Ogles is like, I'll come in on this," and just did nonstop. Muslims should be left out. Then Randy Fine comes back, compares Muslims to dogs, says, "I prefer dogs." Then Lindsey Graham comes in and says religious war, as this is happening right now, folks, right? And then Tommy Tuberville comes back last week and says, "We've let the enemies inside the gates," which is the same language Nazi used, putting Zoran Mamdani's photo as he's opening his fast with a date next to the 2 towers. Now, this is happening in the past 2 weeks, folks, as literally Israel and the United States, it's bombing Iran and has killed Ayatollah Khamenei, which means they're deliberately inciting a religious war. Who's going to die, Cliff and Julie? Jews, Muslims, Arabs, and those who look Muslimy.
Right.
Mhm.
And you know what was going
They
on
don't know.
during that time is they also were preaching certain military officers that this was a religious. We have a piece at Blue Amp about this, a religious and holy war, and that they were fighting for Jesus. Used the word crusade, of course, and told many people that our God will defeat their God. All that kind of
I gotta
bullshit.
say something about this because I have to jump in a minute, but I'm going to just say this.
I
'cause
gotta jump also.
Yeah, because I work with Pete Hegseth.
I'm
FL.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry too. So I can tell you, like,
No, just stay. You guys are stuck here all day. I don't give a shit.
he truly believes that this is a crusade that we're on. Like, this is not a joke to him. And if you think about what the Crusades were about, they killed I don't know how many Jews on their way to what they call, the kingdom of the kingdom of heaven, on their way to the Holy Land. And then once they got there, the insane amount of Muslims that they murdered. And they're like, well, yeah, of course, because we have to get the Holy Land back for, the kingdom of heaven. And they truly believe this. And I remember going on, I don't know, Waj, if you were on that show with me, but I remember
It was
going
the first time we were on together on Piers Morgan.
And these crazies that I still get death threats from all these crusader stands. And I'm like, people really, like, there are people out there who's like, how there's a joke that men think about the Roman Empire. There is, I found out from that show, a massive amount of people in the MAGA world who think about the Crusades nonstop. And it's crazy.
But ask them when it happened, and they have no idea.
No, can we?
They'll know because
they know. But to bring it full circle, that was the first time Julie and I ever met, and we both bought our receipts on Pete Hegseth. They had no response to. Julie was very sobering and talked about his experience in Princeton, where he wrote that if you have sex with a woman while she's passed out, it's not rape. They had no response to that. I brought like 3 minutes of stuff where I said he wrote a book called American Crusade. He literally says he's too extreme for the military. He's a man who has a history of yelling, kill all Muslims 10 years ago while drunk. He has a history of abusing women. His own mother said that you're an abuser of women. We talked about
that letter from his mother should have been enough, really.
The tattoos all over his body. And to Julie's point, it's very important, especially with what's happening right now in the framing, and which is why we need cooler heads to prevail. He has tattoos all over his body that are now associated with white Christian nationalists. The Jerusalem cross, the Iron Cross, Deus Vult, God wills it. And underneath Deus Vult, Julie, this was, he added this tattoo after you and I spoke, because I've been calling it out. Underneath Deus Vult, which is what Crusaders yelled while they were taking the kingdom of heaven and killing Jews and Muslims, he's added kafir. Now, if you don't know what kafir is an Arabic word.
He added kafir?
Yeah, he added kafir right under, in Arabic, underneath the Deus Vult. Kafir is one who actively, aggressively rejects faith. Let me give an analogy. It's like an anti-Semite, Cliff, who says, I'm a goyim, and writes goyim in Yiddish.
Yeah. Guys, I gotta jump. I'm so sorry. I gotta get on a 2:00 call. It was so good to see all of you.
Very nice to meet you.
Great to meet you, Ellie.
Thank you for being here, Julie.
Cliff, guys, thank
people,
you.
Salty Politics is where you subscribe to Julie.
Go
find her there.
And I will see you all very soon. Bye. Take care.
Bye.
I gotta go talk about intelligent masculinity with Nick Paro.
Oh, very good. Say hi to Nick.
Fun. But see, you're here now just when your face got bigger because there was more space.
No one wants to see my face. And then
come on.
Ellie's coming on tomorrow, I think. Well, Ellie is coming on tomorrow. I've just announced it. So Ellie's coming on tomorrow. Cliff, good luck with this. 12 hours is a beastly thing, man.
I will be mostly dead tomorrow, but I'm going to make you invite me on again.
Yeah, whatever you want. And then this time you can figure out how to place your camera.
Yeah,
is my camera fucked up?
Last time it was a low angled shot, and everyone was like, "Is he doing that for aesthetic purposes?"
Oh, when I was on your thing, no, I forgot it was the camera from here. It was like going up my nose. I'm like, I'm glad everybody knows if I'm. Yeah, I'll get
I
that
said
right.
it once, but then I don't think you heard me. So I'm like, maybe this is just Cliff's artistic choice.
I'm an asshole and an idiot. You just assume I'm an idiot next time and say it like a number of times.
People were like, he sounds very intelligent. I really like this conversation. That's a very odd camera angle. And I'm like,
he sounds smart and I like him. I can't tell exactly what he's saying because I'm stuck in his nasal cavity.
I said, Cliff is just an old man. Be gentle with him.
Exactly. Don't hurt me, please.
Thank you all.
Bye, Waj. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, Waj. Thanks for being here, man.
All right.
That was fun.
What am I doing? What am I doing? Am I hopping up? Am I
standing
standing up?
Well, we're supposed to have, I believe, a Miles and a Xander joining us soon. So it's your call. I am happy to have you here as long as you'd like to hang out.
Chatter with you. I'm all day long.
That's right. So What are you looking at right now? Talk about until they arrive some Epstein stuff.
Okay. So what I'm looking at right now is there's something called the Renaissance Weekend that happened on Hilton Head Island. That was a very big woo-woo event for financiers. It was a big deal for like politicians. And it started in 1981 with a group of 60 families. It was very private. The lists of attendees were never known. And there's a connection between Epstein and the family, the Laters, who actually started this event and still run the event. It's very well known now. Now it's moved over to the West Coast. I mean, they've had people like Stephen Colbert and like
I remember
major
hearing about it
names
back then because Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton used to go.
Yeah, in the 90s. But like I'm trying to make the connection that or find some kind of information about an attendee list or just memories of attendance. So I'm reaching out to people that I know went earlier on to see if there's any kind of a connection to Epstein being on that island in the early 1980s, and if he had been, that he would have attended that event. So it's all pre-internet. It's all very hard to find things, but that is like my main focus right now is this specific event.
And is the goal sort of in that one, if Epstein was meeting some of his billionaire friends there who would, or not necessarily billionaire, some political, some both, that would aid him in his endeavors to be a criminal piece of shit. Sorry.
I mean, there's that because it's during this period of time when he sort of went rogue and we don't know what he was. I mean, we know sort of what he was doing. He was going to the Middle East, he was going to Europe, but he's not very well documented. You have this like little piece on him being like Bachelor of the Month or the Week or whatever from Cosmo in 1980.
Right.
And you have really nothing about him until like 1987. And so it's in this sort of like foggy period. And really what it does is you have these, hidden FBI interviews that we've had come up recently, although we're still missing 37 pages that are very important. But
they gave you 16 of the 53 that were missing.
They gave us 16, and then we had one of the 302s was already in the files. We already had that. So we have 4 interviews with the FBI. We have, the credibility of the case being represented by the Bloom Group. That is Gloria Allred's daughter, Lisa Bloom. Like there's a lot of credibility, and you can sort of align all the details of the case around the event, but we need to get some kind of a record that Epstein was actually on the island during that time, renting a house or attending events, because that's the main deal. And it's tough because everything, we're going through like newspaper archives and going through microfiche and like looking at all these things that are pre-internet, and there's lots of little hometowny things in the newspaper that say call Jeff for like if you want to rent my house, call Jeff. And so I'm like trying to see if I can reverse search like phone numbers from the 1980s. Like it's really tough, and like I'm working with like the library system down there, but we're just trying to figure out a way to validate that piece, because if we can validate that piece, then that gives credibility to the entire story. And it's not a far-fetched idea. He traveled down there many times. Once we started to have emails and things like that, we have flight logs of him going to Hilton Head all the time, but we need to link him being there in 1983, 1984. So that's what I'm working on.
Yeah, but like somehow you always are able to do this.
I hope so.
I don't know. No, but you like, I don't know. It's impressive because it's like, as you said, pre-internet era, like you're putting together needles in the haystack, and you're able to do it. I mean,
right. And I think a part of it is probably me growing up slightly pre-internet, or my parents were old school. We did not have the internet until longer after people had the internet. So it was available, but I just did not have it. And so I was raised to like do citations from the library out of the Britannica and all the old school stuff. Right. But also a big piece of this is when we get these new stories that come in, validating a story as being truthful and verifiable validates all the stories of survivors. And because we want to give credibility to everyone, and the more pieces of the puzzle that we can accurately identify helps give credibility to every single other survivor. And that's why I'm really careful when we get kind of these big news stories that come in that we haven't heard before. always, there's always a platform for them to be believed. There's always a platform for them to be given the benefit of the doubt. But it's really important to go do your homework and make sure that these specific details can be tracked down, because that verifies the story beyond the FBI already believing, or beyond like Lisa Bloom already believing.
That's why you're right. Like you nailing like some of these sort of key details, I think, are what make your pieces so strong. I mean,
because we have to be honest that they're limited, but there are stories in the files, because they include every single tip that came forward. There are stories in the files that are less credible, and I always bring up the one. There's some woman who reported abuse, but like the abuse that was reported, every single person in the room was only Democrats, and it was all like recent Democrats. It was like Obama and Biden and like I don't know, anybody you can think of who I've never found in the files whatsoever was the only people in the room. Trump was not there. None of these other people were there. And it clearly had a tilt in one direction, politically speaking, and it was never followed up on. And so that's pretty easy to say that is less credible. But again, you have to give every single thing that you read a minute and a fact check. And we say that a lot. Like there was a big, I'm not going to detail it, but there was like a big thing on the internet yesterday where information about a specific survivor case came forward, and everybody latched onto it. They got all their information from ChatGPT. Everybody was convinced of one thing, and it just like went like and it just went like wildfire. And I'm like, digging, going, guys, I don't think this is true. Like this, all these references are only from ChatGPT, and if you look on ChatGPT, it's verifying it because everybody's talking about it on social media. So it's like this cyclical thing that's been created, but there's no like actual factual evidence to follow up on these things that people are talking about. And so that's just really, really important to remember, that social media is not research. Like we have to actually look things up and go find them. And anyway.
No, I mean, that's really important. All right. We've got Xander Schultz here from Defiance. Miles Taylor. Oh my God. The Defiant 2 are here. That's my new nickname for you guys. You're like the 7 like cool guys. I don't remember. All right. How's it going?
Defiant.
I'll take that nickname.
Better.
Duo.
Why not Defiant Duo? Yeah.
Because I'm not that bright, and so that was something I couldn't come up with.
Alliteration's too hard.
Exactly.
Although
I'm
Miles
a writer. I don't do alliteration. Go ahead.
Miles usually goes by 3s. Miles, do you have a third? The Defiant something duo? Miles is great at this. He pulls
My head always goes to things.
Democracy.
Yeah, there we go. Democracy. That's
yeah, there we go. Sorry, that was an easy one. That was a lot.
We interrupt this programming to let everyone know that the Palooza is sponsored by Chick-fil-A. Blue Ant Media is really excited to announce it's become an official Chick-fil-A sponsored organization.
Can I just say,
we only go to Chick-fil-A when we can't get into Wendy's. I don't know if you remember. Wendy's actually was from Dublin, Ohio, and the dude who had those nice commercials about his daughter Wendy was like the most anti-choice lunatic in the world. So Wendy's gave money to every anti-abortion group that existed. Then there was Domino's called Pro-Life Pizza, which was fun.
I have to say this about Chick-fil-A, because they put one in Missoula, Montana, and like the whole town went wild and like waited all afternoon to go get a chicken burger. And I went in there and it seemed, and I don't know if this is just that location, but like it seemed like everything you order takes a long time. Like you order an ice cream cone, it takes like 30 minutes. You order chicken burger, it takes 30 minutes.
God is the intermediary here. I mean,
well, and they really emphasize that they're not open on Sunday. Like the signage everywhere was like not open on Sunday, not open on Sunday, not open. And I was like, they're really. Like that's fine. Most stores are not open on Sunday. Like a lot of stores.
Well, they got to get an ROI. They're shut down one more day of the week than everyone else, so they've got to get an ROI on that.
That's a good point, right? Like they have to. I wonder if they've got like an accounting, sort of area, be like God Day, and they just have the negative, numbers going down there. I'm probably offending all sorts of people, and I make fun of everybody.
It's very popular.
So if I am, folks,
it's very YouTubey. Like YouTubers all love Chick-fil-A, so my kids think it's great.
Oh. I don't love it, but you know what? We gotta talk about how defiant you guys are. It's not just there's not just that great Christian chicken that you're eating. It's beyond that.
It's mostly that. It's mostly that.
Christian chicken was Xander's nickname in high school. It was kind of derisive.
It was crispy chicken. Crispy chicken.
Okay. I just know the two of you guys, you better invite me on like one of your podcasts or whatever, because you're both obnoxious. So you're lots of fun, and like you guys seem like you have the best time in the world. And I just want to sit there and joke. We don't have to talk about politics. We'll just say shit.
Yeah, well,
we did invite Ellie. Ellie will be on Friday.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
Cliff.
Oh, thanks. So Ellie gets an
yeah.
invite. Oh,
Ellie's going to be a regular of ours, so we're not sure if there's room in the program.
Ellie
at
always
this
gets
point.
invited everywhere, and
I have
then
to tell
later
you-
I do if there's an opening. You know?
I have to tell Miles my super awkward story. So I was at State of the Swamp, and I saw you in the hotel lobby, and like I saw you, and then I didn't say hello because I think I was on
She
the phone.
told me
with
this on
Cliff.
the phone, by the way.
And
Yes.
then at some point in the day, I saw you again in the lobby, and we both made eye contact, and I didn't say hello again, and then I was like, well, damn, now I can't say hello because it's been twice now, and I didn't say hello, and it's just awkward.
Dang.
And then I'm sitting in my hotel room on the 10th floor, and I hear your voice outside of my hotel room, and I'm calling my friend. I'm like, he has a room next door to my room. There's like
And I still
150
can't say
rooms
hi.
in this hotel.
She's
And
like,
I've
and then
not
I
said
hear the
hi.
door handle jiggle, and I'm
I've
like,
not said
wait,
hi
what?
twice, and now I have to like make sure he's either in his room or has left before I can leave my room.
And
because
I woke
hardly
up in the
can
middle
say
of the
hi
night,
twice.
and there were lights on that weren't
Oh my
on
God.
before, and I was like, "What the?"
So I'm just like
That's
sneaking in and
almost-
sneaking. Sorry,
That's
guys.
almost as bad as when you like give someone a bro hug, say goodbye, and then walk the same direction. You just
That's
don't know what
right,
to
exactly.
Or say I
Literally,
love you
call.
when you hang up
Just
the phone. Yeah.
Ellie got a
happened to
call,
me.
and then somebody said, "Miles is in the house," you know, and you leave the house.
But Xander, to that awkward point, I was just leaving. You know, you've got these two congressional hearings today: the worldwide threats hearing that the DNI and the CIA director and others are speaking at, and then Mark Wayne Mullins' DHS confirmation hearing. And
I just read a piece
so-
on him. Do you know he likes to pick other people's noses? You should know that. That's actually true. Go ahead.
I'm surprised that Rand Paul didn't bring that up at the start of the hearing, because it got pretty
Right.
personal at the start of
I
the
think it's-
hearing.
when people would fall asleep, he would do that on a trip and take pictures because he's fucking nuts.
You
Go
know,
ahead.
given JD Vance's couch hobby, it's still not the weirdest hobby.
That's true.
amongst the
But I
cabinet.
should. It's true. Okay, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Miles. Tell
No,
your-
at this point, it's so not a story. The story was just that I walked off set with Ana Cabrera, and we kept taking the same turn and saying goodbye to Xander, who's coming from earlier. And I was like, okay, well, I'll see you later. Oh, we're going this way. I'll see you later. It's like,
Did you
at
hold the
this point-
conversation?
At this point, you just like crumple up in a ball on the floor, and you're like, here is where I'm going. I'm just going right here.
It's the fake thing on the
Oh.
phone. Is the out? You just eventually have to fake. There's something really important.
All right, so
going
I
on
can
in
see
your
your
phone.
joke with you guys a lot, although I have to admit I'm a little perturbed that Ellie's invited on Friday. I'm not. I feel like
Sorry,
I've made an effort, help promote the thing. I wrote a whole piece on it and
Sorry.
everything. And a little hurt. Just gonna say
Rule number one: make them wait. Make them wait.
Yeah.
We're just stringing you along, Cliff.
that's what it
You're the
is.
hot girl. You're the hot girl we're chasing. You don't know it.
All right. All right. I showed a little leg at that thing, I think. So okay.
You did. It was weird
I'm
for
not going to take
everyone.
this any further before I get myself in trouble. But I want to, beyond laughing with you, which is always fun, I want folks to hear about what you guys are up to, what you're doing, because I really do believe we've had a lot of great folks on here today, but you are doing something very concrete and very, Maritza brought up before how she's talking with you later, doing some concrete and specific things on the ground where we need people to ensure that we do have in fact have an election. That was the theme of why we were doing this today. So whoever wants to grab it and run, go for it.
Miles, the floor is yours, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would just say at the top end, I mean, we launched defiance.org truly to answer one question, which is, what can I do? And I had so many people asking me that question after the president had come after me and my family and announced he was putting us under investigation for the crime of exercising protected speech and criticizing him. And I was very grateful. At first, folks were asking that question, how can I support your family? How can we help you guys get through this? Because a lot of bad things happened to us, personally and professionally after that. But then the question started to become something different. It was, what can I do to fight? I mean, people, especially last year, were getting very anxious with all of the doom scrolling and feeling like they had no power to do something. Maybe they'd gone to a couple of protests, maybe they had gone to No Kings, and that was good. But folks really wanted to know, what more can I do? And Xander and I have known each other for a long time, and we reconnected and started having a conversation about this. And I had just heard from our friend Robert De Niro, who was basically saying, he called up to say there needs to be someone out there
Our
basically
friend
playing
Robert De Niro.
our friend. Yeah.
That makes me hate.
Wait till you hear him call him Bob. Wait till you hear him call him Bob. They like, damn, Miles.
I have a strong dislike for you right now. Go ahead.
Well, true story. We were, me and my wife, we were at a cabin weekend getaway with friends who knew we had the year from hell, and they had booked this cabin, and they invited us, and I'm sure it was a reluctant invite, right? We have a toddler, and they rented this like tiny cabin in the woods. They're like, yeah, come stay with us, thinking we'd say, no, we don't need that. And Hannah said, we totally need a weekend away. And so I'm sure they were like, please don't come. And then on the first night, I was like, hey, I got to go out and take a phone call. And, my wife's like, oh, is it Robert De Niro? And they're like, ha, you're joking. I was like, no, that's who it is. I got to go take this phone call. And I'm out there sitting in our car, trying not to be awkward. And he goes on and on for like an hour and a half. And I'm not upset to be on that phone call.
And you can't tell him to shut up. You're just like, you don't tell.
It's like a call from the president.
You don't tell Bobby D to stop talking.
Yes, Mr. President. Sure, Mr. President.
He was feeling what all of us have been feeling, and was very passionate about it, that we need to be doing so much more, and so many people want to be doing more. And, he grilled me a little bit and said, what are you going to do? I mean, besides defending your family, what are you going to go do? And I had only just started toying with, what do I do with my life for the next few years with this guy in office? I'm not going to go try to restart a business and have my head down while he's, dismantling the republic. And, I called up my friend Xander here.
Honestly, he'd like pull your license. I mean, he would do something there's no point.
That's right. There's no point. And so, when Xander and I connected, we started talking about, what's a role here that needs to be filled. We didn't want to go create another organization that went out there and did all the work. We don't need to create another Indivisible. We don't need to create another 50501. And it was clear to us that there were so many amazing groups out there doing great things, but your average person doesn't get up every single day and sit at their computer and look up, here are the 9 ways today I can go fight back against the latest abuse of power that I have seen. There just needed to be someone to play almost traffic cop to say, hey, this week, here's the biggest threat. Let's put our attention here, and to crowdsource the attention among groups. And so we launched defiance.org to go do that. And really, all we do is once a week, we announce a new action to combat an abuse of power from the administration. And we change that action based on the threat, based on the things that they're doing. And we try to move very, very quickly. And that's what it's all about. So we're a nonprofit civic club.
That's awesome. I mean, I say you don't really have a choice, because obviously I don't know that of course I know he doesn't think about shit. So he just says what pops in his head, but half the time it's something anti-constitutional. It's something that's attacking people and whatever. And so it's kind of like you got to be almost ready all the time for what he may decide this week is the week we go after, a couple reporters in a church and arrest them. Or this week may be the week that we send ICE folks to shoot people. Or this may be the week that we attack around. I mean, it could be anything. So,
well, and all the things you just listed, Cliff, were real examples of that week. You mentioned reporters. The week they arrested Georgia Fort and Don Lemon, we said, we have to send a signal right now that someone is prepared to raise funds to legally defend these people. And I didn't know what Georgia's finances were like. I don't know what Don's finances are like. I don't care. That's immaterial to me. All of the independent journalists in our space need to know we're going to go have each other's backs when this happens. So, our network went really quickly in a day, raised $50,000 to cover those initial legal costs. You mentioned Iran. Amidst this war with Iran, we said just the other week, who are the most important voices right now for Congress and the president to hear? It's veterans who've served in the forever wars. We teamed up with Independent Veterans of America. We're going to be announcing this afternoon. That's why I'm in New York City, what we are doing with them to be able to put pressure on this administration.
Is that Rykoff or?
It's Paul Rykoff, yeah.
I remember, both New Yorkers, so I know Paul from way back. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Cool.
He's a good guy. He's basically he's the shadow mayor of New York City, is what I'm starting to learn. Yeah.
Maybe shadow governor
the biggest
of New York
Giants
soon.
fan in New York. It won't, I told him way back when, we had some great games there against Tom Brady, but you got to give up on the Giants, at least for now.
Eventually you got to bend the knee. He doesn't want to bend the knee. He's consistent.
He will not bend the knee to the Cowboys or the Eagles. I guess I respect that.
I want to say, you talked about us being positive. I think that's mostly because of the way we are organizing we're focused on what you can do and the actions you can take. So when something like the Iran conflict starts, it's kind of a utilitarian way to think of it. It's like, okay, well, what's the opportunity? What's the way that we can find the best organization and go get a win on the board and start either breaking apart the MAGA coalition, making sure our coalition is too big to rig. We talk about that all the time. Protecting the election. Like every one of these, to your point, like every one of these dumb things he says or does could be horrifying if we just sit with how awful it is in the direction our country is going.
Right.
Or when you kind of, when you spin it and you think about, okay, what does that open up for us? The glyphosate decisions, like all these Maha moms that followed RFK to Trump. How do we reach out to them, make sure they're part of the coalition that opposes these guys? Because one group after another is understanding these guys are charlatans. They don't mean what they say. They had no intention on following through with their promises. And there's a lot of Americans out there, good people, who had a bugaboo issue, whether it was the forever wars, whether it was their jobs being, sent overseas, et cetera. And all those groups are figuring out they're being lied to. And so we just want to take advantage of every moment and either support something that's existing or collaborate with folks to build something new that needs to be stood up.
And we were going to call the organization Bugaboo, but then we felt like maybe that's too flippant.
That's actually going to be Miles and I first hit single instead. We decided to turn it into a song.
Well, when I heard Miles,
it's literally what we call each other on text. I'm like,
Miles is a big fan from what I hear of La Cucaracha. So you
I just wanted to say really quick about the idea of like crowdsourcing. And I think that that's a really key point because, for me, I came into this, I feel like on a complete whim. I had a small business where I worked sort of adjacent to journalism, but I wasn't a journalist. And that really got eaten up by AI. I'm like one of those cases where AI just kind of wiped out the thing that I did. And so I came to Substack and I was really hungering for that idea of like, I want to go to work, but I want the work that I do to matter and to do something and to be productive. And I was thinking at that time about focusing on like immigration because we had a lot of, all our kids' friends are from different countries. They're all immigrant families. And so I thought that was going to be my focus. And then, obviously it turned into the Epstein files, which unbeknownst to me, that happened. But in that, it's the idea of like, there's such a huge amount of information that you have to deal with that it's very hard as an individual to like conquer everything. So for me, I was, I don't delegate very well, and I'm digging through the Epstein files, trying to find information that we can send back to Congress that matters, that people will pay attention to. And then they give us 3 million files. I recognize that I can't get through 3 million files on my own. And so we started to crowdsource and say, can you guys from all walks of life, every, background, political, whatever, can you help me? And everybody has the ability to help on their level with their, whatever, we have psychologists, we have lawyers, we have medical professionals, we have computer techs. But this idea of where we can take one project, everybody's helping, everybody's sourcing stuff together, but like everybody is filling that need of the want to help in this process. And I just think that that's been a really good thing. And that's sort of like the change in our, political government, whatever you want to look at. That's the change in journalism that's happened. Like this idea of it's not these people up here and then kind of the rest of us just paying attention to them. It's literally everybody gets to be involved.
Sort of anti-elitism, if you will,
totally. I mean, just to riff off that, Cliff, I mean, I came from big philanthropy where I was organizing big donors, and you saw in this moment them completely pull back out of fear, capitulating, maybe being, feeling like the opportunities to stand with their other elites and just benefit from what's going on, kind of everything. Yeah. And even the ones who weren't scared, you saw them, their institutions being able to unable to respond at the pace that this moment requires, right? The big philanthropy institutions go do, annual planning and set their grants for the year. We're going week to week. There's a new thread every week. And so we thought, on the crowdsourcing front, there needed to be a way for everyday people to contribute to fill that gap that philanthropy had taken a step back from on the funding side. And then we do like to give our community actions. I mean, Ellie, we should talk about, if you still have that need, our community, we give actions every week for them to do also. And if you still have that need, that's the type of stuff our community really loves to get involved with and respond to.
I mean, one of the things that I'll say, that hit me last year is how different this moment is than even 10 years ago when Donald Trump first came in, because
completely
crowdsourcing had made it into our lexicon, but it was like in very discreet ways, like a gigantic GoFundMe that made news or something along those lines. We had not really built the muscle memory of crowdsourcing collective action against autocratic threats, right? We have been relearning that muscle, as Xander talks about a lot. And I first kind of personally witnessed it after that executive order, because one of the reasons we laid low for the first few weeks, me and my wife, is we were terrified we were going to have to sell our house to be able to afford the legal costs that we were going to face to have to defend ourselves against a federal investigation. And that was a very real conversation in our household. The people we were closest to said, do not punch back. Don't make yourselves more vulnerable. Right. And you'd like to think that most people in those moments would say, fight, fight. They don't. They absolutely do not. 90% of people tell you, even the brave ones, they say, put your heads down. And, but it was the fact that people around the country crowdsourced our legal defense that totally changed what we were doing. It totally changed our ability to get out there and do something, because we no longer feared we'll lose everything if we fight. Right. And so when we launched this, we felt like, look, you guys all remember that Reuters article from last year in November that showed, statistically 1 to 2 revenge targets a day are hit by the White House with an executive order, an action, or an investigation. We felt like there has to be some institutionalization of that crowdsourcing, so that when there's a new target, a new person hit, whether it's Don Lemon in Georgia Fort, whether it's service members being sent overseas.
Having you guys on and other people like you today.
This is the only time I've ever wished that they would. And in fact, right now, I would just make clear, if the Justice Department is listening, thanks for not raiding our house yet. And if you could raid Cliff's house instead, it might just be better. I heard there were some things there. Yeah,
be more impactful.
I keep my house, to my chagrin of my wife, it's so disorganized and shit's all over the place.
I know.
If you guys come and raid my house, you'll actually just make it cleaner. So if you want to do that, I'll give you a tip, like when you're done, just come and raid the house and make it look nice. Please.
Cliff, I'm going to blow you away. That's been my long play this whole time. I went into the first Trump administration, resigned in protest, started this organization, all as a way to get the Justice Department to come after you to clean your house. You're welcome.
You're so seductive.
But
we thought about an intervention, but we decided this was the less complicated.
Right. This is the less complicated way.
When you have small kids, you have, I've got small kids. I have 4 kids. So like, it's that idea of like walking into your house and it looks like somebody's robbed you, but that's just the way it looks.
Just today. That's what's going on.
There's the way it looks in movies, and then there's the way it looks. And
Ellie, but macro statement, they have robbed you. It's like they've taken over.
I still can't go to the bathroom by myself. Like there's a target on the door every time I go to the bathroom. So such is my life for the next few
days. I'm looking forward to that day as well.
Yeah, exactly. Think of how amazing that's going to be, where you're just like, you can relax. But we won't go any further into that. In any case, so you guys, you're doing stuff every week. You're crowdsourcing. You're raising small dollars. I think from what you said to me, you're not going after. I mean, if they happen to find you, you're cool with bigger donors, but you're not really pursuing that. So obviously people can. I mean, we don't have our next person here yet, so we're just keeping you guys here. But you can go. People can go to Defiance. I'm sorry.
Did you mean next person coming on, or do you mean next person like in the grand scheme of things?
That's true. Our next person, I meant in really an existential kind of way.
Right. I don't know.
Talking about personal evolution.
What I like about this program right now is if they destroy the filibuster in the United States Senate, Blue Amp Media will keep it going. The filibuster will continue right here on SubstackaPalooza.
We can keep it going that's what I'm saying. Invite us in, let us take over. I mean, honestly, again, you guys really should you should watch around. I'm going to say around 7, 8 o'clock at night. Like, I will be either so punch drunk or into the booze, or I'll find some gummies somewhere or something, because I'll just be like, I've been on air for 9 hours. Why the fuck did I do this to myself again? So, if you really, those are the fun times where it's sort of like when you watch, it's not, partially the support, but partially it's entertainment. Like, will he fall over? Will he start drooling on himself? Like that kind of thing. So.
Do you guys have the head of lettuce that you're going to cut to and see like which withers first? Cliff with the head of lettuce.
Something like that. You know what I do have?
Cliff,
though?
what's the
Which-
best
yeah,
bit of it? What we met? What was the highlight from the day so far for you? What stuck with you the most?
Can you remember?
I know. Can I remember that far back? Let's see. I actually really enjoyed when your fellow Montanans were on, John.
I do.
Tester. I love John
They're
Tester.
great. They're great.
Again, I can talk about like the meat grinder taking off his fingers and that he still uses that meat grinder because it's good. It does the job.
Right.
He struck me because it's a different time now, but he lost in that last election, so he hasn't been here since. It feels like politicians have really started cursing, and he just
I know
into Peter Thiel with a number of fucks and assholes, and like he just
we might be reaching peak that version. I feel like some politicians got the wrong message. They're like, we want a more authentic you, and they're like, all right.
No, but this was authentic.
Want me to be vulgar all the time.
You're right. Some of them are doing it just for that. You could tell from John Tester to me seemed pissed at what
authentically pissed. Totally.
But I will say.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Maritza texted me and she goes, if you can get him a little pissed, like pissed John Tester is the best interview. So we'll do that.
That quote by Peter Thiel is like, where basically he said that democracy is not compatible with capitalism, so we need to get rid of democracy, and that was it. It's like, so you're going to take my fucking freedoms? Like we got John Tester going, so that was good.
Yeah, he's great.
That was fun so far. Let's see.
Any solutions you heard along the way where you're like, man, we got to double tap on that and make sure that succeeds?
Democracy is fixed.
Yeah, exactly. Democracy's all good. Everything is fixed, and we're good.
Yeah.
Actually, I thought it was really cool at some point because we usually had Wajahat Ali on, sorry, it was Julie Roginsky at first. She stayed. Waj came on, and like the two of them, especially because they are, I believe Julie is practicing Jewish and Muslim and, whatever. And they just got, not only do they like each other and whatever, but I felt like they talked a lot about how people who are targeting Muslims, you heard Julie talking about it. People who are targeting Jews, you heard Wash talking about it. And the fact that we're speaking about the other, and how horrific it is. Like, yeah, that's a bringing together of people, and quite frankly, right now with Bibi Netanyahu being such a fucking asshole, and the Iranian leaders obviously, I think this war was a horrible idea for many reasons, but they're terrible people too. Like you clearly have a lot going on that could lead to that much worse violence between Muslims and Jews, and I thought it was kind of cool that the two of them came on and we're going back and forth, and so I like that a lot too. But I'll have to.
We asked the question just so that you said it's when you guys came on, and you haven't said that.
Well, I was just going to say, and then there were these two assholes who didn't invite me in their show on Friday, but they did invite Ellie because clearly I'm not cool enough. And then like they kept texting me like, "Are we coming on at what time? And what the hell's going on? And where's the link? Is it up my ass?"
Do you actually do this? You're a little too good at the passive aggressive thing. Do you do this? Is this the thing you actually have in your arsenal? Because that was solid. I actually was feeling
the passive aggressive,
feeling on my back feet.
What, you mean the passive aggressiveness?
What do you mean?
That was
what I have in my arsenal. It's actually I do that for fun. What I have in my arsenal is that I have a really obnoxious, dry sense of humor that can flow without me. It moves quicker than my brain, which is dangerous sometimes. So I can keep going like I was doing there when I'm actually really not passive. I'm not. I'm just fucking with you guys and I'm having a good time doing it. But like it can. That's definitely a.
So you want me to call off the feds, or you don't want me to call off the feds?
I'm trying to think what I want. No, I'm actually like you guys are doing the work you're doing on the ground. Like you did. You looked at what was missing, and you're like, this is important, and we need to be doing this. And I'm really glad in the end that you did that because I am still hoping, from our side, the media, political consulting, whatever side, we can work with you guys on some things because you bring this on this grassroots capacity that we don't have, and hopefully, we bring this network and other stuff where we can help blow it up and where I can be really passive aggressive the whole time. And
100%. I mean, look, the thing that's given me the most hope during this whole effort is how many fucking heroes are out there. There's so many incredible people across every issue. No matter what comes up, there's a birthright citizenship case that comes up. Democracy Defenders is on it, and fucking winning. Norm Eisen, his crew is on it.
Yep.
People are being attacked in Minneapolis. There was a local organizing group, Monarcha, that we helped fund. Witness was helping instruct people on how to record ICE agents so you can hold them accountable.
Yep.
We helped stand up a group called Fight Against Federal Overreach, or FAFO, if you know the acronym. That was started because we were talking to Larry Krasner, who was the DA in Philly that was really confident that he could prosecute ICE agents for state crimes. And we asked him, did he have a interstate group of DAs that he was instructing on how to do so?
That was the thing that you guys told me they got me into. You at first, when I first talked to Miles, because I had him on, on my regular show, and I was like, what are we going to do here if with the election stuff? Because already there's so much, the grounds for these DAs and for these attorneys general, to go after these guys. They have it. There's state and local law, and they're not doing it. And how do we get them to feel comfortable doing it and organizing them? Obviously, and Krasner spoke out, and then you guys jumped on that, and that's awesome.
Yeah,
it's
and
our model is every week when we think we're going to take a slow week and take a break, and Sandra and I will have the same conversation on like a Friday. We'll be like, okay, so next week we really need to find a group to support where we're just supporting them and featuring them and doing nothing else. We don't need to hustle; they're doing the work, and then we get so animated by the cause, we burn ourselves out completely. We get ourselves close to bankruptcy, and we get right there to the line. We put everything in it, and then we take like a day off, and we come back in. I mean, both of us.
And then you send out another email. You raise some money, and you're fine. You're good.
Well,
you're
look,
back.
The honest thing is, in this moment, like so much of the challenges are kind of new. We haven't had a federal government that is so aggressive towards our other institutions. And so there's a lot of great players out there. Like Miles and I are usually not the lead on any of these projects, but there's usually a twist on what they're doing or a partnership that needs to be forged to allow them to attack this problem, this unique problem head on. And so we honestly, for a guy like stricken with ADHD, it's been an awesome journey for us, just being able to whiteboard with these fucking awesome people every week and come up with a way to fight back that's meaningful, feels like it meets the moment. And I'll say the other thing that's great is when we're on our Substack live, we go live every day. I'm looking at the comments. It's positive. People are excited. It's like it can be doom and gloom out there. And so to give people a positive place to feel hopeful and feel like they can be a part of something, that we say, look, you can give $1 a month and you're a part of our club. So it's not about trying to make sure only X number of people. We want everyone in there feeling like they can be a part of the solution. And it's nice to have a little corner of the internet that feels positive and optimistic.
That's really cool. And if you guys have the time, we can keep going. I don't know. Glenn Kirschner was supposed to be here.
Yeah, he's here.
Wait, but before he comes on, does everyone want to go around the circle and say something
Glenn been here for a
dislike
while
about Glenn?
Yeah, he's been here for a while.
Oh my God. Hold on. Okay, I need to add Glenn. You were at the...
No worries.
Are you sure you want to... Cliff, are you
Okay.
sure you want to add him before we talk about his shortcomings and
I'm
like
going
his
to kick you
flaws?
assholes out. Find these guys at defiance.org. They're doing great work. I'm a dick, and I'm getting Glenn in here right now. Thank you, guys.
We love
Bye,
Glenn.
we'll see you
Treat him
Friday.
well. He's a rock
right,
star.
bye.
Thanks, guys. Ellie, we'll see you Friday.
Yeah, see you Friday.
Jerk. Okay.
I know. I was like texting.
Glenn, I am so I don't even know what to say. Have you been here since 2:30?
Dude, I've just been enjoying the conversation for the last 20 minutes, sitting backstage.
No, I'm getting rid of somebody else. Maybe it'll be me. This is ridiculous. Because I'm not used to there being 2 rows of below in StreamYard where people the green room. So I didn't see the window, and I'm like, "Where's Glenn?" And I kept thinking, I'm so sorry, honestly.
Cliff, I can't be offended. You can't insult me. I've been called every name in the book by every coach, by every army sergeant, by every judge, by every DOJ official. So no, this is my comfort zone here.
Okay, I will say two things. One, you are a gentleman and a scholar, and I appreciate your response. Two, I'm still a bit of an asshole, and I messed that up, and I'm sorry, and I want to make sure that we get to talk to you, and maybe we'll have you stand a little bit late, and we'll see how we work that. But thank you, first of all, for being here, and second of all, for all you're doing right now. I just, if you can, we can sort of share with folks. Obviously, this is about protecting democracy and making sure the elections happen. You are a legal whiz, and what do you see right now in terms of the atmosphere of what we can do, and either if it's legal or non-legal, because these guys clearly are coming after the elections. Now we've got JD Vance with this fraud committee that's going into mostly blue and purple states, of course. I mean, they know that the numbers are horrific for them. I've seen numerous ones like that aren't even public that are horrific. They know they're going to get crushed if there's anything close to fair election. So what do we do to stop them?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that can stop the blue wave that's coming. Donald Trump is going to try to interfere in all kinds of ways, and he's going to fail. Look at the track record recently in the last year or so, the special elections. He's going to fail. He only has but so many masked marauder federal agents that he can send to try to intimidate people at the polls. Yes, he's going to try to send the message that we're going to be at every polling place, so y'all better stay home. Right. He's going to fail. The courts have been holding strong. And if the courts have to get involved in last-minute Trump shenanigans to make sure people get to cast their ballots, in the midterms, the courts will hold strong there too. Now, I know but the Supreme Court, but even the Supreme Court, it looks like may have had enough of Donald Trump, because look at the ruling in the tariffs case. I mean, They sat on that for so long because they were scared to go against him, but now they have, and even John Roberts is speaking out about, how presidents really shouldn't threaten the lives of judges and justices without having the courage to name the president. I think he's talking about Trump. But listen, I'm not going to say the tide has turned. I'm not going to say we're out of the woods, but I'm telling you, Cliff, things are trending in the direction of, if not justice, in the direction of the rule of law beginning to be prodded into wakefulness, beginning to come out of its coma. The federal trial court judges are kicking ass from coast to coast, whether they were appointed by a Republican or Democrat president, whether they were appointed by Trump, with a few outliers. We have a few, Judge Aileen Cannon type.
There's just one of those.
We'll survive. We'll survive her, and we'll survive a couple of the appeals court judges in D.C. The federal circuit courts of appeal have been standing strong, and I think even the Supreme Court. And what I've been trying to say all along, and I have to believe the Supreme Court knows this. Donald Trump said, I'm going to be a dictator on day one, right? But only day one. Yeah, right. And there is one thing that a dictator has absolutely no interest in. It's a Supreme Court. Inferior courts are great, where he can push them around and insist that they rule the way he wants them to rule. But, if the Supreme Court really lets him expand presidential power such that he is a de facto dictator, guess what? Supreme Court's done. They've cut off their nose to spite their face. How stupid, because you know what? They like their power and position and supreme authority. So I was surprised when they went the way they did in the presidential immunity case, because they really were only working against their own power at that point, taking the power away from the federal courts and giving it to literally a criminal.
I know,
president.
the worst person you can give it to. Yeah.
Insanity. And as Yale law professor Akil Reid Amar said, that ruling, Trump versus United States, that was the Supreme Court ruling that the Constitution is unconstitutional. The hell do we do with that? We can't appeal a Supreme Court ruling, but maybe they will see the error of their ways. And I don't want to start at the 30,000 foot level, but we have overturned horrific precedent in our nation's history before. It usually takes us, at least a couple of decades. But if we couldn't revisit,
they wouldn't let me drink during certain years. And
there you go, bad Supreme Court precedent. If we couldn't overrule it, we'd still have Dred Scott. We'd still have Plessy versus Ferguson. We'd still have Korematsu, right? So my fever dream is if we can get a case and we can get it back up to the Supreme Court in the coming years, we can potentially undo presidential immunity, because that is a recipe for the end of the republic. If you say a president can commit all the crimes against the American people he wants, including sending SEAL Team 6 to kill his political rivals with complete immunity from being
and this is a
prosecuted,
guy
held
who would do
accountable,
it too.
he would do it. But I'm telling you, he's circling the drain. You know, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. He is circling the drain. He gets weaker by the day. Look, I'm a rule of law guy, not a political guy. But man, with every time a grand jury stands up and tells Jeanine Pirro or Lindsay Halligan or those of their ilk, go the F, I was going to say it, go the F
can on
away.
here, but you don't have to.
Get the fuck out of this grand jury room. We are not going to indict a sandwich thrower for an 8-year federal felony. Have you ever heard the saying, don't make a federal case out of it? Jeanine,
yes.
Get out. So what did Jeanine do when she couldn't get felony indictments against the sandwich thrower? Sean Dunn, who happened to be a paralegal at the Department of Justice, who was so incensed that his city, my city, our city, had been militarized by Donald Trump. He was yelling and screaming, and he lost his cool, and he threw a sandwich, which bounced off the police officer's chest. Public service announcement.
Terrible crime, that is. Yes.
PSA, don't throw sandwiches at police. I mean that as a career prosecutor. Don't do it. But when you do, it's not an 8-year federal felony.
Make sure it's a bologna on rye. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's actually what we call a no paper. What does that mean? It means we would decline to even bring a criminal charge, because I worked protester intake when we would have to make hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of decisions about which protesters we charged with a crime during a volatile situation, a protest. You know who we charged? People who were like punching police, people who were burning cars, people who were looting stores. Oh yeah, y'all are catching a charge. We're going to get after you. But the hundreds and hundreds of people who were just, maybe tussling and yelling because they were angry and they wanted justice, God forbid they want justice, we're not charging them with crimes. So Jeanine fumbles forward after the grand jury tells her to get the hell out and signs a criminal charge with her little pen, which is called a complaint, a misdemeanor where you don't need a grand jury to indict it. She fumbles forward in the court and falls flat on her face because the trial jury says, Jeanine, go away, not guilty. Go away. Sean Dunn is not guilty. But what that is, Cliff and Ellie, that is we the people standing up to Donald Trump's prosecutorial abuse and overreach and misconduct. That is literally the conscience of the community rising up, applying the law, assessing the evidence, and telling DOJ, go away. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it right, but y'all are doing it wrong. And that has happened over and over and over again, right? And he tried to vindictively prosecute. Just stop me when you want to stop me, or else I'm going to talk for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah,
he tried to vindictively prosecute James Comey, vindictively prosecute Letitia James. How quickly were those cases thrown out?
Oh, I mean, it was a joke, right?
They didn't even get to the vindictive prosecution motion because Lindsay Halligan, who was not lawfully in the position of U.S. attorney, didn't have any more lawful authority than Bugs Bunny to walk into a grand jury room.
Right.
And hey, Lindsay, you know what? I know you were a very accomplished beauty pageant contestant, but there is no swimsuit competition in the grand jury. So bye-bye.
Bye-bye, we do the law a little differently, yeah.
Those got thrown out. The Jerome Powell subpoenas got thrown out. The attempt to prosecute the innocent 6 members of Congress for reading from the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which I did for 6.5 years as an Army prosecutor. You must disobey unlawful orders. If your commander says shoot those unarmed protesters, you must disobey. And Jeanine tried to prosecute the innocent. Cliff, Donald Trump has zero power in that regard. He's a paper tiger. He's been threatening to prosecute people ever since Hillary Clinton locked her up 10 years ago.
That's true, right.
And now that he's tried to do it, he fails over and over and over and over and over and over again. I think the safest place to be if you want to avoid being prosecuted successfully, is to be on Donald Trump's
have Trump
enemies
pissed
list.
at you? Can I
Trump's
ask a
enemies
question?
list. You'll never be successfully prosecuted. And, you know, Miles is living that right now. Look at what Donald Trump is trying to do.
Yep.
Miles, not only God bless Defiance.org and Miles,
Yep.
but Donald Trump will not be able to successfully prosecute Miles Taylor, you know, because he's committed no crimes. Instead, he stood up as a patriot. Donald Trump is getting weaker by the day. This is imploding. It is imploding. The midterms will be his last ditch attempt, and that will fail too. And then we're going to get our accountability on.
Then we're going
to first
win
after the
back.
midterms, and then when a Democrat is back in the White House, we're going to get our accountability on.
Preach it, brother. We need you on more often to feel awesome about it. I want to ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
This is always it is related, very related to this. So immunity decision, which again made about as much sense as their decisions on Citizens United and the Second Amendment and numerous things that they've just made up. Before that, we were relying on, if I'm getting this correctly, an opinion written by a member of Nixon's Justice Department, legal counsel, that you couldn't prosecute presidents. Like nowhere in the Constitution, just a guy that happened to work for Nixon of all people wrote this out. I've always found that to be a bit ridiculous. In general, the argument being, well, a president has to do their job. Well, if you can impeach a president, they're going to have a pretty big challenge doing their job while they're being impeached. So that's kind of like a trial. I don't understand why you couldn't try them for something else. Do you think if we got rid of immunity, do you believe that a president should be able to be prosecuted in office?
Yes, the deep thinkers, the legal pinheads at the Office of Legal Counsel, OLC, at the Department of Justice. I shouldn't make fun of them, but I can't help myself.
Please do.
They are tasked with thinking deep thoughts, staring deeply into their navel, and coming up with what they think the law kind of might be, or the Constitution should be, how the Constitution should be interpreted. But importantly, as you point out, Cliff, it ain't the law. It ain't the law. It's an opinion from the Office of Legal Counsel, who is controlled by whom? The president. Is it a shock that the employees said, we don't think it's a good idea for you to be able to prosecute our boss while he's in office? Now, there was never immunity once a president leaves office, right? But we have held to this fiction that you can't prosecute.
And every president respecting this ridiculous. That's why I don't understand it. I mean, it's insane to me.
You can't prosecute a sitting president for committing crimes. What does that mean? It means he can line up his enemies on the White House lawn and mow them all down, kill them, and you can't prosecute them. Is that what we want for our republic, for our democracy? It's absolute. Actually, there's nobody that, it's more important to prosecute when they are committing crimes against the people than the president, because the president is the one controlling, in a very real sense, the people and the policies that are impacting the people. So it's an asinine position to take. But here's the good news. And we don't talk about this enough. And I think generally we don't talk about the good news enough. At least corporate media doesn't. I think we on independent media do. But let's think about the two criminal prosecutions that were up and running against Donald Trump before he won re-election. One was the classified documents case down in Mar-a-Lago. And we shorthanded as the classified documents case. But do you realize there were criminal charges for mishandling classified information, obstructing justice, conspiracy, and violating our nation's espionage laws? That's what he was charged, indicted for by grand jurors sitting as the conscience of the community. That case was up and running until Aileen Cannon tried to, walk it deep into the woods and shoot it dead. But it was up in the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, about to be reversed and sent back to the trial court for a trial. I would bet my full buck. That's my betting limit. I'm not a high roller or a gambling man. I bet $1. I'll put the full buck on the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals.
Kind of guy?
No, man, I'm not. I grew up with nothing, man. I didn't have two nickels to rub together. I wasn't betting one of those two nickels. No.
Yeah,
so that case would have proceeded to trial eventually. What about, let's move up to DC, the January 6th case for trying to steal the election, attacking the Capitol. Where was that when it had to be dismissed because he got reelected? It was in court with Judge Tanya Chutkan litigating the question of, even in the aftermath of the presidential immunity ruling, can these 4 felony charges still go to trial because they weren't core constitutional functions or official presidential acts when he tried to, as a candidate, steal the election. She would have ruled, I'm going to bet my buck, that of course those felony counts survive the presidential immunity ruling because they weren't core constitutional functions, which are the only thing that enjoy absolute immunity. Those cases would have gone to trial. Guess what? They were both dismissed without
Just because of this,
which means they can both be rebrought when the time is right. They're not done. They're not dead.
Right.
We can talk all day long about statute of limitations challenges and arguments we have to overcome a statute of limitations motion to dismiss. We can talk about the practical difficulty of pushing that justice rock up the hill. Those 2 cases can be rebrought, and they should be rebrought because it's too important not to hold them accountable.
We need
for those
folks
crimes.
like you, Glenn, you know, in well, let's call it the after period, hopefully. Because going back to what we had, it seems to me isn't, you know, I mean, obviously it wasn't enough, right? A lot of stuff relied on handshake agreements, traditions. Oh yeah, release your taxes. I mean, every president has, you know, there just were so many things of that nature that they didn't think they really had to write directly into law, which quite clearly need to be. And I really feel like, you know, if we can win the type of huge wave election that we have a shot at winning, one of those candidates will be coming up soon in Lev Parnas, who hopefully can be one of the winners. But like, if we can do that, I just feel like, you know, we need to look at this, to me anyhow, like a post-Civil War period, a post, you know, a Great Depression period of where things have been disrupted to the point where we need to really radically change some things and move forward and put things that we know should be in law into law. So it's no more just well, that's, I mean, nobody would do that, right? You know, kind of thing, because there is always somebody like Trump who would do whatever the hell it is. So you need to be one of, are you still, is everything you're doing on the commentary side, are you still trying cases?
No, I mean, when I retired from the department, no, well, not, I was
on the side. I mean, like
no, I was never a civil litigator. First of all, I was a prosecutor my whole life, and I was always on the government side. I don't fit comfortably as a criminal defense attorney, though I think those are the most important lawyers we have in our nation. That's not pandering. Everybody has a Sixth Amendment right to zealous representation. I would go into court every day and say, Your Honor, Glenn Kirschner for the United States. That made it sound like I had the whole United States of America at my disposal to prosecute this guy for a couple of murders, right? Or a RICO case, or arson, or rape, or whatever. And the defense attorney was over there, you know, John Jones or Jane Smith for the defendant. Boy, that never sounded like a fair fight. The United States of America versus this one defendant represented by one criminal defense attorney. Guess what? That criminal defense attorney, in many ways, had a much harder job than me, because they not only had to zealously represent the interests of their client, they had to guard against government abuse and overreach and misconduct, police misconduct, prosecutorial misconduct. Man, that, and they literally, they were protecting the Constitution, the United States of America, against government bad actors, because we got us some government bad actors these days. So all props to the criminal defense bar.
That's awesome. I mean, so I'll ask one more thing. Like, so if someone were to come to you, because obviously there's so many abuses right now. If somebody came to you and said, I need you, if it's a free speech case and they're being locked up, or a, you know, civil rights case, would you advise a little bit, or, you know, you're just.
Yeah, what I would do is I would advise them to talk with one of my friends in the defense bar.
I feel like you're going to say that, yeah.
Because I mean, I know dozens of remarkable lawyers. These are people I would turn to if I had legal issues to contend with. I'm not in the business of representing clients. I don't really practice law anymore. I hope to someday. Listen, if Kamala Harris had won, I would not be talking to you right now. I would be back in government at the Department of Justice, somehow fighting the war for accountability. Now I have to wait till 2029, but I still fully expect.
We get to see you on Substack, and I think I know I've seen YouTube videos. But you've got like a huge YouTube account, don't you? I mean,
yeah, I don't. I've got like 1.2 million subscribers. It's stupid. it's stupid for a guy who still doesn't understand technology. But on
I only have
Substack,
160,000. So if
You
you want to
lull
tell
everybody to sleep at night.
Glenn, if you want to tell a few
every
people
night.
like, I
yeah.
have
So
this friend,
Cliff
Cliff,
on the
you should
Substack
totally
front.
go subscribe to his. You can do that. No one will
On
get
the
mad.
Substack front, it's funny. I had a talk with Mackenzie. What's his Hamish, right?
Yeah.
One of the
Yeah.
co-founders. And this was like I think when I was getting on Substack, and he said what so many people say to me. My father really likes your work. It's like my
Yeah, you told me that.
65 and hey, look, I'm 65. 65 and older is kind of my demographic. And so they're like, you want to start a Substack? And I'm like, oh, okay, sure. And video is kind of my thing. I love long format writing. I was a journalism major undergrad, but the video is, I think, my comfort zone because I can explain the legal issue of the day, translate it from legalese into English. And it has really just done really well on Substack and YouTube. But every night, as Ellie knows, because I've had her on my show, because I want to talk about Ellie's remarkable work in a minute. But every night at about 8:30 p.m., we do a community meeting. Almost 7
know, I
nights
see
a week.
all, and I'm
We also
impressed.
do some true crime talks. We do Q&As on Sunday
That's
night.
great. I
That's
don't
my
know what your
therapy group.
situation
It's
is.
our friends on Substack, our community.
But
And
you,
I
I don't know your
apologize, Glenn.
situation family wise, but like I see that I'm impressed just that you're always
you
doing
do a good
that.
job.
We're gonna invite Lev in too if everybody
I
is
was going to
cool.
say, I apologize. I have to go pick up my little boys off the school bus, so I can't chat for right now, but we will chat again in the future. I look forward to that.
Yes, well, follow
Ellie.
Ellie's great work, The Panicked Writer. I
Thank
mean,
you. Yeah, thank you.
I look at her stuff every day to see what she's mining
thank
from the
you.
Epstein files. So please follow her.
Trust me,
work.
if there's anybody that like came into Substack and just did it right over anybody, it's Ellie. Honestly, Ellie didn't come in with there are people here came in. Lev had some fame of his own.
We're at log off.
People knew. I had wrote a book and done TV stuff beforehand, and Ellie, you came in here and you just sort of.
I didn't know anybody.
Yeah, but you didn't care. You like came in with confidence and did it right, and that's the thing to do. So
she's a diamond that we discovered, and no, stop. And I
You're
first
awesome.
met Ellie. No, she is
I love
awesome.
you guys.
Before
I will
you
talk
go,
to you
definitely
later.
go,
Oh,
Ellie.
yeah.
Keep doing the
Bye.
great work you're doing.
Will
all right,
talk to you later,
go
guys.
grab your.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Well, first of all, I want to just say what a lineup, and to be honored to be here with Glenn. I met Glenn. We met at the Swamp finally. It's, been a big fan of yours because of the work you do. I mean, you just tell it like it is, and it's just very few people out there that really like. I actually am one of the people that are going to vote for you to be Attorney General because we need somebody like you to go in there and kick some ass. Just like that's why I'm running for my campaign also, which we'll talk about. But go ahead, guys, continue.
Yeah, well, thanks,
Levin.
Good luck. Good luck in the campaign. I mean, if
you.
ever we need to get Congress to pull its head out of its, what it is now.
Tell me about it. I've been in DC for 3 days, Glenn, and I'll tell you guys, Cliff. First of all, shout out to you. Got incredible lineup, incredible work.
Oh,
this was just
you.
such a great idea, guys. But I'll tell you, I've been in DC for 3 days, Glenn, speaking to a lot of. I'm not going to name any names, so just so don't nobody ask me, but with a lot of different Congress people and some of the hierarchy, and I'll tell you, a lot of people still don't get it. A lot of people still don't understand who Trump is, what they're dealing with, and not even these are good people. It's not to say that they're bad people. So it's just they don't get it. They still are planning to run some of these old campaigns. Some of them are also planning on once they get in, Glenn. This is what really some of the things that I've been hearing is like, well, we don't have to go after everybody. We could make peace and move on. And no way, Glenn. Please tell me that. That's what I was saying. Like
we tried that once before. After
there has to be
and I respected
accountability.
Obama, but for almost everything. But I think that was one of his biggest mistakes because a lot of those guys came back around with Trump. Who when we sort of said, okay, we just need to move on. Like we've got a criminal element here that keeps coming back into our government, and they need to be dealt with.
You got a former DHS secretary who was just referred for perjury. And let me tell you, that will be like shooting perjury fish in a barrel based on the evidence that I've seen even publicly reported. We've got Pam Bondi who lied to Congress. That's a 5-year, 18 USC 1001 violation. Again, very easy to prove on the merits. I don't pretend any of this is going to actually result in a full, fair investigation under Pam Bondi However, once the rule of law comes back into the light of day, these people gotta get got. They have to be held accountable. And let me just say,
yes,
accountability does not look like prison. Everybody's got to be wearing an orange
right.
jumpsuit.
No, of
you know
course
what
not.
accountability looks like?
That's right.
It looks like prosecutors who investigate aggressively, but fairly and fully and apolitically. They present all the evidence to a grand jury. If there's enough to indict, you get an indictment. They present all the evidence to 12 people sitting in a wooden box, the conscience of the community, a jury, and then you live with the results, win, lose, or draw. If it's a conviction, great. If it's an acquittal, you live with it. If it's a hung jury, fine. That's what accountability looks like. It's not the result. It is the process being followed fully, fairly, and
I would add to
that is what we need.
I would add to that, Glenn. I think that's exactly right, and I also think it is reinvigorating, bringing back whatever you want to call it, a culture of democracy, which to me, beyond that which is needed, which is the process of prosecuting people, following up on evidence, holding them responsible for what they've done. There also need to be sort of different levels of where you hold folks responsible. There may be some that are willing to turn state's evidence, share some information on others, and maybe you decide, okay, well, you're not going to prison, but you will never serve in public office again, and they are banned from that. Something that Lincoln did after the Civil War. I think some of that needs to happen here. I just, there need to me to be a couple levels of accountability depending on what it is you did. And again, as you said, no, we're going to be, if people saw the movie Nuremberg, like an amazing movie. And as somebody, myself from a Jewish background, my belief that in the end is Goering should have gotten a trial, because you either believe in the right to a trial or you don't.
That's right.
And I believe that important international law, was founded is the right word there, but precedent was built. And then, you have people ignoring it, like Hegseth, who's like, hey, look, there are a couple people on a boat from Venezuela. I'm going to blow them up. Oh, wait, we didn't get them the first time. Let's go back around. And I tried to make that comparison in a piece I wrote. Here we are with Justice Jackson back then, trying a monster, saying even then we're not going to line them up against the wall. We're going to have a trial, but we're going to blow guys out of the water. That's not America. And that's why I'm saying we need to get back to a culture of democracy, of transparency, of all of these things, And I think the legal process is a huge part of that.
Yeah, you don't just murder drug dealers. You don't execute drug dealers. You don't. It's so beyond. It's so plainly unlawful under domestic law, military law, international law, and the law of war. We've analyzed this, 8 ways up and down. It's murder. You don't.
Yes.
You don't shoot and kill drug dealers. You take them into your custody. You secure the evidence, and you bring a case in court. That's what you do with drug runners. So the lawlessness is just it's got to be dealt with, and we cannot grow tired when the rule of law comes back into the light of day and say, oh, there's so much crime, there's so much. No, you handle it all, because if you don't, well, then I don't think we get to keep our republic.
That's why I started the conversation by saying Glenn Kirschner for Attorney General.
There you go. Well, I think at this point, Lev, we got to let you talk about your campaign. I wanted to give Glenn extra time because I'm
and I'm going to have to bounce because I know I got on late, Cliff, so I'm going to have to bounce in a couple of minutes.
That's fine, and I apologize. That was on me. Talk about your campaign, Lev, and Glenn, it's up to you. Absolutely invited to stay, or whenever you need to go.
My next one's coming up, so I'm going to bounce. Lev, good luck. Great to see you. Cliff, thanks for doing
Glenn.
this.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Keep punching, my friend.
Let's do this again. Thanks a lot, Glenn. Take care.
Take care, Glenn. Thanks.
Lev, my friend, my Ukrainian Jewish, again, I'm going to always claim it. I have a quarter from Odessa. That's it. But
right.
It's something. It's something.
Absolutely.
So how are you?
First of all, I'm just amazed to see what you guys are doing at Blue Amp. I mean, this was just such an incredible idea. This SubstackaPalooza, should be, this is the first one, but many, I think. We did it actually when I kicked off my Substack. It's how I kicked it off. Oh, this is second one. That's right. Yeah.
But it's okay. But this is like, I meant to show this earlier. This is from the first one. I keep it because I put my phone. I did it on my phone. I put it in this here, and it broke this thing because I put it in too hard. So I had to tape it together. we've come a long way since then. So, but this one made
Amazing.
sense after meeting like this great group of people. I knew some of you already a little bit. I didn't know you, but meeting you, at the State of the Swamp, and I thought,
amazing.
We need to have another one. We need there be a message. We're having midterms. We're electing folks, and that's why I wanted you on, because you're one of the folks I want to be electing.
God bless you, brother. God bless you, man.
My pleasure. So tell us about your campaign. Tell everybody who's listening, because, folks, you should support, you should donate to his campaign, to Lev Parnas' campaign. He's been a truth teller. He stood up. He hasn't been scared to just say shit like it is. And I so appreciate that. We need that these days. So
thank you, my brother. And that's one of the reasons, listening to some of the things that, from Steve Schmidt to Malcolm Nance to some of the great people you had on here, Miles Taylor, we have a lot of warriors, and, and I want to join that group of not just sitting there and speaking truth to power, which is a powerful thing to do. It's scary enough to be able to get on a live or Substack and talk truth to power, especially people that, but I decided this year it's something we got to go to the next step, next level. And, I'm not your typical candidate. I'm not your guy that has that pedigree that we're all used to looking at when we get somebody in Congress or Senate. And that's something that we have to take a look at. Like, one of the problems, just because you're, I had an interview and it was going great with some great guys, and we were going back and forth. And by the way, shout out, I want to say these young guys, conservative America, not conservative, I'm sorry, America, Central America. So a couple of young guys.
Central conservative. It's it's close.
It's close enough, saying to you. We just had a great interview, and when they were asking questions, and I was just saying the one thing that we need in Congress right now, because they were typically looking at saying, well, Lev, you have a criminal record, like there's some great people in this race. And I said, what makes them great? He said, well, one of them's prosecutor or ex-attorney, prosecutor, something like that. I said, really? That qualifies them from being great? That means Pam Bondi's great. That means Attorney General Barr is great. That means if that's the only qualification,
that's a damn good point you make.
And I said, we need to stop going past these, stars that we put or checklists. We need to look at humanity, and we got to look at the beast we're dealing with. And that's one of the reasons I'm here in DC, Cliff, right now, is because a lot of these, that's how I started this conversation. A lot of people still don't get it. So I decided to run because I'm the only person, not only in my district, but the only person in this whole, midterm elections that really knows Donald Trump, that has not only knows him, but knows him intimately, knows and not only him, but the people around him, the inside cabal, the Marco Rubios, the Pam Bondis, the Susie Wiles, the Kash Patels. I could keep going and going. I've spent, I was in the belly of the beast. And, yes, does that make me somebody that you should say, okay, well, how do I know that you've turned, or how do I know you're not, whatever one of them? The only thing I could say is you got to look at what I've been doing the past 7 years. From the day of my arrest, every single day, I've been on the line, risking my family, risking everything.
You have,
speaking out, true to power. In his first impeachment, I've given over 100 articles of impeachment against him. And the Biden impeachment, I testified under oath in front of Congress about how the Russian influence was involved inside of this whole attack on Hunter and Joe Biden, all of this. So, I decided that I need to do more, and that's why I decided to run specifically for Florida 27. And that's my district that I'm running, Florida 27. And folks, this is a national campaign, not just for my constituents. That's why I need each and every one of you out there to go to levparnas.org and help me, because the one thing I could promise everybody here is I am not going to take any super PAC money, not take any special interest money, no billionaire stuff. This is a grassroots movement, because the one thing that I'm going there to do is I might not be great about certain policies, but I'm great at certain things. And the one thing I know is the corruption that is inside, because I was part of it. I went to prison.
Well, right.
For
they
it.
came to you. That's you were the target in a way of where they came in and wanted to use you to get to
Exactly.
achieve their corrupt means.
Correct. So I know who the people are, and I'll tell you, when I announced, that was the biggest fear that went through the White House, because the one person they don't want in there is somebody like me, because not only do they know I will fight them, not only do they know, but they know I have the receipts, and that's
Right.
something different. And the one person I will do a shout out to, I'm not gonna mention a lot of people, but the one person that has been so far, my dear friend, and somebody that I could say supports me and is out there helping me. And one of the reasons I jumped the fight is Congressman Raskin, and me and him.
Has he really?
Oh yeah,
that just makes me really happy to hear.
He hasn't come out officially. I look forward to, I hope he comes out officially and endorses me. I think that would be important, I think the earlier the better, because it will give us the fight that we need to be able to, for me to continue doing, because like I said, I'm running two campaigns. One is a local campaign for my constituents, but another one is a national campaign, because I'm planning on going to all of the races there that need my help. There's a lot of races there that need to be.
That's really kind of you while you're running to be willing to do that.
Well, I think that's because my run, Cliff, it's not about me. It's about getting our country back. It's about getting, and it's not just Donald Trump, and it's a lot of these people. And this is the most important thing people need to understand, is Donald Trump is nobody without the enablers. The enablers are the people that are in Congress and Senate that have allowed him to put people that are around him, that have allowed him to spread this hate, allowed him to do it. Because if they had a backbone and just got up and said enough is enough, like you see, I wore this in the halls of Congress, folks. I was walking around because enough is enough, and that's the type of stuff we need right now. We don't need the suit and tie and let's talk properly. We need people in there that are ready to put on boxing gloves, or take them off, whatever they want to do, and go, and deal with it, and to get our democracy back. So, that's why I ran. It's but my district is Florida, and it's an interesting district because the other thing I want to mention, Cliff, if I may, I'm sorry that I'm rambling, but there's just so much
information. Rambling. You're telling your story people need to hear your story now.
It's very important. The other things, Florida, not like Las Vegas. There's a saying, Las Vegas, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Florida's a lot different. Florida's a major player in what happens in basically everything that goes on in politics around.
Often, we've seen things start. There are certain bad ideas that make their way out to the rest of us. So.
Exactly, and not only that, but also Florida is where Donald Trump is backyard. Not only is Donald Trump's backyard in Florida, there's a little cabal where Marco Rubio comes from Florida.
Yep.
Florida also, don't forget, and this is very important because right now there's a case going on in Florida there's very little attention to, and this is why, I had conversations with people in our Democrat Party saying, where are you? Why aren't you with me right now and blowing this up? This should be big news, because in Florida, there's a case going on with a guy named David Rivera, who is Marco Rubio's right-hand guy. Used to be an ex-congressman in Florida.
I remember hearing a story about him. Yeah.
Exactly. So Rubio is right now going to be a witness in this case. This case is, folks, a $50 million bribery case that dealt with a person that dealt with Maduro in Trump's first administration on behalf of Maduro to the Ballard lobbying group, who Susie Wiles, who his chief of staff was partners in at the time. So what I'm saying to you, there's so much corruption, and there's so much that is going on.
Connected to these? There are these two supposedly, they were comparing them to curveball. Jonathan Larson, our friend who's coming on at some point today, reported about it, which is these two guys who are these I guess they're expats from Venezuela who are selling this story about the voting machines being flipped and all this crap. Or are they part of it, or is that different?
Well, no, that's different. That's actually something else that I've been here sounding the alarm to the Democrats. I'm saying I don't understand why you're not out there, and that's a great lead into what's going on, what Tulsi Gabbard's doing. People are concentrating on about Iran. Tulsi Gabbard's not dealing with Iran, folks. Tulsi Gabbard is dealing with election reform, which I call is trying to help Trump steal the elections. She's dealing with the Venezuela Venezuelans. I'm hearing, I can't confirm it, but I'm hearing that they've been in touch with Maduro, maybe even seen Maduro, discussing with them to make it smart if he gives statements about Smartmatic. Because remember, Smartmatic was big in Georgia, Arizona, and all of these states where they've already taken the voter rolls. They've already, had the FBI. I mean, so a lot of it has been public, but it's not getting the attention because of the war in Iran. And that's, when people say Donald Trump did it, Donald Trump went to war in Iran for a lot of different reasons. It wasn't it wasn't Bibi Netanyahu, it wasn't Putin,
it wasn't
it
just
wasn't
oil, it wasn't just that,
just oil, it wasn't.
There's always
It was
many
exactly
Epstein files.
exactly. But with that said, it was a combination of all of them. That was the time, because when people say why now, it was because they sort of broke the camel's back. All of this lined up, and he was like, "Holy shit! I gotta take the narrative away from all of this, between the Epstein files, ICE, all of this gearing up. I need to move the attention," and he did, and that's why now. But the one problem he messed up there, Cliff, is he knocked over a hornet's nest that he is not ready for. This is a war he cannot control, And I speak to my sources in the White House. I've been here in DC for 3 days, and I can tell you, they are shitting bricks with that.
Yep. It's just, I don't know. I was going to say something, but it's hard to. There's so much going on. I mean, as you said, it's it's the corruption there, the domestic corruption, this international corruption, and what they're up to. I mean, and who knows with Iran. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's an ability to do much else. But if there's any ability to find a way to start another war, you can bet your ass they'll do it. Like, hey, let's go into Cuba now, because why not, right? Like, we're not in enough quagmires right now.
Cuba's an easy one. They're going to take Cuba, but Cuba's an easy one. See, that's the whole problem. See, this is where Trump made a mistake. Cuba was supposed to be like a win for him, like an icing on the cake, go liberate the people, have all of a sudden Cuba. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's going to get a lot of support from the Cuban people, because because it's not about oil there. They don't need anything there. That was a strict win. It's not like Venezuela. Right, but that's the interesting part. They're going to leave the old regime, and if you take a look at what he's done in Venezuela, what he's doing in Iran, what he's doing everywhere else, he's taking out the figureheads, but he's leaving the regime. He's leaving the actual, people still in place.
The usual Trump, where it's all fluff and no substance.
Yeah, it's theater.
All bullshit.
100%, Cliff. It's theater, and it's a lot of it. But the dangerous part behind the theater, there are actual things that are being done. And just to be quick on them, Susie Wiles is going to be leaving. I've been telling you guys that for 6 months now. It's not just about the cancer. There's other things. She's on her way out. The person that he's going to be taking over is Stephen Miller, and that's even more dangerous. He's already acting as a chief of staff interim. Him and Russell Vought and them are pushing very hard right now with what Tulsi Gabbard and others in that little group that are doing is extremely important. People say, yes, he's, I was speaking to other Congress people. They're like, you know what? He's going to have to go through some shit to be able to get away with this federalization of election. And I said that, you know what, guys, you've been saying that about everything he does. Everything he does, you guys say it's impossible. He's not going to do it. But the problem is, once he does it, he has such a powerful. Just look at the Save America Act. They said he is running around. If you put it on TV, you hear about Save America Act like it's some simple act about literally just about some ID. You don't have no Democrats out there really talking about why this is a horrible
what
act.
Exactly is going on with it.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying to you. This is the problem. There's no fighters out there. And the people that we do have. Like, unfortunately, we're losing, like Jasmine Crockett, and
there are a few. You brought up Raskin, and Ted Lieu is a fighter. Swalwell is a fighter, but he's leaving too, potentially.
He's leaving.
Oh, he is. I mean,
well, yeah.
We need them because, again, I don't understand. This drives me insane. I've worked in Democratic politics for 20 years. Why they think that just put out a press release or say one thing and then you're done. You need a coordinated and systematic campaign to educate people on what something is. When it's something like the SAVE Act that is going to take away all of these votes, you need some ads. You need some free, as we'd say, people to go out and do some events to sort of, maybe some of them are funny, interesting, get people's attention about what it is you're talking about. You need some elected officials talking. You need some pundits talking.
Thank you.
I mean, I just don't, you know, a few op-eds in the right place, some Substacks now, some YouTube videos. Like, why do we think people will just get it? I mean, it makes no sense to me.
And you know the crazy part is what I've been realizing also. It's like we eat our own. Like the one thing that I was like, just think about the simple part. As soon as I announced, instead of getting everybody running around saying thank you, love, how can you help? You know, let's what's it called? Everybody, even on the Democratic side, the what would we call them? The leadership, or they basically are like.
Are they not happy about you because you cause too much trouble?
Yeah, because I don't fit the role. I'm like, you guys are never gonna win. What are you talking about? Like, it's incredible. Like, what and the first thing they do is they cut off. They make sure that Act Blue cuts me off. Think about it. Like,
did you get cut off by Act Blue?
Yeah, Act Blue. I mean, the history.
Let me guess. Was it just because of the felony or whatever? Like, what was the reason?
It had nothing to do with my family. Just they have the right, because I didn't fit their mold. I was, ex-Trumper, very, because I'm not running.
But you're not now. You're running. I mean, there's people on the who run as Democrats who are Republicans.
It's a great question. When you ask them, but because they're a private company, they reserve the right, like they said, to be able to do whatever they do. Think about it. It's a credit processing company. You know what I'm saying to you? It's because I'm not a part of the the what's it called?
The elite.
The elite.
But they also, the biggest problem is you're on the Democratic side. You being like Act Blue is on the Democratic side, like certain other things, and even on the Democratic side, we have monopolies. You'd think we would, at the very least, not do that, but Act Blue controls 90% of that market or something. It's like, how is that a smart thing to do?
It's because it's the establishment. Cliff, it's the establishment, and they know I'm not one of those guys, and I make it very clear that I'm not. And when I get in there, I'm not going to vote down the party line just because it's the party. I'm there for the people. I'm there for my constituents. I'm there. Yes, we need a fresher, newer Democratic leadership to our party. We need a revamping, and the establishment, they're scared. Schumer doesn't want to go. Jeffries doesn't want to go. These are the people that want to, and they've picked their hand-picked candidates for certain races, even though they're not going to win those races, but just because those are the people they think they're hoping for the blue wave. And this is what I'm saying to you. This is the scary part. This is what people need to wake up. People like Jeffrey, Schumer, and all of this establishment, they're getting candidates to not fix the problem that we have going on, not to help the people or do anything else, but to continue whatever the prolonged issues the Democratic Party has had and why we lost to Trump to begin with over the years. And because of that,
we talk about that a lot here. Just so you know, this is all stuff for guests shooting me stuff and whatever, so I'm fully listening. But I mean, we've sat there and we've watched this go on and on with leadership and other people who haven't taken them on, haven't spoken out, and it's the most frustrating thing in the world. I mean, again, we know how to do this. It's not rocket science.
Absolutely. But the crazy part is they control the money. See, that's what I'm saying to you. They control the fundraising. They control the money. They control the what's it called? And that's what my message was this week when I was in DC. I said to them, I said, look, I'm going to run one way or another for the people and my voices. I said, I want to run as a Democrat, I'm running as a Democrat.
Right.
I'm saying to you, but I said, if you decide to try to play games, I will expose everybody. I said, I'm not playing games. I'm gonna continue running because it's at the end of the day, the truth.
Well, yeah, they come after you, then you just tell people the truth, as you said, that they're not, allowing a fair election. They're not letting you, again, what you did in the past, we either believe in redemption or we don't. And there are people, there's one I can think of who was on Substack and some folks had on and pretended to change and didn't really change. And there always are going to be some folks like that. And then I have certain friends here, coming up later today. And I do a weekly show with him where we drink some tequila. Joe Walsh, who's become this great friend.
my brother. Joe's my brother.
Because he is legitimate. He's honest. You can tell it's coming from the heart. Miles Taylor was on earlier.
Miles, yes,
like people that were very that were very conservative Republicans, and it doesn't mean you have to become a liberal Democrat. It just means they changed enough to be open-minded about certain things, realize how bad Trump was, and kind of, and so why there's just so many. I mean, I can think of a bunch of people who are Republicans who've run as Democrats, like to not accept that you could have changed whatever your past is, to me is bullshit.
But the crazy part, Cliff, I'll take it even further. And I tell people, like, you you need to be able, look, we're living in some of the scariest times and period in the history of the United States. So it's a war. Just because we are physically not picking up our arms and out there in the streets fighting does not mean we're at war, because if we lose our elections, if we lose our rights, we lose our liberty, eventually it's going to lead to that, like it does in other countries.
Or a civil war. I mean,
whatever, exactly. So we're not there, but we are there. So what I'm saying to you is, right now, I am a tool. I am a tool for the Democratic Party. I'm the only person that actually knows these people. I was part of Cliff. I was part of making the construction of MAGA. I was inside of the belly of the beast. I know all of these people that are running our departments. I know a lot of the people in Congress and Senate on a daily basis. These are the people that needs to be rooted out. And that's why I praise people like Congressman Raskin, because he gets it. He understands. He understands exactly. Like he says, you're the guy I need sitting besides me when we're subpoenaing them, when we're asking them questions. Because beside Cliff, can you imagine? I'm sitting there, and besides asking the questions, I pick up my phone and say, "But wait a second, what about these hundreds of text messages me and you had be talking about this and this?" It's something that's never happened. It's never, and this is what needs to happen. Like when me and Glenn spoke about before about accountability, because once you get in there and somebody to fight with them, and not just to play the game that we've always played, and who's going to get hurt? Obviously, the voters. So as I said to them, I said it's a different time. I'm the only person that knows them so well that I can help you guys win up and down the ticket, not just my constituency. And right now, you need people in there, not that because they have the pedigree. You need people in there that are willing to fight for what they believe in and fight for what their constituents put them in there for, because this is really what is going to unite this country again. Because that's the first thing we need to do, Cliff, is unite our country back again.
No, I mean, and that's what I think some of the other folks, Miles and some of them were talking about, which I'm really, happy about. Like we need to go after some of the bad people, yes, but we can also bring positives together. Try to bring. I think most people can be brought together at this point, especially because they've scales have fallen from their eyes. I think in a lot of cases when it comes to Trump, right? I mean, not everybody, but a lot of people.
Yeah, no, a lot of people, and and a lot of people, I'll be honest with you, a lot of people have no clue because they have never sat in the room with him. They've never been around him. They know him. It's crazy, Cliff, but a lot of these people in Congress and Senate literally know him less than some of you on TV, less than some of you here that are followers, because they don't watch him like you guys. They don't watch all the news. They don't hear it. They're dealing with like specific certain little things, and that's why when I spoke to some of them and I mentioned certain things, they're like, "What did you like?" Wow. I'm like, "What do you mean, wow? That's like been big news, old news, like 6 months ago, and now it's wow." Like it's like we need people in there that really know what's going on in a lot of these things, because there's so much things happening. The Iran war, the relationships between Russia. Think about this, Cliff. Who knows better than me?
I was going to say, this stuff.
I'm the one he sent to Ukraine. I'm the one that was in Ukraine. I know Zelensky.
That might have been that you knew something, right?
Right. I know Kirschner. I know Witkoff. I know Kirill. I know what what's going on. I'm saying to you, that's why they're so scared, because that's where the corruption is happening. This is where it's all leading from. They don't want that exposed, because what we're going to see play out shortly is all these contracts, all of these mineral oil, gas contracts. They're becoming between Trump donors and Russian oligarchs. This is where it's gearing up to, and Saudi is in the middle. MBS. It's the circle is
They're always involved.
oh
Yes.
no, it's MBS, Bibi Netanyahu, what's his name, Putin, and Trump is being used as a tool by the three of them. But the two leaders that are concocted this thing, just so people don't realize, is Putin and Bibi Netanyahu. Their relationship is very close and goes way back to even in 2018. They sent me there to help Bibi win the Russian vote. So believe me, I know. That's what I'm saying to you. I know
believe
so
it. Like
much.
those two are close, and yet, it's amazing to me. And yet, obviously, they also backed Hamas in their attack on southern Israel, which to me tells you something about that Bibi doesn't give a shit about his people. He was up, he was up, sending his folks up to help the settlers in the West Bank and leaving the southern flank open. And Hamas comes in and commits these murders, and Bibi is just still friends with Russia, even though they're supporting him.
Oh no, well they're not just friends. You gotta go understand. They go back way back. Israel was built on Russian oligarchy money. You gotta understand that. I was part of that whole transition in the '60s and '70s. In the '70s, when Russia opened up, the Soviet Union opened up the doors. A lot of these people traveled. Most of them even were not even Jewish, but had circumcisions done, pretended to be Jews, had paperwork. No, there were 40, 50-year-old men that were getting circumcised just to be able to escape to go to Israel, and
I can understand wanting to get out of the Soviet Union.
That's why, what I'm saying to you is their relationship, the Russian oligarchy, Bibi Netanyahu and Putin, go back many, 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 many years. And Trump, again, Trump doesn't have the same relationships with all these people as Bibi and as Putin and all of them. Trump right now is being used as a tool by all of them because they all realize one thing, that Trump cares about is money. Trump cares about, the fame. He's a fame whore. He wants the press. He wants to be the one that looks good as long as he's the winner in first place. So these guys realize, they're like, hey, let's do it. Putin is basically, you got Putin, just think about, out there praising Donald Trump, saying he's a great leader. We would have never went to war. Putin saying that, he would never say. He's saying it because it's like stroking. That's why you see Trump out there literally disregarding the fact that Putin's giving Iran, coordinates to be able to strike and kill our American soldiers. It's sickening. Same thing with Netanyahu.
He did that. I remember, when we were pulling out of Afghanistan, I believe it was too. They were doing some of that. I mean, was that when it was? There was another time when they were I think. Or did they grab some of our bases in the Middle East? God, I'm trying to remember. In any case, they've been targeting us. They've been, and the same thing with Israel. And it's like they play this little game where they go after our troops, they go after our people, and we each, Israel and the United States have leaders that just say, it's okay, we're still best buds. I mean, again, I don't know the pictures, the Epstein pictures he may have on Trump or not, or whatever else you may have, but it's something.
Well, it's one thing we gotta make clear, Cliff, and I say it also even when I go on Wajahat's show. He's one of my brothers, and everybody else. When we talk about Israel, when we talk about Palestine, when we talk about Iran, when we talk about Russia, when we talk about Venezuela, and now we put America into that mix, because when we talk about all these countries, we're not talking about the people. We're talking about their leaders. The leaders of these countries, and this is very important to distinct, because it's not because that's why I think we get a lot of anti-Semitism, and I think a lot of also war of words that go on, because when you say Israel, people are, well, don't say Israel, it's Netanyahu. Yes, people need to understand, and I think you in your show earlier with Wajan, you guys even spoke about how the people of Israel are out there protesting and want to get Netanyahu out of there, because they don't want to go to war with all of these. It's not. It's just like the Americans are protesting Donald Trump. Think about how we're looked at all over the world. We're looked at also monsters right now.
Right, we get blamed
Correct. Because, and not because they don't like Americans, like Canadians love Americans, but because Donald Trump is a maniac and says, you know, they have to say they have to root against America in the Olympics. All of a sudden, America gets booed. Not because, and that's the sad part. Because think about it, because of a leader like Donald Trump, we, you know, if you looked at the some of the things that go on, some of the games, some of the sports, some of the you know, Americans are now booed, looked at.
Oh
Just
no,
like
I mean we're hated everywhere.
We're hated everywhere. Exactly.
Let me say, if you've got one summary, I'm going to get Qasim, Rashid in here quickly. I don't know if you guys know each other or not.
No, first time. A pleasure to meet you, Qasim.
Likewise, love. How are you?
Good
to see you too, Cliff.
Thank you. Good to see you. So yeah, we're running. You know, we're always running late. It's the way. I want a last pitch for your campaign, Lev, and a thank you for being here. So tell people, what we should get behind you. I think Qasim will like hearing some of it too when you're talking about the Democratic leadership and screw them, and you're going to do what's necessary and you're going to support what's right. But I'll let you take it. Give us the 30-second roundup.
Cliff, I appreciate it. Pleasure to meet you, Qasim. Look forward to maybe we could do a live one day. But basically, look, folks, I'm the anomaly. I'm the person that Donald Trump and his mega base and his inner circle doesn't want in there. And that is why I'm going there, to be able to F shit up, to be able to disrupt, to be able to make sure that not only the Republicans, but the Democrats, it's time for change. We need fighters, we need leadership, but we also need some information and somebody that actually knows where the corruption is. I'm going up against no super PAC money. Why? Because I went to prison because I gave Donald Trump money through his super PACs. I know how it works. I know how the channels work. So that's why Donald Trump doesn't want me there. They don't want me there to uncover it. And so don't a lot of Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries and others, because they use the same systems, folks. These super PAC, these foreign money that comes in through these super shells, through these special interests, that is how they control what happens in not only in our country, but what happens worldwide. So those are the corruption that we're seeing is just some of the things that I'm going to be uncovering. So I don't have a loyalty for none of the leadership on one of the sides or the other. I'm there to make sure to be the voice for the people, just like we've been here for the Epstein survivors, for the people in Ukraine, the Middle East, you know, Venezuela, South America, with the Western Hemisphere, Canada, and especially my constituents and each and every American and patriot. So please, this is going to be a major fight. Donald Trump, we got Laura Loomer, all his, you know, Shapiro, all of them are ready to go after me. They got a war chest.
Parnas.org. I don't want to cut you off, Lev. I got to get
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's just I got to give him. We got to let him talk a little bit. You know, I'll keep myself to shut up because I talk too much. But I want to say thank you so much for being here. It's levparnas.org. Support Lev. We need folks who are fighting for the right stuff, as you know, and aren't going to be cowed by billionaires or leadership or any other awful people at this point who are running things right now. All right. Thanks, Lev, for being here,
guys.
Take care.
Bye. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Qasim, my friend, how are you?
I'm managing, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm managing somehow too. Yeah. I don't pretend to compare one day of a 12-hour live to we had Waj on earlier to what you and Waj are going through with Ramadan, but you know, it's only a small taste, and that you guys do this when you're hungry, when you're thirsty, it's sort of incredible.
I think everybody should go through it at some point in time, whether you're Muslim or not, whether you believe in God or not. The power of fasting and the ability to just remind you how fragile we all are and how much we really need to look out for each other. It's an amazing lesson that is, I think, transcends religion and culture and race, and everyone should do it.
I couldn't agree more. I think, honestly, I did in the past, even as someone who wasn't religious. I think I told you, not to the level you did, but for Yom Kippur once or twice, just to see if I could. And I think it's a good thing for you. I think it's a good thing, even when you're not fasting, you take times when you eat less of certain kinds of foods that are not so good for you. And I mean, it's a discipline, I think.
It is. It absolutely is.
As is fighting bad guys, which you do.
I try. We had our primary election in Illinois last night.
That's right. Maybe that's that's right. Were you well, no, you weren't out partying because you're celebrating Ramadan, but
partying is the wrong word, but I was definitely out supporting the candidates who I believed in, and we had some good victories, some painful defeats, but we learned a lot. I'm posting on my Substack pretty soon, kind of the post election analysis, and the very short version is, if Illinois is anything like the other 45 states remaining that haven't had their primary elections, we are going to have record dark money, APAC, crypto, AI, gambling spend. It's going to be absurd. 70 million spent in this primary, 70 million. And we are not better off for it. And so the good news is, though, is that that's the most ever spent to try to maintain the status quo. And I don't think anyone is happy with the status quo. And it's not sustainable for anyone. And so I think the silver lining is we have a better path forward because now we understand what they're doing and how they're doing it. And I think if we can be effective in these other 45 states, we can have far more success than we had in Illinois last night.
So you're not happy with how things, you don't think like for progressive fighters and folks that were willing to take on sort of the I don't know if establishment's the word, but take on whatever you want to call it, the insiders.
The status quo, yeah. I mean, I think there's some big wins, right? I mean, I think Juliana Stratton was not supposed to win. And she won big. She won by over 51,000 votes. And then, we had some heartbreaking losses, right? Katabu Ghazala lost by only about 3,000 votes. And kudos to BIS for winning. I think one of the points I bring up is that this is another example of why we need a better system. Like, why do we tolerate a system where you can win with 29% of the vote when 71% of people vote for somebody else, but you get to represent 100% of people? This is where ranked choice voting is so important. This is where runoffs are so important.
Yes.
And that, to me, is entirely within the Democratic Party's apparatus. We can say as a party, we will have our primaries be ranked choice, or we will have our primaries be based on runoffs. I mean, even voter suppressive Texas has runoff elections, for God's sake. We can do that and get a more representative, electorate as opposed to kind of what we have right now.
Yeah, no, we want to make sure in the end that we have people that we have people there where 71% of people voted against them. I mean, even you just saying that, like, that just feels ridiculous, right? I mean, if 71% of people, I don't care how many other people there were, chose somebody else, you don't really feel like the person representing that district. I mean, we can people can choose from among the various things. I like ranked choice voting the best.
I do too. Yeah.
It could be that. It could be the runoff, and could be other things I'm not thinking of. But that's I agree. That's a bad way of doing things. I guess Illinois wasn't always known for, let's say, it's transparent and and when it comes to elections, you have a special reputation. I don't know if that's true anymore or not, but there was time.
No, it's still very true. Unfortunately, even when I ran for Congress 2 cycles ago in Illinois, the party put out fake flyers attacking me without putting anyone's name on it, and I didn't elevate it, but it was illegal. It was a criminal act that they did. I didn't elevate it. I should have.
And that's political spending. You've got to mark who. Just for folks who don't know the rules as well, you got to say who did it.
That's right.
You have to report what you spent on it and all of that. That is required.
Yeah. So it's still there. In fact, it's funny because I think people don't realize that Chicago is called the Windy City not because it's particularly windy, but because of all the hot political air blowing through. And is that
true?
That's exactly right. Yeah. That's.
I just learned something new. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would say you're more attuned to this stuff than 99.9% of people out there. People think it's because it's just windy. It is windy, but not like any particular level of windiness. It's actually.
I know. I mean, I can even sit here, have conversations with you about what Kennedy pulled there in 1960. Joseph Kennedy, that would be.
Yeah.
I know a little bit about Illinois' history when it comes to some questionable moments, but I did not know that.
There you go. Learn something new every day.
That is a cool thing. Well, so this was supposed to be about overall democracy and ensuring that we have elections. There's some folks we've had on. Glenn Kirschner seems pretty confident. Other people that seem a little less confident. Where are you in the process of?
I'm in the process of we already are a severely voter suppressive nation at this
Yes.
point, especially post Shelby versus Holder 2013. Folks don't realize that when Shelby versus Holder was decided, there were about 220,000 polling locations nationwide that you can go vote to. Now there's less than 100,000 polling locations nationwide. And they're disproportionately shut down in Black and Latino communities.
Right.
That's what modern day voter suppression looks like. It's not, a KKK sociopath wearing a hood, burning Black people at the stake. Although, the levels of
Sadly, there's still some of that
academic.
too.
But the systemic aspect of it is exactly this: that we'll just shut down polling locations. We don't need to stop all Black people and Latinos from voting, just enough to flip the elections. And so
scare other folks so they don't show up. Right.
Yeah, intimidate them. And now with this, Voter Elimination Act, which they're calling the SAVE Act, but it's actually the Voter Elimination Act.
I'm glad you're saying that, because
Yeah.
people need to stop referring to it as a damn SAVE.
It's a who was it that it's a Save Donald Trump's Ass Act. That's like the closest thing to call it. But it's gonna be, if this passes, if Republicans decide to blow up the filibuster and pass this piece of legislation, it will return us to Jim Crow era levels of voter suppression, and it will devastate our electorate. This is how I think Donald Trump is going to steal the midterms. If he can't pass this, I would not put it past him to somehow seize the ballot boxes, send federal troops to seize the ballot boxes, and suspend the elections. I would not put it past him to escalate the war on Iran, to suspend elections. I think he realized that Ukraine isn't having elections because they're being bombarded by Putin and by Russia, and so therefore he's going to try to use the same excuse here. I don't put anything past him. So I have a lot of respect for Glenn Kirschner. I think he's a brilliant academic in this space, and he's a trusted voice for all the reasons we already know. And while reserving my right to be a hopeless optimist, I'm going to be a realist in this one and say there's nothing that Donald Trump won't do to stay in power, to prevent the further release of the Epstein files, to ensure there's no accountability for the absurd numbers of crimes he's committed.
I mean, absolutely true. Absolutely 100% true.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of where I am right now. And now that all that said, I don't plan on just sitting on my hands and saying, well, it's hopeless. This is just all, it's just going to happen. I think this is where we're at one of those moments in history where in the future people will look back and say, and this is where people decided that they've had enough and they are stepping up and they organized. And to that end, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm continuing to organize, continuing to be active and involved, building new tools, new technologies, new infrastructures, because that's the only option we have. We can't just sit on our hands and give up hope. We have to be involved. We have to be engaged.
Well, and there's always like a million different things you can do: medium, small, big, whatever. And you're right. Like we have to keep fighting. And again, like I'm not. I don't come down on the optimist or the pessimist side. I come down on the side of we've got a lot of people doing great things. We also have a lot of challenges when it comes to making sure that there's anything remotely close to a fair election. And we had Miles Taylor on earlier, and obviously his organization is doing some work on this. I know there are other ones. We're just going to have to do whatever it is we need to. We're going to have to, I guess, fill in holes, right? We have to find the spaces where we haven't had people before, and we didn't think we needed people, or needed to be active, or whatever it might be. And maybe there is no easy answer, but as you just said, like, you fight every damn way you can, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you certainly don't just give in and say, oh, no big deal.
Yeah, and when we talk about practical solutions, one of the tools I've been using is a free app called Sway, and
I've heard of that. Yeah,
sway.co. I encourage folks to check it out. And in Texas, the Texas primaries, those who used it, we saw a 20% boost in turnout, which is fantastic. And it answers a simple question for anyone who's been asked, "Hey, who do I vote for?" Sway allows you to upload your preferred voter guide and send it to all your family and friends and say, "Here's who you vote for." It's as simple as that. To me, it combats voter suppression because it reduces the friction. Look, we've all got a million things going on. I mean, constantly, right? I mean, we're constantly getting texts. Did you do this? Have you done that? What Sway is doing is, and I love the fact that it's free, because it's not like a gimmick like, hey, we're going to make money off of this. It's just free access to civics. It allows people to just know who to vote for based on the people they trust. People trust you, Cliff. They trust you. They respect you. They love you. They're like, this guy knows what he's talking about. You can't respond.
I don't know about love. That's really pushing it a little bit.
I love you, man. I love
They
you.
don't dislike me. I mean, sure.
I will say that I love you, man. Just to make
And
sure I
me,
can
me to you. There
Done.
you go.
And
Hey, if it were just you and me, we could solve the Middle East problems.
we could Muslim Jewish unity. Here we go.
Muslim and a Jew. We have it all figured out. If you guys would just fucking stop,
Just
that'd
listen
be
to
great.
us. Yeah, Cliff and Q. It sounds like a cool band name, actually. We should
There
start
you
a
go.
band. Let's start a band. But it just allows you to say, hey, instead of sending me a million texts, here's my voter list. Here's who I'm supporting. Go out and vote for them as well. It's fantastic. And anyone can set it up for local, state, and federal. But I bring this up not to be an advertisement for them, but to say this is a tool I'm using. It's free. It's effective. And this is the kind of stuff that we need to do more effectively. We're not going to outspend APAC and crypto and $70 million. We don't need to, though, right? We just need to use the tools available and spend that time right now. Take that anger and that hopelessness and that just rage you feel and channel it into progress here. And I promise you, we'll see more and more meaningful change.
I mean, I think you're right. I just think, again, we can just sit around and sit in our hands and just be like, screw it, it's all going to end. Or we can fight back. And if you think about how many moments in history could have gone a little differently and didn't, when you think about those, whether it's certain battles, Civil War or World War II, or it's Lindbergh in 40, or if you're looking back, I mean, and then there are things, of course, that could have gone much better and sucked, like, Reconstruction that could have actually happened and continued in the manner in which it did happen the first decade, and we'd be a completely different place right now. But the point being is I mean, you just brought up Kat. I can't think of her last name.
Abu Ghazala, yeah.
It's not easy for me to. I'm going to work on it, I promise. But
you're good.
But would you say she lost by a few thousand votes?
Yeah, about 3,400 votes. Yeah, it was pretty close.
I mean, think about 2016, right? Like, think about Al Gore in 2000. Think about. I mean, there's just so many times where it comes down to that. To me, is still the thing that changed everything. But but then I also look at certain congressional races. There's what's her name? She got like 3 names. Meeks, I think, is her last name, in Iowa, that won her first, right-wing Republican in a swing district, won her first race by something like 4 votes. And she's managed to stay there. I think she's going to lose this time, but she's managed to stay there through, 2 other elections. I mean, if you think about that, a couple more people, we're at 4. So I'm not getting rid of you yet, but I'm inviting Chris Kluwe into the stage. How are you, Chris?
Good. How's it going? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Do you guys know each other, Qasim and Chris?
I've seen Qasim stuff on Blue Sky a lot, so really appreciate what you do. So yeah, keep it up.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you too, Chris.
Qasim, human. You guys actually are similar. You're both like Renaissance men. Qasim's like run for Congress. He's like he's a human rights lawyer. He's a writer and a creator. What am I missing, Qasim? You do other stuff.
Aspiring male model. You forgot the most
aspiring male model. He's got that going too. And then we got Chris Kluwe here, who still, I believe, holds 2 records with the Minnesota Vikings as a punter. Am I correct that you still hold 2 records there?
I'm not exactly sure. It might be more, but I don't really care because I'm not playing anymore at this point. So.
No, that's fair. I just was wondering. I think we lost. We lost Qasim. All right. Well, okay. I was going to give I give your bio to I'll say goodbye to Qasim, but we'll give your bio to other folks here. Background: you were obviously in the NFL and a good player and someone who stood up for what mattered. That's when I got to know who you were, when you stood up for gay rights before the Supreme Court case when they were trying to ban it, and you had some of the more interesting writing that I very much enjoyed about it. Oh, Qasim is back. I don't know what happened. Did we lose you for a sec?
Yeah, my internet went out weirdly. I don't know what it was. I think it's probably the anti-Vikings lobby realized that.
That's what it is. It's because you're a Bears fan, dude. That's got to be the problem.
A Bears fan. Yeah, I grew up a diehard Bears fan. That's definitely true.
Well, I figured I at least would introduce the 2 of you before. So, Chris, I always find, so he wasn't doing very much. He was just punting for the Vikings while playing bass in a rock band in Minneapolis, and then stood up for gay rights when others in the NFL came out against it. This is pre, Oberfell, which came out of Cincinnati here, I will say. But and he stood up and spoke out. And of course, there are people that told him not to, and he still did. And I think that led him to write for Deadspin some very interesting and
a lot of swearing.
I'm sorry, you used the word cock monster about somebody, and that was one of the better words.
Lustful cock monster.
Lustful cock monster. When he was being sarcastic about that you're not going to be turned gay because other people are, and ended up writing for Deadspin. You wrote a book, I believe. Moved out to California, back home to Huntington Beach, and then protested when they put a Trump plaque up on a public library. Got arrested, and now is running for state rep. Did I get everything in there, or I missed some stuff?
You forgot that I was in a top 3 U.S. World of Warcraft rating guild, but I'll forgive you for that one.
See, I knew it. Look at that. He's also a gamer. Like the dude, there's nothing this guy doesn't do. It's amazing.
Chris, I didn't know you were running for state rep. That's fantastic.
I'm running for Assembly District 72 because basically the likely Republican candidate is she's a hardcore MAGA city councilor here in Huntington Beach. Yeah. And so I do not want to see people like her get more power. Like, no,
good on you. I just connected you on Blue Sky. I would love to chat offline about that. I've got friends in Minnesota as well. And would love to connect you to the folks in there. I mean, not that you need my help, but I'd love to provide support however I can.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and that's one of the things, like I'm trying to build a really broad coalition because it's going to take all of us to, both win this seat as well as fix what's wrong with our country. So the more the merrier.
Yeah. No, that's why. I mean, I didn't do it on purpose at first, and I realized at some point earlier when I invite the person on next, before the person left, I'm like, if we're all about sort of unifying, speaking in unison in one voice and getting together and fighting for democracy, why not introduce people if they don't know each other? Doesn't seem like a bad thing to do, right? So I want to make sure you guys met each other. Qasim, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Appreciate you guys. Chris, we'll be in touch, all right?
Yep, sounds good. Thanks, Qasim.
All right, take care. All right. So you're running for the state house. Did you ever think you're going to be doing that?
Hell no. Like, this is not something I ever planned on doing. Like growing up, I never dreamed of, I'm going to be the politician like that. That was firmly on the other side of what I wanted to do. I wanted to play sports at a really high level and make a bunch of money and then retire. So I didn't have to work anymore. Right. I was succeeding in that.
That's what you were doing, that whole thing. And then you had to open your mouth, and care about stuff.
Yeah, then I actually had to care about other people, which clearly a downside if you just want to be left alone. But
I know.
Yeah, more seriously, it really was. I saw the direction the country was going in, and I've been really vocal on how the Trump movement, the MAGA movement, has been a fascist movement from the get-go. And a lot of people, like when I first started saying that back in 2015, 2016, when he was running for office and then took office, were like, "Oh, you're being hyperbolic. Like this is, you just don't like him. You don't understand what you're talking about." Like I did get a history and poli-sci degree, so I have some knowledge.
You did, right? You went to UCLA, didn't you?
Yeah.
So it's like you could use that line. I remember when somebody, guitarist, Rage Against the Machine.
Tom
Morello, where somebody was messing with him and arguing with him and saying like, you're a rock star, you don't know what the hell you're talking about or whatever. And he was like, well, first of all, just because I'm a rock star doesn't necessarily mean I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But but I guess if you do care about credentials, I earned a poli-sci degree from Harvard, so I could. I love that response. So that's your response too. Like, well, yeah, I did study poli-sci at UCLA, so maybe I know something.
Right. Yeah. And so, and then just looking at where we're at now and how things are continuing to escalate even quicker and quicker, it's the longer we wait to solve these problems, the more difficult it becomes and the more damage is allowed to happen to our society. And I really think we're seeing that now, right? Like we're at a war with Iran that no one can explain why we're at war with Iran other than Donald Trump wanted to blow some stuff up. Like I have yet to see a legitimate explanation for why we're at war with Iran.
No, they've had 4 different ones, right? I mean, seriously, right?
Yeah, and this is what fascism does. It just scrabbles and tries to maintain control via any means necessary, and it doesn't care about the institutions that allow people to live their lives. And so that's why it's incumbent upon us as citizens to rise up against that and to make sure that the fascists don't win. Like we've seen how this plays out in history. Like the sooner we fight back, the less it costs us in the long run.
Right. No, I mean, again, or sometimes if you don't fight back soon enough, you lose that chance forever, or a very, very long period of time. I mean, you're right. And you look at any, I mean, again, everybody always says the Nazis, but like there's a gazillion examples. You don't need to look at the Nazis, and really, frankly, you don't have to just look at fascism. I mean, communism, whether that is really communism, whatever the hell Mao or Pol Pot were doing. But the point is, if you look at any authoritarian movements to the point of being genocidal kind of authoritarian movements, they don't just get there immediately. It takes people looking the other way. It takes people being quiet. It takes people just, I mean, you could have just cared about breaking more punting records, But,
I know, right? Like I didn't have to show up at city council meetings. Like I got plenty of video games I can play.
I was going to say you could be ranked number 2 maybe in the world,
Although I don't really play WoW anymore because I had kids, and so I needed games I could pause. So it's a very
you're like, maybe I should play with my kids and not
spend some time teaching them how to be good human beings.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing to do. That is pretty cool that you were ranked 3rd at one point, though.
So actually, quick funny story. That is legit the only time in my life I have pulled the "Hey, guess who I am? I play in the NFL" card, was to get accepted into the raiding guild.
Dude,
I really wanted to get in.
So and then that work. They're like, oh yeah, you should have been like, look at these records. This is pretty cool.
Well, so it worked, but I also made sure to say, okay, here I know how to play my class. Like I know what my DPS rotations are. Like I don't just want to get in because I want to be a name or something. Like I do know how to play this game.
Right. You're like, I'm not like Donald Trump Jr. Right. Like I'm not just trying to say I haven't. I mean, in a lot of ways, but it's not. I shouldn't just. Hey, I have the name from what I did, and that's still cool, though. You should have said I was a bassist for a really awesome band.
Yeah,
that was booked throughout Minneapolis.
Yeah, technically correct. It's,
right.
Although we did get to play the front stage of First Avenue one time, so that was really cool. So
that's what I'm saying. You should be like, I played where Prince played, and I played. Did Dylan play there? Probably.
I think so. Yeah. I don't know that they have our name on the side on one of the stars, but who knows, maybe one of these days.
I mean, when I was last in Minneapolis, I was actually impressed with the amount of great music that had come out of there that I didn't even know. I mean, Prince, obviously, and I still actually sit there sometimes and watch that guitar solo from "While My Guitar Gently Weeps." Just if you've ever seen that one that he did at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, where he I don't know if he was supposed to be playing, and so he was just took some attitude to it, and it's one of the best guitar solos I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it was incredible. I mean, just Prince was something else, and
one of the greatest Super Bowl halftime shows of all time.
Oh my God, it was raining.
I think Bad Bunny was pretty close, but
Bad Bunny was pretty close. But playing Purple Rain in the rain and running around on stage, and I mean, that was pretty sweet. And I'll just say the quick one story. When I went up there, it was actually performing something. It was fun, like the sexy liberal comedy tour that they do. Stephanie Miller and Hal Sparks and some of these folks. And I was up there and I met some friends and went out and I was talking about the music, scene. I guess we went to a brunch place and to see that place right across the street, that playground, that's called Marcy's Playground. And I was like, oh, now I get it.
Like the song?
I'm like, yeah. I'm like, so apparently you guys do really have a lot of music up here. But okay, we had fun talking music. So how you're trying to get the biggest coalition together. How are you running the race in terms of a lot of knocking on doors, a lot of reaching out via video games, a lot of playing, walking door to door, playing bass, kicking, the ball out in the street and showing them how far you can. You've got lots of options. So
yeah, I know. Yeah, it's so currently right now what we're focusing on mainly is endorsements and fundraising. And we're doing really well on both fronts. I've had 4 congressional reps endorse me already. Congress members Robert Garcia, Dave Min, Derek Tran, and Mike Levin. And then I think I'm up to 5 assembly members have endorsed me, and then I'm also getting a lot of labor endorsements, because as someone who was in a union in the NFLPA and who is still in a union for the Retired Players Association, like I truly understand the importance of unions and collective bargaining, collective action. Like I would not have been able to make the money that I did had a previous generation not come together and collectively bargained for those rights. And so it's really important for us to protect and to grow unions in this country, because we're seeing, what happens when we don't have strong union protections. And it's one of the main drivers behind the wealth inequality gap that we're currently seeing. And it is the largest wealth inequality gap we've ever seen in this country.
By not even close.
Yeah, it's not even close. And
I read something, I think we're at 12 times or something, the Gilded Age.
It's ridiculous, and it's unsustainable. Like it's going to lead to societal upheaval and potentially societal collapse, just like it did with the Great Depression. I mean, like we're on track towards that. So we should we should be not doing that.
Another place that happened was Rome, where the few elites took everything and whatever. And I've been there and I love it. It's great, but the stuff from 2,000 years ago tells me that democracy did not really last after that.
No, they don't like it. And the thing is, democracies only last if you're willing to fight to keep them. And so that means you got to show up, you got to do the boring work, and you have to make sure that competent people are in charge. And they're very unsexy jobs, right? Like being a state assembly member is not like primetime television viewing. You're taking care of the basic infrastructure that allows people to survive and prosper, and that's how it should be approached. Like I've been on TV enough for one lifetime. Like I don't need to be on TV anymore. I just want to make sure the job's getting done right.
Is that why you looked at what was needed, and is that why you chose assembly? Because I mean, the truth is that with your background, just having the football career or whatever, you could have pulled a Steve Largent, although he's a dick and his politics suck, but otherwise, or a Fred Thompson. He was a dick and his politics sucked. But no, I mean, like having some name recognition, some fame from what you do, you probably could have run for the Senate's different. I mean, California, obviously, everybody wants that job and it's too big.
Right.
But you might have had a shot at a congressional race or something. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, no, I was going to say, people asked me, like, hey, so are you going to run for Congress? And I was just like, well, no, I don't think I'm particularly qualified to run for Congress. Like, even like, despite my background, despite the fact I read a bunch and, care about these issues, like I do think I would need some more experience before venturing into that large of a stage. Whereas, and also my congressional rep he's okay. Currently it's Dave Min, and then next cycle, due to Prop 50, it's going to be Robert Garcia. So why would I want to take Robert Garcia's spot?
Robert Garcia has been great.
Yeah. Whereas I'm looking at the assembly race, and this is historically, it's a red-leaning seat that has gone purplish at times. And I'm not against principled conservatism. Like there absolutely is a place for principled conservatism in American democracy. The problem is the MAGA movement is not principled conservatism. Like it doesn't believe in democracy at all. No. And so when I saw that a hardcore MAGA person was going to be running for the seat, and that no one else was going to be running against her on the Democratic side, because I went to the OC Dems, I'm like, hey, is there anyone looking to run in this race? And they're like, no, there's no one. So I'm like, well, we need to field people. Like we need to be running in the races that matter.
Every race, so that you're out there speaking to people, you're sharing a message, you're telling them, you're not just letting the other side have the microphone to tell their bullshit, right?
Yeah, and that's what I've seen here in Huntington Beach, is because a lot of people have a rightful view of Huntington Beach is like it's the Florida of the West Coast.
Yes,
it's where all these crazy people are at. And
I was not aware of that, but that's interesting and fun to know now.
Yeah, it's been pretty bad for the last 6 to 8 years. But I mean, there's a lot of good people who do live in Huntington Beach. Like they just don't show up, right? And so my job is going to be, I need you to show up. Like I need you to understand that we outnumber the crazies. They're just really loud. But when we show up, like they don't like it. They get scared and go home. And we've seen that with our protests at the pier where before it'd be like, okay, we were kind of evenly matched in terms of numbers. But lately, especially with the No Kings protests and stuff, the local MAGA people are just not showing up anymore because they're outnumbered, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 1.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah. So the vast majority of people living in this district, because I grew up here, I grew up in Seal Beach and, currently live in Huntington Beach. And so the vast amount of people who live here just want to be left alone, and they want their government to work. Like they don't want to have to think about politics. And it's like, okay, fine, you know, and I know that because I was one of those people. Like, you know, I was a tall, straight white dude, right? Growing up, like, what do I need to care about politics? The entire system is rigged.
Like, it's all here for me, baby.
Right? Yeah, you're working as intended. But clearly now I see, like, okay, yeah, no, we really do need to change quite a bit of this stuff. But the people here are seeing that local MAGA governance has been leading to a budget deficit. It's been leading to endless lawsuits against the state. It's been leading to corruption with a lawsuit settlement giveaway to their friends. And like, and it's the same stuff that Trump's doing. It's just at a slightly smaller scale, but like, it's all the same stuff. And so
that's why it frustrates me when people act like, you know, there is an actual kind of MAGA theory of governing. Like, you know, there is center-right conservatism, and you brought it up before. We used to have it, and again, I disagree with it mostly, but I think it's a good thing. It's those who say, "Hey, we agree with you that there are problems, but we need to solve those problems." So you're going to be in favor of, you know, a carbon tax. We're going to be in favor of cap and trade. We want to do it more by the market. You want to do it more with government. Okay,
yeah, we can have that discussion. Like,
right. And in fact, the Obamacare actually was the center-right, more government-friendly one.
Right.
But Romney did, right? That's what in Massachusetts, that was, I mean, it was originally a Heritage Foundation when they were less crazy idea of here's how you solve healthcare, but do it with markets involved. But then they decided to move over to that next place of we don't accept there are problems. We're going to deny them demagogue about everything, lie and would, you know, never act in good faith and not try to solve it. That's not a theory of governance. I mean, just striking out and demagoguing and attacking people for their who they love or for their race or their religion or whatever. I mean, yeah, I guess you can say it's fascism. It's just a group of people that look the same, act the same, believe the same, getting together and just saying that we're better than everybody else. So we're hypocrites. Nothing applies to us. Everything applies to everybody else, and they're screwed.
Right. Yeah,
I want to call that a theory of governing. I don't know that I call it that, but
I think the closest one actually that I've seen is on Blue Sky. It was going around, I think, like a week or so ago, where someone was like, "Yeah, the theory of governance is just everyone is 12." Like that's the MAGA political theory.
That's not bad, actually, right?
It's like,
if you think about it, go ahead, sorry.
Right? Like, oh, you want to declare war on Iran? Sure, great, buddy, you're 12.
Right, bomb them, you know,
right?
like
you want to tear down all the windmills? Great, yeah, you're 12.
It's a fantastic point. If you think about like the way he reacts to female reporters, well, she's just a stupid girl. You know, oh, you're fat. I mean, it really is kind of. It's like it's a 12-year-old boy, almost more specifically, manner of government.
Yeah, and just no desire to face or even think about potential consequences or seeing other people as people. Like, I mean, it's we are all human beings at the end of the day, but we have to be able to recognize that in each other. And I really don't see that from MAGA.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's no, I think, recognition at all. I mean, they find a way. I think I've said that. You know, what's the quote? I think it's a Stalin quote, right? Where he said, "One death is a tragedy, a million."
Oh yeah, million statistic. Yep,
statistic. I'll say the word right. You know, I mean, I think they follow that really, which is, you know, if there's numbers of people hurt. Oh, you know, it was just 130 Iranian sailors who were sunk in that frigate that was off Sri Lanka, 2,000 miles away, where they were posing no danger to us. You know, they weren't near the United States. It wasn't near Iran, even if you want to say you're in a conflict with Iran, which we shouldn't be. But there was literally we literally just murdered 130 people who one moment were headed home from some celebration, international celebration, the next minute were either, you know, on fire, in pieces, or sinking to the bottom. And it's just like, you know, that you have to be such an empathyless whore. I really don't know what else to say. You really just need to be so, to me, to do that and not just like do that, but like celebrate it.
Yeah, there's actually like there's a really great quote from Terry Pratchett. He's a fantasy author, great satirist. Where it was one of the characters is trying to describe, you know, where evil starts, right? And so the character's like, well, evil starts when seeing people as things. And then this other character, you know, tries to say like, well, no, but what about this? What about this? It's like, no, it always comes back to seeing other people as things. That's where it all starts. And I think that's MAGA, that's Trump. Like they don't see other people as people, they see them as things that can be pushed around or gotten rid of. And that's why it's so important that we have to fight against them.
No, I think that's exactly right. Because again, what people are I've always said, when I see Trump, people are either, obstacles or enablers. There's no in between, right? And you can go from one to the other, right? Like one of his original supporters, that racist, jackass from Alabama, Jeff Sessions, found out real fast because he supported him. But then when he wanted him to open a case into Hillary, and Sessions, thought, well, I could go to prison for that eventually, and refused to do it. Then he went from enabler to obstacle. And you're an obstacle. There's nothing Trump won't do to you to destroy you. So he destroyed him. And when the guy tried to run for a Senate seat again, endorsed his opponent, and that was that, right? That's the way he does all it. So I think you're right, and I think the ability to dehumanize, because if you say to yourself, well, I want this, the other person has it, but they're no longer a person,
right? And
then who cares, right? I can take whatever I want.
And I've seen that same dehumanization like here in Huntington Beach back when we had our library ballot initiatives, like we were trying to protect our public library from book banning and from the city council from privatizing it. Like there were our city council members, and it was more than one of them. They were legit holding rallies with their supporters where they're claiming that everyone who opposed their book banning were pedophiles, and legit calling them pedophiles. And that's over half of the city.
That is a huge pedophile population,
right? Like we won those ballot initiatives like 60-40 and 59-41, and it was just like, how do you think you're going to represent all of this city if you're convinced that the vast majority of people in here are pedophiles because they don't agree with you that we should be banning books? Like that's not good governance.
Trump wants to ban books and Jeffrey Epstein, so I'm not sure I understand all of this stuff. Yeah, that's the other thing too, right? Is the projection is just through the fucking.
Oh, absolutely. Like every what is it? Every accusation is a projection with them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. It is. It is. I truly believe that. Like they know the truth about themselves, and I think that's also behind. I mean, some of it's they're brought up in certain backgrounds where they're religiously strict and just never thought to venture outside of it. But I think a lot of it is also they think, well, we've got to ban this because I have this urge, and everybody else must have this urge too. And you're like, well, maybe depending upon what that urge is. If it's just, if it's something that is consenting adults, we're just like, well, we may have that urge, but we're not like weirdos like you, and so insecure, like we're gonna go live our lives. And if it's an urge that is a problem, like kids or something like that, you need to go get treatment and get the kind of help you can get. And no, the rest of us don't have that urge either. So but yeah, go ahead.
Stop pushing your weirdness on us. Like
that's we don't be freaks. Just good. Yeah. No, I mean, it does feel that way sometimes that they just think we have all the same hangups, and it's like, I don't.
No, I'm good.
I'm good, right? Good friends who are gay. That's awesome.
Just let people live their lives. Let people be people. It's really not that hard.
And that's the thing. It just is so easy when you break it down like that and whatever. But it's this like, I don't know, evolutionary biology went wrong somewhere, and you just have these billionaire creatures that never have enough. Like it's not about collecting resources to make sure your family is taken care of anymore. It's about all sorts of other weird things. And I just,
So I've actually been talking about that in my campaign speeches, like when I'm at Dem clubs and stuff like that, is that, why do we as a society, why do we not consider wealth hoarding a form of hoarding? Like every other resource that people hoard, we say that's a mental disorder. Like you need treatment for that. If your house is filled with newspapers, it's like, okay, you have a problem. We need to get you help. If you have 200 cats, it's okay, you have a problem. You need to get you help. But somehow it's, if you have $200 billion, it's not a problem. It's something that should be aspired to. Sure, let's celebrate that. It's like, no.
While people are starving too, like
it is legitimately a mental disorder, because at a certain point, if you can't say I have enough, then you're never going to be able to say I have enough. And that means you're just going to keep hurting people to try to get more and more and more to fill a hole that's never going to be filled.
And we've seen that with a bunch of people.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So
Elon Musk is the prime example, but
no, you're right.
Let's not get into that.
He'd never have enough because of his self-loathing, and God, he's got problems. But what? So for your campaign, are there issues specific, a few that you're running on more than others?
Yeah. So there's three big ones that I really want to focus on. They affect us both locally as well as at the state level. The first one is affordability. I mean, California is facing a massive affordability crisis,
right?
And like one of the big drivers behind it is we just haven't been building enough houses, and we haven't been building enough like condos, duplexes, townhomes, as well as more higher density like mixed commercial residential use housing. So we really need to just buckle down and build the units. Like that's what it comes down to. The second one, mitigating the effects of climate change. My district in particular, it's 4 coastal communities, which are going to be having to deal with like coastal erosion. We actually had a tropical storm hit us about 2 years ago. What happens when that upgrades into a hurricane? Like, because I know for a fact California is not prepared for a hurricane to hit the coastline. Because like, why would it? I think it's been like
we haven't done anything to prepare, right? Like,
yeah,
we never do.
Right.
New Orleans, Katrina. Right.
Yep. And then the other 4 cities in the district are right next to a state park that is a massive fire risk. And we saw what happened in LA, we have to be prepared for that kind of stuff, because climate change is exacerbating these weather events, and it's just going to keep happening, and they're going to get more and more intense. So we have to figure out, okay, how do we prepare for that, and then how do we respond when it happens, because it is going to happen. And then the third one I really want to focus on is responsible regulation of AI. I mean, like we're seeing now, like there are use cases for AI in specific like niche areas. Novel medical treatments is a good one. Weather forecasting is another good one. Like summarizing large data sets with expert oversight at the end of it. Like there are use cases for AI, but this push to try to get like ChatGPT into schools and to replace workers and to like automate the medical diagnosis process, like no, it's not okay. Like there needs to be a human in the loop. And my thing is, especially with the schools, if I as a parent, if my school district told me they were going to hire a teacher that was wrong 40% of the time, I would be like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I know, right?
Like, how dare you? Like, how dare you think that is appropriate for my kid to be learning from a teacher who is wrong? Like more than
and I just think I'm so glad to hear you say that, honestly, because I think it is this sleeper issue that if Democrats would get smart and embrace nationally and tie in with what I think their overall theme should be, is that, and again, there are some wimpy Democrats in leadership and too corporatized who won't do this, but the others who really are good need to take the lead and push it. And it's, look, we're up against a bunch of billionaire predators. It's sort of what you're saying about hoarding, which is all about power. They're predators, right? It's all about power. It's all about domination. It's all about whether it's with the young girls or it's private equity coming in and dumping debt on your company and stealing your pensions or stealing your right to vote through gerrymandering or other stuff, and hence being a predator on democracy, or coming in, healthcare companies just screwing you over and they're supposed to cover you and they don't. And then there's just so many examples, of this. And I think the AI thing, these guys who are, getting wealthy off of AI, and we're already seeing some of the negative uses with OpenAI working with the Pentagon and all of that. But, there's job questions, there's safety questions, beyond the couple scientists who have even said, yeah, the Terminator seems like that could happen, and move the doomsday clock a little closer. Like, a couple cases where AIs refused to turn off or cursed out whoever it was who was doing it. That seems like a bad thing to me. That's something that you might want to stop and question. And I'm not even saying that that's the most likely of the bad scenarios. I'm just saying that, as well as, what you're pointing out, that it can be very wrong and it can upend our job market if we don't have any kind of a universal basic income. What are all these people doing, who are not working? And these are all questions we need to answer, and to just go head first into it and screwing people over further. They're already getting screwed over by human robots like Elon Musk. And I use the word human there very advisedly, who are trying to extract everything from them. Now we need that from AI too. So I do feel like it fits really well into a platform that stands up for regular people.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
more. And again, we're human beings. Like, technology changes all the time. Human nature hasn't really changed much since we came down from the trees. Like, we're still pretty much who we are as humans in terms of, like, okay, we have our in groups, we have our out groups, you know, we have our tribes, and like, but we can move past that if we make the conscious decision to move past that. And so, like, with AI, it's just another example of, you have people who are trying to use a new technology to exploit others, hoard wealth in their own hands. And so we have to be able to look back at historical lessons and be like, okay, how do we prevent this from happening again? How do we make sure that it is equitable? How do we make sure that everyone is being brought up by this new technology, not just the ultra rich or those who managed to get a hold of it first? And, like, because again, it's happened before, it'll happen again. We just have to be willing to address it.
No, you're right. It's human nature. It ends up there. You know, some of these folks sort of grab the biggest slice of the pie, and the rest of us have to be there to make sure. So, all right. Well, awesome talking to you again. What website? Where can people find you?
All right. Yes. So the campaign website, my campaign team always gets mad if I don't mention the campaign website. So it's www.kluweoc.com. So my last name, OC for Orange County.com.
www.kluweoc.com. Cool.
Yep. Kluweoc.com. That'll have, like, all the endorsements. It'll have my campaign platforms, media stuff that I've done. I'm sure we'll probably put this clip on there once you get it uploaded.
Awesome.
Yeah. And so, and then obviously I'm on Blue Sky at Chris Warcraft. I read all my replies. So if you say something to me, I will read it. I may not necessarily respond to it.
Go and say some shit to him. I'm going to go do, you know.
I know.
I have a few times already. It's cool.
Oh yeah. It's no, and that's the great part about social media, right? Like, we should be able to use it to just be social with each other. Like, that's the ideal of social media, not a rage room where everyone's screaming at each other. So
I think, that's the less pleasant part of social media. We could let that go. All right. Well, listen, seriously, I mean, I could talk to you forever about various stuff. Hell, just your music and your, you know, the NFL will be fun. So, but awesome that you're doing what you're doing. We'll have you back on at some point again when we're not doing a crazy 12-hour thing, and I'm not in the middle of. I think I'm about halfway done, and I feel like I'm going to pass out. But we will fight through, my friend. You fought through tougher things. You fought through Minnesota winters. I can make it.
Fought through -5 degree temperatures in a Chicago Bears games.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Stay strong.
I will hang in there. Seriously, thank you for being here again. And it is Kluwe OC. Yep. So support him. He would be a great addition, a guy that obviously cares about a variety of things and thinks about things and has had cool experiences. And we need people with varied experiences and who care in government. So why don't we try that? Chris, thanks for being here so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you, Cliff. I really appreciate you giving me the time. And whenever you want to have me back, just let me know.
I will do that. I know where to find you.
Yes, you do.
All right. Take care, buddy. Bye.
All right. Bye.
All right.
I'm jumping on screen with you, buddy. So hello.
You have to make an announcement to people.
And COO.
I have to run for the restroom so quickly. I apologize, folks.
All right.
While I do that, Lawrence is going to announce what we're doing now, so you know where we are in this process. And I will be right back.
All right, everyone, give a big round of applause for Cliff Schechter from your home, from your phone. That was an amazing first half of the day. We have a bit of a change. We are going to take a short break, and then we are going to come back at 5 o'clock with our 5 o'clock scheduled guest, Olga Lautman. But we have discovered that Substack does not make it easy for people who are on in the early half of the day to actually disconnect their stream from Substack. So everyone on every channel who joined us earlier this morning has been watching the BAM SubstackaPalooza all day long. And that doesn't work because folks like Steve Schmidt and Julie Roginsky and other folks have other shows that they need to do today. So we're going to end this stream when Cliff comes back and stop presenting. And then we will jump back on at 5 o'clock. It will be a new stream. So the, aggregated multi-thousand number of people that are here, have been here, we would just ask you to come back Currently says we've got 7,800-ish people watching the stream, which is amazing. And we've got about 1,000 people on YouTube and the other channels watching. Thank you. For YouTube and the other channels that we're on, nothing is going to change. We're just going to go dark for a couple of minutes. But for Substack, it'll actually show up as a new stream. So we're going to have a stream from 5 to 7, another stream from 7 to 9, and a final stream from 9 to 11. All of our guests are in their same times. And wouldn't you know it, Substack is changing their dashboard today. So a lot of the live video functionality is different, like audience notifications. But knock on wood, it's all going to work out. If you would throw us some cabbage, we would really appreciate it. The QR code up there with the duck head is donate. And the one that says subscribe is to subscribe. We've got 75% off right now for $19.99 for a year. You can subscribe to Blue Amp and help Cliff do crazy things like do a 12-hour, marathon.
Yeah, I had to jump in there quickly and say, folks, honestly, this is, I love doing this. I love talking to people, meeting people. This has been great. But we do Lawrence is behind the scenes too. We put a lot of work into this, planning for this 12 hours today. So you can imagine impacts whatever else I can do this week. I may not be able to get out of bed. And we really, really, for us to keep doing these things, need your support. I don't know how else to say it. Even just going into the give me a coffee or buy me a coffee thing and leaving $5 or $10 is amazing. But the fact that for a year we're offering you right now, a paid subscription that costs less than $2 a month. Think about whatever it is you spend $1.60 a month on.
Right.
We've had some folks sign up so far, but not really enough. And we really need people to support us. I don't really know how else to say it. Like, this is a labor of love. And so are the other shows I do, Tequila Talk with Joe Walsh, and the one with Amped Up with David Schuster. And we have Ellie Leonard here, who's doing all this amazing work. Lawrence is incredible at what he does as a COO and hosts the show. And David Schuster is an Emmy winner and hosts. But I can't say any stronger. We really need folks to step up. People spend money on all sorts of crazy things. I'm among them. $1.60 a month. And you really could end up, if you buy a $19.98, I think is what the cost is, $19.98 for a year.
Right.
And again, these are the things we're going to bring you.
Cliff, I don't know if you know this. My dad was the director of a public TV station down in South Florida when I was growing up. And so I grew up watching him do pledge drives. And it's literally, it was exactly like this, right? Like the moment every, 6 months or whatever, when they would get on the air and they'd be like, if you love, nature documentaries and masterpiece theater, subscribe, pledge now to WPBT. And that's literally what we're doing, right? We're saying, if you love Ellie Leonard, if you love Cliff's amazing, insightful, witty, sarcastic edge, if you love the work that David Schuster does and his AI videos and the incredible journalistic integrity that he brings, that is what you are subscribing to. And we all know, we can all see it happening, that we need new media like this to succeed, because the New York Times and the Washington Post and all those other, Ms. Now and
the Washington Post is not even media anymore. It's gone. The New York Times is addled media at best.
CBS
I don't know how else to say it.
Corrupted. Yeah.
Because again, I don't want to sound, like it's frustrating, but again, I think it's a human nature thing where we're like, oh, subscribing to something and and that's something new I'm spending money on. But we'll go into a store for $1.60 and buy God knows what, that means nothing to us. And yet that's a month of what we're offering you right now. So I will ask again, and I feel strongly about this because, guys, we're trying to grow this, and we need to hire people to grow it, and we need to do more things like this, and we can't if we don't get that support. So please, we're trying to make it as low as possible for you to do it.
Yeah.
I hope you will. It will mean a lot and be important to us in our ability to continue to do this. And as I was saying before, it's taken longer than we'd hoped, but we have a few series on the sort of back burner, and as well as a few other kind of benefits that we're going to give to folks who are subscribers. I mean, at some point, everyone I'm going to, who's a paid subscriber will get the opportunity to have a conversation with me. If you want to, you can avoid that too, if you'd like. And that can be why you subscribe. But that's going to mean there are going to be a number of these things that we're
people.
There's a number of these things we're going to add. And so if these are things, that make it so you get something extra for it too. So you're supporting us and you're getting something extra. I'm all I'm going to say is right now I feel like going and taking a nap and taking.
I'm making a COO decision. You are excused. I'm going to turn off the Substack link, but we are going to keep going on all other channels, and you are getting out of that chair and walking around outside, assuming it's not 3 degrees.
So you're saying I should eat lunch? Yeah, I'm going to go do that.
Go eat lunch.
42. Okay,
yeah.
I will be back. Let's see. We've got at.
Olga Lautman is coming on at 5 p.m. I just sent her the email with the, nothing changes for her. She goes to the Substack, to the StreamYard studio, just like she was going to do before. It's all going to be magic happening on the back end. Here we go. We are ending the Substack piece right now. Substack will be back in 17 minutes.
So please rejoin.
For everyone else, we keep going and nothing changes, and we're good. So
awesome. I'm gonna go take a walk, think about my decisions in life.
Yeah.
And hopefully while I'm doing that, you guys will buy me some coffee and subscribe and let us keep doing this fun stuff.
Yeah, everyone scan that QR code, buy Cliff a coffee. He definitely needs it. I'm removing you from the stage, Clifford.
Okay.
Goodbye. Bye. I'm getting in trouble for that later, but oh well. That man needs to go walk around and probably go pee again and do whatever he needs to do. We really appreciate you being here, everyone, and to everyone who joined us this morning, whose Substacks we were apparently squatting on throughout the entirety of the day. Thank you, and we're sorry. And Substack is making improvements in live streaming technology, but apparently not to the point where you can say like, hey, I showed up on that person's stream at 11 o'clock in the morning, and now I need to go do my own thing, and so I'd like to disconnect, please. So we're sorry to everyone where we may have overstepped our bounds accidentally, and we appreciate everyone being here. It's been amazing. We're ending that first stream at it looks like 7,880 people, which is incredible. And like I said, we're continuing to stream on all of the other channels. And for Substack, we will be back at 5, just before 5. And Olga Lautman will be here as our first guest. We've got a great 2-hour block coming up from 5 to 7. We've got Olga Lautman at 5. Jonathan Larson is joining us at 5:30. At 6, it is Joe Walsh, the one and only Joe Walsh, in a preview of 6 p.m. tomorrow, when in theory Cliff and Joe are doing Tequila Talk, which has been getting great numbers and lots of people joining that, having a good time. And at 7:30 we've got Mike Madrid. For the rest of the evening after that, from at 8 we've got Rachel Bitecofer. At 8:30, we've got Joy Reid. We're incredibly excited to have Joy on. At 9, we've got Dr. Eric Lulov, who recently kind of jumped on Blue Ant Media as our contributing medical editor. If you haven't been reading Dr. Eric's articles, you really should. He has a first-person account of what it is like existing inside of the American healthcare industry. And his articles are always really well researched and well thought out, and presenting a very reasoned point of view as to how certain elements of our healthcare system are currently broken. At 9:30, we've got Bill Corbett of Mystery Science Theater 3000. At 10 o'clock, we've got Reid Galen. At 10:30, we've got Matt Robeson. I also heard somewhere along the way Hal Sparks might be joining us. It was really hard to get Hal pinned down for a time, but we think maybe we did that. So we're going to be having fun for these next, good God, 6 hours. So please come hang out with us for the rest of the evening. Now is obviously a great time to go grab a drink or a sandwich or go to the bathroom or something. And hey, you guys aren't pinned in place. You can always set us down and go take care of what you need to take care of. We're going to be here for the next 6 hours and 13 minutes because, like Cliff was saying, we're doing this because we believe that this moment in American history requires independent media and independent journalism that is not beholden to anybody other than you, the people who are subscribing. And that's a commitment that Cliff and David and Ellie and me and the rest of the team are really committed to. You know, we don't want this to be a situation where we, you know, sell out to some corporate overlord and then get told what we can say and when we can say it. That's not what Blue Ant Media is ever going to be. So we're feeling really fortunate that we get to do this. It is a labor of love. You know, Cliff being on the air for 12 hours, me being behind the scenes for 12 hours. We're doing it because we love to do it, because we love the opportunities for the people that it allows us to talk to. But most importantly, because it allows us to connect with people like you who read Ellie's articles or read, you know, Cliff's pieces and David's pieces. I have published several things on Blue Ant Media that I'm really proud of. I've loved getting feedback from people. Being able to speak the truth out loud and speak truth to power is why we're doing this. And it is what we need in this moment in time. Like, you know, we just had Qasim Rashid on, and that guy is a gem. And you could see from Qasim's demeanor that the Illinois primaries last night, they hurt his heart. You could tell. And it's because I know he was really passionate about some of the candidates who were running. And I think his assessment is spot on. We saw last night in the Illinois primaries how much money is being thrown into every kind of race, the primaries, Republicans, Democrats, everything. You know, there was a huge APAC flood of money last night. There was a huge AI wave of money last night. There was, you know, a ton of tech spending. You know, we've got to get money out of politics. And we know that here at Blue Ant Media. You know, we've put together lists and ideas of things that we can improve, we could use to improve our American democracy. You know, Cliff and Ellie went down to State of the Swamp, which was sponsored by Defiance.org. You saw Miles Taylor and Xander Schultz earlier, the founders of that organization, who are literally directing people on a week-by-week basis on where their impact can deliver the most bang for the buck or hours spent. And, you know, it's all of us pulling together that's really going to make a difference in these midterms. And, you know, the biggest message of all, which is that we don't care what the fuck Donald Trump and his allies are saying about the midterms. We know, because we no longer suffer from a lack of imagination. We know that that the midterms are going to happen. We know that they are going to try to fuck with the midterms, and we are not going to put up with it. And so, you know, we're working with organizations that are grassroots and boots on the ground. We're interviewing candidates like my candidate for Congress here in Northeast Indiana, Callie Thompson, who is running for the House, the U.S. House for Indiana 3rd. She's amazing. We need her and, you know, literally dozens, hundreds, not thousands, because, you know, the House isn't that big. But we need candidates like that up and down the ballot in all corners of the country to run and win. And so we're trying to elevate and amplify those voices. We're working with organizations that are also focused on that mission. We're telling the truth, and the way that we're doing that is we're trying to show up every day. We've got shows virtually every day here on Blue Ant Media. We publish every day. We've built a great community so far, and we want to grow even bigger so that we can do even more. So if you could scan that little duck head QR code it's my left. I think you're right. I don't know. I get very confused by mirrors. But if you can scan that QR code and go ahead and actually, throw some cheddar our way, we would greatly appreciate it. I am going to, oh my God, I'm going to, hey, folks at home, you're watching me scramble to add a destination to the stream at mid-flight, which is super fun and not a thing that I thought I would be doing, but hey, here we are. So this is the 5 p.m. on Substack stream, and I'm finding the stream key, which, God help me, I hope I was smart enough to write down. 5 p.m. stream key, yes. And ta-da! And now I am grabbing the URL, which is always the same. But, if they were ever going to change it, it would be today. I'm adding a new stream, and I'm saving the changes. And hey, look at that. Now we are streaming on Substack again on a new stream. And everybody on YouTube got to see how that was done. Isn't that exciting? So I'm obviously speaking extemporaneously now and filling some space. Thanks for hanging out here with me, if indeed you are. I appreciate it. For folks who are joining on Substack just now, as we went live again, I'm going to hit refresh 100 times to make sure that this is actually working. Oh my God, please work. Yeah, you're seeing how the sausage is made. Substack does not make it easy. Hey, Olga, I see that you've just joined. I will add you in just a minute. Cliff is taking a quick break. Olga's here a couple minutes early. I can see she's in the studio. Olga, I'm fixing a technical issue. So, oh my gosh, it works. All right. Well, hey, Olga.
Hi.
Hi.
Wait.
I'm Lawrence. Olga, I don't know if you remember me. I took your class with Julie Roginsky.
I remember.
Cliff is taking a quick break. I hope you don't mind me adding you just a couple minutes early. We're launching a new stream on Substack because we realized that we were stepping on the Substack stream of everybody who joined earlier in the day. So we're trying to be good neighbors because we were really grateful that people joined us. So it's great to see you. How are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm
so happy you're doing this because it's good to have so many perspectives from so many different people and to raise light on this because right now our media is focused on Iran. And then we need to kind of like wind it back like, hello, America, we have issues here.
Yeah, and we spoke to Qasim Rashid just a little while ago, and he is in Illinois. He was kind of feeling the weight of the Illinois primaries last night. It was really interesting because they didn't all go our way. Like there are some folks who were massively outspent because there was a lot of APAC spending, a lot of AI spending, a lot of big tech spending. So it's just really interesting to think like the midterms are happening. Like we think of them as being months away at this point, but they're not. They're really happening.
They're
right
now. They're on the way. They started last month when primary started, and that's it. I mean, that determines a lot of what goes forward. So yeah, they're definitely happening, and we definitely need to be awake. And with this, the problem, the one thing is that everything has shifted overseas to Iran, and right now everyone's focused on this. On the other hand, everything in Iran is making people more angry here because everyone has to fill up their gas tank at least a few times a week, and that is skyrocketing. So that, I hope people remember in a few months, and even now when they're going to their primaries, of what exactly is happening and why it's all happening.
Yeah, and I'm struck at how it's all connected, right? Like I think back, for folks who don't know, Olga and Julie Roginsky taught a class a couple months ago on Russian disinformation, and Olga, I've honestly been telling people about it ever since, because it really opened my, there have been moments in the last couple of decades, right, where I thought, like, God, that seems really weird. Doesn't it seem like maybe there's another country or somebody who's trying to manipulate us? And in fact, like, my spidey sense was correct. Like, you and Julie fully illustrated that, yes, in fact, Russia and others have basically figured out how to weaponize the American freedom of speech clause and information, sort of sphere against ourselves, against us. And so, we're swimming in this soup of disinformation and misinformation.
And can I just say, and this really breaks my heart saying this, but Russia's disinformation, I've been working on these issues since Russia invaded Ukraine back in 2014. But Russia's disinformation has, for the most part, it's targeted the far left, but for the most part, in the past several elections, it's really, really focused on amplifying MAGA, amplifying Trump, and whatnot. Hi.
Hey, I'm sorry. I thought I was on time. Look at me.
No, you're on time.
You're on time. We're early.
I was fiddling with things, and I wanted to make sure that our new stream was working, and so she gracefully agreed to come on a couple minutes early. Well, I pulled her on.
Thank you so much, Olga. Thank you for being here too, and I'm sure, hopefully, Lawrence gave you a proper introduction. So
I'm not sure that I did, Olga. I think I
we just got right into it.
So I'm going to go ahead and drop. And Cliff, why don't you actually pretend like we're starting fresh?
Wait, can I just finish my point? Because
let's let Olga. Don't cut her off, Lauren. I'm just kidding.
No, so for the most part, it's been to amplify the MAGA movement and Republicans and whatnot. But right now, with Russia, in some ways trying to sow, discord for Trump, you have them putting a lot of disinformation out, against Trump, and to pro-Iran and other things that are happening. And I see a lot of Democrats retweeting Russian agents, known Russian agents that Russia has activated, only because now it's on the same side of what, it's reinforcing their feelings. And I think I should do another disinformation class, basically to say, look, if you, see a Max Blumenthal, who is anti-Iran war, you don't need to retweet him. Go find the information he's saying from a neutral source instead of amplifying someone who just a few years ago in 2024 and 2020 and 2016 was doing everything to assist Russia in helping Trump get elected.
It's weird. I'll say quickly, because I kind of, when I start off as we're part of the anti-Bush resistance back in the day in DC, because I'm old enough. Max Blumenthal was a member of this group. We would get together. I don't know what happened to him, how he lost his freaking mind, or how they got their hooks into him. But they're about 12 to 15 of us get together, and we're people that were looking to find ways to break through with new media at that time. What it was, because shockingly Democrats were not, because wherever media is, we're 10 years behind, and so we were doing some of that stuff. And Max, he was a friend. Like I don't, but so I wouldn't call him a friend.
It's also because his father was prominent and
right, his dad was a big Hillary supporter.
And Russia, and he worked in the White House. And Russia always looks to hurt people by targeting their children. It's not the first, not the last time, and that's why he was targeted. Because he was normal until somewhere around 2012.
Around there where they started grabbing them all. I was supposed to, in 2008, the book I wrote on John McCain, I had a book event planned with a guy named Glenn Greenwald. And because he was a run of the, he was a further to the left than I was, but was, a whatever you want to call him, leftist at the time, but was on our side and whatever. And I think his arrogance, he got pulled into the Snowden thing and had no idea what he was getting into. And before he realized it, he had done a number of things for Russia, and it was do more for us or we're going to expose you. And that was that.
That's the thing. And interestingly enough, if you look at where all these people got recruited and suddenly changed, it was literally in the run up to Russia's 2014 invasion of Ukraine.
Absolutely right.
And you see it happening across Europe. You see them starting to co-opt political parties and politicians, and you see the
They're paying journalists, weren't they, too?
Journalists, via Manafort. And you see them, I mean, Manafort was just one. I read
an article where they, because it seemed like it was a prediction of what was going to happen here, which is, and it did. That's why I'm always suspicious when, shocker, Benny Johnson and, these guys, because they found more legitimate people than Benny Johnson, but they had actual people, columnists or whatever, right, at newspapers, places they were paying.
Wall Street Journal via Manafort. What was his name? Alan Friedman or Fred? Something.
It's just amazing to me how they've done. We've just sat and watched it. They've been so successful in infiltrating every part of our system and gotten us largely are responsible for where we are today. And we've just allowed this to happen. It drives me insane.
Yeah.
If you want to go now, Lawrence, you can go. We can keep you.
No, I will let you have the conversation with Olga, which I know is going to be amazing. Olga, again, thank you for that class that you taught with Julie.
I think I should do it this spring. I think it's
I absolutely think it is.
Because I think it's very much needed, especially what I've been seeing online. And I literally want to bang my head because every time I'm like, oh, come on, you can retweet this or say this without retweeting this person, so.
It's very necessary information. So please do it again. I got a huge value out of it. So great to see you again, Olga. Cliff, have a great second half. I'm here if you need me. Have fun.
Will do. I will just quickly, I'll start off the way we ended off before and remind people that freedom isn't free. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to use something like that. I'm just going to make the point that, this 12-hour thing we put together today, it's kind of like when Olga puts together a class and all that, supporting us and helping us do this it's crucial. We need it if we're going to keep doing it. We have a buy me a coffee thing with a little duck up on the right side of the screen there, which is the QR code, and up on the top left side, there's one to subscribe to Blue Amp, a paid subscription, which right now is 75% off, $19.98. I promise you, you can't find something better to spend $1.60 a month on. So please do it because we really could use it. And I will move on. Thank you for being here, Olga. I want to make sure I get it right. Are you still? I had the think tank you were associated with.
SIPA. Yeah, I'm a senior fellow for Center for European Policy Analysis. My portfolio is Russia, surprise, Ukraine, and hybrid warfare. So basically, I work on shadow warfare, disinformation, all information warfare operations, and pretty much everything else, all the fuckery Russia's doing in Europe, US, Middle East, and pretty much everything. So.
I have a good friend who I went to graduate school with. We studied international affairs, and that was my background. And he became a journalist for a while. He could even be watching this for all I know. He was happy as a journalist here in the United States, everything. And then all of the stuff with Russia really kind of started. And so, not started, but started to be publicly obvious. And he ended up going to, was it Tallinn in Estonia, and got I want to say either maybe a PhD in like disinformation studies, or there's something, a thing for it. And I'm definitely going to have him on at some point, but he's I'd love to probably introduce you to at some point. He's a brilliant guy. I mean, he was a brilliant journalist, but he just felt compelled to do that. And me, with my background in public relations originally and whatever, like I always studied propaganda and that kind of thing, to kind of just certain things jump out at you, right? I mean, do you
on my end, I was living a blissful, peaceful, normal life until Russia invaded Ukraine. And I feel that we all kind of got an internal signal worldwide, because suddenly, like I've talked to other Ukrainians, and suddenly we're all kind of like activated and like, okay, we got to fight back. We need to make sure that people know that Russia invaded Ukraine, push back, because Russia was spinning so much disinformation. So that's how I got started. And then in the midst of that, I saw the attack unfolding on the Russian side for the U.S. election in 2016, and that's when. So I did it.
And they've done it in other elections, right? I mean, we were not the first, and even I was reading this big report on, and it made complete sense. I want to try to remember, it was the 2008 one, I want to say, where they tested it out with Ron Paul, and Ron Paul was getting no mainstream media attention, just a quirky weirdo, congressman from Texas. Well, that's what people thought of him. I'm not saying, I could say worse things. He had a lot of anti-Semitism and racism in what he wrote about too. But okay, he, this sort of his libertarian-ish perspective is arguing that things like the Civil War shouldn't have been fought, and everybody's like, "Are you crazy?" I mean, we've come a long way since then. In any case, an analysis showing that Russian bots, or why he suddenly had these huge money bombs, as they were called, where he raised tons of money. And that got mainstream media to start paying attention and inviting him on, so that he got well known. And, well, it turns out that was Russia apparently trying things out and seeing, what would happen. You already know more about this.
And just to follow up with that, I worked on a lot of Russia's operations across Europe and co-opting like former defense officials, intelligence officials, and politicians. And I always end up back at the Ron Paul Institute.
It's a nexus of sorts, isn't it?
Yes. Yep. So I always end up back there, and I'm like, oh, come on. Like, it's funny, but it is good because they keep it all close in a circle. So it makes it easier to investigate.
They make it right. They do that. So what were you doing before in the lead up to the first invasion of Ukraine? Like, what were you doing with these skills?
Do you want to laugh?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Luxury retail.
All right. Excellent.
When I say I was living a normal life, I was living an absolutely normal life until the 2014 invasion. Actually, it was in the run-up to the invasion. It was actually in 2013, the fall of 2013, when everything domestically was happening with Yanukovych, and then Euromaidan started, and the revolution. But with the revolution, Russia was testing out a lot of its tactics by sending these little green men who later appeared, who would beat protesters and whatnot, and running disinformation operations and whatnot. But Ukraine, I mean, it's always been like anytime anyone who deals with Ukraine, it's always been the testing ground. I mean, literally every single thing Russia started and spread across Europe and US, Canada, even Africa, Middle East, was tested in Ukraine. And this started like literally in the late 90s. And then by 2003, we had the Orange Revolution, after basically Yanukovych and Russia rigged the election. Then Manafort ended up showing up right at the end of 2003. He learned all the tactics there that he then, used here in 2016. And I, watched Russia's operations unfold. They literally were the same tactics that they had used in Ukraine in 2016. And then, like, it was the nail in the coffin when I saw Paul Manafort come out and join the campaign. And I'm like, of course, of course.
Well, that's what always drives me crazy about corporate media is they couldn't make it more obvious for you. I mean,
Euromaidan, no Western influence involved, period. And
right. I mean, yeah. Well, that piece, I will never, what was it? Eric
no, someone wrote a comment and it
was Eric. Well, I'm sorry. There was no Russian influence on. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, again, I don't know. I'll have to see, because I can be a jerk sometimes, and I just like to make fun of these people because it's so stupid.
Yeah, because we had a revolution in 2003. Ukrainians don't play.
Yeah.
And the first revolution was 2003. At that time, Bush was in the White House. I don't think he would have even found Ukraine on a map.
And I remember it well because I was doing some work. By the way, I'm a quarter from Odessa originally, so proud of that heritage.
Nice.
A quarter from Romania too, right next door. I was in Romania. I was doing some work for USIA for the State Department. I still joke about it sometimes in a sort of dark way, because I'm saying, I'm like, I was doing democracy promotion, and here Romania when Russia just screwed with their election, the Supreme Court overturned it. They kicked the guy out, and they handled it unlike us. So apparently, what should have been happening is Romania should have been sending people to teach democracy in Ohio. Is what my theory is. But point being, I got sent there. It was only a year after, the 2003. I was there in 2004. So, and I went up to, was it Iași, the name of the most northern Romanian city? It was one of the actual homes initially back in the days, and I'm sure still, Romanian fascism. So I was in Bucharest, and we went up there, and it was right on the Ukrainian border, and there were, some of that had been going on across the border, and we were discussing it. And again, never thought we would get to where we are today. I don't know that any of us did. Did you?
No.
Did you like sort of? In other words, what's the best way of putting this? Did you become a self-taught pro in disinformation?
Well, I think it's just because look, I know the mentality. I also, at the same time that I'm Ukrainian, I'm also Russian. So it's something that I grew up in, and I grew up both cultures, and I know the mentality, and something like I followed both Ukrainian domestic politics and Russian domestic politics my whole life. It was just something, part of me. I probably can tell you more information on that. And sometimes I'm like, crap, I need to go relearn US history because like when it comes to rattling off something there, I can. And then when it comes to like someone mentions, like an American politician here, I'm like, oh, I'm getting better.
It's okay. Listen, that's over the past decade. But I do both, but then again, then there's plenty of other things I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So, it makes
it was something I just naturally did because I know like from following it my whole life, reading articles, I'm kind of, like reading, dealing with people in both countries, dealing with journalists at that time, like over a decade ago, when there were journalists in Russia, they all escaped or are dead. Just dealing with it, like you just know what you know is what you know, and that's it. And then when I saw it happening here, I was like, wow, Americans really don't know what is happening. And
now we have no clue.
So many different, people and like in Congress and this and that. And I'm like, they couldn't understand the operation with what Russia was doing. And I'm like, and it took a bit for them to understand and grasp it. And I'm like, what is it that all these intelligence and law enforcement agencies are being paid for? But then I realized that I talked to even like, former officials, and they told me that basically the problem is that a lot of it was that people were shifted off to the Middle East and to fight this war on terror, and that's where there was a big blind spot, and a lot of people aged out of the Russia desk,
Right.
and that's it. So I mean, there was just a perfect storm.
One of the things I like to say, I give people credit, even for being right about stuff. I will give Mitt Romney credit for that statement about
Yeah.
Russia. I think it was in 2012 that they were still our biggest enemy, and we were not treating it as we should have been. And my guess is they were getting plenty of private briefings on what Russia was up to, what they were potentially preparing for, things they had already done in influence operations in other countries, and he knew what was going on, and I don't understand why we didn't know sooner who Vladimir Putin was and weren't paying more attention to what he was doing. But I don't know that answer. Maybe you do, but
again, the closest I could get is that we were too focused on the Middle East, on ISIS. It went from 9/11 to then I hate call it into ISIS, and like it was all focused on the Middle East. And then even when Russia invaded Georgia in 2008, which was the first literally on European soil, the first invasion since World War II, when Russia invaded Georgia, I mean, it was really at the tail end of Bush's presidency. He was on his way out. Obama came in. He didn't want to start. And even like I've spoken to David Kramer several times, who worked in the Bush administration. And he said that was like one of the biggest regrets, that they did not deal with, Russia invading Georgia, because that could have prevented Russia invading Ukraine in 2014. And the problem is that Bush just didn't want to, start a war, because normally presidents on their way out don't start a war for a new president to inherit unless there's an attack on U.S. soil, or on U.S. interest. I mean, you're not going to go and start a war because, one country invaded another country somewhere in Europe, So,
well, I still have to ask myself also, though, I get it. We were paying attention to ISIS and stuff going on in the Middle East, but Russia was involved, right? I mean, it's not like they were not, trying to influence what was going on, whether it was, was in Syria, whether it was in Iran, whether, wherever it might be. So that's the thing, is that had we been paying more attention to them, we still would have ended up paying attention to the Middle East. I mean, they were playing a long game of fomenting, getting, people in power. I mean, who they could have as proxies, causing as many problems for those who they saw as potential threats as possible, getting people to look over here so they don't look over there. I mean, they were already doing these things, and I mean, again, one of the more obvious things here, the Snowden operation, where we just, I mean, especially I will admit this, like the left fell down on that whole thing in a pretty big way and bought into it. And it's sort of, you look back now and just shake your head. But
yep. And just to fill you in on the Middle East, interestingly, I worked with Syrians very, very closely post the full-scale invasion in 22, and we had a lot of joint events between the Syrian community and Ukrainian community, basically dealing with war crimes, crimes of aggression, because a lot of the same operatives carried out, murders and atrocities in Ukraine, then went to Syria, back and forth. Russia was so heavily involved. One, I have very good sources who told me Russia was funding ISIS, and Russia helped logistically.
That's exactly what you would bet they would do, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking of, just for the chaos.
Yep. And then working closely with the Syrians, Russia arrived there first via the Chechens in 2013, like right after Arab Spring, officially in 2015. Russia with Hezbollah and the IRGC, which is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps that we're now pummeling. They set up joint logistical centers. So you had Russia's military intelligence, IRGC commanders, and I call it Hezbollah, all together jointly working. They had 2 bases inside of Syria. They had a few joint command centers in Iraq, and they were working together, basically, one against American forces,
Sure.
two to assist Assad with not only the massacre of upwards of 750,000 Syrians that were killed, but also the chemical weapons attacks. And also Russia played the main role of the information warfare that we saw that Glenn Greenwald and Max Blumenthal and everyone else were part of. Russia took the front seat in running the information warfare for Syria, while Wagner was on the ground basically beheading people, playing soccer with people's head. I've seen photos. And whatnot. So we so just to show you, like you said, we could have, even in the Middle East right there, focused on Russia and what they were doing. And same thing with Hamas. They were supplying weapons to Hamas. They're supplying weapons to Hezbollah. So I mean,
none of these are surprises, knowing the way they've operated and again what their end goals were. If they want to weaken, defeat the United States. I mean, some of this stuff they know they can, Israel, they can hurt Israel, but some of it is they pull the United States into the situation, and that's what they're looking to do. I mean, it seems to me. So, I mean, I find it all, like I read a lot about it on this stuff on the side and everything. You can see some of it sadly every day because it's going on, but some of the historical stuff that they did, and when I say historical, even again, as recently as 10 years ago, at the time, there's so many people that did not understand what was going on. And it now, like, all the pieces have sort of fallen into place as we've seen it develop more. What do you see?
Now they've taken the mask off. That's the one good thing, because Russia has taken the mask off. They don't even bother hiding what they're doing. Up to 2022, they basically felt, the need to carry out operations and still maintain that plausible deniability, whether it was invasions, whether it was election interferences, funding of political parties or whatnot. Now they're really just, past 2022, they took the mask off and they're like, this is what we're going to do. And that's it. And now they're at least doing everything that, when you said it prior, they would say, that's Russophobia,
right?
Even dissidents, Russophobia, everyone's Russophobia. And now they're doing the same thing that they accused everyone of having Russophobia, when we all pointed out, like, hello, this is what you're doing.
So if we were to set forth a goal of trying to at least limit their influence on our system, what do you think might be the best ways? I'll say quickly, I'm a big believer of that we need to absolutely regulate the hell out of social media. I mean, again, people, free speech. Well, first of all, bots don't have a right to free speech. Second of all, anybody not, under the U.S. Constitution, anybody not living in the who's not a United States citizen or not here, whatever, does not have a right to free speech, to pollute our, with propaganda. And third of all, I think, we've dealt with people that have become, or at least were, as extreme on the First Amendment in certain ways as they were on the Second Amendment. There is speech that can kill you. You can incite riot. There's a reason we ban child porn. And if there's stuff out there where people are convincing people not to take vaccines that kill them, that ends up killing them because they didn't get a vaccine. If we have people convincing people of other ahistorical facts or things that incite violence, I mean, I've talked to good friends. Brian Karem was coming at some point or whatever, who's gone to prison 3 or 4 times to protect sources of his, and he would say, disinformation is not only not free speech, it's an attack on free speech. It undermines free speech. And you see it happening. Spain is, I love what Pedro, what's his name, is doing there. Gonzalez, who's just like, we may just kick X out. We're going to limit this. They understand what's going on. The French, who raided his office, whatever, they understand. It just seems like we're not taking this. I don't know about whether it's taking it seriously or not, but we're not doing what's necessary right now to combat it.
Well, under Trump, I can promise we're not going to be doing anything.
Well, no, of course not. He's like
Trump, obvious opposite ones who would direct all our agencies, to spread disinformation. I mean, he is directing all our agencies to spread disinformation, and whatnot. But as the one thing I have to say there are two positives here. One is disinformation works when it's targeted at people, for the most part, who are comfortable, who feel that they're not comfortable, who are sitting there and complaining about everything, but they are comfortable. That's where disinformation really works, because it kind of gives them, the scapegoat of this is why, this is not working for you or whatnot. But what Trump, for instance, now is doing, and this attack on democracy, I mean, frankly, tearing down this democracy, and at the same time, wiping out people's health insurance and benefits, and just in general, destabilizing everything. I mean, literally, whether you're going food shopping and paying through the roof, and it just keeps getting more expensive. Now the gas station paying, whether it's you log in to pay your health insurance, and it's like, okay, you have to pay now 3 times more, and then the deductible is like 15,000. I saw some reports 30,000. I'm like, what kind of deductible is this? Once people get shifted out of their comfort zone, disinformation doesn't work as well. And that's why you see now Trump, for instance, because he uses the same tactics that Russia uses as far as disinformation, but it wouldn't work even with Russian actors right now. They can sit and tell people, that everything is fine. The economy is wonderful. It's not going to work if you are like sitting and figuring out, do I put gas in my car?
Right.
Or do
when
I...
it personally affects you, it's much harder to propagandize people. Yeah.
So that's the positive, because he has destabilized this country so much. And I mean, we're only literally, 14 months in? We're only in March of 2026, and it feels like he just kidnapped Maduro like the other day, and look how much we've gotten.
I know. Every
2
day
months.
is like a month.
Yeah, we're like invading countries every day. Now we're going to invade Cuba. God knows, I mean, where we're going to be by December. So that is a positive. This jolts people out of their, disinformation bubbles, because now whatever they're being fed, if they are seeing it or feeling it, whether the 401k or health insurance or food prices or gas or whatever issue it is that is affecting them, they're seeing it. I mean, even job. I mean, right now we're in stagflation, and there's like literally people are like hanging on to their jobs. And the latest report was like people are not shifting jobs. Like, this is the slowest pace of people changing jobs in decades, because there's not enough jobs out there. So that's a good thing. That disinformation doesn't work as well when that happens. The other good thing, and what I've found very helpful on X, because I'm one of those to fight people on social media, not fight, but fact check people on social media when I get into my troll moods, is Grok. AI is a very powerful thing, because now we literally have the tools in our hand, and you can say, fact check this. And it's interesting, because when you go on social media now, let's say X, whether it's a video, whether it's a photo, whether it's a statement, you'll see under the reply on both sides of the aisle. I mean, it's MAGA and Democrats. You'll see Grok, is this true? And it's a good thing that
I like it when Grok says that Elon Musk is lying and full of crap. Him is a lot of fun.
Yes. So that's helpful. That is helpful, because before, people didn't have these tools. No one is going to sit and fact check, for 5 hours and do research, unless you're a researcher. So I think that is going to help us, and we need to utilize AI in our favor, because in one split second we can find out if the statement is true. And also, I would argue, say, give me a source for it, like a legitimate source for whatever Grok is returning, or ChatGPT, or whoever it is. So I think we need to utilize that more, and this is where we can, make a difference in correcting like that, and also correct people in your life. Very gently. You don't need to be, an asshole, but correct people in your life. And if someone is saying disinformation, say, no, actually, that's not true. This is what happened and whatnot.
And it
that way
depends who it is.
stop.
You may want to be an asshole just because it's fun. But no, I mean, seriously, yes, you can do it in a nice way. And it is important, right? Because I originally set this up to say, this whole thing, we're having the midterms, we're going to have a free and fair vote. We're not letting these bastards undermine our democracy, and disinformation will be will be huge in how they try to send people to the wrong precincts. We saw it in Dallas County, in Texas, and how they try to tell people that, oh, you're not eligible to vote, and God knows what else they'll do. So, these are things that we need to be preparing for.
Absolutely. And the one other positive, Trump is going to try to rig these elections. That's given. He's already doing everything he can, and he understands, that these elections,
he'll get crushed.
We're going to see a lot. I'm honestly expecting like FBI, seizing all the voting machines in precincts that didn't deliver favorable results. But I will say it is the will of the people, and we need to all vote. And fortunately and unfortunately, Trump has destabilized so many people's lives that it's woken people up, that they feel like,
you see it.
That they need to be active. So we need to vote in mass numbers, and we need to make sure that
so overwhelming if they can't. That anything is quite obvious if they try to pull it, and then we just need to all be willing to fight for our democracy. I mean, in any way. And
it worked in Russia. I remember, right. I'm not a fan of Navalny, but I remember when he ran this operation, to vote for everyone instead of Putin's party. And in one precinct, a few precincts, the vote was so overwhelming that even in Russia, and this was a few years ago, it's not that long ago,
right?
Even in Russia, they had to they couldn't rig it enough to deliver it, and the United Russia person lost. So if it works in Russia, we can do the same thing.
I think we can do it here. I'm going to invite Jonathan Larson in here. I'll introduce, I don't know if you guys know each other, Olga Lautman, Jonathan Larson.
Hi.
Good to meet, because Olga, obviously, you can tell, breaks down disinformation from Russia. Jonathan recently broke some news and wrote a couple of different pieces on the, let's call it the curveballs, if you think of curveball in Iraq, of Venezuela, that were feeding garbage information to Trump to push us into that particular war. That's a whole war ago, though, at this point. But point being, you both are doing great work, so I figured introducing both of you before I let Olga head on out. But Olga, thank you so much for everything that you do. She, expert on Russia, Ukraine, on disinformation. I read all her stuff constantly to understand what they're up to, what they're trying to do, and you should too. So
I have a piece right after I'm getting off now that I'm about to publish on Russia, hiring regular citizens to carry out espionage and sabotage and arson attacks and whatnot, and how they're shifting tactics. And now the spy that you think of being a spy is no longer a spy. It's just, someone who got paid on Telegram, like, here, go take a picture of this and we'll crypto you, a few thousand euros. So
always evolving. So what is the address again of the Substack where they can find you?
Olga Lautman, I think, at substack.com or Unmasking Russia.
There you go. Very easy, straightforward. To find her at Olga Lautman on Substack. And Olga, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Have a good one. Bye.
Mr. Larson, how are you?
How are you?
I don't know. I don't know what planet I'm on anymore. It's all good, man. It's kind of cool. I think it's the first. I guess I've learned the first half I can do. The second half is where the real, and that's where we are now. This is where the real challenge kicks in. First 4 or 5 hours, I'm good, and then it starts, and then the 6th hour, and then I did get 20 minutes to walk around though, and think about life and maybe my poor life choices. So
yeah, well, SubstackaPalooza will do that to you, I think.
It will. In any case, yeah, I'm tired and whatever, but this is worth it. I'm hopefully we're bringing good information to people, entertaining them, and otherwise taking a boring Wednesday and turning it into something interesting.
No pressure.
No, dude. You've been like breaking every story in the world lately. It isn't pressure. Why don't we tell some folks some of the stuff you've been breaking when it comes to Venezuela, man?
Yeah, well, this is a hell of a rabbit hole, but basically, last year the Miami Herald first broke the story about this former CIA guy named Gary Bernsen who was feeding intel to the Trump administration.
Can I stop you 1 second, actually? Just because I should have said, this is Jonathan Larson, who has the Jonathan Larson Substack, as well as the fucking news, which I love, his more satirical one. He was were you executive producer at Chris Hayes? You were a producer of some sort for Chris Hayes, a producer at I think at The Daily Show at some point, produced a number of shows on TV, journalist, and now writes at those Substacks. And I should have said all of that before we began. And now back to you.
It's too bad you don't have an excuse about how tired you are.
Exactly.
So basically, this guy Bernsen has been, even before the Trump administration took over, was feeding information about Venezuela to Trump's team. And one of the things I reported last year, maybe early fall, late summer, I don't remember, was that Bernsen appeared on right-wing media, including the Adam Carolla show, and said that the one politician who was willing to listen to him and his partner and convey his information to the Trump team was a senator from Oklahoma named Markwayne Mullin. And so
But of course.
What?
But of course.
And it wasn't super high on the list of things to focus on at the time, because I was still focusing on other things having to do with their background with Venezuela and
and he was still a senator who just picked other people's noses and tried to fly into Afghanistan on his own helicopter while we were evacuating, doing stupid shit like that, and not being head of DHS like he's going to be. So that was kind of
So once Mullin was nominated, I obviously went back and I took a look at exactly what was said about what Mullin did. And there's a woman named Emerald Robinson, who is a personality on Lindell TV, which does news.
There's a Lindell TV?
There's a Lindell TV.
I thought he was bankrupt. How is there a Lindell TV?
Well, Lindell has money.
But I thought he'd gone bankrupt. Was that a lie?
Bankrupt just means you don't have to pay the people you owe.
Yeah, he just went bankrupt with his pillow company and shielded the rest of his money, probably.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know the ins and outs, but yeah, he's got election denial on the internet, streaming for anyone who wants it. And Emerald Robinson, who has been in touch with Bernsen and his team, made some claims about all of this stuff. So
just reputable characters, yeah.
Well, the thing is, it may or may not be true. For instance, they claim Robinson reported in a Twitter thread back in December that it was Mullin who connected these guys with Susie Wiles before the 2024 election, and that the information they provided, this is according to the Miami Herald, the information they provided turned out to be instrumental in deporting 800 Venezuelans roughly 1 year ago. If everyone remembers, that's when these people were being rounded up without due process. Judges were racing to stop them from sending.
That's when old dress-up Christie was throwing them on the airplanes, even though the judges were saying stop, kind of thing.
Stop, don't come back. Exactly. That's right. So now we know where they got allegedly some of that information from. It's the guy who's now in charge of deportations. And so for the last week or so, to be frank, I've been emailing and calling Senate offices of the Democratic senators who were on the committee, the Homeland Security Committee in the Senate, that heard Mullen's testimony today, to try to get their attention and ask them what they had to say about this, any of this. And none of it came up. And the other part of there were two sort of silos to this conspiracy that Mullen helped pass on information about. One was the immigration stuff, as I just mentioned. The other was election conspiracy. And according to Robinson, who did a lengthy, insane roller coaster thread of tweets about this stuff, the election conspiracy claims, which in short are basically amount to Venezuela, China, Iran, Russia, Serbia, and I'm probably missing, and Venezuela, of course, were all part of a conspiracy run by Nicolas Maduro, in which they rigged or tried to rig elections in 72 countries remotely using their magic software. And so
there are 72 countries that have elections.
There's,
I mean, I'm being,
yeah. So
that's first of all. Second of all, so it's all of these places together, and one of them was Russia. You named in there. I didn't remember. Did you name China?
China, Cuba.
So Xi and Putin were like, we'll let Maduro control the whole thing. Like we're not going to control the conspiracy. Right. That guy, he's stronger than we are. Right. We're going to have him do it.
Right. And I've talked to people who know more about this stuff, and they say, yeah, sure, these countries' intelligence services may communicate, but
I'm sure they do.
It's not one big happy family.
No, I'm sure they communicate
and sharing their intel. But the point is that according to Robinson anyway, this information was then Susie Wiles didn't know what to do with it, so she asked Elon Musk, and Elon Musk came back and said, "God damn, it's all true." And eventually, Trump supposedly, according to this narrative, bought this as well. And according to Robinson, it was Trump reaching out to Bernsen and his partner last summer that convinced Trump that, yep, Venezuela was behind stealing 2020. And that, again, according to Robinson, is when Trump decided to initiate military action. And again, the guy who ferried all of this information is now, in terms of immigrants, the guy in charge of ICE and Customs and Border Protection. And in terms of elections, the guy who Trump is most likely to turn to say, I want you at the polls. And if
he's shown too a willingness to get up during a hearing and want to punch somebody in the face. So I don't think violence is a problem for him. Also, he was a professional MMA fighter, as he listed in the Senate thing. He had 3 fights and 2 of them were against the same guy. But okay, as I said in a piece I wrote about him, I'm a professional. If that's all it takes, that amount of time, I am obviously a professional kitty litter cleanser. But go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say that Trump is clearly flirting with the idea, and Tulsi Gabbard has been instrumental helping with this, of sort of declaring some kind of made-up national emergency about foreign election rigging. And if you've got the Secretary of the DHS along with the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, if you've got those people willing to go out there and say, yep, Venezuela, they stole elections, that makes it much more difficult to convince the public that, no, we don't actually need federal troops at polling sites. We don't need the FBI seizing polling machines.
Right.
So there's a grave danger here that we're looking at and look, Kristi Noem would have probably said no matter what Trump asked her to say, but Mullen has an actual substantive background in this conspiracy theory stuff. And I didn't even get to the other Mullen story I reported, which was also sort of a rehash of where he was a footnote last year. There's an anti-Semitic Bible study that takes place in the White House, in the House of Representatives, and the Senate every week, at least when Congress is in session, in which the teachings, including multiple Bible study pamphlets and videos, include the age-old canard, the smear against the Jewish people, that they, meaning today's Jews, are responsible for the death of Jesus. And this is the heart of anti-Semitism. And this is something that is taught by literally as I've gotten the reports on my Substack, the same Bible studies, they're PDFs of things that you can print out and read that say Israel executed the Messiah. There is Mark Wayne Mullen's name listed as a sponsor on these things. And anti-Semitism is a very real issue in terms of DHS. It was DHS that went out and rounded up students who dared to criticize Israel and in the name of fighting anti-Semitism, tossed them in cages for a year and tried to deport them. Where are they going after people like Mark Wayne Mullen's
their own head, who's busy
who say real anti-Semitic things? So
and I just want to say, just for the record, because we are talking about this, that I have an alibi.
Alibi.
Well, that I personally didn't. This Jew didn't kill Jesus. That I was wandering the desert for 40 years while that was going on. Didn't know where Jesus was. Nobody gave me his coordinates. I didn't have my GPS with me. I had nothing to do with it. Just want to make sure, in case anybody's thinking,
still your fault, buddy. That's the storyline.
Hey, Mel Gibson says so, and if Mel Gibson says so, I saw how sneaky those Jews looked in Passion of the Christ. I mean,
except for the one on the cross.
I liked whenever they showed Jews in Passion of the Christ, they always had shifty eyes and they're like snake noises in the background. I was like, and he's like, this isn't an anti-Semitic movie. I'm like, yeah, totally not. I don't know what they're talking about.
Right.
I don't see
accurate portrayals all around. Yeah.
Okay, so you add that, and again, they weren't they also? It was under Christina. Remind me if you recall this, but I believe they were walking around. And they also had taken putting up on when they were speaking on the I'm getting tired. I apologize. Podium, up on the podium or up behind them, like it was like an offshoot of a Nazi symbol, if I remember correctly. They were going around and showing. They're really not consistent with this. Hey, we love Jews in Israel, except for the whole Jesus thing, and Nazis are okay too.
I mean, last year we had, I think it was last year, maybe it was 2 years ago, I don't remember now, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which some congressional Republicans went on the record saying, hey, I'm good with most of this, but we have to take out the part that labels as anti-Semitic the claim that Jews killed Jesus. Why? Well, because that's just history.
I know. That's just how it happened, man.
And these are congressional Republicans, not only, not supporting the law, but saying that they fully endorse the idea that Jews killed Jesus. And they want that basically codified into U.S. law. Where's DHS? How come DHS isn't rounding up these people?
I mean, we could give 1,000 more examples. I mean, that's. I mean, off the top of my head, I mean, Seb Gorka was in a group that in Hungary, that directly traces its roots with the Hungarian Nazi Party and reformed into this group, that had like some sort of Iron Cross they gave him or whatever it was after the war. I mean, there's one example. I mean, they're not that hard to find when you start looking for them. That these folks said stuff. I mean, the constant Soros stuff, the constant sort of things of that nature. Obviously, I mean, the stuff, it's everywhere now. With them, it's just. You're finding cases where they're doing it under the guise of religion and trying to pretend that this is sort of a, well, we can't help it. I mean, this is truth. This is what our religion teaches us. And it's like, no, actually, I mean, again, I don't know every different snake handling church all these goofballs come from, but the Catholic Church, when it reformed itself, ditched that claim, as they did a number of other things. So maybe the Opus Dei freaks who self-flagellate think that it's true, but the current Pope, who's our guy, by the way, guys, he's not with you on that. So
I mean, right. I mean, first of all, I think we should acknowledge that everyone self-flagellates at some point or another. but you're right that every major denomination has renounced the canard of deicide, right? But the reality also is that for most of Christianity, that was pretty much the accepted creed, right?
Yeah,
Sure. Like the Crusades, the Inquisition, this reached pretty high levels of
the Dreyfus Affair, Vichy, Nazi. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff. Wagner. Yeah, I mean, like there's a long, solid history, and of course, what's his name with Passion of the Christ? It's because they would have passion plays where they'd show Jews killing Jesus, and everybody would search around town for Jews to beat up or kill or steal all their shit from their homes. So this was a pretty regular thing that went on and led to pogroms and led to people leaving and coming to places like the United States. So we give a bunch of Nazis run us here.
We're there. I guarantee you, there are plenty of Jewish people alive today who were beaten up and bullied in school as kids as Christ killers. Like that was the tip of the tongue slur.
Oh yeah,
decades after decades. So
I was called it numerous times. I mean, again, I'm not normal in that. Like I take insults and I laugh at them and usually throw them back at people.
You had an alibi.
Right. I have fun with it. So I would just, when people would accuse me, I would actually make up grotesque ways that I did it.
Right.
Because I'm an asshole that way. And if you're going to accuse me of something, then I'm going to have fun. But I get that not everybody is
of course not. Right.
And also, again, that I can think of, I don't think I ever had anybody attack me over something like that.
Yeah.
And so people getting beaten up and regularly in school, like if you were going to schools, I'm sure where you were like majorly a minority, that was happening. And there's no doubt. So,
I mean, I should say that from what I've read of the hearing today, the confirmation hearing for Mullen, it does sound at a minimum as though he's committed to reversing the policy of warrantless searches. But as so often is the case with these hearings, the questions are either about future stuff, which means they can say anything and no one cares. I went back and I read the Nome hearings, and it was pointless, useless stuff. And he
can change what he does after this and just be like, well, I didn't commit perjury. My views evolved when I saw new information or some crap.
Or it's just performative grandstanding, like, how dare you be mean to immigrants or something like that, which is important. But this is 5 minutes that each senator gets with a future cabinet member under oath, where what can you do? You can ask them fact-based questions. Give me a factual answer.
Something happened in the past and make them explain, like what you reported, make them explain it. And no, you're so right. A number of things that the Democratic Party chooses to be bad at is just, why? Do they all smoke something, drink something, like, except for like it's when Chris Murphy and Van Hollen and Raskin and Lou and people are not around, Crockett and AOC, all the rest of them are just, I mean, it's like, I don't know, man. It drives me nuts. This, again, the more difficult stuff, fighting fascism, fighting people that don't follow the rules and are evil and violent and whatever, is difficult. But the messaging part of it is not. Setting up an operation where you're messaging every single day in different ways and reinforcing it with paid ads, digital and other creative, ways to get attention or whatever, that's called a campaign, and they're not hard to do if you put any effort into them, and we don't.
Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I should say, the reality is that what all of this always comes down to is, are there enough people who are demanding different, better, improved behavior from their representatives of either party, right? If there are enough people who are paying attention, who are, I don't even want to say educating themselves, but finding reasonably trustworthy sources to educate them, right? It's ridiculous to expect everyone to be able to educate themselves. But, the people who do get what's going on, we all have an obligation to reach out, which I try to do on my Substacks, and explain to folks not because I assume no one knows, but because someone doesn't know. And I want the people who do know to have like a handy explanation and say, here's what's going on. Like I did a piece on gas prices, which Wall Street has a bigger role in than anyone understands. And even Trump's own energy secretary said as much.
You know who else has a big hand in that? Price gougers who want to make money, because often when something happens like in Iran, it takes the process of crude oil and making that into gas a few weeks. So they already had the gas. They decided to raise prices on. It was a completely just gouging because we refuse
right
in any meaningful way to regulate these fuckers.
Exactly right. And look, price gouging should be very, very difficult if we had a functioning, well-regulated commodities futures market, which we have had. That's what FDR gave us in the New Deal, and in the past half century or so, and certainly in the past quarter century.
Well, and Bill Clinton, sadly, again, Democrats fell for. I can point to a lot of the great things Democrats have done. In fact, almost every good thing that's happened in the last 40 years has been done by Democrats, but also along the way, stupid shit. And that would be one of them when Clinton supported that.
And unfortunately, a lot of the good that Democrats have done is basically amounts to not too much more than trying to make up for aiding Republicans and business interests in chipping away at the New Deal. And the good that Democrats have done, like arguably Obamacare, certainly put millions of people, gave them insurance who didn't have it. But that's a Band-Aid for what what we've settled for in the past. Same thing with all these benefits things that they're fighting for. All of it is just a Band-Aid for how much corporate greed, deregulated, unfettered corporate greed, has been over the last half century allowed increasingly to undo the New Deal and screw us in proportions that we really haven't seen since pre-New Deal. Company
and this is not even. I just was again. I think who was I saying this to earlier? I was reading something that we are now at a 12-to-1 ratio versus the Gilded Age as to how bad income inequality is. And so my issue is, you've got, again, when you're talking about oil companies or some of these guys or whatever, it's like we forgot everything we learned and we just have allowed these vast monopolies to grow. And I don't have to point to like progressives, leftists. I mean, I guess this guy is a progressive in the sense of back then, but he was a Republican. I'll just point to Teddy Roosevelt and what he had to say about how trusts destroy capitalism. They are as destructive to capitalism as communism is, because they're the same concept, which is if you've got one big company running everything, that's like one big government running everything. Guess what? There's no competition. Workers can't really complain because they're fucked. Like the environment gets destroyed. Like it's the same effect. Monopolies destroy capitalism. And we've allowed that just in a manner in which the multi-ridiculous billionaires destroy democracy. And we've just sort of sat around and watched that happen, or we've enabled it. I mean, with some of these votes. And it's been dumb. And
what really breaks my heart is all even the most fightingest Democrats tend to put forward ideas for helping people survive the system rather than restoring the system and ensuring that
you have a broken leg. I will give you a crutch forever, but I won't actually, maybe fix the leg. I mean, even now, like this $5 billion, or whatever it is, is it a 5% tax, whatever it is, on billionaires? Is it something Bernie proposed? And right away, like Hakeem Jeffries is just completely silent on it. Won't do anything to support it. Do we want to win? There's a number of populist issues we could run away with. I was just talking earlier about, about AI. If we're willing to take that on, which again is going to take so many jobs away from people, is out of control. We're not regulating it properly. We don't know where the fuck it's going to end up. It's dangerous. It's creating child porn, at least when it hangs out with Elon Musk's apps. And, but that's just one of these things. Monopolies, the rest. I think it's 6. And I see some fucking Republican Irishman sitting here in my, oh, I do. Look at that. It's Joe Walsh
Former Republican Irishman.
Former Joe Walsh. I might as well be drinking tequila. I'm so fucked up now. Joe Walsh, do you know Jonathan Larson?
Know of Jonathan. Good to meet you, my friend.
Nice to meet you, sir.
You gentlemen should know each other again. You know, both passionate, smart. Jonathan used to do some work for certain Democratic voices, like producing Chris Hayes and some of these folks. And Joe used to produce a lot of stuff I didn't agree with. But since then, he produces all sorts of awesome stuff. And that's why I'm going to talk to him at 6 o'clock tonight and 6 o'clock tomorrow night while we're drinking tequila, and I drop dead. So
have a great time, guys.
Hey, Jonathan, seriously, thank you for being here. Thanks for sharing everything. Again, Jonathan Larson Substack, and my favorite, his satirical one, in addition, the fucking news. If you don't read the fucking news, that's your problem, because you're missing amazing fucking news. Seriously, Jonathan, thanks for being here, pal.
Thank you, Cliff. Have a great SubstackaPalooza. Bye, Joe.
Yep, I'll see if I survive. Take care. Bye.
How you holding up, Captain? How you holding up?
I'm a little punch drunk. I'm not going to lie to you, man.
When did you start? At noon?
11.
11.
So I took about a 20-minute break around 4:40 to 5, and that's
You've been going potty? You've been going potty?
I went potty that time, but it was getting bad that last hour. I was almost like, do I just get up and run?
Well, you and I know each other well enough. You can easily abort this and escape for a minute to go potty if you have to.
I know, but I don't. That of course, as irony would have it, like that was not that long ago, and I don't have to. But if it does hit me during this, I will fricking run for the border. How are you, man?
I'm good, man. Illinois primaries yesterday. Give me my home state. Give me your read, Mr. Democratic campaign guy.
Stratton was an interesting win. You know, my read on that, folks weren't expecting that. So that was kind of interesting. I mean, because things have been getting upended in that one congressional race. Kat, what's her name? I don't know her last name, and I'm never gonna be able to pronounce it. So I don't mean to be a jerk. I don't know it. Came within a few points. I would have thought, because she's exactly the kind of, like, I guess you would say outsider or type of person that has been winning. So I was a little surprised at that, that she didn't. That seemed like that was off compared to what's happened in other of these primaries where, we've all been like, on the Democratic side, where someone like a Malinowski, in Jersey gets knocked out, and in, Texas where Paxton, qualifies, and things like that have been going on. So it wasn't as radical is not the right word, but it wasn't as anti-establishment as I thought it would be. How about that?
I concur, brother. In my home state, the Democratic Party in their primary yesterday, whatever the establishment is, kind of held their own.
Yeah.
I think it also shows the power of J.B. Pritzker. Stratton was his lieutenant governor, his pick. Point. He put a lot of money behind a lot of candidates who all won. People are jumping on Kat, that social influencer. I don't know why you'd jump on her. I think she did pretty damn well. She didn't even live in that district and kind of parachuted into that district. Came really, really close.
When you say jumping on her, like, are they
criticizing her that she was the super progressive and she didn't win? I think she came damn close.
Yeah, and again, I haven't been able to read a headline really today, so I don't. I'll read more. Actually, screw that. I'm not reading shit tonight. I'm going to go home and collapse. But I will tomorrow, and I'll be more interested in what happened. Because I mean, look, I would have expected her to overcome it. Although the thing, it's so you were so right in what you said there when you're like, whatever the establishment is. I hate using that term because I don't know that. It just doesn't, it's not as clear cut what that is anymore, because Pritzker is a classic example.
Yeah.
If you had an establishment, the really, really rich guy would, it would probably be in there, except for he's a really, really rich guy who actually is pretty progressive and speaks out as probably one of the ones who's spoken out the most against Trump. So certainly when it comes to being somebody who's willing to fight, he's sort of more attractive to Democrats. So I don't think maybe it's not as clean cut or clear cut as this wing versus that wing.
The other one that really surprised me, Cliff, my old district, though it's a different district now, Melissa Bean, the Democrat I beat, retook her seat. She is what we would call the poster child for whatever the Democratic establishment is. She beat a number. I'm not a fan. There were a lot of there were too many progressives in some of these races. And Melissa Bean had a lot of money behind her. But you talk about a candidate from 12, 13 years ago who just doesn't meet this moment. I was surprised she did so well, but there was a lot of money behind her. The guy, Daniel Biss in Schakowsky's district, he's a progressive. And he won. He beat Kat.
Right. So he's still pretty progressive. So I mean, that may not be. And Kat look, there still are people who will say Corbett bagger, like that's a thing. And being you don't think so?
No, I don't. Your perspective, you're smarter on this stuff than I am.
I'm not smarter on anything.
I don't know that plays as much as it might have 10, 20 years ago. What do you think? The whole
I wouldn't. But I'm just trying to think of, various reasons Kat could have lost a little bit here, lost a little bit there. Maybe that's why there are people in there putting that AIPAC went after her. I don't, that may be true too. I know.
Well, we got to talk about that elephant in the room. And I get a lot of shit and abuse because I've
seen you getting shit and abuse about it. And I've wanted to jump in because I don't always feel like, well, I could be wrong, but I don't always feel like you express where you are in a clear cut way. Cause I think, you and I aren't that far apart on it. And, again, I don't, me, I'm not bullshitting about anything. I will defend, Israel's right to exist from the beginning to the end of time. And I will defend that Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal and a, vicious asshole and basically a dictator also from the beginning to the end. So, I mean, to me, when you throwing all that into one bucket is acting like that'd be saying that Donald Trump is the same as all Americans and that we're just like him because he's our president. When there've been massive Israeli protests against Netanyahu. In any case, we can get into all of that. But Kat, I want to say quickly, she said something at one point, I don't remember, a year or two ago. There's so much shit thrown around online that I actually did find to be anti-Semitic, and I responded to her. That I felt like went absolutely over the line and was not just something dealing with what was going on in the Middle East. I can't remember what it was anymore. Now,
go ahead, Cliff.
The last thing I was going to say is now people do that sometimes and don't realize they're doing it. I'm not saying she purposely was trying to do that, but that was
she's a young Democrat who believes in whatever her bones are, that Israel committed genocide, that Israel is an apartheid state. I a gazillion % disagree with both of those, but that's where a big chunk of the party is. That's where young Democrats are. That's what Kat is. I mean, Cliff, I'm in a funny spot because I get shit from the left and the right. But because my mantra on Israel is this: I'm a proud Zionist. I will defend Israel like I will defend America. I oppose this illegal, stupid war in Iran, and I oppose Bibi Netanyahu, period. And so the left.
There you go. So now you're saying the last two parts. I saw where you wrote something where I felt like maybe it was on Twitter or somewhere. You didn't say those parts. And I feel like you just say the first stuff, then people are like, that's the problem today, is it's all thrown in together. And I still feel like I can say this war is absolutely fucking ridiculously stupid. All Bibi is doing is creating more anti-Semites, and that he's a criminal. I mean, he's been indicted. He's along the lines of Trump and
been indicted,
and found ways to get himself reelected and all of that. But no, I'm a Zionist, and again, anybody ever wants to have a conversation with me, I'll just say to them, is there one place in the world that Jews know they can go if there's another Holocaust, if there is another something of that nature? Is there one place? There are a whole lot of other countries. There are a lot of countries that are Christian, that are Muslim. There's a really, really large Hindu country. There's Buddhist countries. Is there one place? And that was a reason why, I'm not a Zionist, and I think all Jews should live there. I don't want to live there, but I think it should be a place where Jews, there needs to be a safe haven, as far as I'm concerned, because history has proven everybody will try to keep killing us again and again. I'm sorry, but that's what history, that's my one thought. And my other is, no, it's not an apartheid state, because here, this is whether it's factual or not. Do I believe there's discrimination against Palestinians in quarters there? Absolutely. But I think there are people that take advantage of the situation. Yes. But apartheid has a specific meaning, and that specific meaning is that you are not allowed to do this. If you were black in South Africa, you could not serve in government. You could not serve in the military.
Yeah.
There's a Palestinian Supreme Court justice. There are Palestinians in the Knesset. So it's just not a correct representation. The word means something, and you're not. When people say that it's apartheid, it's
completely
just not true.
agree. Completely.
If they want to
agree.
say there's discrimination and stuff like that, yes, I would agree. There's discrimination against Palestinians. Absolutely, that there is in Israel. The way we have against black and brown Americans here,
But within Israel, Arabs and Muslims by far have a higher quality of life and more freedom than they do in Arab and Muslim countries. But Daniel Biss, the progressive who won in Schakowsky's district, he calls himself a progressive Zionist. I'm a conservative Zionist. But so again, it's just acknowledging what you said, Cliff, that the Jewish people need a homeland. They need a safe haven. AIPAC, I think we can talk about that later. But
AIPAC, I think, is kind of evil. So
I wouldn't say evil, but they've been really fucking stuff up. And by the way, they're doing these super PACs like under the radar. They're not even talking about Israel to try to help get other people elected because they know how toxic Israel is with the Democratic primary voter. Yeah. And Cliff, you and I have talked about it. Gavin Newsom 2 weeks ago, who I'm not a fan of, but he's smart politically. And when he came out and said Israel apartheid state, he's reading the tea leaves.
Yeah. Well, look, I think it was the thing that you were saying on Twitter when you pointed out that a much larger percentage are pro-Palestinian than pro-Israel or whatever it was. There was a poll or something. And, and I always would say, I want to know what the definitions of these things are, because are they simplified? Are they whatever? What do people mean exactly by that? And I think if we're talking about, certain freedoms that a lot of people on the left want, you're going to find that if you go to a place that's not a democracy, that is a theocracy, and you want to love somebody of the same sex, or you want to practice a different religion, or you're female and want to get educated, those are all not going to work out well. And I'm sorry, these all have to be part of this discussion.
Absolutely.
Like, I don't have tolerance for intolerance.
You can despise Netanyahu and still acknowledge.
I do. I think he's awful.
And still acknowledge that Israel is the only democracy in that region. A perfect democracy? No. Are we a perfect democracy? No. But they're the only democracy in that region. You can say both. And Cliff, look, maybe you did too. 2 weeks after October 7th, I called for Netanyahu to resign. I think it would have been the best thing in the world for Israel.
Oh, God, yes.
And there's no doubt that October 7th really helped facilitate the response to October 7th from Israel has helped facilitate the anti-Israel sentiment in my new political party. But I always love to remind people of this. The day after October 7th, before Israel had done a thing in response, there were already protests from the left around the world against Israel.
And there already were people saying that they should not respond. I would dare anybody to say that about any other fucking country. Any other country that just had people come in and in a barbaric 12th century Genghis Khan way, literally, I'm sorry for folks who get upset by this, but rape, beat, burn, shoot women, kids in front of their parents in front of their kids. I mean, you have the right to say, no, you need to be much more careful in civilian areas and all of that. Absolutely. You can have that argument, but the argument that you shouldn't do anything,
but
you should just be like,
Yeah, Cliff, think about it. Within a couple days after October 7th, there were more protests on the left around the world against Israel than there were against Hamas.
Yeah.
And it only got worse as Israel then began to respond. So there's a natural I hate Israel thing that is part of the left and part of the far right as well.
It is on both, and you're seeing it now. There's a profile of this candidate, this kid who's running in Florida.
Oh my God!
Did you see him? I mean, he's a far right Nazi, and so it's like, this is why I keep looking at everything and just predicting it and just saying.
He doesn't think, he's been public, Cliff. He doesn't think anybody should be allowed to become American. You have to be here. You can only be American. You can't become American.
Right.
Whew.
No, I was looking at that and then other stuff going on, and I was just seeing on the left and the right. I'm like, anti-Semitism is going to get really bad. If anybody thinks we've seen anything close to the worst of it, because again, people just conflate everything at this point. And at this point, openly, anything that happens with Bibi, it's kind of like, Jesus. It's all of us.
I think your longtime party and my new party is going to have a hard time nominating somebody in 28 who's not really critical of or anti-Israel. I really worry about that. And again, who knows on the right, because JD Vance is more in the Tucker Carlson let's be real. Marjorie Taylor Greene ain't no fan of Israel.
No,
neither is Tucker Carlson, right? So there's that whole mindset. This guy, Joe.
Well, most of the anti-war, that's what I mean. It's not like that's the thing that sucks is that most of the people I find common cause with, at least in being against the war in Iran, and because I think for all sorts of reasons it's a bad idea, it's stupid, it won't work, and all of this. But the ones who tend to be the most against it on the right tend to be the most anti-Semitic too. The dude at the counterterrorism,
he's a virulent anti-Semite.
So there's that issue. It's like, oh yeah, we agree on this, and you hate me. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know, man. We're like fragmenting. I don't know what's going to happen.
But you know what, Cliff? Give me your thought on this, my Democratic brother, my Democratic Jewish brother.
Yes, sir.
My younger Democratic Jewish brother. I think the Democratic Party needs a big fucking public fight about who we are and what we stand for. And it's got to be real and authentic. And the consultants and pollsters need to get lost. Democrats need to take their shirts off and have at it publicly about what the hell they stand for.
Couldn't agree more.
For the party.
I think it'd be great. I think it'd be great. What is a vision that at this point that unites a large enough group of people from the left, somewhat far left, not including the really loony far left, but somewhat far left, over to the sort of, whatever you want to call it, never Trump center right, and I think there are economic populist positions, certainly pro-democracy positions, and others that unite us very easily. And then I think there are other things that are more difficult that need to be discussed.
That's difficult, right? I became a Democrat and I said, doggone it, the tent ought to be big enough for Zoran Mamdani and Joe Walsh. Maybe it can't be. Maybe that's too big of a tent. I don't know.
I guess we'll find out.
I guess we'll find out. Are you?
You may have to join that new third Mitt Romney party. Was he really doing? I mean, I don't know. I don't see that happening.
I don't see that happening. Good God. Are you tired?
Yeah, I'm pretty tired.
Have you been eating, drinking? What are you doing?
Yeah, I got electrolytes here. We got some good liquid IV, which is good. Caffeine's on that side.
Hey, a serious question, man. Maybe you've masked this, but all kidding aside, this is a yeoman's effort. This is a big fucking deal what you're doing. It's not easy what you're doing. Why are you doing what you're doing?
I mean, great question. I try to answer it in order. I'm a little bit fucking nuts, is where I start with.
In a good way.
And that's actually true. When somebody tells me that I can't do something, I've always liked, in athletics, in academics, and whatever it is in life, I've always liked challenges. Can't do something, I kind of want to do it. So I thought this would be crazy. But I can fucking make it, right? But then from there are two more reasons. The second reason was It's how I kicked off my Substack a year ago, and it was so great in getting a lot of people's attention, in growing the Substack to where it really was a sizable platform, and all of that. And I figured, it'd been a year, and let's try this again, because it'd be great to bump up and really sort of, to get to a larger place where we could have more impact and all of that, and bring in more subscribers. And then the third thing was, and this is dead serious, came from two places, and I've had them both on today. One is Miles Taylor in doing the State of the Swamp about we're going to have a midterm election. And if that sounds familiar, it's because there's a certain guy who screamed, we're going to have a fucking midterm election. And one of the best speeches.
Trump, the midterms are happening.
Yes, that's it. One of the best speeches I've seen, and I'm dead serious. You at that thing. And that inspired me too, because I was like, if I can do this again, and people are like, oh yeah, Cliff did that a year ago, we'll watch it. Then I'm doing my part to at least get that message out there. And if it's not, I can make sure there are elections because I have some magical power. No, but I can make sure that enough people hear about it, hopefully educated enough to know these fuckers are trying to make sure we don't have elections.
Amen.
Like they're every way he can try. And you've heard, if people have watched this on and off today, they've seen numerous people attest to that. Everything from JD Vance's fake fraud crap to what ICE might do to everything. And this is a real worry. Obviously, they're going to, what we were talking about with what Tulsi has done. I mean, like in Fulton County, they just go and start grabbing. I mean, this is fucking America, and this was never supposed to even be a concern. And yet here we are, right?
Here we are, Cliff. Here we are, 5 years, 4 months, and 13 days after Joe Biden beat Donald Trump in the 2020 election. 5 years, 4 months, 13 days after that, Mark Wayne Mullen is testifying up on the Hill today, and he's asked point blank who won the 2020 election, and he couldn't say it. 5 years,
an election denier since the beginning.
So even 5 years, 4 months, and 13 days later, Republicans are still afraid to say
they're wearing fucking size 27 shoes because, I mean, this gets me so mad. Just because I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's what I want to say. If any of you are watching, do you have any pride? Do you have any self-respect? I mean, Mike Johnson up there the other day with him, that little fucking weasel who's standing there with him, who's like, and I'm not a tall person, who's like 4'8", and he honestly, he literally looks like he came out of some nerd movie, like Revenge of the Nerds. He's like, well, I mean, a guy was going to die of a heart attack, and Donald Trump's doctors saved him. If it wasn't for Trump, he'd be dead. And you're just like, you little fucking, like, what is wrong with you? Like, I cannot understand people that can just prostrate themselves before others and just kiss their asses and just become pathetic, like have no sense of themselves or any dignity. And it's all these guys. Like Mark Wayne Mullen, Mr. Tough Guy. Oh, look at me. I fought in I wrote a piece on him. I'm mixed martial arts. The motherfucker fought 3 fights. 2 of them were against the same guy. He was in the ring for less than 10 minutes. Honestly, dude. All right. I'm a professional microphone speaker because I've done that for more than 10 minutes. He apparently walked up to people and their wives on some trip and had his camera out and would pick people's noses and take a picture as they woke up. That's Mark Wayne Mullen. Does he sound like a normal human being? He tried to rent a helicopter to go into Afghanistan on his own while Biden was president, against the U.S. government's wishes, to rescue I don't know who, but they had to literally kick him out of the embassy in Tajikistan and be like, you're not fucking doing it. I mean, this is the guy who we put in there. So, I mean, we're still getting quality people, Joe.
Yeah, Cliff, I was listening to some of that testimony today, Mark Wayne Mullen, and it just hit me again. Donald Trump has always hired the worst people.
Yes.
Remember, was it in his first campaign, that line he always used? I only hire the best people, the best people. He's always hired the worst, the most untrustworthy. incompetent, in over their head. I mean, look at Wayne Mullen is replacing Christine Ohm. Kash Patel running the FBI, 15-year-old Pete Hegseth running the Defense Department.
Right.
Trump hires the worst people.
It's like he hires people that somewhat remind him of himself,
because he's
generally narcissists, sociopaths of some sort, often have committed a crime of some variety or been accused of it. So that's on one side, of how that's one part of it. And the second part is I feel like he does it because he knows he owns them. Then this is the riffraff. When there's like a ship sinks at sea, and it comes in, and the garbage that comes in, onto the shore. That's who Trump hires. Like no one was hiring Corey Lewandowski to manage campaigns. Like the biggest thing he'd ever done is I think he managed a campaign in like New Hampshire for a Senate race for a short period of time and was fired. He was like a D-rate consultant in the Republican Party who everybody thought was a fucking idiot, and so Trump brought him in.
The quality people in Trump first term that were hired left as soon as they could.
That's right. That's right. And the thing that was sad in the end is we kind of needed some of them. Like whatever one thinks, what I'd give to have Milley and Mattis and, McMasters and some of those guys. Yeah. They're just because they're sane, because again, maybe they would stop him from whatever it is he's going to at least try to do around our election.
I want you to get a good night's sleep tonight, man. When are you done? 11?
I have 4.5 hours left.
Cliff.
I know. I'm just not that bright, Joe.
You got it. Tell me you're going to eat something for dinner.
Oh, I am. I do have stuff here. I will find a way around sort of 8 o'clock or something to have, like, I think David Schuster at some point is coming. He's going to fill in for a little bit. I did that for lunch. I mean, I really have okay. Is this exhausting me? Absolutely.
Yes.
Have I had food to eat and other stuff during all of this? I have.
It's like a filibuster. You're like Cory Booker on the floor for, I
think Miles made that joke earlier. It's like, you can just have you guys be the filibuster crew from now on.
That's what it is. But that's great. And you know what? I commend you. And we've said this before. Everybody who is listening to us right now, people who are bigger than us, smaller than us, we all have our platforms. We all have our circles of influence. Stay within your fucking circle of influence and do what you can. If we all did that, we'll win in November.
See, there you go, Joe. You're hitting you have a way of, no pun intended with our show, distilling things down to their essence. And, in the end, like, this was something crazy idea I came up with a year ago. It worked. And I thought, if it gets people's attention again and gets people sort of excited, like, I'm not putting on a State of the Swamp, thing like what those guys did. This was not as difficult as that. And it's a way of continuing the spirit of that and sort of getting people talking about this. And
but honestly, what you've done, you big jerk, you've kind of set the table for you having to do something like this once a year.
I know.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, with the combination of bioscience and AI, I have to believe we could clone me, or at least a good enough version of me. And the AI could talk, and I could maybe have it not be me next year.
Hey, I think the world of you. I wouldn't fucking want 2 Cliff Schechters out there.
Honestly, that's just, there's nobody that's a good thing.
I would not want that.
Listen, you're awesome. I honestly, I appreciate it, and I appreciate your concern. It's a little wacky, but I think we shall make it through this.
Get a good night's
I'm
sleep.
gonna just, the first half of tomorrow. I mean, I'm sleeping unless there's a masseuse somewhere I can find in town. Otherwise, I expect we're still going to do tequila talk tomorrow at 6. Yeah.
Only if you're game, Mister. Okay. Game day decision. We'll talk tomorrow.
All right. Awesome.
Love you, Cliff.
Love you too, pal. Thank you for being on. Seriously, Joe. It wouldn't
Thank
be
you
a show
for the
without
invite.
you.
Thanks for having me. Keep plugging away, Mister. Thanks, Cliff.
I will. Take care, buddy.
Ciao.
All right. I did see a little while ago we had Nina here. Again, before, let's add, nope. While Nina's coming in,
Hey,
there's
Cliff, I'm adding myself to the stage. Say hello. Good job. Also, confidential to Cliff Schechter. Check out your Substack notifications and accept the notifications that I sent you several hours ago, please.
where am I looking?
So yeah, just like open Substack, like any Substack page, and the little bell notification on Substack, little bell icon.
Invite me to join a live video, that thing?
Yes, you should have 3 of those. I need you to click, well, all of them, but the last 2 are the ones that count.
I think
And
I
it doesn't
did.
matter if it's on your phone because they fixed that part.
I don't. Tell me if I think I clicked 3. It was hard to tell if it was like one sort of disappeared, if it was 2 or 3. But let me open again, and then we'll see. Is this really just? Oh, there's Nina. Hold on.
Hi, Nina. Sorry. Here's some fun news, everybody. Substack decided to change its live video process and notifications today. They changed it today, the day that we're doing a 12-hour marathon.
It's awesome how they do that. All right. I think I clicked everything. Let me know if I didn't.
Here's the funny thing.
You know what, Lawrence?
I can't tell anymore. The way in which I used to be able to tell that it had been clicked, I no longer have that visibility, or they hit it someplace that I haven't found yet. So,
all right, I can go check it again. But what should people do, Lawrence?
So I think what you just did, go to your notifications, and if they got I sent email to everyone basically saying this. But I think what they do is go to their notifications and they find the thing there. We no longer apparently have the ability to send them the notification in email.
All right.
Thanks,
I wasn't even
Substack.
getting at that. I think that's all good. What I was getting at is we're working hard here, folks. Lawrence has been here the whole time. If I don't look exhausted to you, trust me, I'm hiding it well. Right up there on the right side is a duck inside of a QR code. You can buy me a coffee.
Donate.
You can
Buy him a
support our
coffee.
enterprise. He's helping you. Otherwise, the only way we can do these things and get you such great guests, I mean, the list of people today, you've seen them, as well as other events that we hold, other lives, keep writing. Ellie Leonard's work on, on Epstein, and David Schuster's great work on broadcast and a variety of things is we need support from paid subscribers, which is why we took 75% off. It is $19.98. It will cost you $1.60 a month. Think about what else you spend $1.60 a month on. I'm sure.
It's a good old-fashioned pledge drive. Please,
there you go.
Support Blue Ant Media for basically $20 for the entire year. And if you can, buy Cliff a coffee, buy us all a coffee. That would be great.
God, I can use
the
a
money
coffee.
goes towards doing things like this and adding new shows like Tequila Talk with Cliff and Joe Walsh, who you just saw moments ago. Thursday nights at 6 p.m. Ellie's new show, Deep Dive, 2 p.m. on Fridays. And Ellie is an absolute rock star. We're thrilled to bring some of her work here through Blue Amp. So please, like, subscribe, restack all of our stuff.
There you go.
And all right, here I go. And
all right, I need to get Nina. We need to start chatting with Nina. Thank you so much, Lawrence, for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Bye. Hey, Nina. Can you hear me? That's not promising. Can you hear me?
Hey, so you want me on StreamYard, not on Substack?
I think so, but I think if this is working, we could. What should we do, Lawrence?
If you're here, you're here, and that's all that matters, Nina. We don't care how you got here. We're just glad you're here.
All right, there you go. My COO, he knows what he's talking about. I'm happy to have you right here. How are you doing?
Yeah, but I'm on a big delay.
Oh, well, if you'd rather come back in,
a big delay.
Would you rather come back in through StreamYard where you have less of a delay?
Okay, I think I figured it out. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Can't hear me anymore. I cannot hear you.
Uh-oh. Let's see. No, that didn't do it. Can you hear me? No. Yeah, no.
All right, here's me again. Nina, is there any chance that you have one of your tabs with audio, because sometimes that can be like the old radio delay thing.
I'm not sure. Can she hear you? I don't know
I'm
if she
not
can.
sure. Oh,
She's
right.
gone. Maybe she'll come. I don't know. We'll see what she does.
You
Until
know,
then,
it's been what, 7.5 hours at this point. This is the time where we would expect things to go slightly haywire.
yeah, like my brain. Yeah, this is the time where actually I remember it from last time where I started to be like, so why didn't I do it for 8 hours?
What is reality? Right.
Is
We
reality
could have just done this
a,
for.
a construct? Is it sort of like the Matrix to keep us all in line so that we do not misbehave in any given? Oh, look, it's
Nina's
Nina. Let's
back?
see. Should nope.
Oh, all right.
Hey, Nina.
Hey,
Oh my God, it's immediate,
here,
and you
you
can
are
hear us,
too.
and we can see you.
bye, Lawrence. Hey, guys.
How are you?
Hey, sorry. I am in, and I can hear you and see you. I'm a little blurry.
Right.
I'm actually on an island. I'm on the island of Montserrat. I'm working on a story about volcanic island, and I'm down here. I'm surprised that I even have Wi-Fi working.
I want to work on stories about volcanic islands if I can travel to them. Can I do that? Oh, you can still hear me, right? No.
You know, it's not bad.
You can. Oh, okay. You're hearing me.
I can hear you,
but delayed. It seems like
there's a delay.
Yeah. Okay. I'll ask you a question, and then it will take a few seconds, and you can respond to it, perhaps. What? This could be fun. This could be interesting. All right, here we go. Are you working on any Epstein stories right now? See, guys, I get to hang back and she'll hear it, and we're good.
I am indeed working on Epstein stories. And in fact, at the Freak Show today, if you flip over to the American Freak Show newsletter,
okay.
we have some breaking news. We've been looking into the Epstein involvement with the Arab leaders, and before he was even out of prison, he was connected with the Oslo Accords guy by Ehud Barak, and
yes.
who then connected him with Mahmoud Abbas. So he was literally meeting with the Palestinian leader when he was basically just barely out of prison. And after that, he started hooking up with all of the Gulf royals. And eventually he was buddies with MBS. And our theory is that one could say that the Abraham Accords, which Jared, Nepo baby, gets credit for, were actually more aptly called the Epstein Accords.
God.
That's how involved he was in Middle Eastern politics, in connecting the U.S. and Washington, Tel Aviv, and the Arab potentates who are now, we're now in endgame of that Abraham Accords thing, which Jared took, Jared, who doesn't know what he's doing, except that he does know how to use these connections to enrich himself. And in fact, that's kind of what Epstein was doing. He was mixing, he was using his usual lures. You can see it in the text and emails: sex, financing, and networking. And really the most sort of shocking thing about it, there's a lot of shocking material in there. I'd recommend your listeners to go and have a quick look at the work, because I and my researcher did a lot of intense reading of the files. But the most shocking thing is really, there was a law passed in 2016 by Congress. Obama tried to veto it, and it allows the 9/11 survivors to sue Saudi Arabia. Okay. And it's called the JASTA, Justice for Survivors of Terrorism Act. Epstein, one of the ways that he won over MBS, remember MBS is the guy who chopped the fingers of our friend, our colleague in the
bone
business,
saw guy,
and murdered him. What Epstein did was he lured MBS with his promise of helping the Saudis avoid litigation. And incredibly, we see him in the files connecting MBS's people with two top American lawyers, Ken Starr and Kathy Rumler. Now, Starr isn't here anymore. Rumler went on to, as you know, the $25 million starting salary job at Goldman.
Right.
Has finally taken, I mean, she's still there, but she's going to leave her job. And I think she's going to be called to the committee to talk. And this is a question that she needs to be asked, because she was literally being set up to help the Saudis, probably trying to make this JASTA law unconstitutional. That's just one of the many things that he was doing. But anyway, we call it the Epstein Accords. It's part one. Part two is going to be, we only get up to 2016 and the election of Trump. After Trump is elected, Epstein's connections with these Arab leaders becomes even more intricate and more tricky, because they now see him as a Donald whisperer. So you can see him, helping connect them with the White House and so on and so forth. But really, the takeaway for me is, we're now in this position where literally Jared Kushner was sent over there with Witkoff to negotiate. We now know from reporting that there was no imminent nuclear attack. There's no imminent missile attack on the United States. It was all a bunch of hooey. And they walked away from that negotiating table with the Iranians thinking they were making progress, with the Bahrainians thinking they were making progress, and literally went home and told Donald, you can start bombing now. And now we've got the regional war disaster happening. And the connections that Epstein was making, connecting Tel Aviv, Washington, and these Arab potentates like MBS, like the UAE, ultimately enriches Jared. I'm sure Epstein was making money on it, but also leads to this point in time where you have these Arab potentates like the MBS and like the Gulf Arabs not stepping up at all to object to the Gaza situation. That's the ultimate goal, was to bring them into the fold. And so, you're seeing the boomerang now, because now they're getting Iranian bombs falling on American bases on their land.
Amazing. Can you still hear me? Even if it's a delay? We'll see. Just tell me if you can hear me.
I can hear you fine.
Okay. So my understanding, I think the easiest way to do this, I ask a question and you give a really long answer. So let me ask a question that makes sense here. So we've got Epstein going and getting, God, there's no place he's not involved. He's going and getting involved in the Middle East, and he is, so the relationship with Ken Starr and NBS, I would love you to talk more about. I mean, Kathleen Rumler interests me too, but Ken Starr particularly, with his history of bullshit, considering what he chased Bill Clinton around for, and of course he was having an affair and had multiple ones. The man was, and now we know, his involvement with Epstein. There couldn't be a bigger fucking hypocrite. But what's new? All those guys back then, Dan Burton and Newt Gingrich. What a collection of fucking clowns. Pardon my whatever. But what was the exact sort of nature of Ken Starr and MBS and that relationship and what it produced specifically?
Well, I'm happy to answer that question and talk as long as I want, or as long as I can, to give you some rest, because I can tell looking at your eyes that your eyes are like the opposite of the Doge boy's eyes, if you know what I'm talking about. Your eyes are like wide open, and you are, yes, you can see the whites of your eyes where you can see light, but see, the thing is, Cliff, you can see life behind your eyes, unlike the Doge boys in their deposition.
Thank you
very much. Thank you for what you're doing. So I'm afraid that I'm not going to be able to give you a long answer about Ken Starr, because Ken Starr, we don't really know what Ken Starr ended up doing for them. It's more clear what Rumler was doing, because Rumler had a lot more interaction with Epstein. And so there's a lot more emails with her going to Saudi Arabia or being asked to do things for them. Whereas Ken Starr only has, as far as we know, has one meeting in this record that we have.
Okay.
So he could have met them many times. But the point is, what Epstein was doing was bringing a Republican lawyer and bringing the Democrat lawyer, because Rumler was Obama's counsel. And you're right, it's capital H, they should be wearing the red H for hypocrisy. These people are incredible. And Ken Starr is no longer with us, so he won't be able to, he's in
hell.
He's in Hades or wherever people like that go, and he won't be able to answer questions, but she will.
Oh, okay. I just said he was in hell, but if you wanted to, I'd love to know more about Ken Starr, and maybe I'll do a little digging myself for fun. But if you want to tell me about Rumler and her connections there, I think it's an important and interesting story too. So if you have more on that you'd like to talk about, that would be great.
Well, I don't really, we just, there's so much out there about Rumler, and this is just an added, it's just more information about her and her relationship to Epstein. And what you see with Epstein at this point is that he's not just working with these lawyers. He's working with people like Tom Barrack and Tom Pritzker, and he's bringing these people along with him into this. They're hoping that they can make money. In addition to him working I think he was working in cahoots with Ehud Barak and to the benefit of Israel. I really do think that he was doing some of that. He bragged about it to Peggy Siegel. The main thing about these UAE and MBZ and MBS, these oil-rich tribal Wahhabis, is that they have these gargantuan sovereign wealth funds, right? So it's like flies to shit, or to honey, right? There's so much money to be had, and that it to me, I've done a lot of work in the Middle East as a reporter over the years. I've written books there. These countries are like a cancer. They're an anti-democratic cancer on that region anyway. And they're just playgrounds for people like Epstein, who and his pals who see them as, and rightly so, places where you can just rake in the bucks. And so that kind of cynicism underlies the whole thing. And at least, Epstein had that going. He was cynical, but he was also, I think, working in cahoots with Ehud Barak and Israel. And that was part of why they co-opted this Norwegian diplomat who is lionized for the Oslo Accords, which, of course, in retrospect, were just kicking the can on the Palestinian-Israeli situation, buying time really for Netanyahu to import more settlers to build more settlements on West Bank property, and just to carry on with the project. And that's what the Oslo Accords really did. It just bought more time. And this guy, Terje Rod Larsen, who's pivotal in connecting Epstein to these Arab leaders, is under investigation now in Norway. I mean, as you know, and I'm sure you've talked about it earlier today, the Europeans are taking this stuff a lot more seriously than our Justice Department.
Which is to say, seriously at all. And not, obviously hiding it underneath the bed somewhere behind the stuffed animals and right. Okay, so we got Ken Starr and Rumler, we got MBS, and so these are all parts of this part one story you've got, and then you're going to have, you said, a part two come out. Is there other stuff you haven't mentioned yet that's in the part two? And if you did already, and I'm forgetting it because I feel like someone hit me in the head with a mallet, I apologize.
No, I just think I just recommend that your readers keep an eye on Jared and news about Jared. Our part two will be, get us up to the end of 2020 when Jared starts to show up in the Middle East right after Trump gets elected, and at that point the leaders of those countries are laughing. They can't believe that they're sending this real estate guy in to be their, the Middle East envoy. And Epstein continues to work and massage this whole thing up until his last days. And Jared, of course, ends up walking away with I think it's $5 billion.
I think $2
billion.
Yep.
He walks away with the $2 billion. Yes, he's asking, he wants to get $5 billion, I think now. He walks away from the White House with $2 billion from the Saudis for his new investment venture. The Times is now reporting like it hasn't made any money for any of the investors. He's just taking these huge cuts off the top, and he's actually was over there doing these negotiations, Cliff, literally asking for more investment money and getting it. So, any of our friends on the MAGA side who are still mentioning Biden's son need to be this needs to be brought to their attention. It may make no difference, but I mean, if you still care about America at any level and about America's reputation, this level of corruption that we're seeing, open air corruption and bringing war into your negotiations for cash is it's the shame on our country that these people have brought is endless.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the thing about all of this is, what will take 5 years to undo, what will take a generation to undo, what will take 100 years to undo, and what can we not undo? I don't know. I really do. I mean, you're one who is, laser focused on this story, because again, I'm going to repeat myself for the fourth or fifth time today, but I don't care. That's called good messaging, which is, it's the billionaires. It's really not hard to understand here, but not like somebody who became a billionaire, because they did something they loved, like art or, film, or, someone like Steven Spielberg, right? Or, a person like, but these people these rapacious billionaires that are all about hoarding and collecting and at the expense of everybody else. There's a reason why they literally in a, Venn diagram almost, or a circle with the Epstein people, because in the end, it's the same trait. It is the same sadistic, power-hungry need to dominate others and destroy others, and frankly, just break things, right? And know that you control them. I mean, as a, the same war profiteers off, let's go to Iran and prey on Iran, are the same ones who want to prey on young girls, or are the same ones who want to, that private equity firms who want to prey on your company by loading it up with debt and stealing everybody's pensions and putting everybody out of work, or want to prey on your job by moving your factory abroad, or prey on your health care by denying claims and not letting you have what you paid for so they can be wealthier. We've allowed through our culture since Reagan, frankly, and it's only gotten worse over the years, this group of sociopaths to have a culture that actually extols and rewards their sick behavior, as opposed to saying, as who was saying earlier, that it should be considered like hoarding. When someone hoards things, and you walk into somebody's house and a big pile of newspapers fall on your face, you consider that there's something wrong with that. Well, somebody that needs to keep collecting money while children are starving, or to starve children to do that, there's something very mentally wrong with them. And they are the people who are Trump, who are around Trump. And the reason why everybody's so interested is the Epstein files have sort of brought to the fore this group of people who often, even in private equity world and tech bro world and whatever, there are a few with huge names like Elon Musk and their Thiel, but the other ones could kind of, hide. They could, just sort of fit in among everybody else. You didn't really know who they were. And now people are finding out who a lot of these people are. And again, it's the very same mentality. And that is who we are up against in this election, and for sort of the, existential future of this country. Will be a couple of these guys extracting from the rest of us, or will we win? Sorry to make my big speech, but that's how I've felt. And, everything you're saying now puts that kind of in the same kind of perspective, the same group of elites. Mostly there are Democrats like Rumler, and Bill Richardson was in there, and others, but it's this authoritarian right-wing mindset that seems to be at play here. And so that's why the vast majority of them come from those circles. At least that's how I see it. Well, that is a great roundup of everything. And I'd touch even a little longer, Nina, but I think with the delay, you got us some great information, so I can let people know to go find you at The Freak Show, which is Nina's Substack. She is very cool. She's on a volcanic island right now. Brian Karem is coming on soon. He's not on a volcanic island, so he's just going to have to be cool in his own way. Nina is off working on these stories and helping us to learn more about this predatory group of elites. And I want to say thank you for that. I appreciate it, because they're the ones targeting our elections too. They prey on democracy. Today is about making sure we have our elections. So thank you for all of that, Nina. And The Freak Show, everybody, go check it out and enjoy the volcano. We'll see if she gets that one at the end. All right. I get a smile, maybe. All right. Take care. And let's get Brian in here. Oh, sorry. I meant to say goodbye. Bye.
Hi.
Hey, Brian. I'm sorry.
Hey, Cliff. What's up, brother?
Nina, not much, man. If you know Nina Burley, she's reporting from a volcanic island somewhere in the Caribbean, and we had a bit of a delay. So I would just ask her a question and just we do this with you too, because you like to talk like I do. I would just ask her a question and then let her talk for 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I saw something you did earlier that was awesome. That was enjoyable and funny. And I should start by saying, I think a lot of the people here would know, but folks, Brian Karem, I mean, one of the last of the breed of reporters. There are others. Nina is like that too, who actually are not just trying to get a book contract and a TV contract with Fox News, but actually is trying to, fucking report on stuff, break news, have accountability. As the last White House correspondent for Playboy magazine yelled out a question at Donald Trump that ended up in Jack Smith's filing against Donald Trump when Brian asked him if he would accept the results of the election if he lost. And of course, he wouldn't really answer that one. And Brian's also gone to jail, I don't know, a few times, 3 times, 4 times to protect sources. 4. So those are the things I like to tell people, because the fact of the matter is Brian is somebody of integrity, and frankly,
don't let it out.
Don't tell too many people. We don't have too many people left in. Well, no, that's not true, because Brian, you've moved over to independent media, and I actually do think we have a good deal of people in independent media who have integrity. But you still had a foot in corporate media before. I guess you're out the door now.
No, I write a column for Salon, and I still, guest lecture on occasions and appear on, different shows. But yes, I also
That's different. I don't consider Salon. I mean, Salon is very close to being almost like, a reader supported kind of, I mean, I don't know. They've always published progressive stuff, and in any case, okay, I'll let you go ahead. Talk, Brian. I will shut up because I've lost my mind.
All right. What do you want to know? I'm here to help, Cliff.
It's been 8 hours, dude. I don't even know what fucking planet I'm on anymore. Just give me.
I was an ugly child too, I'm telling you, it's a tough room. How you doing? Good to see you.
There we go. That's what I was going to say. I saw you do something funny earlier. You're doing something with your show, I guess, with Tom Arnold, who I still enjoy and find funny.
I had Tom and Glenn Kirschner on. It's a continuation of a discussion that we've been having since the first day of the new Donald Trump administration. It was me and Hal Sparks, and Tom did a show at an LA comedy club.
I remember that. Yeah.
Talking about the influx of restriction on comedy in the First Amendment because of Donald. Donald.
I wouldn't want to be made fun of for all the things he sucks at.
Donald Trump is thin-skinned. He will laugh. His sense of humor is limited to laughing at other people. He has no self-deprecating humor at all. He can't laugh at anyone else. I've seen him make jokes where he got a laugh. Most of it is mean. But he's also upset with, he calls them the late night losers, the late night talk show hosts that go after him. And lately, Jimmy Fallon has been tickling me to no end, because he just assembles cuts of Donald Trump mispronouncing one word and puts them together and has fun with it. And you got to love that, because I got to tell you, Donald Trump 2 is not the same as Donald Trump 1. I think he's lost his mind. That's part of my column this week. He sat there and told us in the White House, of all places, that not only can he do whatever he wants, but it'll be his honor to take Cuba. And I go, well, take Cuba where? To a barn dance?
You're taking Cuba out on a date? Like what?
What are you talking about there, Don? And then he said, and he really likes Cuba. It's a beautiful place, and it's not in a hurricane zone. And I'm like, what planet are we on at this point?
Hurricanes.
It's almost like a Marx Brothers satire or Team America World Police. I mean,
I love Japan because it's not in an earthquake zone.
Yeah, I mean, and Donald Trump sitting there talking about, he the way he held on to himself, as he said, that he had been abandoned by NATO and we could do it ourselves. We can go it alone. Reminded me of Team America World Police. And I was thinking, poor widow me. I mean, that's all all I can tell you is the guy's nuts. And it's serious because he put us in a war without giving us any imminent reason for the attack. And he had a member of his counter terrorism group quit because he said Donald Trump hasn't, Joe Kent, who said there's no way in hell we should have gone to war. And then you had the presidential PEP secretary. I cannot call her a presidential press secretary because there's nothing about this that is professional. Caroline Leavitt came out and told John Bennett today, and when the pool was there, that no one tells Donald Trump what to do. So now she's a consigliere to a mafia don. As a matter of fact, plenty of people tell Donald what to do.
Tom Hayden there, huh?
Yeah. I'm sorry, but the American public tells him what to do. We, the people. And Donald Trump doesn't get to do what he wants to do. He does what the majority of us want him to do, except Donald Trump doesn't, because Donald Trump's lost his damn mind. And it's frightening to me to continue to see this man who's so obviously physically and mentally decrepit and uncompromised going about the business of governing the United States while we are in essence in a proxy war with Russia. I'm old enough to remember mutually assured destruction policy. I'm old enough to remember the Cold War. I'm old enough to remember duck and cover drills. I know what it's like to be frightened about nuclear conflagration, and folks, we're well on the way to that right now. And that to me is the most frightening part of it.
That Brian started off with his Rodney Dangerfield, and we get to now, hey, nuclear conflagration is on its way. So he's evolved to a happy place during this conversation.
I don't know where he's evolved to. I know that he's destroyed the United States as it existed, and I've covered presidents for 43 years, and I can tell you there's nothing like Donald Trump. He you know, one of the first person I met was Helen Thomas. The second one I met was Sam Donaldson. I witnessed Sam and Reagan get into it. My first day, I met Helen. And when
I'll say just to you quickly, Brian, that's why I said what I said before, because it's not just that you're a top-notch reporter, which you are obviously, but you're sort of one of the last connections to a time when that was a normal thing to have really good reporters. Like, you're one of the last left.
I learned from the best. Helen taught me. Sam taught me. I walked up my very first day with Helen. Helen went up and pounded on the door of the Deputy Press Secretary, Larry Speaks. She said, Larry, get your ass out here and talk to me. Now, if I did that, they'd have me arrested today. But Helen, they brought her donuts and coffee every morning. Ask any of the press secretaries from that era, and they go, yeah, we took care of Helen because Helen
was seat up front, right?
Yeah. And so Helen is beating on the door. Secret Service came in and said, you've got to leave because the president is coming through to talk to Speaks. So Helen and Sam left. And as I turned to leave, I'm 24 years old. I'm nervous. It's my very first day in the White House. I tripped and fell forward, and I'm on the floor on my knees, and I feel a really large hand on my back, and I go, fuck, my first day here, and the Secret Service is going to throw me out. And I turned to look, and it was Ronald Reagan. And he looked down at me, and he said, well, son, you don't have to bow in front of me. And I can't imagine Don.
No, I mean, even whatever we're saying, I think Reagan's economic policies started us on a path. We're horrible and started us on a path towards here. I do think he was a much more decent human being who actually, as you said, knew how to be self-deprecating and knew, understood the basics of how humans interact with each other, which is something that Donald Trump can never understand. The whole, you're weak, you suck, you're not the same country as you used to be. I'm going to attack Greenland. You're not paying your fair share. Hey, will you help me in Iran? It doesn't work that way, you dumb asshole.
He doesn't understand how to talk to people. He doesn't understand how to treat people. He doesn't understand that. I mean, when you listen to him, and here's one of the reasons why I think he's fading fast. I don't think he may not be around for the next State of the Union. But when he sits there and when you listen to him talk, watch and look, he is always sitting down. He always has someone over his shoulder watching him. Yeah. He's rarely by himself. Usually it's JD, or they're all sitting around in the Oval Office in the lounge, the Chase Lounge, and he's got somebody to his right. And so Donald in that horrible gold that looks like it was right out of a cheap hooker's place. He sits there and he will contradict himself 1 minute to the next. He can't keep a cogent thought in his head. Two sentences don't match together. They're watching over him and he'll fall asleep. This man is not long for this world, and he's very, very scary to watch with, mind you, this is the man with his finger on the nuclear trigger.
Right. And I would say quite seriously, I have no doubt of this. So I'll start by saying I can't prove this, but the whole thing, there's a medical event, he goes to Bethesda. He had a stroke because he started behaving after that in a manner of confused manner that lots of people do when they have strokes. And he has every single sign of heart disease that you can have, such that even however many years ago.
That's not supposition.
No, that's real. I mean, Sanjay Gupta looked at his chart and said,
no, go back. His first, I was standing next to Sanjay in the very first Trump administration when he went and got his physical, and he gave us a stack of paper afterwards. And I'm looking through this, that this is all, blah, blah, blah. This is the one where Dr. Ronnie came out and said he'd live to be 200 years old.
He's like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I'm looking through that and I go, I'm not a doctor, but this looks to me like the same stuff my dad had when he had heart disease. Yep. Sanjay Gupta was standing right next to me and he looked at me. I am a doctor, and he does. Confirmed that he had heart disease 8 years ago.
Yeah, he said it out loud. And that's what's so annoying when reporters speculate now, because I remember that, Brian. He said it out loud. This is somebody who I don't remember if he said early stages or whatever of heart disease. Yes. And he said, looking at this chart, the conclusion you would come to, and I want to say 3 to 5 years is what he said. But if his behavior does not change so that he gets more fitness and eats better within 3 to 5 years, he has a moderate to serious chance of having a stroke or heart attack. Well, however many years later, he suddenly disappears to Bethesda Medical. He's sounding confused and like he doesn't know what the hell's going on afterwards. I'm almost sure of that fact, that something like that happened. And they, of course, doesn't matter. They don't tell us because we're not allowed to know anything. So I agree with you.
Well, let's talk about that, because that's another thing that pisses me off. You have little Pete Hegseth, who is the biggest cosplayer I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen anyone primp or preen in front of a makeup mirror like he does. Comes out in the Pentagon and says we're unserious, and he singles out CNN and the New York Times and says they're completely unserious. No, he's unserious. Yeah, he gets upset with them for reporting on the war, but he won't tell us what's going on in the war. The American people have a right to know. Now, we don't need to know the operational details of every operation. We need to know what's going on, what's expected, where are we? We have no clue. If we did not have overseas reporting from Al Jazeera, the BBC, and others who have feet on the ground, boots on the ground in those areas, we wouldn't know what's going on because our government hasn't told us. So it's hypocritical to come out, and it's not hyperbolic to say that this guy is questioning and putting at risk the safety of the United States for the sake of Donald Trump. And that, my friends, is not what you want in the Department of Defense or the Defense Secretary. And I'm sorry, you're not the Secretary of War, Whoopi.
Even that's so fucking childish and stupid. I mean, only they could come up with that. But I mean, that's the thing, I was talking about this earlier. I mean, he surrounded himself quite purposely with people that are every bit as incompetent,
kiss his ass.
Stupid. Yeah, and they're also really low quality people. They either shoot dogs or their moms write them letters about how fucking horrible they are to women, or in Kash Patel's case, they're flying around in their partying with the hockey team and on our dime with the.
I can't. That one doesn't bug me nearly as much as the fact that he doesn't do his job. I mean, if you're a human being,
those two things are related, kind of.
But both you can enjoy yourself and still do your job. God knows Clinton did. Oh, I'm not going to touch that line. But the fact of the matter is you can do your job. But the fact of the matter is they don't. No. There is no. I have never seen a less professional group of people in my life. All these people look like they were picked last for kickball.
That's what I'm saying. Life. Yes, they're the ones. The broken toys is what they are.
Oh God, no! I like the Island of Misfit Toys. These people aren't that. They're not even that good.
I mean, I've said for a while now, and he's losing me to the point where maybe I'll throw him in with the rest of them. But it seemed to me that while Marco Rubio was not the best choice for Secretary of State and not the most qualified person by a long shot, at least he had some of the basic stuff that maybe a normal Republican administration would pick someone like, like him, because they would say, okay, well, I think he was on the Senate Armed Services Committee. He was in the U.S. Senate. He was a state house speaker. He had some experience relevant to what he did, and at least tended back then to be at least somewhat respectful to reporters and other people. But of course, increasingly, he's acting like an idiot. But the rest of them are all people that are fourth, they're the rejects. They're the people that no other Republicans wanted to hire, or, did hire in the past and were banished, or, for being terrible, or for people that were known to be idiots, even if they got elected as governor, of a state with, like South Dakota that has, the cow to people ratio is about 1-to-1. And that was that. But this guy, he wants those people around him. I think it makes him feel better about himself. He also knows they can't challenge him really on stuff.
That's the point. The point with Donald Trump is he doesn't want anyone to question him. And the reason why he still has daddy issues, I talked to his niece, Mary. I love her to death. And, she's like my little sister. And Mary and I were talking, and I asked her point blank, if you could say to Donald anything you wanted, what would you say to him? And she said, I would look at him in the eye and say, I'm sorry nobody ever loved you. The bottom line with Donald Trump, I would feel sorry for him if he weren't putting our existence as a species in danger with his horrid actions. Right. If he were I could see him being a homeless guy standing on the street, shouting at the clouds. Donald Trump was just lucky enough to be born into money, and he stumbled forward into more money.
Right. He is a guy standing on the streets yelling at the clouds. But the difference was he was a guy standing in the street yelling at the clouds with $400 million from daddy. And that allows you to get away with a lot. And then when you also are basically, not basically, you are a convicted criminal, and you've been
never forget that he is a convicted criminal.
Right. And an adjudicated rapist. And you've been found guilty both criminally and civilly, to the point of where you had to pay $25 million for Trump University. You're banned from ever having a foundation again because you're ripping off your foundation and all that kind of stuff. I mean, when you sort of put that whole resume together of his past behavior, well, I mean, of course, he doesn't know. When you said before you hadn't seen presidents like this before, because
no, I haven't.
Other people can see boundaries. There are no boundaries for him that he won't kick over.
No, I think I'm going to go back to Nixon, and Roger Ailes started this slide, but it was Ronald Reagan with with allowing media consolidation so that there were fewer voices. His appeal to the extreme right, and his appeal to the extremely ignorant because they felt like they didn't have a voice. That started the slide. Donald Trump is a symptom of where we've been, or where we're going, and where we will go because of what Ronald Reagan did. And the single greatest thing that they did was allow the media monopolies to exist. And then I'll go back to George W. Bush, no child left behind. Ended up being every child left behind, and our education system sucks. Education.
I feel like the right plans for everything long term, that feels like a long term plan of theirs too, which is they always have multiple things going on at the same time, right? They're just like there's many reasons Trump attacked Iran, right? One reason is Bibi, but everybody acts like that's the only one. MBS had been pushing him to do it forever. That's another reason. Oil, that's another reason. There's always multiple reasons.
Well, it's the rich versus the poor. As the comics said, as George Carlin said, it's a big party and you're not invited.
That's it, right?
And so whatever they can do to manipulate it so that you look at your neighbor and disparage your neighbor because they worship a different brand of God, or they wear different clothes, or their skin is a different color, or they marry somebody you don't approve of. That's all engineered to keep you fighting while they go to the bank.
That's exactly right.
That's
because otherwise you unite. That's why they don't want you to unite.
I've talked to. You sit down, have a conversation. Usually it's great to have it over bourbon, although not if they're a violent drunk, but if you sit down and talk with an amiable drunk or somebody, you know, I'll go back with Bill Hicks, the comedian, who said not only should weed be legal, it should be mandatory. I certainly think that it wouldn't hurt if all the world leaders and members of Congress had to get high once a day. But if you sit down and talk to someone who will have a conversation with you, and there are many MAGA people that I've been able to talk to, and you sit down and talk to them, 5 or 10 minutes in, you find out they don't really give a shit what color you're. Now, some do. I'm not all of them, but some. There is a hardcore 25 to 30% of the people you'll never be able to reach. And I remind people,
every country has like that generally fascist authoritarian 30% or so.
Take a look at the revolution. 25 to 30% were for the British. Take a look at the Confederacy, 25 to 30%. Take a look at the Vietnam War, 25 to 30% favored the Vietnam War. But there are enough people around that will listen and talk, and you find out that the differences aren't that great. And we need more of that, but you're not getting that out of Donald Trump. Every time he talks, it's about division. Every time he talks, it's anger. How many times has he called Democrats, worthless, useless, demagogue? I mean, everything that applies to him, he deflects back on the Democrats. No one in the United States, he calls himself a super patriot and says that he loves America while he hates 90% of the people who live in the country.
And, sells us out to certain countries too. But
who's making bank off this war other than Vladimir Putin? Come on.
I know. I'm sure there's some crypto in it for him. No, I mean, again, and obviously certain big oil guys and certain defense contractors. I mean, Palantir has gotten contracts. SpaceX has gotten contracts. I'm sure they're all really upset.
How do you think he destroyed CBS? How do you think? It's all because those companies had government contracts with the government, and Donald Trump demanded their fealty. If you're going to do anything to save the what's left of media in the United States, bust up the media monopolies, reintroduce the fairness doctrine, give low interest loans to small business owners that operate community journalism, give tax breaks to investigative reporting teams, and for the love of God, don't allow them to have contracts with the government. That's a conflict of interest.
Well, that's the monopoly problem too. Like you can't have entities that are hydras that own, because again, no one like we see with, it doesn't matter because Ellison took over CBS, but even before that, there were problems because he's like, well, we don't like what that late night comedian is saying. So we're going to get rid of them. And we don't like what that other division is doing over there. So they can't report, 60 Minutes can't report on this because otherwise, Paramount might not get this deal. And that's just a stupid way to run a democracy. Like you need independent.
Well, it isn't a democracy. It's an autocracy.
Well,
Donald Trump can't handle anybody who disagrees with him. Donald Trump and the Republican Party. I think if the Democrats don't don't screw the pooch and they end up with, if they end up in control of the House and possibly the Senate, and I see a lot of movement away from MAGA, if that occurs, watch how quick the Republicans sell out Don.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, you've seen some of it already. There are some that calculated. Maybe there's a few who legitimately believe and are serious about stuff, but I think others calculated with either Iran or the Epstein files or various things who've been breaking away from them. They're like, well, this one is going to be, I have to make a decision now, and I think this is going to upset my constituents, and now maybe I need to turn against Trump.
Well, I'll tell you this much, and this is from talking to dozens, if not more than 100 Republicans in the House. Privately, they all hate him. Privately, they're very brave. Privately, they'll tell you why there's something wrong with him.
I'm really impressed.
Publicly, they suck his and that's because they still believe they're afraid of death threats. They're afraid of being challenged from even farther right than they are, and they don't know how to stand up to him. And I had
honestly, that's the gig. And so I get so tired of hearing that. Any of us who has done any of this stuff or is doing this right now, we've all gotten death threats. So let's start with that from his crazy supporters. And yet here we are. on top of that, none of any of us could have gone and become Donald Trump whores and said, you know, and which a few people on the left did do, by the way.
Yeah, well, I've never acquired the taste of ass, so I'm not kissing.
There you go. Neither have I. And
the
we could
bottom
do that
line
and
is,
make lots of money, but we didn't. Or we could just be careerists and go kiss Trump's ass, because it would mean we could be the dumbest fucking person in the room, like Mark Wayne fucking Mullen in his 3 MMA fights, you know, that makes him this big tough
his
guy.
anger issues. Look,
and, you know,
every one of them wants to know, how do you stand up to Donald? And I go, are you fucking kidding me? You stand up. You just stand up. Well, what would you do? I go, I did it. I beat him in court 3 damn times. You can do the same thing, but the press is as weak as the Congress, and we don't.
They're the same. Because they're about the same thing. It's
Well,
about
they're
getting that promotion. It's about getting that book deal. That's why I introduced you the way I introduced you when you first came on here. Not somebody looking for a Fox News contributor contract, not looking for a book deal. I mean, you write books, but you're not looking for an access book deal. I mean, you know, I
don't want one.
No, that's what I mean. You don't want it. I wouldn't want it either. If access, I want to be fucking closer to Donald Trump. I wouldn't care. You could offer me millions. If I have to spend a year with that fucking guy, there's nothing that's not worth it. I'd rather go to CCOT for a year, which they may send me to for saying that.
Beats Guantanamo Bay.
That's true. I'm just saying, like, you know, when I watch these people, it so sickens me to watch people that have such a lack of pride, a lack of courage. Like, they're just so pathetic. And go ahead.
It's a lack of understanding. It's a lack of, at least in the press, it's fear, it's arrogance, it's ignorance, and above all else, it's misunderstanding why the job is there. They are there to put their best foot forward. We're there to hold their feet to the fire. And I always go back. There was a guy that ran the Courier Journal Louisville Times, the place I always wanted to work. And over the elevators from Robert Worth Bingham had his saying. He said, I've always looked upon my newspapers as a public trust, and I've endeavored to operate them to bring about the greatest public gain. Well, that's what I got into this for, public service. It's not about, if, you know, there are some who make money, but the money's never been with reporters. The job has been to be the witness and being able to hold feet to the fire. And it was Sam Donaldson who said, Brian, if you can't cover a president that you like and ask him the same hard questions of someone that you don't like, you don't deserve to be in this room. Today, the only people that deserve that can get into that room mostly are those who will kiss Donald Trump's ass. And as I said, I've never, ever acquired the taste of ass.
Well, that makes it tougher for you. Hey, look, we have Mike Madrid.
Hey, guys.
How you doing? Good to see you.
Did you, Brian, Karem, Mike Madrid, do you guys know each other?
I know his name. Certainly,
I know your
another
name.
person. Sure. And
All
you're
right,
hopped up and passionate. I like that about you.
Oh.
Yeah, so
And I
Brian
was an
is
ugly child too, you know.
Brian, longtime reporter, White House correspondent,
Of course.
all that good stuff. And obviously Mike Madrid, longtime. Well, I think you were the chair of the California Republican Party, moderate Republican who became, I think, moderate. You could tell me if I'm wrong. Never Trump, and is a pollster to boot, and a very smart one.
Comes out of the Lincoln Project, right? We got that started back.
There you go.
Some of the previous guys, Lincoln Project guy. But yeah, no, I don't even know I don't even know what the definition of conservatism is or means anymore. We're not dealing with conservatism anymore, fellas. I think you know that. It's just
John Locke conservatism is
dead.
dead.
It's dead.
Yeah. I mean, you know, fascism isn't. I mean, in all seriousness, authoritarianism isn't conservatism. You're not conserving our institutions, protecting our democracy, and doing the thing. That's what a conservative theoretically would do. Yeah. And we're overthrowing these things. That's radical.
Yeah, that's exactly the moment we find ourselves in.
So that makes no sense at all. And you're right. I mean, there maybe are a couple of like the more moderate to conservative Democrats, or some of the Democrats you could call the conservatives at this point, who want to sort of keep things the way they are. I don't know.
Don't you remember when both parties had moderate, conservative, and liberal wings. There were such things as liberal
I know.
liberal
You know what?
Republicans.
My
And the
parents,
idea
I
of-
grew up in New York City. My parents voted for Jacob Javits, who was to the left of, I think, 2/3 of the Democratic Party.
Right.
Yeah. And I remember the Ronald Reagan statement. Did you ever make a joke that angered someone? And he said, yeah, he said he was talking to a little girl and she says, can't you help out the poor? Can't you help out, you know, the homeless person? He goes, yeah. He says, I tell you what you do. You come over to my house. You can work and cut my yard and I'll give you $50 and then you can go and give some of that to the poor. And she goes, well, can't the homeless come over and do that? And he goes, welcome to the Republican Party. It used to be the Republican Party was built upon, you know, you pull yourself up by your own bootstraps type of thing. But you go back to the genesis of the Republican Party prior to Eisenhower, and you go back further into the history. Who was the most progressive party around? That was the Republican Party.
It was
during
the
Teddy
progressive wing,
Roosevelt's
like your
era.
La Follettes and people
Yeah.
like that. I mean, yeah,
He got rid of the Gilded Age. Teddy Roosevelt is the one we call it trust busting. When we bust up monopolies, it's called trust busting.
Yeah,
and that's
he actually
because that's
said,
where-
I said earlier, he said that was as big a threat to the capitalism as communism was, because he got rid of competition and all that. He also was the first one to, I think, the first who spoke, pushed the estate tax. I mean, because again, if you do believe that people shouldn't just be handed stuff, and you do believe that it makes people lazier to just have like resources dumped on them, you would think that not just about anybody who's getting government money, but people that are having their family hand billions of dollars to them, that maybe that might make them lazy. I don't know. Ask Don Jr.
Yeah, I miss the old days of actually having these conversations about tax policy and the social safety net. We haven't had that conversation over a decade, fellas.
No.
Because this is not about that. Donald Trump is all about big government. As long as it's a statist government that implements his will, he'll triple the size of ICE. He'll triple the budgets to get more jackbooted masked thugs violating constitutional rights and due process. He's absolutely, he ran on a platform of the largest tax increases in American history, which were tariffs. He ran on it. Got 90% of the Republican base votes to go with him. But there's nothing in this guy that reflects the party that I joined in the early 1990s. He's a protectionist. He's into taxes. We're buying portions of Intel now. The government is buying private companies now. None of this has any ideological coherence at all. So it was great to actually hear you talking about the investments in government and social safety net, because I haven't heard that in a long, long time. And it's great to know that there are still people who think that way, because that's what we should be doing in this moment in time. But for the past fucking decade, we've been worried about this imminent threat tearing everything that we've known that's made the American experiment work, tearing it all down.
There you go. Well, it's up to you, Brian, if you want to stick for a few minutes or you want to head out, or, I definitely want to talk to Mike a bit, but.
Well, have at it, guys. It's always a pleasure, Cliff, to help you out anytime I can. Mike, pleasure to meet you. I'm going to go stick it to a few people right now because I'm on deadline for a column, and I've got to tell everyone how really screwed up Donald Trump is, because he's a nut.
Yeah, well, Brian, where can people find you? Where do you want them to find you best?
The name of the book is called Free the Press. It's in its third printing. We have a documentary that's opening up in Cannes for a private viewing in May. The name of the Substack is Reporter's Notebook. You can catch me in Salon. And the name of the weekly podcast is called Just Ask the Question, wherever fine podcasts are sold. So
there you go. You can find Brian. You can find him in all sorts of damn places.
Yeah, Just don't look in the bathroom. I'm telling you. That's
good
my
man,
private
Brian.
Time. See you, brothers.
Thanks for being here, man. Take care. Bye. He's always he is a hoot. He's hilarious.
How are you holding up, man? You're on a run. You're in the last legs here.
I don't know, man. I'm I just looked at it. I'm like, I'm at less than 2.5 hours, but like I'm tripping over my words. We'll see how far I get.
You seem to be doing great. I'm sitting in the green room there listening, and you're on it. Got some good questions
Thanks,
to ask
dude.
me. Yeah, you're sure.
Thanks. Maybe this is a way of paying my penance every year for whatever the vast number of things that I do wrong and that are stupid because there's got to be a pretty solid list. First of all, thanks for coming on last week.
Yeah.
If you all saw Tequila Talk last week, and we do that every Thursday, and I will rally somehow by sleeping at least till noon tomorrow to get up and do that at 6 o'clock tomorrow night with Joe Walsh, 6 Eastern. Well, Mike is a tequila expert and was with us last week, and I got to know him, which was fun. And it looks like we may do a trip to Mexico for some tequila touring.
I'm looking forward to that. I'd love to take you and Joe down there. You guys can do the podcast from there.
Oh, I'm in. I mean, you had me at tequila, I think. I want to talk a little bit because again, you're chatting about the election and making sure that we have one and making sure that it's a fair one. But part of that, I think, is that we win by a large enough margin that somebody can't do, screw with numbers in all sorts of ways. And you, for those who weren't with us at Tequila Talk last Thursday, and you all really should be, so tisk. You talked about how the numbers you were seeing with Latino voters were numbers you have never seen before. So I thought that'd be a cool place to start.
Yeah. Well, the first thing to do is understand, and I think people are kind of growing in awareness, this is a really swingy vote. It's much more volatile than any other segment of the electorate. It's the fastest growing share of the electorate. It surpassed the black vote in 2020, and it's starting to compound and get bigger and bigger. And it's not just the numerical size of it, it's kind of the regional. It's in the Texas, Illinois primary last night. You've got 1.1 million Latino voters in Illinois, Florida, of course, California. Those we all know, but now it's Georgia is the Latino voters.
Interesting.
The margin of victory in Georgia, North Carolina,
Arizona, I have to believe, right?
Arizona for sure, 100%. The Southwest, easy, right? Down in the Sun Belt. But you start getting to the deep South, to sort of your Georgias, and then up to the Carolinas. The states with the fastest growth are Tennessee and Montana. Those are percentages because they're not a lot to begin with. Speaking with a candidate from Kansas that was talking about this 10% share, which the whole economy of Kansas is in trouble because of the farm bill. They can't find workers. Things are rotting in the fields with the ag industry just collapsing right now with these horrible trade policies that were coming out of the administration, and on and on and on. So bottom line is this vote is moving. It's moved to the right, which everybody was paying attention to, against Kamala Harris and Biden, but it moved in equally big numbers back in 2025, back to the Democrats. I fully expect you're going to see a very big turnout amongst Latinos in the midterms this November, and it will be a decidedly pro-Democratic Party vote. And then the challenge will be, what does the sprint look like into the 2028 presidential?
Right. I mean, you would even, I want to make sure I get this right. You'd even said you saw, was it a 50%?
50-point swings. I mean, that's in Texas.
Crazy, right?
It's nuts. I've never seen that before with any voter group. Not just Latinos ever.
No, I know. I mean, my background initially was in polling too, and just you hear those numbers, you're like, this is crazy.
Yeah. Again, there's no real precedent for it. And again, a lot of it is, Latinos are the most unaligned, de-aligned group of voters, the least partisan preferences. They're less racially polarized than Black or white Americans. So they're kind of bouncing between these parties. They're not hearing anything necessarily aspirational. So they're kind of rejecting the party that's in power right now as things are bad.
Right.
Is essentially what it is. And right now things in the country are really, really, really bad.
I wonder, do you have a sense of how the war in Iran would affect, are they kind of tracking with the rest of the population?
Yeah, I mean, it's not good, right? It's bad. We did see, like in the foreign policy area, there was a little bit of a bump, with the Venezuela stuff for Trump, but it went away like within a week. And again, that's really a Cuban and Venezuelan bump. Mexican Americans, which by the way, 60% of all Latinos are Mexican American. It's overwhelmingly a Mexican American phenomenon.
Yeah.
But Cubans are about 5%, Venezuelans are about 1%. You add those together, you put them all in South Florida, and it does have an impact.
Sure.
And so whether we invade Cuba, I'd love your thoughts on that, Cliff, whether or not we invade Cuba in the next few months or not. Take it, as the president says. I might take Cuba. Will you have a short-term bump with Cubans in Florida? Probably.
Yeah, and he probably would do it just for that reason after looking at that Miami mayor's race. I do think, because in the end, The reason why I never figured Greenland was happening is because, a war with NATO is probably a bad idea. And even as fake macho and dumb as Donald Trump is, others around him would make him not come to his senses, but not do it because obvious reasons. But Cuba, I don't see what there is to stop him.
Especially with the grid going down.
Right.
Like you could have this could slide into a humanitarian crisis and they'll go under that auspice.
Right. I mean, it's horrible. I don't want him going in anywhere. And we have done everything we can to starve the island and do other things. That he's, just a horrific person, as are the rest of them. So I think they've caused obviously a lot of this, if not most of it. But yeah, I think he kind of wants what he wants everywhere in life, right? It's like the way he's a little crypto exchange and that's set up and corrupt, like make the easy buck quickly. There's never anything long-term in it. So it's sort of like, it's probably why you got the bump in Venezuela. It's like, oh yeah, we bombed him. Oh yeah, we got Maduro out. But then what? And you just turn it over to the vice president, who's just as if not just as bad, close to just as bad, and just leave things the way they are, which is all he'll do in Cuba in the end. He'll do it for a press release. And, as we would say in the old days, these days, I suppose it'll be more for a tweet or a truth. And, I've freed the great people of Cuba, blah, 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 blah. And then he'll be gone within a week with some cigars or something. And that'll be it.
Or he'll be saying, it's going to be Trump Plaza right here on the beaches of Cuba. This great real estate. This is, a prime resort place. Mar-a-Lago 2 should be here. Right. But then what? As you just said, that should really be on the tagline of all these policy decisions. There's no coherence to his tariff policies, but there's no strategy. Going to Iran, dropping bombs, killing leadership, but then what? There's no plan. They don't have any objective. That's just what they do. It's all fly by the seat of your pants.
Right. Like, I'm not going to ever claim to have sympathy for horrific, evil people that are killed, but again, like, the way that statehood and countries and democracies and this kind of thing works is, or just let's just say power dynamics in general is, if you want to create a democracy somewhere, just going and blowing the place up and killing the leader and then just sort of like, all right, everyone for themselves, doesn't work. And if you don't send in people, I mean, look, can I say exactly what works and doesn't? No, I can say from looking at our history, when we went in after World War II, when we stayed in Germany and Japan, those were long-term investments to create cultures of, democratic cultures, small d, and institutions and all of that. They turned into democracies. They're both stronger democracies than we are now. But these other places, like the fact is you either commit or you don't do it. Because if you don't commit to that, to a long time, does it have to be like 50 years? Maybe not, but certainly 20, and not just fighting and whatever, like in Afghanistan, actually investing money in setting up cultural institutions that promote democracy, of, setting up a press that's independent, setting up, a new government that has a balance of power to it with a real and independent judiciary, these kinds of things. You don't do these things, then warlords are just going to take over. They're going to keep fighting each other. And guess what? 17 years later, after you went in, I believe in the case of Afghanistan, a justified war. But you did it all wrong. You screwed it up and we left in the end. And guess what? The Taliban's back in control. So what was it all for?
What was it all for? And that's, I think there's this growing awareness with the American public. I mean, this is, look, you and I are probably of a certain age where this is like our third major Middle East war in our lifetime. Yes. The musical chairs are just starting up again. It's the same as it ever was. There is one keen difference, though, between the 1991 Gulf War and then the invasion in Iraq. The difference is the support levels for this war are starting in the mid to high 20s. Everything else was like mid-high 70s, low 80s. Like, American people rallied and were like, okay, we got to do what we got to do. Now they're like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what are you doing? There's no imminent threat. You just obliterated their nuclear capacity 3 months ago, 6 months ago, whatever the hell it was. Obliterated. Right. Now you're saying there's an imminent threat again. And now, okay, you take out their political leadership. What are we doing? What is the objective? And the answer is we don't know. Marco Rubio doesn't know, and the reason why is Donald Trump doesn't know. We're asking the Europeans for help. They're giving us the finger. We're asking the Chinese for help. They're just laughing at us going, I can't believe that incompetence is the way we're going to surpass you as a global power.
You're actually going to do it to yourselves.
Yeah,
right?
You guys are just destroying yourselves. Like, we're not going to get in the middle of that. Ruin yourselves.
Yeah.
And, I mean, look, Iranian oil in the next 30, 90 days is going to be executed probably in Chinese yuan or some other currency that BRICS is going to jump into. The petrodollar will start to be a thing of the past. Our quality of life is going to begin to erode rapidly. Unemployment numbers are going through the roof. We're spending $1 billion a day, Cliff, $1 billion a day on this war. You could have already by now provided healthcare and housing to every homeless veteran by buying them a $356,000 house in just the 3 weeks that we have been doing this. Does anybody believe this is going to be over in weeks or months? We're stuck in this now. We're locked in. It's going to go for a long, long time.
Yeah. And again, if anything, we have to see how it shakes out. It seems like they're still doing fine. But if anything, if we are successful in what Trump is trying to do, which it seems like just killing leaders and whatever, well, then we end up looking at a situation where there's chaos. And, you've got a Shia government in Iraq that is sympathetic, and the Houthis and having a full-on Shia versus Sunni conflagration doesn't seem like a good thing to do. But who knows? Maybe the external threat of United States and Israel unites them as they see it. Because again, Israel united Hamas and Hezbollah before. So I mean, it definitely can happen. It's hard to know how it's going to turn out. I just know that vacuums search for, in power, that end up searching for someone to fill them. And it usually is really, really, really not who you want to fill them.
It never is. No, you never wake up and go, God, that was a great decision. Look who the leader is now. What a great move.
Right. Seriously. I can't, I mean, I can never think of a time we got there through bombing and that was it. Again, anybody wants to say, oh, well, World War II, we stayed for 50, 75 years.
We're still there. We still provide the security architecture for them. Yes.
Right. And then and then besides staying there, we created this whole trade regime through Bretton Woods that helped them out. And we created this whole sort of security regime through NATO, and it benefited us too.
Yes. And still
you'll never say that, but even like, oh, the US pays more because we got so much peace and prosperity from it.
Look at how our economy is done for what we're paying. We built a whole new market from scratch, from the rubble of Europe.
Right.
It's pennies on the dollar what we've invested.
Right. But they never, that's the thing, is like a demagogue can easily play to we're spending the money, blah, 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 and not what we get in return for it, which is your lifestyle now. Because as you said, that is what, I mean, for anybody worried about sort of violence here at home, that is a worry, because seeing what a declining quality of life does to all sorts of people. We're talking about this war, not even talking about what AI is going to do. Unemployment, high unemployment could just become a thing that is. And what are we doing with those folks? Are we creating like a universal, a UBI or something? Are we like, whatever it is, we have to do something. We have to figure out something that works. And I don't, they're not even taking that seriously or contemplating it, and we've managed to all those angry guys who aren't going to be working, we've managed to ensure that every single one of them has a gun. So that's been really smart of us too.
On top of that, we're arming them. Yeah.
Yes. So again, I don't want to sound all negative and whatever.
It's the reality of the situation that we find ourselves in. And I think you can't be hopeful unless you're sober-eyed about the situation. And it's not good. Look, I am, this is going to sound very strange, Cliff, after all this, but I am optimistic about what's happening at this moment in the broad scheme of things. And I want to tell you why. The reason why is because, we have to build a better national character. And the only way you build national character is through struggle. You have to fight for a better country. It's never given to you. That's one of the lessons of this era, by the way. You can't just give people democracy. You've got to fight for it. And it's not just Iraqis. It's not just people in the Philippines. It's not just these failed experiments that we've tried to export to democracy. It's here too. Every generation has to struggle and fight for it and see the value of it. That's what allows you to build the character to hand it on to the next generation. And the truth of the matter is, after the fall of the Cold War, U.S. global hegemony, there is no threats. We just thought this was the end of history.
Right. When the Fukuyama is end of history, is over. We're great.
Evolution. Everybody wants to be like us. Everybody's going to emerge like us if we just make them more prosperous and give them Starbucks and a McDonald's burger. Everyone's going to become American in just a matter of years. Yep. And what we have realized is not only is that not exportable, it collapses and rots at home when there isn't an exercise of those muscles. And so we're kind of getting back into the gym now. And as painful as it is, and it's fucking painful,
it is.
There is a better process. There is a better America being built. I do believe that. And I do believe we're going to come out of this. I do believe it's going to get tougher before it gets easier. But I do believe that we will be a better people when we emerge on the other side of this thing.
I mean, I love that view of things, honestly, because I do think you're right. Like, it's sort of the conversation having earlier about inheritance tax and other stuff. It's not to say, oh my God, you should take away everything. It's just to say, when you let people sort of continually exist on not having to put in any effort or do anything, you kind of are breeding people to not care about what happens to their country, to not have any civic virtue and the rest. And in a way, having to struggle and fight for your country. And, most generations in some form have this. It's not, I don't know, that we've had a president like Trump before.
Right.
But there was a civil war, there was a Great Depression and World War II, and many other things that we forget about. There were there was the Gilded Age, and there were radicals blowing up bombs on Wall Street and places. And, there have been a lot of times in history where we faced serious, right?
And struggle builds, whether it's as an individual or as a community or as a nation, it builds a better person. You learn the value, you learn what matters. You have to focus and concentrate. You got to solve problems, and you got to usually sacrifice together. And right now we're fighting. It's internal. It's our own president's turned on us. But I don't think, like I said, we can't get better just by an election and be like, oh, wow, that was a crazy ass bender. What was that Trump thing? That thing's like a fad. It was gone. The Trump rot is real. The MAGA toxicity is real. It's not going to go away entirely when he's gone. He's a unique threat, don't get me wrong, but he is the symbol. He's the sign of a deeper disease, of a moral rot in our body politic.
That's the problem is people aren't getting it. I think, there is now sort of it's funny because we used to talk about counterculture, and it was the left, and there's this counterculture, subculture on the right that no longer accepts or believes in American values. They almost even act the same. They show up at events like you would show up at a Grateful Dead or a Doors event, dancing around and stuff, but they've got MAGA flags and Trump flags on and whatever. They reject democracy. When you ask them, they're fine with Trump taking autocratic powers. They are openly racist in a way where, at least before, you weren't supposed to say the things out loud that some of these folks are thinking. Now it's, good, and it's all well and good. They honestly have sort of very openly rejected the United States and American culture and multiculturalism and everything. And they are this sort of, I would say, when you say moral rot, they are the moral rot. And I don't know what to do with them, quite frankly, because they make up a decent amount of the population, and frankly, pretty close to a majority in certain states.
Yeah. Well, let me say this. I mean, part of it, I think, is just going to have to demographically work itself out. Yes. But the other thing, the countercultural movement is such an apt comparison. The difference is these guys are in control of all the levers of government. They're toppling. They're in control of corporations and the military, and the courts. They're buying. By the way, they dominate the media now.
Yeah,
they own X. They own Facebook. They own the
CBS, CNN.
They own CBS, CNN. They're buying TikTok. It's everything now. I mean, if there's an alternative media, like you're not hearing what the truth is out there. So it's countercultural only until you realize, wait, they're the ones that control culture. They're the ones that are driving all this shit, and they're still complaining.
Right. That's the part where you're just like, you're still angry.
Yeah, it's a grievance. That grievance politics is such a big part of it. It's just, I think, a rejection of modernity. It's a rejection of progress and change, and just the inability to adapt to a world that doesn't look the way you want it to. And so you don't care what the outcome is. You're just pissed. You just want the opportunity to just be pissed about something. You don't even have an answer.
Yeah, it's what's the line about the Joker in the Batman movie? He wants to just watch the world burn.
Yeah,
I mean that's kind of how it feels like. Just it's not people that have, and Trump himself feels a lot like that, right? Not people that have any discernible, like, I guess Trump does have certain goals. They're all horrific ones, right? But he does in terms of just taking everybody's money and being greedy and whatever. But for some of these other folks, I don't know. The only goal maybe is just seeing other people that are different than them hurt.
Cruelty is the point, man. Voting with your middle finger, burning it all down. If we can't have America the way we want it, you can't have it either. So we'd rather destroy it than have a bunch of non-white people who don't, I was going to say worship God the way we do, but these people aren't churchgoers, man. They're not Christian in any real Christian sense of the term. They're just angry. They're just pissed. They're just bitter. And they genuinely do view themselves as oppressed. Like the system is out to get them. And it's
look, I just say, look, does it suck that a lot of these factories moved abroad and disappeared and took your jobs and that kind of thing? It does. Did you vote for that? You did, in most cases. And on top of that, did Black Americans and other Americans grow up with factory jobs guaranteed to them out of high school in their small towns where, you just graduate from high school and go work on the line for 40 years, get a great pension and all that? No, that's where we had things like the Great Migration and whatever, because people who had taken advantage of had to move. So you know what? You might have to leave that small town and go somewhere the fuck else to find a job. I mean, like that's
when they were black, we'd say, pick yourself up by your own bootstraps.
Right. So
self-reliance.
So maybe
young man.
Right. I'm not saying I have no sympathy, but maybe stop a little bit of your bitching when you voted for it to fucking happen to your family, and it's happened to other people, and that was a unique arrangement that lasted 30 years anyhow in American history, where all these factories and all these towns, you got out of high school, was sitting right there, these good jobs. I mean, that wasn't the way it always was, and was always going to be.
Yeah. And I just, like I said, this era of transition, there's just a keen sense amongst this segment of the American people that America is changing demographically, culturally, economically, technologically. And it's a lot. I'm not going to say it's not. I mean, we are all getting a little anxious about what the hell AI means. We're all getting a little anxious about, what all of these changes mean. It's impossible not to. It's in our biology to be concerned about it. But at a certain point, you have to start being constructive about it. And if you genuinely believe in the idea of America, you would be a positive, constructive part about guiding where this is going. We're not seeing that, Cliff. What we're seeing is these people overthrowing elections on January 6th, attacking the institutions of voting, gaming the system of paying off the president through meme coins, and cryptocurrency scams, and the president openly not hiding it. Like it's the worst part. The times of Nero. It's like there's not even a way to, in polite society, do bad things. It's just so gaudy.
Right.
So
and we actually have laws and the Constitution, emoluments, and the rest, and just screw it. We'll just won't enforce it.
Take it. What are they gonna do? They'll forget about it by tomorrow.
That's the thing. And again, this is still not all to say that if we run the kind of campaign we should and contrast ourselves with what MAGA is, the predators on the other side, we should kick the crap out of them as long as we can get something related to a fair election. So there is hope. There are positives that people have spoken up at times and done some amazing things at times. the judiciary outside of the Supreme Court is held. Even they had a good decision when it came to tariffs. You know, I mean, again, it's not like as I keep saying, if Trump right now were in, had been, excuse me, in Hungary, he'd be Orban. You know, like we've held him somewhat in check because of some of the stuff that, as much as many institutions and much of our culture has failed, there have been some successes along the way too. But you know, we this is our struggle, and we got to fight for this shit, or decide that we're gonna let it go and live in sort of, gauche idiocracy authoritarianism, if that's what we want to do in the end, because that's what it ends up being. It's not even smart authoritarianism. We have to be like morons. Yeah.
In fact, the best thing we have going for us, I mean, there's a lot that is going good for us, I would think. But one of the key things is incompetence. They're just not competent people. And every time you think there's some 4D chess strategy, there's not. Like going into Iran, they're willing to do that without a plan.
Yeah.
Like if you're willing to do that without a plan, what makes you think that they're thinking long term about this stuff? So let's talk about elections for just a quick second. We got these elections coming up in November. As somebody who's done campaigns for a living, as you know, Cliff, as you have, you can't just nationalize elections and take over. It takes a lot of planning to do this the right way. I'm not saying they're not going to try. I'm not going to say they're not going to try. But if you took all of these ICE agents, and if you took all of these, we talked about this, all these military members, and you would cover like less than 8% of all of the voting places in the country. If you brought all of our troops home, if you emptied out our air carriers, if you Fort Bragg, like everybody's out there, everyone's got to go look at. You cover a minuscule amount of the ballot boxing places. That doesn't mean they aren't going to be involved in shenanigans. They will be. But what I am saying is, let's also not give them credit for knowing what the fuck they're doing, because they don't. They don't. And yeah, we barely skimmed by it last time because incompetence did save us last time when he was beat. But never.
Those are my ads that I wrote for Biden. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I'm just kidding. No, it was more his incompetence than the ads that I did.
Yeah.
No, seriously. I mean, all that is very true. See, so we've gone all around, ended up somewhere pretty positive. I can even add Rachel Bitecofer to the stage right now. I don't know if you guys know each other, Mike Madrid, Rachel Bitecofer.
Yeah.
I do. Hi, Mike. It's great to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I figure part of this show, I started doing that. I was like, have people on at the same time. They get to, we're all coming together.
Yeah.
We're all fighting the same fight. So, but you guys know each other, so I didn't do anything that cool there. Hey, Mike, thank you for being here.
Where's the best thanks for having me. Hang in there. Course. You have some coffee, walk some laps.
I will. I got up for a little while, and I'm in the final 2-hour stretch here. So,
the fact that
I've lost feeling in my legs shouldn't matter that much, should it?
No, don't worry about that. Just keep going. Plow through it. You don't need them anyway.
All right. Yeah, legs are really extra. Mike, where can people find you?
Find me on Substack at Mike Madrid. I write my newsletter is called The Great Transformation. I talk about institutional change, demographic change, what it means for our political system. But that's the best place to kind of contact me and find me.
And Mike is a brilliant guy and, knows a lot, as our next guest, Rachel Bitecofer, Dr. Rachel Bitecofer, on numbers, on politics, on how to run races. And I don't know about Rachel's competency with tequila, but having had Mike on my tequila talk show, I can say he also knows more than either Joe Walsh or I about tequila, and we're apt to learn. So
I can take you on pot, but never liquor.
Yeah.
That seems fair.
Yeah. All right, guys, you have a great show. Have fun.
Thanks, man. Take care.
All right, Cliff, I'm jumping in to say two things. One, Rachel, hello. I'm a giant fan. I'm Lawrence.
Thank
Cliff,
you.
it's your final 3 hours, not your final 2 hours.
Oh, good.
Why don't you just kick him square in the nuts, dude?
Yeah,
I know.
no,
you just killed me.
Cliff will tell you that's
Cliff,
how I have my fun. I kick him square in the nuts.
Yeah,
you know what it is? So it's 8:04 up here. I looked over here and I saw where it says live and it says 9:04. And in my mind, it was like, it's 9:04.
Yeah. No.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to go until the whole thing, the lights shut out and they kick me out of this building. So we're good.
All right. Have fun. Bye.
Listen, bye.
The night shift crew is way better because our gummies have kicked in,
That's what I'm saying. Listen, I'll get to that if I have to. Whatever it is that's necessary here, it's what we'll do. So, how are you doing?
I am doing, man. You know what? It was great to kind of catch up and hear Mike's contribution. So many things that he was talking about right on, and especially about this idea of incompetence. You know, I don't know when your audience was last checked in with me, but I think it was probably right after the election, and things look pretty damn dark. And I'm not a sugarcoater. The subscribers to the cycle know that they're going to get reality straight with no chaser. They're going to get the real data, whether they like the data or not, right? And I thought, man, this is going to be very, very bad, and it is. It's as bad as we ever said it was. All of us that were on Team, America, trying to fight this fascism problem before people were willing to say the word fascism. It's terrible. It's all terrible, exactly as we thought it would be. But there is one key difference.
I do, and I'm going to let you say the difference, but I do want to say, because I will never tire of saying this. Those of us who are paying attention, Rachel, myself, there are plenty of others, but there are a lot of others who wouldn't. We knew this shit was coming. We told you all. I'm not lecturing anybody who's watching this. I'm more lecturing corporate media assholes who try to deny it. Oh, you're being hysterical. Roe versus Wade will never be overturned. Yeah, thanks for that one. That brilliance. There are those of us who looked at things, who had experience in elections, and could actually figure out where things were headed if we elected Trump. And the only way that we've maybe been wrong is it's maybe somehow possibly been worse. And I thought I said it would be as bad. I didn't think I could, I really thought it would be as horrible as possible. But no, I didn't know we'd be at the warehouses turning into concentration camps phase yet. So there are a few things that have gone beyond even my expectations.
And meanwhile, I'm delighted because here we are 15 months in and we're finally only just getting to that stuff, right? Like in November and December of 24, the question is, I had been studying the Third Reich by 4 years then. Now it's year 5. And, all the good outcomes for us folks, they got wiped off the scale when we lost the election. So we only have an array of bad outcomes, and they range from very terrible to catastrophic.
Right.
So we're like, so keep that in mind. Like what I'm describing as hopeful news to you may not sound like much, but it is something, because what the Nazis, number one, the Nazis were much faster. They had a much easier, much weaker, much newer, and a long history of monarchy. So, and our institutions are much stronger. It was never going to go liquid fast, right? But what we do know is that the Nazis were coming in to solve a problem, just like Trump. Lower prices, okay? It wasn't complicated. I know that seems impossible to all of you after 10 years of this stuff, but most people don't know who their governor is, and the reason they don't know is they don't even ever think about politics. Okay, so like that kind of stuff, like a promise like lower prices, is a big deal, and that was a major component part. And what did he do? Tariffs. So it's not just that he didn't deliver; he did the opposite. He made it even worse. Right? He did the same thing with the Epstein files. He's like, oh, transparency. Actually, no transparency. Oops, I'm actually in there.
He does always make things worse for him. Like, it's amazing how he does that.
Competent boob, as Mike was just, thing. So here's the third thing, though, like the no wars thing. Okay, you and I and everybody in this, who's probably watching us, watch Trump. I mean, 20 hours of footage at least talking about how he's never going to get us into stupid wars, and Obama was stupid, and this guy was stupid, and right? It's his major plank and the main driver of that 18 to 24-year-old block was like, oh, he's the guy they told voters that Harris was going to send them to the Middle East. Okay, that shit's all on video, all ready for ad copy, right? All right. So here's the thing. Here's a key difference. The Nazis understood what we're doing is radical. We're going to consolidate power into a chancellor, ends up being a Führer position, and we're going to make the courts, whatever, and the parliament out a void. And the thing we need to really do for why we do this is keep people happy. We have to make the public like us. Okay. Now let me ask you, Glenn,
that's always helpful. Yes.
Does it seem that we have spent 14 months with Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and that crowd seeming to understand, like, if you're going to make a power grab, it's going to be hard to do if everyone is at pitchfork and torches, right? And I think that's where we're headed. The Strait of Hormuz, which apparently they didn't plan for, and I'm sure the
who would plan for something like that, where 80 or 90% of the oil goes through?
He didn't even know they were going to shoot them back. He said, "Oh, who knew they were going to attack our out?" It's you know, it's a clown show, but that's the point. And listen, Trump makes all right. The decentralization of 2026. They're not, the SAVE Act is never going through. Like they're gonna, the biggest problem in 2026, in my opinion, is Georgia, where they gave themselves power to avoid the election results in the state legislature. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but that's what the Georgia Republican Party basically gave themselves a veto. And that veto is really written very broadly. It says if you suspect there's fraud, you can refuse to certify the election. So there, you know, the point is there's not, I'm not saying it's impossible for them to fuck around. They ice at the polls, shit, and all of the other things. But what's going to be the real test is 28. And the reason is MAGA fame is forecasting elections. You and I are, you know, you probably met when that was probably the first thing we ever talked about when I was still at the Law Center and doing polling. And, you know, we know the midterm effect this cycle is going to be massive. And we've seen already a lot of evidence. I mean, not just large, but massive midterm effect. And Donald Trump is going to be, the more pressure he has, and he's totally stuck in Iran. Like you can see it on Truth Social. Like they're like usually up like this. Now they're 2-page long rants, right? Like he's melting down because he made the biggest fuck up in foreign policy history. He did it on his own. He did it against the advice of the generals. You know he fucking did, just like the economist, right?
I think even some of his, obviously his domestic advisors or whatever, were like, you promised you weren't going to do this, don't do this. And he's like, no, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, and you know who was pushing him, of course, right? Two people with two different pushes, very strong pushes, I'm sure. Motivation's different. Marco Rubio is boring, actually a closet neocon, and has a boner to invade Iran forever and ever, like John McCain. Like that's off, like that's one guy. But the other guy, Pete, Pete Hegseth.
Good old Pete. Yeah.
This motherfucker, who I call Whiskey Pete, is a white Christian nationalist who worships the concepts of the Crusades and envisions the Middle East as the beginning
Armageddon
thing to create the second coming of Jesus. Okay, the rapture thing that the rapture is going to come, and Revelation. And Pete Hegseth, the problem with Pete is he believes that shit. Okay, It's not like, you know what I mean, where he's just pretending. Like JD Vance is just a fucking liar. He doesn't.
He's just, he's a fraud who's a careerist who wanted to move up. And Pete Hegseth, he doesn't believe in washing his hands, as he said on Fox that time. Does believe in Armageddon.
And he wants it. He's coveting it, right? So don't fuck Trump. The Strait of Hormuz, in the moment, it's not like we bombed a military base either and gave Iran an exit strategy. What we did was, in the middle of negotiations, after Iran had put forth a very good offer in good faith, while that was on the table, we fucking break negotiations, sneak attack. And what do? We wipe out the entire Iranian leadership. Now, if we had done that on January 9th, when the public was already riled up in a little bit more constrained way and like disrupted the police state so they could seize power in the rebel, maybe. But that's not what happened. It's fucking March, okay? Right. And this dude, he just did this terrible thing. And I don't know if I can stress enough. He is going to be deeply unpopular. And that has left me, sadly speaking, with the most hope I've had in a couple of years, really, which is that he cannot, when on January 20th of 2029, I believe a Democrat's going to win in 2020, as 2028, as will in 2026. The effect of Trump, the Trump effect is going to be massive in both of those elections, just like 18 and 20 was, but worse. Okay.
We had in 06 and 08 after, Bush messed stuff up and Trump's messed stuff up a hell of a lot worse.
So bad. And so listen, I don't know who the candidate will be because we have 20 we're going to have the biggest field, the hottest field, the youngest field we've ever had in this party. And people can hash that out on their own. I don't give a fuck who you nominate. I just want to win shit, right? And so we're going to win that election. I don't know who it's going to be, but I know we're going to win it. And then here we come, right? It's November 6th or 7th or whatever election day is going to be in 28. And Donald Trump has lost, right? And what he is going to claim is that, well, we never did. They voted against national voter ID, right? This is part of why they did the SAVE Act. It's a messaging bill, right? Or it's designed to say, see, they stole the election from you. They voted against voter ID. They had the elections.
It's all propagandizing people with multiple sort of head fakes that this election is going to be fake. It's going to be stolen by illegal immigrants. It's going to be stolen by, and then they can claim that.
And it, it helps that there isn't a national. So it's easy to exploit. It's a very easy issue to exploit, guys, because it's when it's not the SAVE Act, it's just, do you want a national voter ID? It's like in 85%. It's got 70% support among Democrats. The place where it's like, voodoo is for some reason in the progressive base, right? But in any case, that's not what's on the table. The SAVE Act. So I hope maybe Schumer counter offers and says, fine, you want a voter ID. We did one in John Lewis. It's a clean voter ID law. They put that carrot in anyway to get them on. They're not going to do all this wonderful progressive shit, guys. We're in a fucking catastrophe. It's not time to be focused on progressive visions. It's, can we maintain American democracy? Because without American democracy.
Well, without democracy, you don't get progressive anything.
There's no progressivism, right? So it's an existential moment and thread and focus, right? So this is me and you, and I'm sure you're going to agree. I'm going to ask you. I cannot imagine in any scenario where this fucking guy walks out of the White House willingly after losing the 2028 election to a Democrat, the Democratic Party. I just don't see it happening. I mean, apparently in La La Land, I hear analysts in the mainstream news all the time, well, Trump's going to be a lame duck and Trump's going to walk, be gone and blah, blah. I'm like, why would you guys assume that? Why would we ever assume a guy who came this close to a coup and had an extensive party-wide, multiple player, Senate, House, governors, state parties, coup plot, right? That ends in an insurrection. And you guys think that he's just going to be like, okay, it's time to go.
Especially considering at that point, his bullshit immunity is gone, and
no shit, dude, he's not going. He's not
and
going.
prison is, the only if he, if he sort of gets people to look in the other direction and immediately hops on MBS's aircraft and goes that's been my theory, like Idi Amin. He'll go to Jeddah and live in a palace and live out the rest of his days.
I mean, that would be like a good outcome, because we have outcomes that range from that to civil war, right? Because if this moment, I like a lot of people, we're trying to get people to always focus forward, because focus in the future, because now is all reactive. Plan for the future, right? Well, I want you guys to imagine January in 2029 after he has lost. And I don't think he's going to leave peacefully. And here's the thing that makes me feel a little bit better that I can wrap my time up with. He can't get away with that shit if he is as unpopular as he is today, and if he gets even more unpopular from now. And MAGA's fucking nuts, okay? The week before we went to a war with Iran, 27% of Republicans supported a war with Iran.
Yeah.
Now, it's 85%, 11 days. Okay.
Amazing.
Right. 60 fucking points, right? So we just have to keep in mind, this is not normal times. We can't have normal strategy. We can't use normal tactic. We have to meet this moment. And, you coming up with this.
Well, I've been saying that, again, and that's why I'm glad to have you on, Rachel, because we tend to be in agreement on the aggressive nature that is necessary. And the aggressive messaging, hitting them hard, and very much showing who they are, who we are. It's why I talk all the time, in my messaging about them is, I just call them Trump and the billionaire predators. do a Venn diagram of the guys who show up. I've said this already. I don't know how many times today, but I'm half exhausted. So, in on the Epstein list, and they're private equity guys that steal your company out from under you and take your pension. They're people that steal your right to vote. They're people that won't give you the health care that you have, purchased or whatever. They're predators. It's the same people that prey on young girls. It's about power. It's about sadism. There's this evil group of people that our culture, I think, culture since Reagan of sort of, around Wall Street and sort of me and selfishness. And then you've got certain sociopaths, and you meld that together and you get these people that just, all they want is to consume. All they want is to take. If you have it, they want it. And so, talk about who they are. And you may have a different formulation for what the message should be, but it should be hitting them hard. There needs to be this narrative about them, and we need to constantly be messaging about who we are. And it needs to be a pretty damn economic populist message. And I think we could destroy them. But I don't, again, will all of that happen? I don't know. I think we'll win anyhow. It's just how big will we win?
Yes, we are going to win anyhow. That's the good news. It's not 2022. When I was trying to tell people, no, if you don't listen to me, we're not going to win. Like, you do understand we're not going to win. Now I can say, well, fuck it. Okay, I guess you're not going to hire me either, but at least you're still with your shitty strategy this time. So yay, because the stakes are so high. Here's what I would tell you. You are right. Okay, so one thing for people to remember. Not all Trump voters are Republicans. The ones that say they are or lean Republican and are sorted into that camp in a data set, those motherfuckers are not persuadable, okay? But there's a whole bunch of other people in the coalition, right-leaning indies and actually pure independents. In a state like Maine, the pure independents lean left, okay? They have a left bias. In a state like Kentucky.
And like someone like Angus King,
right. Right, and in like a state like Kentucky, independents have a strong far right bias. In fact, that distribution is going to be heavily populated by libertarians because they don't say they're Republicans. They say I won't even admit I vote for them most of the time. That's how they ended up in that camp, right? So what we're talking about here is independents that that vote every time and they swing back and forth. Why are they suddenly our friends? Because they bought this fucking reality and they hate it. And there's not much that we have to do to make them hate it more, except for remind them why they hate it and make sure that we're enhancing that hate to its top capability. Okay. And so for me, the work I'm doing and the strategy advice I'm giving people and would love to work with more people on is betrayal. What happened to Trump's voters? They were betrayed. And if you're in a race that is lean, and in our map, our pathway to the majority is this. It's in Ohio, all right? It's in North Carolina. It's in places we have had hard time winning races.
But we have the right candidates. I mean, that's the thing.
The right candidates because we don't have a base that's insane. Luckily, it's not insane like theirs anyway.
Right.
In their party, we would not have any of our candidates. We'd all have our versions of Kerry Lake, which are never, of course, that bad, but still.
Right. So they'd be out of touch with the places they would be running in, instead of like, a Sherrod Brown here or a Zach Walls potentially up in Iowa or Mary Peltola, who's like perfect for Alaska if we're going to have a shot at winning there, beat Sarah Palin there. So, I mean.
And what it comes down to is understanding that if you want voters to know that Donald Trump sucks, I know we all know it, okay? Yeah. And that's where the Harris campaign got shit advice. They did focus group. Everybody knows about Trump. No one knows about you. You need to define yourself. Well, guess what, Cliff? When we come out of the exit polling, the gold standard exit polls, and they asked the voters in the swing states, did you have a favorable memory or not of Donald Trump's first term? And guess what they said? 60% of them said they had a favorable memory, okay? Because the electorate is a fucking goldfish.
I was going to say, you go enough years, people will look back at it. I mean, look how popular Bush is at this point.
No shit. So like what we have is a historic opportunity. And we know it can be done because we just had a special election in Texas in the state Senate 3 weeks ago.
That thing was.
People heard about it. Big swing from a Trump 17 district. The Dem won with 57% of the vote. Here's something maybe you don't realize. The electorate, 54% Republican. Okay, because these people have fucked up in a way that is historic on their core promises. And what does that mean, Cliff? It means that when you and I are spending time on media or MAGA hangout, we see one word over and over and over and over, and it's promise 1 violation, promise 2 violation, now no wars, and it comes in more and more. And what's that word? It's betrayed. Okay, voters feel.
I believe Stuart Rhodes has just said that word. Mr. Eye Patch himself.
Yes, Mr. Eye Patch himself. I mean, it's the word. Like when you watch any of these TikTok rants, people, Trump betrayed me, right? There you fucking go. Midterm effects, midterm elections are referendums on the president. Full fucking stop. They aren't how great your policy vision is. Right. And all the money you spend there. All the money you spend there and not making sure voters connect. Trump fucking screwed me over, okay? I am pissed. And the way that I am going to respond to that, and here's wrapping it up, why it's the best thing ever, okay? Because it's a message that does both things for you. Goodbye decisions. Should I message what for persuasion and what for mobilization? Like the Republican Party, you got one message. These motherfuckers betrayed you. And that riles up your turnout big time, which is already going to be riled up. And it's going to enhance that persuasion by default, right? The swing voter, we act like they're nebulous and I can tell you how swing voter behavior is going to be. They're going to vote. They're going to have a bias against whoever's in the White House. And it's going to be a hard bias to deal with. And that's what Biden dealt with in 22 and 24. That bias has been immediately fixed by the out party, in party. It would exist to some capacity, probably, even if it was a normal person. But since it's Trump, it's this intense shift, like 41 points among independents in a year.
I was going to say, that's huge. And you heard what Mike Madrid was saying about a 50-point Latino swing in that Texas race. And he was saying, look, obviously it's the swingiest group. You know, there's been a lot, and there's been a lot of that among Latinos, but he was like, you know, Mike was like, I have never seen that in my lifetime among any group, you know, in polling that size. So when you look at that, it tells you a lot. And the interesting thing with Trump too is, you were pointing it out, is sure, you got some who are in the independents, Latinos, others, but then you also have that group of his hardcore and really, really kind of Naziist base who I don't know if they're going to turn out for us, but they may just not turn out, right? If they, you know, I don't know if Stuart Rhodes is voting for a Democrat or, you know, but he may not, you know, turn out for Republicans. And
says he's going to vote for liberals.
Who said that?
The fucking fascist Nazi kid, Nick Fuentes, to which I would say, we do not want you in our coalition. I am willing to tell people who are fucking weird, you know, who like love Hamas and shit. No, fuck you. I don't want your vote.
No, I know. I mean, when you tend to be in favor of murderers of any variety.
No, fuck you. I don't need your vote. And that's because I'm not a hypocrite. Okay. What I'm standing for, I stand for, right? That's not
the fact that he's even saying that and might do it shows how badly they've screwed up.
And we need that for folks to have a healthy country, guys, because like this is all sounds so funny. And like, you know, I stopped watching the late night shit a long time ago because it stopped being funny to me a long time ago. And it's not funny anymore. I'm trying to be fun here and give you
we have to be like I joke around. I do the show I do with Joe Walsh so we can laugh.
Right?
Yeah, but we do even though we can laugh, and even though like it's very serious, we have to try to laugh here. But in real life, no, of course. I mean, look, I spent time living in Europe. I have European friends, and they're like, "What the hell's wrong with you?" And I mean, they get it to a certain degree. They've had a Berlusconi here and a Le Pen, you know, win some votes there, but nothing like this. And like the guy just, again, with Greenland and all these things, they just were like, what are you people doing over there? And I was like, I lots of drugs apparently, because I don't have much to to tell you. I mean, it really is crazy. So
well, there's no population in the West that meets what we would have aspirationally in terms of civic knowledge and participation. That said, all of the EU, Canada, Australia come much, much closer than we do, right?
That's what I'm saying.
They're reading the news. And here's the thing. I just put, and not to shameless plug my Substack, but the
shameless plug it. That's what you're doing.
Firewalled and relies on a PBS model of those who can fund so that the people who can't can read and get the information. But anyway, on a piece that I just did on the cycle, I was talking about the oh shit, I just lost my train of thought, Cliff. I'm in the middle of a live thing. What were we just talking about? Because I went and did my
you a piece on the cycle that you don't you don't block with the paywall. I'm sorry, I'm a tough one to ask after 9 hours of, or however many hours you've been on.
What was I talking about? Anyway, yeah, whatever we were talking about just before then. You know, on the cycle, I lay out some really interesting things about some of these things that are happening right now in public opinion, and you should check it out. I can't remember what I was talking about, so whatever. It's done.
That's all right. Thank you for being here, Rachel. Everyone, you should go check out the cycle. Rachel, like, you know, predictor of races, very smart with numbers, understands the necessity of, you know, pointing out who your opponents are and not like walking around gently and saying nice things. And I wish we do a little bit more of that. But okay, we'll keep pushing Democrats to do more. There are some great ones. And in the meantime, thank you for being here, Rachel.
Yeah.
And I appreciate it.
We had a good time. I'll see you
All
next
right.
time.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
All right. We've got two awesome people here. Hi, Joy. We got Joy Reid.
Hello there, Cliff. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you for being here and bringing in my co-host here. David Schuster has shown up, and you guys.
Hello, Cliff. Hello,
Hey, guys.
Joy. Nice to
Hey-
see you.
Hey, David. Good to see you. Long time.
It has been a long time. I don't know if we've ever met in person, Joy,
No.
but it's nice to be on with you.
We have never met in person. This is the weird thing about TV is that you TV meet people and you never actually see them. And then when you see them in person, you're not sure if you ever met. That's what happens to me.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm getting old. Where I'm like, have we ever really met? I'm really not sure most of the time.
I feel like we've carried the same distinguished MSNBC alumni title, or maybe not so distinguished.
Oh, you guys are definitely distinguished. Come on. I'm a distinguished former
We have the
guest.
same ex is what he's saying. We got the same egg. We dated the same.
Yeah, I think I know what he's getting at. Yeah. I was a distinguished guest back in the day on MSNBC, and there was a 2 or 3 year period. This was like this is like when what's his name? Alan Keyes was on there, and
Alan Keyes was making sense.
Yeah, that's right.
I used to watch that show. It was so funny. It's one of the best comedy shows I think I've ever seen.
Right, that was comedy, and like that's when Tucker had a show on there. And I got banned for 2 or 3 years. They let me back on eventually, but I think I because I'd go on against these Republicans who were just ridiculous and not in good faith, and I've never understood. I will debate people in good faith who show up that way, but people that show up full of crap, like I'm not going to take them seriously. So I just would sort of sit there and mock them and say how ridiculous they were. And I guess a few of them got mad at me, and there is that power that they still had. Bruce Blakeman or whatever his name was, Brad
Blakeman.
Yeah, he was one of the ones involved in the well, you're from Florida, Joy. He was involved in the,
hold on a second. Don't be. I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
I'm sorry.
Me being from Florida.
I apologize. That was my mistake. You lived down there, so I'll say you lived there at some point. I was going to say the Brooks Brothers riot. He was very involved in, but I apologize. I didn't know you were from Brooklyn. My bad.
That's right. I was raised in Denver, Colorado, born in Brooklyn, raised in Denver, Colorado, but lived in Florida for 14 years. So I lived in Florida long enough for people to think I'm from there.
I apologize. You were never Florida man or even Florida woman, just, doing some time there. Well, how have you been recently?
Oh, I've been great. I have to tell you, we are in this moment where, and I think David would agree that, mainstream media is struggling with a credibility crisis. And I think with a sort of constraint of communication crisis, right? I mean, there are certain constraints that you have when you work for a corporate media outlet. where there are things that they don't want to hear and that that get very uncomfortable. And particularly when you have a regime that is so cantankerous and diabolical and vindictive, that you're just seeing, the limits of what a corporate media can accomplish during autocracy. And it's sad, it's unfortunate. We've never needed the media more to answer back to this autocratic moment. But, a company in which the journalism is just a part of the business, but the bigger part of the business is like defense contracts and contracts with the regime. And that's the real business. They're never going to let a little thing like journalism get in the way of the bottom line and the money.
I am so glad you said that, Joy, because I was just thinking earlier tonight. I mean, one of the big stories that we've had on Blue Amp Media in the last couple of days has been involving Jane Doe #4, who accuses Donald Trump of rape when she was a minor in the 1980s. And this is separate from the Katie Johnson allegations in the 1990s. And the Justice Department to this day is still withholding 37 pages of FBI documents related to her interviews. And I was thinking to myself earlier, I'm gonna send this out to Ari Melber or some of the other folks in the mainstream media and see if maybe they want to do something with this. And I thought, why bother? They won't touch this. They won't even consider it because they are so terrified of what Trump might do to them if they even mention the Department of Justice. I mean, it's like bashing your head against the wall when you think about trying to put these stories in front of the mainstream media.
Well,
and this is even before. I mean, look, the reality is, and David knows how this works, is that, you'll get a call from Standards and Practice. I can't imagine right now being in a mainstream outlet and being able to go in depth and talk about the woman who gave 4 interviews to the FBI alleging sexual abuse by Donald Trump when she was a 14
Do not do if
girl.
you're not credible for anybody out there. The FBI is not taking the time for 4 interviews. You're getting, you're not getting 1 interview if you're not credible. But.
Right. And it's a story that, Donald Trump has not been, he's not been convicted of this. He's not been, no case has been adjudicated. You have to be fair and say that. But it is unusual for people to be accused of sexual crimes against children. And he's had not 1 accuser, but at least 2, maybe 3. And he was best friends with the most notorious pedophile in maybe world history that was trafficking young girls and women from all over the world, and that was doing it partly in relation to modeling agencies. Well, who operated a modeling agency at the time? Donald Trump. Why does he, just happen to be friends with John Casablancas, who was abusing people, Jean-Luc Brunel, who was abusing models? He let his daughter be signed by John Casablancas, an abuser. There's so much to just this story that I feel like the mainstream media doesn't.
He had the pageants too. Where he was
team beauty pageants. Come on.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the story meeting.
Remember when
can you imagine at MSNBC somebody piping up at a story meeting saying, "Hey, how about this? The missing pages, or how about we do something about Jane Doe?" And you'd see the executive producers' heads just explode.
Explode.
I'm just remembering that Barack Obama hung out with a preacher that said "Goddamn America," and I don't know how we ever let him be president after that.
That's right.
I mean, again, I know it's the oldest thing to be like, if Obama did it or whatever, but the difference is so vast at this point. Your friends, even if you didn't commit these crimes, which, okay, I'll say allegedly because I have to. You are a felon and you are an adjudicated rapist. And by the way, you hung out with this guy who was a known, trafficker forever. You'd think maybe that would be enough, but nothing.
Nothing is done. And by the way, I'm glad you mentioned Reverend Jeremiah Wright, because this was one of those
cases. Thank you for
cases.
reminding me of the name. I couldn't.
That people try that. The challenge with mainstream media, I think, is that there's a certain lack of depth in terms of the context that you're capable of providing. Right? When I can recall that subject. Now, if I was working in mainstream media in 2008 rather than working on the Obama campaign, I think it behooved me or whoever was sitting behind that anchor chair to point out that the sermon that Reverend Jeremiah Wright was given is a version of the sermon that Dr. King gave, in which he said that America says God bless the United States of America, but based on the actions against the poor, against the meek, not following in the red letters of Jesus. And if you are slighting the poor, slighting the meek, slighting the vulnerable, then God may not bless America, but God may damn America. Dr. King said that. And so without that context, they just take that snippet of something that he said because it fits a narrative that the right wanted to push about Barack Obama. Not that was true about Obama, but that the media is so the supposedly liberal media is so subservient to the right, so subservient to conservatives and Republicans that any narrative they decide to push, they'll pick it up and run with it.
Yeah. And we've seen it again and again. We saw it with obviously the New York Times running. I mean, Whitewater was a whole lot of nothing, and they ran with that forever. I mean, again and again and again. And now, as you point out, as it became 6 entities that have many corporate concerns they care about a hell of a lot more than the media arm, then this just becomes impossible, right? It's ridiculous.
I want to ask you both, because Cliff, you've been on the air now, what, 10 straight hours?
Yeah, I was going to ask Joy how she did it during the days of elections.
And Joy will relate to this. When you're on for a long time, sometimes you miss the news because you're so busy playing traffic cop and trying to get to your guests, and maybe you get a headline here, a headline there. But one of the things that happened, I will ask you both about this, because it's sort of been an interesting turn in the Iran war, and that this morning Israel, apparently with U.S. acquiescence, bombed some oil fields in Iran. And Iran then responded by hitting the largest natural gas processing facility in the world, which is just north of Doha, Qatar, and apparently extensive damage, according to the Qataris, which is going to do all sorts of crazy things to liquefied gas prices and will also affect petroleum. So it's clear that the economic exchanges are getting more intense. I want to ask you both what you make of it, and also what you make of the latest request from the Trump administration asking Congress for $200 billion in a supplemental to help pay for the war. Joy, you start.
I will start because that last headline, David, dropped just as we were finishing the Joy Reid Show, which hopefully you also will subscribe to, thejoyreidshow.com and joyandreid.com on Substack. Just have to throw that plug in. We had just finished when one of our producers pointed out that she had texted it to me during the show. But as you said, David, when you're going live, you're not paying attention to everything that's happening in the news. So first of all, $200 billion is $100 billion less than what Democrats were asking for to pay for Obamacare subsidies, so that people who are just above the poverty line can afford health care. We apparently don't have enough money to ensure that we could give spare $300 billion for Americans to get health care, but apparently $200 billion to continue a war that Israel talked Donald Trump into, that Bibi Netanyahu somehow talked the sucker in the White House into waging with him, when previous presidents, he's wanted since Clinton for somebody to help him invade Iran. Only Donald Trump was dumb enough to do it. And now you have the Congress dutifully, rather than defending their own prerogatives in supposedly being the only entity that can declare war, rather than defend those prerogatives, they're running and asking or they're going to probably run and appropriate that money to the Pentagon. Where's the $1 trillion that they've already got in the budget? Why can't they go in their pockets and use that money? Americans cannot afford food, groceries, gas, or healthcare, but yet we're going to find $200 billion for that. And on the case of the asymmetric warfare that Iran is waging, those of us who were deeply against the Iraq war, I mean, I almost got fired from my local news job at an NBC affiliate over the Iraq war because I wrote an editorial against it. If you understand that Iran is not Iraq, Iraq is a put together country created by European colonialists. Iran is a former empire. The empire of Persia is not going to be occupied or turned into a vassal state of Israel, no matter how much Israel thinks that they can pull it off with their big brother, the United States, putting its lives on the line and its boots on the ground. What they're doing is they're saying we can't win a one-on-one war with the United States. Although, by the way, the United States hasn't won a war since World War II. Just saying. But they're saying we can't beat them in a head-to-head conflict, but what we can do is we can make it hurt for every one of their allies. So we will say to Qatar, Qatar was booming. Doha, all of these places, they're doing comedy festivals in the Middle East. Suddenly the Middle East is hot for travel, for tourism. Emirates Airlines is hot. We're going to make it hurt so badly and make the cost of being friends with the United States and letting their bases be there, or letting the Iron Dome bases be in your countries, that we're going to cut all of you off from the United States and make it so painful for you that it's actually a bad idea to have U.S. bases in your country because you become our target. This is smart on the part of Iran. It's not surprising. And anyone who understood Iran, that's been planning for this since we invaded Iraq, no one should be surprised that they're doing it this way.
It was remarkable because after the news of, the Iranian attack on the Qatari natural gas field, Donald Trump put out a statement, or he leaked it to the Wall Street Journal, that now he wants Israel to stop bombing Iranian gas and oil facilities, because the message has been delivered that while Trump was okay with the first one, now the message has been delivered and Iran gets it. And so now Trump wants everybody to pull back.
He's hitting up his allies. He's now asking the Avengers to please, if they will go with him through the Strait of Hormuz, and protect him. He's threatening them. He's going to cut Thor's hair again, and he's going to. I mean, it's so he's ludicrous. I mean, the two things you're talking about. If Congress weren't so supine, and Mike Johnson, most supine loser ever, to do anything. I mean, stands up the other day. He's like, he's dying of a heart attack. As Trump's. Oh wait, I wasn't supposed to say that. They're going to appropriate this money, for more, grand pianos and Japanese flutes and sushi stands. And I mean, they got enough money for 140,000 in donuts. It's impressive, by the way. They got money for all sorts of this crap. And as Joy pointed out, I mean, we could be paying for universal health care. They can't give Obamacare subsidies. They're cutting SNAP payments for kids who are hungry. They're cutting Medicaid. They're just destroying the safety net. Also, by the way, we didn't clearly have the funds for USAID, which now has 600,000 people who are dead, largely children. Thanks, Elon Musk, for committing genocide, basically. And that's only going to get worse, too. So we don't have any money for any of this stuff, but they already get $1 trillion. They want more money because defense contractors are his buddies, again, predators, as I talked about them before. And they love this. So do the big oil guys. And when it comes to the response by Iran, as Joy was saying, that's what you do. I mean, when you think strategically, when you think more than freaking 30 seconds ahead, unlike Donald Trump, and you start planning. I mean, these guys we've been threatening. McCain was singing "Bomb, Bomb, Bomb Iran," 20 years ago. They've been expecting and preparing for this and whatever. And again, also as Joy said, as a former empire, as a united group, they are Shia. Iraq was part Shia, majority Shia. The Sunnis ran the place. You had the Kurds up north. I mean, there was bound to be this kind of a civil war in Iran. Not only is it more uniform, but 92 million people, a much larger place to occupy. They know we're not going to go and put a large force in there. So what do you do if you're them? You destroy us economically. I didn't even think of, and the point she made, which is a great one, about making it hurt to be our friends. But also economically, what have we done? What have we lived on? Cheap gas and cheap food and this kind of, cheap garbage from Walmart. Make everything more expensive, for us. Make our sort of quality of living go down, and then see how people react. And also what Joy was saying about friends. I didn't think of that one. And that is also something, you want to be the U.S.'s friend? It's a great friend you got there. Good luck.
Well, I think the person who is clearly is proving again that he is not only the wealthiest person in the world, but is sitting on the most power is Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia. Because even though Riyadh just got some missiles and some damage to their gas fields, he's apparently still urging the Trump administration and the Israelis keep fighting, intensifying, do the bombing strikes, finish them off. And so he's thinking, Saudi Arabia can absorb more of the economic consequences and the damage. I'm not so sure the Qataris and the UAE and Oman, whether they're feeling that comfortable, but it's crazy.
It's crazy. And also neither can we. The way that empires fall is that they overreach. The Roman Empire fell by overreaching and stretching itself too wide. And the British Empire fell the same way. We were talking earlier on the show about the Suez Crisis in 1956, wherein the British and French empires at the time, we forget they had empires, and they controlled the Suez Canal, though Egypt owned it. But when Gamal Abdel Nasser took over as the first, independent, Egypt away from its colonizers, and he took over and he said, we're nationalizing the Suez Canal. It belongs to us. It was built here. It's in our country. It's ours. Britain and France said, we'll go to war. They threatened to nuke Egypt to keep control of the Suez Canal. And what wound up happening is that Eisenhower, though the Dulles brothers were fiendishly destroying all the independent, newly freed colonies all around the country and interfering in Iran and replacing their government, stealing their freedom literally and forcing a Shah on them. When the version in Egypt was gone and Nasser said, now we're independent, we control it. It was Eisenhower that had to say no to Britain and France and say, we'll put sanctions on you if you go to war with them. Who was the third country that helped Israel? I mean, that helped France and England attack Egypt? It was Israel. And so they are a proxy that we've used to project power into the region. They're local, they're there, and they have a Western mentality, and they have the same sort of colonizer instinct as the European West. They did that then. You now have this reversal where it feels like we're the vassal to them, where they're calling the shots and Donald Trump is dancing to the tune. And who wins? There are lots of people who win. Maybe Bin Salman wins. I think he made a bad bet that he thought that he could just cow easily, that the United States could easily stomp on Iran. But definitely Russia wins. Donald Trump has said, hey, to solve our economic, the crisis that he's created himself, go ahead and sell oil. So now they get to sell oil, then they get to use the profits for that to not only help Cuba, who we're threatening to invade, but to also maybe help Iran. They may be the ones supplying the money for the drones that are killing us.
Yeah,
we invaded Iraq.
And to keep the war going in Ukraine, of course.
And to keep the war going in Ukraine. We invaded Iraq. I used to tell a dark joke that I guess isn't so funny back in 2004 when I was working local news. What do you call Iraq without Saddam Hussein? Iran. Iran. It's a Shiite country, majority country that wants to be with the mullahs. All of the proxies that are fighting us in the region, they're in Iraq. We're paying to train them and keep them going. We've screwed up that region so much. The global South is overruling the West and saying we're no longer going to be ruled by you. It's a whole new world. The American century is over, and Donald Trump ended it.
So how do you think we unwind this, or how does Donald Trump unwind this or get out? Does he do, what some of the Europeans are suggesting? He just declares victory and says, "Okay, we've done what we want to do." Does he keep going for a few more weeks to sort of further degrade them militarily and justify by saying, "Oh, we want to give the Iranian people an even better chance"? I mean, how does because this can't go on till September, as some of his aides are fearing right now.
It can, but yes, it can. See, here's the thing, David. If you punch me in the face, I get to decide when I stop hitting you back. We started it. We and Israel started this war, but Iran has a lot of say in when it ends. If they decide they want to keep hurting all of the Gulf countries and they want to keep the pain going, if they want to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, by the way, it's not closed to everyone, but you have to have their permission to go through there now. They are now in full control of 25% of the shipment of oil around the world. That's incredible power. They have been sitting and waiting. They are one of the most scientifically advanced countries on the planet. They've been spending their time even educating their women, who we say are oppressed, so that they have more women in STEM than we do. They're more prepared than we are. Our economy is cracking. We have more homelessness. We have more poverty. We have zero employment growth in the last month. Zero. We have zero net new job creation in the United States. We have zero net immigration, zero net
prices
migration.
are going up, so that's good.
We are in distress. We are a country in distress. We are now what we used to call the third world. We're a nation with crumbling infrastructure, with a crumbling society, with no social cohesion. We're the ones who are broken. Iran is quite united. And so how does Donald Trump stop it? When Iran says it's over.
And when does Iran then say enough is enough?
It's a good question, because they now have the whip hand. And this is what some Trump administration allies per Politico are even admitting, that they hold all the cards. And so the question for them is, when do they get to the leverage point where they can make a demand that Donald Trump can't say no to? And so that's what we're waiting for, to see what it is they demand. The other X factor, though, is Israel, because Bibi Netanyahu needs a war to stay in power. There's an election in Israel this year. He wants eternal war for that. And he
doesn't
also
want to go to prison like Trump,
He doesn't want to go to prison. So that's the other X factor. If, let's say, Donald Trump says, I'll cut a deal with Iran, how do we know that Bibi Netanyahu doesn't say, F you, I'm still going, and I'm going to keep dragging you into it? And by the way, this is what's in the Epstein files. You're going to want to stick with me. I don't know what power he has over Trump. And nobody in the media has really looked into it. We don't know if he has something on Trump at this point. So I don't even know if Israel will let us stop. They finally got what they wanted. Why would they let us stop?
And the irony of all of this, of course, as you pointed out in 56 with the Suez Canal crisis, is we're the ones telling Britain and France to stop, and now it's sort of all of NATO who's giving us the finger as Donald Trump goes in and insults all of them, and they don't pay enough money, and I may take over Greenland, and you guys are wimps, and you can't stop me, and hey, can you help me? I need a lot of help in the Strait of Hormuz, because that's how friendships and relationships work. No, you're right. I mean, again, and I don't think they haven't even played close to all of their cards yet. Again, as we're enriching Russia, and Russia can support them where that can go on for a while. They do have a vast, according to intelligence, terror network around the world, which they clearly haven't unleashed in any real capacity yet, and they can. And we're here. We are suffering, whatever, and get China steps into the breach and is able to trade and is able to step in where we were this world power before. And that's when you're talking about the American century. Like already his tariffs and every stupid thing he's done have pushed away our trading partners and everyone. So it could just get worse. Our quality of living can just go down. And these guys can keep messing with us because they're in a position where it is very hard. I mean, again, we try to go in there in that desert surrounded by mountains and put our troops in there. Like it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yes, it would be Vietnam all over again.
Well, there's even a story that came out. I don't know what came out in the last couple hours, reported by Reuters. So I'm thinking, okay, there's something to this because Reuters is pretty credible. At which there's discussions now at the White House and at the Pentagon about inserting U.S. troops just onto sort of the area of southern Iran along the Strait of Hormuz, along the Persian Gulf, to try to control the land territory there. As if that's gonna, and last I checked, the drones and the missiles can sort of fly over the coast and go into the Strait of Hormuz.
And by the way, it's like the Cambodia strategy. Oh, we're having a challenge in Vietnam. We'll just do Cambodia. I mean, we've run this experiment before. And again, I'll say it again. The United States has not outright won a war since World War II, which, by the way, is the last war we declared. We went into Korea. It's a stalemate at last I checked, that they still have a delineated line in which they're not supposed to cross.
I saw the North Korean, I saw what's his name, Kim Jong-un, win with 99.93% of the vote. So I know that we don't control the place.
We do not. And I mean, and we've gone and done these interventions in Haiti. We've done these interventions everywhere. In Venezuela, we just left the same regime in, just without Maduro and his wife with the broken hip. We did Vietnam. Look how that turned out. With the United States, usually you can't win wars that you don't declare, because when you declare war, you get the entire nation behind you. You can marshal even the propaganda in Hollywood to make everyone support the war. But since we haven't declared war since then, we haven't won one. And the thing about it is, if I'm Iran, the mullahs are enraged right now. We killed their religious leader, who's not just a secular leader, but a religious leader. His son comes in, we try to kill him. Israel has made it clear they're going to try to kill every leader, including every person we might negotiate with. They've expanded the war into Lebanon because they have territorial designs on eating up part of Lebanon for their Eretz Israel dream. So they're expanding the war. They're not slowing it down. So if you're Iran, sorry, why would you negotiate? When you tried to negotiate before, when Donald Trump was on the verge of getting a better deal, quote unquote, than Obama, he wants to beat Obama and get a better deal. Right. They were on the verge of giving him the better deal. We bombed the shit out of them.
And we killed all their people when they're leaders, when they weren't ready.
Right. Yeah. So why would they negotiate with us? If you're them, you could sit back and use your $20,000 drones. Let us burn our $2 billion drones on your 20,000 drones. You know what? Need 5 of the $2 billion drones to hit one of your $20,000 drones. You could just hit $20,000 drones, keep the Strait of Hormuz shut, let Donald Trump suffer in the midterm elections, and let him get humiliated when Democrats do the one thing they're good at: hearings, Epstein hearings, all day, all night, must-see TV like the OJ trial. That's all that Donald Trump is terrified of, and that's why he wants to steal the election. If Democrats get the House back, it's Epstein mania for 2 straight years of humiliation. We'll then see the doctors who treated the Epstein girls, the guy who designed Epstein's Lolita Island, who left in horror and said he couldn't be there anymore because he saw the horrors going on, the guy who now owns the house in New Mexico. Oh, they'll all get subpoenaed if Democrats get gavels. It's the thing they're good at, and that's what Donald Trump fears. So if I'm Iran, I'm like, let it rip.
Yeah,
let them suffer.
I mean, at this point, again, I don't see what they have to lose. I really don't. I mean, again, yeah, some folks may die over there, but it's a trade they're willing to make, and they're bringing down the great Satan is what they're doing. Yes. And I think they've wanted to do that, as you pointed out, since we replaced their leader a long time ago. So
yeah.
None of that's looking really good, folks. I'm not sure what else to say. What's the good news
at least inflation is down. Oh, no. Never mind.
At least Dune 3 is coming out, okay? Dune 3 is coming out. We can go watch that. Honestly.
Guys, and Poldark is so good. If look, just zone out. Watch Poldark. It's so good. I'm on season 2.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, if you haven't seen Black Rabbit yet, get into that.
Oh, I got to get into that.
Really good stuff.
Paradise, but I got to get Hulu back to get Paradise, so I'm like on the fence. So, but I'm gonna get it.
I mean, that's the only way I can escape it. Like, I don't even go home after we do this stuff. I don't normally sit here for 12 hours on air, just once a year. But even when we're doing our regular stuff, or you do a live, or we write our columns, do whatever. Like, I used to love reading so much, and this stuff exhausts me so much that I just go home and find a good series to stream or a good movie that I missed, because I can't even enjoy like reading. I'm exhausted. Those are my problems, guys. I know. Those are
This is
first
therapy
world.
for you, is what you're saying.
Exactly. This is my therapy. And again, these are like first world problems. All right. Because again, and actually, as you said, maybe they're developing world problems now.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing that's driven me the most crazy. As someone, I live in Cincinnati now. My wife's from here, but I grew up in New York City and went to school in the East Coast, and like loved Amtrak and all of that stuff, and all this infrastructure we could have built, everything we could have done with this money to not have infrastructure falling apart, bridges falling in the water, all of this crap. Like, we've let ourselves become this. Our education system fall apart. These people that said they want to make America great again are the ones that made America shitty and let all this fall apart.
Yeah. It's sad. My daughter recently went, Jason, my daughter, she, the eldest of the three, she went to Japan and just came back marveling at just their infrastructure, their fast, beautiful, clean trains, the beautiful, pristine cities. We were recently in Ghana. While they've got some developing issues, they've got an Afrofuturism wave going there, with just gorgeous buildings, incredible architecture. While, we told Japan, stop doing war and make cars. They said, fine. Now they make cars that are better and more efficient than the ones we did. And then we got mad at them for it. They built infrastructure. They built their educational system. And while we were doing that, we kept feeding the Pentagon money and letting our bridges fall apart, letting our schools fall apart, letting our education be degraded because we were afraid to talk about slavery. We're a country that doesn't want to teach real history that Germans know. I remember going to Germany in the 80s, aging myself when I was in the 9th grade. And the boy who was my age, the 15-year-old boy that was my age, knew more about American history than I did. And I was a very smart A student. They're not afraid of learning German history. We're a fearful, angry, bitter, mean little country that is a dying empire. And, it is hard to watch an empire die. I'm sure it was hard for the British as their empire that the sun was never to set on it. It did set on it. It set on it because of aggression.
They were lucky they did not have X during that time, because we have to actually watch it. We have it. We're live streaming the end of the Roman Empire.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
And I wish, I will fight like hell, whatever that means. I'm not talking physically. I'm not a MAGA person, but
You're not Mark Wayne Mullen.
Exactly. I'm not Mark Wayne Mullen. Ooh, you want to go outside? I don't pick other people's noses while they're asleep. Yes, I just wrote about Mark Wayne Mullen, and he does that.
What?
And by the way, Cliff,
he went up to people on a trip.
I don't mean to take you off
their noses while they're asleep.
I don't mean to take you off topic for a second, but when you finally get off the air, you've got to pull up the clips of Rand Paul versus Mark Wayne Mullen, because Mark Wayne Mullen, at the hearing today, at the confirmation hearing, Rand Paul brought up that Mark Wayne Mullen essentially supported the neighbor who beat the crap out of Rand Paul, wrote 6 of his ribs, punctured his lung. Now, Mark Wayne Mullen's defense now is, well, I didn't support him. I said I understood him. And the clash between Rand Paul and Mark Wayne Mullen was a classic today. So check that out.
Did you see the end of it though? When at the end, then they fell out again. They really truly hate each other. You'd be your own people. Where they fell out over his secret mission trips overseas.
Right.
And was like, were they super secret? Like he was in the shade,
mocking him.
Beautiful.
Well, he went to Afghanistan. I wrote about a piece about him the other day, just taking him apart. And it was sort of, I thought that challenging a guy to a fight during a hearing was the dumbest thing he had done. I'm like, that's only
a teamster who will beat your ass.
Right. That's only like the third dumbest thing. Like he had gone and to Afghanistan while we were evacuating and wanted to rent his own helicopter to go in. And like the embassy at Tajikistan was like, get the fuck out of here. What are you doing? And then on another trip, it was, what was his name? Trott, or was that his name? The former congressman, Republican from Michigan. His wife shared this story where they went on like this trip, about 80 members of Congress. And this dude was walking around with a camera and he put his finger up people's noses and do this and then take a picture of it and their spouses. Like, what is wrong with this guy? This is our DHS. This is the guy running DHS.
Maybe Corey Lewandowski will get to stay as chief of staff now.
He might be the right guy for the job. I could see him.
They could fight each other. What about a case? Doesn't Donald Trump want to have like WWE matches on the South Lawn for like America 200? I feel like Mark Wayne Mullen and Corey Lewandowski should fight. Like they should just physically just beat the shit out of each other in public for like our entertainment.
I'm
Put 'em in
absolutely
a
up for
ring.
paying. I would put money into that if
Me too.
they would do it.
I'll donate. We'll donate. Let's
You'll
do that.
donate
That'll
to it,
be fun.
exactly.
Yeah.
Not to Trump's meme coin or whatever shit. I don't want that. But just to this.
Just that.
Well,
And
Joy,
then Jared Kushner should tap in and have to like go round two.
Oh my, that guy, like
whoever wins.
We'd send him in against like Tiffany and she'd kick his ass.
He talks with the high voice. I don't think I really want to play in this game.
I got $2 billion for the Saudis, and they don't even know what my company does. But whatever it does, it's worth $2 billion.
Oh my
Donald
God.
Trump is my dad. He said it's okay.
My dad's out of prison now. There's a big fight with Chris Christie, so he's gonna like say it's okay for me.
I also want to be in a prison of love with Ivanka. I'm so glad that she married me so that Donald Trump can be my dad and help me get $2 billion from the Saudis.
Oh my
I love my
God.
dad-in-law.
This is Blue Out Media after 9 hours. We're all trading Jared Kushner
Exactly.
impersonations.
We
Bravo.
can
Joy,
just
you
keep
win.
doing it. I mean, Jared Kushner is so much fun to make fun of. Oh my gosh! I mean, what is these people are just they're just I know I mean I'm
Especially
just
you.
sitting here and I'm just worried I don't want to make the wrong joke, but so far we're doing okay.
I think we're fine. He's probably in bed already. Jared Kushner strikes me as somebody who probably goes to bed at like 7. He's probably asleep.
That's probably true. Whereas right now, like if we want to make fun of Christy Nome, she's out shooting dogs. So she's on a dog hunt right now.
Woof woof. Oh, I got you, bitch. You want to woof woof at me? I'll fucking kill you. I'm Christy Nome, bitch.
Oh my God, we're
Corey,
making
come
these
over
into
here.
shorts.
Corey,
We're
come
making
over.
these
I
into
got a big
shorts,
one.
Joy. We're making these into shorts. Woof woof. I got you, bitch.
Woof woof. I got you.
That was your. Anybody else? Anybody else we can make fun of? How about old Kash Patel with his eyes headed?
Oh my God.
Sorry.
I like when he puts on his leather sort of, thing and the ball in his mouth with those cowboy. Oh
But then he's like, see you in Valhalla, brothers. It's like, you're not going to be there with them. They won't let you in. You're brown, dude.
I know. You're not
invited to
Valhalla.
Valhalla.
I know. Like, dude, I don't know if you've seen Vikings before. A little different looking than you.
Not a Viking. What's wrong with you? See you in Valhalla, brother. Like, no.
Yeah, it's not the place you're
gonna see you
going.
there.
Oh my God.
You're not invited, baby. You better go find that lady mama. See, that's what I'm saying. We got an FBI that cannot find a senior citizen missing in Arizona whose daughter is like super famous. The FBI doesn't exist. We don't have an FBI. Where is that lady's mom?
No, you're
Miss
right.
Guthrie.
Right, you're right. We don't really have a number of these sort of organizations just don't function. Like
I
they
feel
have the
so bad
title.
Yes, there is no FBI. There's no DOJ. We have no, what is Tulsi Gabbard do? Like what we are literally without a
She's just
government.
Fulton County, and she tries to
Vladimir, I
steal
got some
votes.
more for you.
Oh, you're doing an excellent job. I do love you very much.
Tulsi.
Very, very much.
Very proud of you. Thank you, Tulsi. This has been a ton of fun. I mean,
We're all sleep deprived. Clearly, this is a sleep deprived group of people, especially you, Cliff. I'm proud of you.
Well, thank you. That's kind of you. I mean, I remember watching you on MSNBC and you back in the day, David. How many times did you guys probably have to do elections? And I don't know how many hours you probably had to be on.
Oh my God. The worst one was the Hillary Clinton night. I think we were like hostage till like 2 a.m. We had to go and talk about it.
Yeah, that was long. My worst night was actually when they left me overnight to cover a hurricane with no help from like 10 o'clock at night until 6 a.m. And we had a weather correspondent in the field and we had somebody else at a map. And between that and like some cameras of like where the hurricane was seen, we had to go 9 hours of this shit. And it wasn't even such a strong hurricane. Right. It wasn't even that bad. And so we kept saying, oh, it's going to be a rise of 2 feet. Now it's 3 feet. Oh my! And we're trying to. And meanwhile, you can't take a bathroom break because the weather guy can't hold the air. It was horrible. It's horrible. It's the worst. I like PTSD from that experience.
Weather duty is literally the worst. It's the worst. It's the worst. It's the worst. Because you have to play it up and make it seem like it's worse than it is. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Anyway, y'all.
Cool. Well,
Joy, it's been great talking with you.
It is honestly
It's
been
great
a
to
joy.
actually virtually meet you, David. We have to someday meet in person. Cliff, it's been fun.
Yes, awesome to meet you. However we want to call this, stream meet or whatever, and definitely would love to have when we do the normal show, and I actually can think straight. Although I've enjoyed this, so I don't know. Still have you on and laugh, and your show is every day, or is it?
No, it's Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 6 p.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. We're expanding later on, knock on wood, soon to 5 days a week, but 3 days is all I can handle right now, y'all.
Where do we find it? It's
awesome.
Streaming. Where is it?
Yeah, so we stream on YouTube, live stream on YouTube and Substack, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. We do some special episodes. We interviewed like Zohan Mamdani. We'll post those as extras if we do that. We actually have one coming up where I interviewed Godfrey after Godfrey interviewed me. So that's coming up. So we got a lot of special episodes coming up too. And we're going to turn 1 year old on June 9th. We're super excited. The show has grown, and I'm so appreciative of all the support. And I love the folks at Substack and the folks at YouTube have been lovely in helping us grow. So I really thank y'all for coming on. Let me plug.
Oh, absolutely. So go check out. You probably already are, but if you're not, 6 to 8, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, go check out Joy's show.
The Joy Reid Show. There it is. There's
Joy
the
Reid
name.
Show. David and I will see if we can sneak on her show sometime.
Please, let's come on. Let's do this again. We'll do more impressions. I'll work on some.
Okay, I'll work on a few too. I got a few I didn't take out. A good French one. I can be Macron. We'll have some fun.
We'll have some fun. And until then, Jared Kirschner out.
All right, take care, Joy. Nice to be with you.
Bye, Jared.
All right, thank you. Bye. Oh my gosh,
I got a question for you right now.
Well, we have to let Eric, who probably hates us now,
and also me, because I have got to do a swap out of the stream here. So chat amongst yourselves while I do a technical thing.
All right.
Okay.
I was going to ask you, Cliff, how you're holding up.
I'm hanging in here. That was really helpful. The laughing there. I needed to get like that out of my system, I think. And I want to apologize to Dr. Eric Lulov, who is below and is brilliant and awesome. Sorry for not letting you in there, but we were having a moment. Give me the finger. And I deserve that.
There was a moment. I told him, I was like, I'm not pushing you in there right now. Cliff is all about vibes. If I step on this vibe, he will murder me.
It just was, that was a lot of fun. And I'd never, honestly, I've emailed and I've never met Joy before, and that went really well. So that was fun.
You're doing
the audience. We are doing a hard cut over to the new stream right now. So everyone who was on the 7 o'clock stream, please jump to the 9 o'clock stream, which is live right now. Producer out. Goodbye.
All right.
So Substack, it turns out, I'm going to bring Eric in here. What's up, man?
Hello, Eric. Or should I call
David,
you
pleasure. No, call me Eric.
All right, Eric, great to have you on.
Call me Eric. That's what I do during the day.
About you and love what you've done with Blue Amp Media and the columns that you've written, and we're so thrilled to have you a part of this.
I know how hard this is going to be to follow that shit, really. I know how hard this is going to be to follow Joy, you and Dave. I mean, you guys are doing impressions, and all I get to do is diagnoses.
I know. I've talked to you. I know you're fucking funny. So you don't have to be a doctor on this one.
Cliff, I just want to let you know I had this preloaded for you just in case it was going to get out of control.
Ooh, yeah, I know.
Okay,
I would, I have rum up here somewhere. I mean, I don't know. I honestly came into this, and
you're doing pretty well. I mean, this is 10 hours. This is, do you need a bio break? Are you good?
I have to say, I may run quickly as you guys talk for one, if that's okay, because this would be my second one today only. Like I have held up more than I thought I would. But let's get talking about something fun. Let's get talking about something fun. What do we want to talk about? What do you want to talk about?
I think we need to tell our audience a little bit more about Dr. Lulov.
Oh yeah, I'm being stupid.
Maybe Cliff, tell me how you guys met, because you were the connection between Dr. Lulov coming in and contributing, and so tell us how that connection happened.
So I was introduced. I'm trying to think if it was Lawrence or if I believe it was Lawrence, and he's like, we've got this brilliant. Yeah, I'll say he said this. We've got this brilliant doctor who he did say that. who wants to write, some articles, and we needed some good articles covering healthcare and medical issues. I mean, particularly, with RFK Jr., if you want to do impressions, like, hey, look, I've got a whale's head on. Who am I? Okay, sorry. But
have a special on bear meat.
See, we can have fun,
do this, right?
We can do this definitely. And like
half off heroin tonight.
That's right. Here's the deal. I'm going to do steroids for the better part of 20 years and heroin for 16, but I'm going to tell you what you should put in your body.
Right.
I'm what's known as the shitty Kennedy. Okay. So, and so he, Eric started writing pieces for us. And like, as you know, David, they're awesome. I learned a lot from them. I mean, because again, you think of national security, like that piece you wrote, Eric. You think of national security.
Serious after that whole bit with Joy? Really, we're going to get serious now?
No, we don't have to. If you want, let's just make jokes the entire time.
It is after 9. We're allowed to, right?
We're allowed to honestly say whatever the hell we want. It's harder to make jokes.
A little bit.
We can do a little bit.
Eric, where are you? What are you a doctor of for people who don't know? Okay. Where have you been practicing? Give us the...
absolutely.
Yeah, give the story. I'm going to run pee.
Go to the bathroom. We call them a bio break in the field. So
sorry, my bad.
And we got to figure out some funding for him to get a new chair. That thing's all ripped up in the back. It's terrible. I mean, I made him get a new microphone, but that's beside the point. So, no. So I am a board certified foot and ankle surgeon podiatrist by trade. So I'm a doctor of podiatric medicine. I'm based in South Florida, between West Palm and Miami. I've been down here for 25 years. My focus has always been on general podiatry, limb salvage, diabetic wound care, venous leg wound care, surgical reconstruction of the skin and soft tissues. Mostly in the last 15 years has really been focused on advanced limb research, advanced diabetic wound research, on tissue products, on exosomal enzymes, reconstruction of collagen matrices, and using those in both surgery and in the office. And
where are you from originally before you became a doctor? Where'd you grow up?
I was born in Michigan.
Oh, yeah. What part of Michigan?
Mm-hmm. I was born in, Royal Oak at Beaumont Hospital, and grew up in Farmington Hills. And yeah,
I have a lot of friends from Farmington Hills. I went to the University of Michigan way back when, so spent a lot of time in Detroit and the suburbs and all that kind of thing. So you're a Midwesterner.
Yes.
Okay.
By trade and birth. So
and then where'd you go? Where'd you do your undergrad?
So I did my undergrad through Wayne State University. It was a combination program at University of Michigan, but the graduate degrees from Wayne State University. Gotcha. And then I did my medical training in Cleveland at the Kent State University College of Podiatric Medicine, which was independent, but now it's absorbed by Kent State. Okay. And I did my residency surgical training in Chicago at the now defunct Michael Reese Hospital on the south side of Chicago, which is now condos, I think.
So, well, I don't want to skip over all of your.
It would take. It would be.
We'll get back to it. Tell me, how did you get from this very successful medical practice that you've had to the news business? I mean, what have you always been a news junkie? Have you been fascinated by that? Have you been involved in policy discussions?
Yeah, I've always been active, reading. Just always watching the news. Always had a gift for writing. I do a lot of clinical trials, so I do writing of a lot. I write a lot on LinkedIn and different plans, in different other mediums. I do a lot of journal reviews I have 3 journals that I'm on the editorial advisory board for, and I've drafted clinical trials, and I write up a lot of articles, and I do a lot of presentations within the industry. So this whole thing with the way this administration was handling healthcare was just so abominable to me that I needed a way to time out what I was thinking and feeling. There's always been I'm not the one that's going to go marching down the street. That's not me. I'm not going to raise my fist in effigy and burn the flag and show my patriotism that way. As an educated male physician with a very unique skill set in public health policy and understanding how public health policy affects the everyday patient, which is really the everyday American, because that's who I see every day. People come in the office, there's anxiety when they go see the physician today. Our healthcare system's literally fractured. It is a mess. And when you cut $1 billion from Medicaid and you do not fund the ACA subsidies and life gets hard, the first thing people start cutting is going to physicians because they can't afford the co-payments, they can't afford medications, or they've lost coverage. They don't get the regular screening. So because of and I wrote this a few months ago when we were talking about universal healthcare, and I wrote my article on universal healthcare, that countries that have universal healthcare, we spend so much money on the administration of healthcare.
Right.
That money we spend is what other countries use in treating the everyday stuff of diabetes and hypertension.
Mm-hmm.
So they have the preventable hospitalizations that we don't have.
And I'm going to guess the ones that have universal health care, and the government aren't paying their CEOs $100 million a year too. That probably helps.
Now, what's so interesting as you talk about this is people will say, wait a second, I mean, Dr. Lulov is a specialist. Wouldn't you as a specialist be hurt if we went to a universal healthcare system? Because the argument has been, well, there'll be less specialization, there'll be less innovation because there's not financial incentive for it.
That's actually not true, because you can still have a universal healthcare system with a market system combined with it. You're not going to be able to jump the line.
It'd be like, you have your standard care, and then you have, for people who want caviar at their hospital rooms,
Correct.
They can pay for that.
For example, if you and Cliff, David, let's say you and Cliff have we all have the same basic health insurance. You're both coming to see me, but let's say, David, you have a better healthcare plan because you can afford to pay more. Okay. You're not going to be able to jump the line to go in front of Cliff's, say, knee replacement or his ankle surgery. Okay. But you're going to have more a la carte services that your plan that you've paid extra for will give you. Maybe it's a different implant from a different company. Maybe it's an extended hospital stay, a private room. It might be, it might be home health services. It might be extended specialist treatment. There's always going to be a cash component because they're not going to cover everything. And that's kind of where we are today. That's why you're seeing more direct pay models, more physicians dropping insurance. And
now, can the same thing be if we were to expand and make it Medicare for all? Can that same component be added to Medicare?
It can, because everybody will still get exactly the base thing. But here's the kicker. It's going to cost more, but we're going to wind up saving money downstream in 10 years. Like it's, the whole idea is that everybody's going to have to pay more in taxes because that's how the model works in Europe.
But you get more, you get stuff for your
taxes. You're going to get more. Like,
right.
The reason why the Norwegians are the second happiest country on the planet, they pay 50+% income taxes, but they have free healthcare. They have a free education through college. They have a free social service net. It's
childcare and family
leave. And Finland has zero homelessness. They solve that problem. It's
we would rather give it to the Pentagon because Steinway pianos are very important.
Listen, I always wanted $100,000 piano.
Me too. Where the hell is my Japanese flute and my sushi?
Listen, I want my G6 too. Well, Eric, my $70 million aircraft.
Let's put aside the politics for a second.
Right.
Let's put aside the political hurdles. Let's just suppose Democrats, win the White House in 2028. You got a 30 or 40 seat advantage on the House, 10 seats in the Senate, and getting through Congress is no problem. Let's just imagine that for a moment. As in terms of policy, how would you see this sort of playing out in terms of over the next 10 years, or whatever the runway is, in terms of taking us away from the system we have now towards a system that is sort of universal health care coverage plus?
So this is where it gets really dicey, because we have three components of our healthcare system that are huge lobby groups that fund a ton of money into the system to make sure that the system stays the way it is. You have the pharmaceutical lobby, you have the hospital lobby, right? And then you have the medical equipment lobby. And those three groups, and then let's not forget the real evil in the universe, which is the insurance lobby. Right? Those three entities, if you just forget the medical device, if you take the pharma, the hospital lobby, and the insurance lobby, those three entities literally have created where we are today. They have just literally made sure that we stay sick, we stay poor, and and the third one's uneducated. They really want to just make everybody sick, poor, and stupid because we're easier to control. So going back to your question, David, how do you fix this? Okay. Is you have to basically raise the entire system. You have to start from scratch, but it takes partnerships with the medical groups. You have to allow physicians to negotiate fees. Right now we can't. It's illegal for us to unionize. Like the entire medical profession is not allowed to unionize. So you'd have to fix that. You'd have to basically take the insurance. You'd have to make, like, prior to 1973, I think it was 1972 actually, insurance companies were all nonprofit. Every single one of them, they were all nonprofit entities. And then as things progressed,
the New Deal and all that stuff, like, yeah.
Under Reagan, they decoupled the entire insurance industry. And then they started making profit over profit year after year to the tune of 25 billion minimum. So if everybody wants to know,
so badly,
you wonder why the United Healthcare CEO, undeservedly or not, got shot in the back in New York City.
So that gets to then my political solution, Cliff, and Dr. Love, you'll appreciate this as well, has long been all of these problems, whether we're talking about healthcare, whether we're talking about the influence of the military-industrial complex, whether we're talking about the corruption, gets fixed if we can start with a brand new campaign finance system that takes away the power that these very wealthy corporations and industries have to essentially buy off lawmakers so that we can't make great changes to healthcare or anything else.
Again, like we look at these decisions now, like the immunity decision, and we're like, what a fucking joke. Well, Citizens United was as much of a joke. And I'll say this with a history background, because I'm sorry, anybody who read anything that any of the founders said knew the thing they feared more than anything else in the world was the influence of money in politics, that kings would purchase other, kingdoms and get the other kings to betray their people so they could take them over. This was a European tradition forever. It's why there was an emoluments clause. It's why they moved the capital away from New York, because they didn't want the political and the financial capital in the same city. Like, again and again, you see this shit come up, and somehow these assholes who passed Citizens United saw in that, money is speech. That's what they wanted. And they wanted, corporations to be able to spend as much as they want. And of course, these international corporations, my God, there's going to be no way for them to launder foreign money into the system. That will be impossible.
No, we can't do that.
I mean, that if we could undo that, David, like, oh my God, could we?
But the founding fathers also didn't expect a Congress to be obsequious.
Yes,
they never planned for Congress to just basically just give their power away. Like, I mean,
they hated political parties and didn't foresee us getting to this.
Spend your whole career. Like, I'm just going to say this, and David can probably tune in on this with much more experience than I can. But like, you spend your entire career as a politician getting elected to like city councils and then state positions. You finally get to the big stage. You win a national seat. You're one of 435 congressmen. You're one of 100 senators, and you just decide to cede your power to the executive. You just give it away. Like, you spend your whole career building your power base to cede it to somebody who literally has an amyloid plaque somewhere in every aspect of his cerebral cortex. Okay, like that was the nice way of saying he's basically brain infarcted. But that's.
I usually refer to the fact that I think I once in a while spot a little bit of his brain dripping out of his ear, but I don't know.
But I mean, David, how far do we need to actually fall before people wake up and realize? I think they're starting to now. I mean, once gas hits $4.50 a gallon, that'll be the end of it. But but it's going to come down quickly. Like all prices.
Out of the four, and I'll call them I'll use a George W. Bush phrase, of the four evildoers. Of course, he's referring to the terrorists, but out of medical device makers and the hospital lobbies and the insurance and the pharmaceuticals, is there one that's clearly worse than the other?
Who's asked we need to kick
or
first?
Are they all equally evil? I mean, how would you characterize or rank them?
Well, we need pharma. There's the evidence that the science and pharmacology has saved lives. You know, we've put patients on anticoagulant therapies, we put them on antihypertensive drugs, we've created cancer drugs. So it's really, the pharma industry is allowed to make their money back, which is why they have a 7-year hiatus on their drugs once they get a patent. The hospital lobby is probably the second evil because they literally have increased costs that they don't need to have. It's really the insurance industry. They've been profiteering since the 70s. They have literally inputted themselves between the doctor and the patient. The people who have no medical training are reading from a book and denying services. When I get a letter appealing payment for services that they deny, and I do the appeal, and I get a form letter back that says Medical Record Services Unit. Like, well, and I ask in my letters, who's the doctor that reviewed the note, and they don't tell you. And for all I know, it's not somebody who's in my profession. For all I know, it could be a retired OBGYN that has never seen an ankle since he was in medical school. You know,
I mean, I think I told you what just happened with me. Like I had to go and get this new treatment for my tennis elbow, and that was serious and really hurt a lot for regular things in life, like shaking somebody's hand hurt, and I got this thing called Tenjet. You may know what it is, Eric. I don't, and I went and give me my estimate is like somewhere between, already it's going to cost me almost $1,000 out of my pocket, but insurance will cover the rest, I'm told. So by a few people. And now I get a random $6,000+ bill in the mail that they're trying to get me to pay. And so far my response has been fucking you. But at some point, I don't know what to do. If they're trying to argue, the hospital is trying to argue with the insurance people that it's ridiculous and whatever. But if it's unsuccessful at some point, I have to think about my credit and all of that. And, and I'm lucky in that the fact that I can even afford it, whereas how many people get hit with that and that just destroys them.
Oh yeah, and the number of medical bankruptcies has been skyrocketing.
And it's going to get worse because this administration basically decoupled actually uncoupled your medical bill from being independent from your credit report. So now it gets on your credit report. So now people are even going to get hit harder with credit rating once they go into medical collections. It's absolutely asinine. And the reason why your bill was $6,000 was because you had it done at the hospital. You didn't have it done at a physician office or a surgery center, which is supposed to decrease cost use. And most of these procedures that we do today with the exception of having major heart surgery or a major hip surgery, major orthopedic procedures that require a general surgery that requires a general, you need abdominal surgery. Most procedures literally can be done in the outpatient setting in either a private office set up as an ambulatory surgery center or in an ambulatory surgery center. And this is, this thought idea that we have to go to the hospital for healthcare today when we are getting so good with the technology, there are just some things, yes, you have to be in the hospital for, but there's a lot of stuff, elective stuff that can be done in the patient, in an outpatient setting to save cost. But in your case, Cliff, that procedure still only pays like $400 or $500 by the insurance. The handpiece is almost $1,000.
Well, I don't know what the end result is going to be, but I'm going to fight that. I mean, it's actually as much the principle of it. Like, fuck you. They give me an estimate and then they try to pull this crap and oh, yeah, we gave you an estimate. Now we're sending you 700. We're charging you 700%.
Right. So the way it works is with your particular insurance, they don't pay for the device. They don't pay for the handpiece. So that becomes a cost that gets passed to the patient. But most patients don't know to ask the questions. They just assume I have insurance and this is what I'm supposed to pay and everything aside.
Yeah, I keep trying to ask them, what is this going to cost me in total? I mean, the best that I could ask and asked a number of people and they gave me what they thought it would cost, what it does cost, but apparently my insurance feels differently.
Which is why everybody's thrilled when they get to go on Medicare.
I bet.
You people hit 65, they are just, it's like they finally hit the promise.
We're all racing to 65 now. Can't wait.
But because what do you think of telemedicine?
So it has its place.
Okay.
Especially for parts of the country that are very rural, where there's not a lot of physician access because rural hospitals have been closing due to all the cuts in the system, right? There might only be one podiatrist that covers, rural Indian Health Service and parts of rural Colorado or Nebraska, or, just any state that is not in a metropolitan area, right? So you have primary care physicians that might be where patients are now having to drive 50, 60, 70 miles to get to a major medical center or even a level 3 community hospital. And they just don't have access anymore because it's all been shunted to the urban areas. So that's where telemedicine can come in, but there's still no substitute for patient face-to-face with their physician or nurse practitioner or PA, getting some level of direct patient care where you can actually see the patient, identify the patient, do what's going, have that one-on-one. Nothing replaces that.
Can I ask you one last question?
Yeah. Only one though.
Let's say I've got purple blotches all over my body.
that would be from sitting in that chair for 10 freaking hours. That's why.
That'd be
And
from
on
your
top of
wife
all those
punching
purple
you.
blotches, I have cankles on top of my fucking cankles. And then on top of those cankles on my cankles, there's more purple blotches. And I actually have people listen to my heart, and they can't hear through all the plaque that it's still beating. And they think that there may be an aortic valve missing that was replaced with a McDonald's cheeseburger. Now, if all of that's going on, what are my chances of actually making it to the election?
Like slim and none.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Well, I have to confess. So there's a guy that I play tennis with, and like last summer I was playing tennis with him and a bunch of other guys, and I said, "Oh, I think Trump's in some health trouble." He's like, "Really?" And everyone's like really excited that Trump might die. So he comes to me 2 months ago and says, "Hey, we have this contest at work where we all have to pick a date where we think Trump is going to be out of office in 2026." And I said, "What date did you pick?" He said, "I got the month of April." I said, "I think you're in good shape." Well, now he keeps coming to me and says, "Hey, we're getting closer to April. When is this guy going to die?" And I'm like, his hand.
You guys have a death pool.
You got to remember, keep in mind that the president travels with a full crash system. There's Air Force One actually has a mini OR. The White House has a full operating suite in it, right? He is literally minutes from Walter Reid via aircopter, and he gets the best.
Doesn't he weigh the copter down a little bit, or no?
Well, they have to throw out the cheeseburgers, but that's
what are they sticking in his hand to get?
And while we're making jokes here,
yes,
I'm adding Bill Corbett to the stage,
Hey,
the
Bill.
funniest motherfucker in the world.
Hey guys.
You guys,
I mean,
drop
but I just want to say hello to Bill. Bill David Schuster, nice to see you.
Hi, David. Nice to see you.
I mean,
Hi,
does
Dr.
anybody
Eric.
not know the famous Bill Corbett
I am
of
not famous.
MST3K? Yes, you are. You damn you.
He's more
Comedy
famous than I
Central.
am,
He's
right
funny
here.
as fuck, and he's always here when I'm at my craziest.
With that beard, he actually substitutes for Jon Stewart. So
that's right.
One more question, Eric. Eric, when's Trump going to die?
Yeah, when's Trump going to die? We're trying to figure it out.
Oh, do you want my opinion? I am torn because I really want him to tip over forever, but there's part of me that feels like that's getting off too easy. You know, he should really spend time in a dungeon for a decade after this.
Eric,
well, you know what could be worse is just him having to watch the Melania movie over and over.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think
Tied
the
to a
Geneva
hospital
Convention
bed.
might outlaw
Right.
that.
And on that note, I'm going to say goodbye. Dr. Eric Lulov, it was so great being on with you. Thanks
David,
for all
thank
your
you.
contributions and work at Blue Amp Media.
And I appreciate
great
you. Thank
to be
you
on
so
with you.
much.
Cliff, thank you as well.
David, thank you, my friend.
And
I will make it another hour and 20-something minutes.
All right. Good luck.
I promise you.
All
Yeah,
right, you guys.
I'll revive him when he falls
All right,
asleep.
keep him going. Or just, All right. Thanks, you guys. We'll talk soon. And Bill,
Thank
nice
you.
to be on with you, of course. Take care.
Yeah, you too.
See you guys.
All right. You have anything you want to ask Bill quickly, Eric, before
I certainly do not want to take Bill's thunder here because it's Bill's time.
I was really getting into your conversation, so why don't you guys continue and I'll just sit here. I'll be the token audience.
So here's the because we don't know exactly what he's being treated for, but typically when you're getting IVs a couple times a week and getting multiple brain MRIs, that means you're being treated for early onset Alzheimer's and the treatment of the amyloid plaques. So they have to do routine MRIs of the cerebral cortex to check for brain bleeds. So these
Is there
are
any way
IV
you could do that differently? Like maybe I could smack him in the head and see if it bleeds. Is that possible or no? I'm just asking questions.
Well, I think that's why he's constantly holding on to the wall at Air Force One. He's just very unsteady at this point. And, and when you just drink nothing but Diet Coke, you get dehydrated.
By the way, like for any Secret Service listening, I'm not going to smack him in the head. Okay. Don't fucking come here and bother me and waste my time and blah, 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 blah. All right.
But we've been seeing this. They made such a big deal about Biden's health, right? Oh my God, Biden sneezed. He's going to die tomorrow. Kamala's going to be president. Meanwhile, we were dealing with the same thing with the corporate media where they are not even calling out any of the
I know.
health
Isn't
issues
it
with the
insane?
president.
Like they won't.
There has been cover up after cover up and lie after lie. And the same thing that happened with Biden's people covering up conditions that he was in and not being very forthcoming with the president's health, because God forbid they should have to actually invoke the 25th Amendment for a couple of days to allow the president to get health care, right?
Yep.
This is just continuing the process of that this White House has a habit of
lying about fucking
lying,
everything,
doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down on the truth.
Yep.
And it gets to a point where just nobody believes the bullshit anymore.
I know nobody does anything they say. Well, Eric, I'm gonna do 20 minutes at least with Bill and I being totally fucking ridiculous.
Absolutely.
But thank you so much for coming on. Seriously, I really appreciate everything you've done for us. All your contributions. I can't speak anymore. I'm gonna drink some more tequila. Okay.
Nice to meet you.
I'll be in touch. Take care, buddy.
Thanks, everybody. Have a wonderful evening, Cliff. Make sure you sleep tonight.
I definitely will. I definitely will. Lots of drugs. All right.
No less than 20 hours, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. Take it easy, man. Bye.
How you holding up,
Bill,
buddy?
my man? How are you?
Good. I'm good. Thank you.
It was so kind of you to agree to be here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying, but I'm not the one who's been talking all day. So,
I've got a big mouth and I'm kind of an asshole, so it works okay. But
New York power, baby.
That's right. We're both two New Yorkers out here in the Midwest, just trying to make an honest life of I don't know, whatever we're
just
doing.
Speaking too loud and alienating people, in everyday interactions, just by nature of, the way we talk.
Exactly. We're kind of cool that way. So what projects are you working on that are freaking awesome that I will want to watch and stuff like that?
Well, right now we are actually reviving Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yes.
And we had a big Kickstarter that just closed yesterday or 2 days ago. And
you didn't tell me.
It was really successful. And so we're going to make 4 episodes with the old team, with me and Kevin Murphy and Mike Nelson. And then we'll see from there if we don't, if us old farts can handle the rigor of puppetry at our age. But so far it's been just a blast because I really missed being in the studio and, having a crew and all that. And even just setting up for it has been great. So could not be happier.
Is the studio, is it in Minneapolis?
Yeah, it is in Minneapolis. And that was another thing that really it was an unexpected thing that made me feel good about this whole project, because we were kind of getting it all together and we announced the Kickstarter during the worst of the ICE stuff here.
God.
And it was just, everybody's spirits were understandably down. I mean, that's an understatement. It was a horror show, and it's still not over, of course, but they have mostly withdrawn and kind of gone underground and sneaky. They're still here, but it is very unlikely you'll see that big showboating, full on Gestapo crap again, because it was just not working for them politically. But anyway, during all that, we got to announce it. Hey, say something good is going to be here in Minneapolis. I promise, let's hold on and, look towards the good times again.
No, that's good of you. When would we get to hopefully see these episodes?
Probably this fall. We're going to be filming them in May and June and doing posts for a couple of months. But yeah, then they'll be ready.
And where will they be?
It'll be on rifftracks.com to start. And the first one is going to premiere in the movie theaters through Fathom Events.
Oh, wow.
Or Fathom Entertainment. And then it might move off into other platforms like Amazon and all that. But what we have learned, it's just the way things go with our corporate system is they don't pay that much to use your stuff anymore. It's just gone down and down and down. So we've been yanking our stuff off platforms here and there. When
if they don't pay you,
I mean,
such assals, my God.
Yeah, I know. It's everywhere, Cliff.
I know.
Reid.
That's the thing, right? Look at some Triva here. How long is Cliff staying on? I am on for another hour and 17 minutes, which will complete my 12-hour commitment.
That's pretty righteous, man.
I was committed here by the parole board.
Community service for saying swear words at our president.
Just cursing and saying obnoxious things that get me visits from bad people.
Oh man.
So oh God, I'll never forget it. When I did the first one, folks, like a year ago, Bill was on with me. I was losing my mind. I don't even remember. If you may have been the last maybe the last one on.
I always come at the end because you're at your craziest, and that's what I'm interested in.
Yeah, I'm all fucked up now. This is the thing, because I broke it and I taped it back together to put my phone in there, and so I've kept it as like a in memoriam. They didn't do an in memoriam to it.
Is that your FIFA Peace Prize?
Yeah, that is I'm on the board of peace now. I recommended that they not attack Iran, Venezuela, and Cuba. So
you were overruled by all the despots and crime bosses on it with you, huh?
Yeah, exactly. All the wonderful people. So you also, I know I think last time we talked, you said you were writing some scripts and that kind of stuff. Is any of it work in any of our craziness, or is it totally different?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. There's one that I've been working on probably since I last talked to you with a friend of mine that gets, I try not to be too didactic politically in what I write. And it's not because I don't appreciate it when it's good. It's just that I don't think I am great at it. I like to talk politics for one thing. And then, because I know like when right wingers try to be funny, it's just pathetic because they're so ham-handed. It's all about being mean to the right people. They don't even attempt to be actually funny.
No,
and I'm
all
wary
punching
of
down.
That. I am wary of that as a similar thing for a liberal or a leftist thing, that if you just keep, but I mean, some people pull it off and they do it well. I just don't think I'm one of them. I didn't grow up. I just sort of like started talking politics publicly like 10 years ago. And even then I was pretty shy about it. And now I'm just like,
right.
Like
it's all how it translates. I don't know. Right. Like it's one, like I can write a hopefully funny satirical political column that makes a point while being, a little bit gonzo and whatever. But how would I turn that into a movie script? I have no idea. You know what I mean? I guess, who knows, right?
You have to be artful, and it's not easy. Like I think like what you wrote about Mark Wayne Mullen the other day was incredibly funny and on point, and also informative. I had been hearing this stuff about him being a
nose picker,
a fighter. Oh, a nose picker too.
I mean, was that not just? I mean, that was comedy gold. I was just like, he picks other people's noses while they're asleep.
What a freak!
What a fucking weirdo! I mean,
but I've been hearing about him as a fighter. And it always smelled a little weird to me. It's like, I doubt it. I would have heard a little more about him. Even I would have heard a little more about him. And it turns out, like, according to what you wrote, is just like mostly bullshit.
I mean, I went to the MMA thing, so it's what they said. They only list him as having fought. He claimed he won 5 fights, and he actually only fought 3, and 2 of them were against the same guy.
He could have been just like bum of the week for all we know.
Like he was in the ring for less than 10 minutes. I mean, if that makes you a professional at some shit.
I think I've fought more than that in an alley, behind Arby's.
With an actual Arby's sandwich.
Eating it as like,
he was
just a ridiculous human being.
Yeah.
I mean, he also the whole thing about him being secret spy man is just like, they tried to get it out of him today. I did watch little clips of that. And there's no coherent story there except him going like, it's all classified. It's all classified. And it's like, come on, man. You're just covering for a lie you told. It's all you do.
And I really do want to know, being that he went to the embassy in Tajikistan, they kicked him out and like, get the fuck out of here. Right. And they're like he wanted to rent a helicopter to go into Afghanistan. Who was he trying to go in to get? I really want to know this at this point, right?
I mean, was it when they were evacuating from?
Yeah.
So he wanted a story about how he saved the people that Biden, abandoned. That's what he was looking for. He was looking for a hero story, obviously,
probably.
and came up with ugats, as my Italian friends say. It's just really ridiculous. I mean, every single person in the Trump administration, it's like defies logic and science, but every single one of them is the worst person in the world. Is individually the worst person in the world. And
you're just like, you couldn't pick somebody worse than the dog shooter, right? Or the whatever, and they find somebody worse all the time. I mean, it's how do you do that? It is
almost an admirable skill. It's like Bizarro World and Superman. It's like the opposite of a good skill. But I mean, this time, as you have probably said, like, they obviously didn't want to have anybody but absolute ass smoochers and strivers and idiots who thought Trump was great or were willing to do anything, for power.
Right. They're careerists, or they want money, or whatever. So they'll just say whatever they need to say in the end. I mean, it's again, like it is. I mean, beyond even the joke, it is such a collection of sort of like people that have failed at everything else and suck at everything else and are incompetent and have committed crimes and all of that. I mean, that may lend itself to a script at some point. I have to believe there's some way, maybe there's a story about the one good person somehow who sneaks in or something. I don't know. Well, and becomes the hero.
It is weird. Like in Trump 1 administration, we had all those people who were kind of crap on their own and never really stopped being that, but they became relative heroes because they were willing to say, this guy is dumb, or this guy is so wrong, or he's a liar. Yep. But they still were objectively terrible. This time we have a lot worse than that.
No, I know, right? Like just when you thought Bolton was as bad as it could get, and he is objectively terrible, but then he got in a fight with Trump, and you're like, okay, it's like, right. Who do I want? Is it like King Kong and Godzilla fighting, where you hope they both kill each other, or if it's right outside your city, or is it like what? I don't know. I was trying to figure out what I wanted there, but I certainly. I ended up being on Bolton's side because how could you ever be on Trump's side?
Yeah, and you don't have to make heroes of any of these people, including oh my God, his name is the guy who's really going hard at him for the Epstein files.
Oh, Massey.
Yeah, I mean, he's a gun nut. He's not objectively, he's pretty bad,
right?
But
you see the picture. Like I always refer to it as the Manson family Christmas card that he took. Like he's got like a 4-year-old holding an assault rifle.
Future school shooters gathered around the tree.
I mean, so that's the guy who's the good guy in this story.
That's what we're reduced to. I meant to tell you, I don't know if I ever told you this before, but I knew Bobby Kennedy Jr. back in the day because I was a messenger at a law firm. Did I tell you this?
I don't think so.
I was a messenger at a law firm in downtown Manhattan. A big, and I just would literally like take stuff around town for them or inter-office. And Bobby Kennedy was a summer associate there. And I remember going like, my gosh, it's Bobby Kennedy's son, and he looks like him. And I talked to him, and he was like I found him kind of weird and removed, and eventually even 16-year-old me decided this guy's kind of dumb. Like he does not seem he doesn't seem like what I expected from a Kennedy, or especially Bobby Kennedy's son.
Yeah, you're like, how'd they produce this and actually give this one his name too? I know he came first, but maybe they could have skipped him when they realized he was adult. And no, I mean, seriously, I only met him once at some political event. I want to say about a decade ago or something, a little more than that, a decade and a half ago. And at that point, he was weird. He'd already brought up a thing or two about vaccines, but he still was sort of an environmental lawyer. But he was weird. I don't know what else to say. He was a strange guy.
Weird.
Yeah. I didn't think it would reach the levels of weirdness. I didn't think there were whale heads involved, but
Yeah, we didn't know what was going on with his love of chomping down on roadkill and all that. I mean, he was a co-host with Sam Cedar and
That's why I met him. I went to an
early-
event that with Sam and Papantonio and him.
That's right.
You know, like one of the lawyer events that Papantonio used to throw out in Vegas. I was doing PR for it, and so I went out to it, and Bobby was there, or Bobby Jr. was there, and again, I didn't talk to him very long. I don't want to claim I knew him. I didn't know him. I talked to him for maybe 3 minutes, but even during that time, yeah, I mean, he came off as a little bit strange, but like not fucking completely insane.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I mean, there were people like that. I wonder, did their brain just snap at some point? Like the heroin finally like burrowed into a certain, I mean, there's the worm theory, of course.
there's so many possibilities. Is it the dead cub, the dog he ate? Is it the, you know, is it one of the 47,000 reporters he cheated on his wife with? I don't know. I mean, it could be anything, but I mean, seriously, like the number of animal stories in him it feels made up. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
But that is, I made a joke earlier. We were laughing. Joy Reid was on, and we were just having David and me, and we are just laughing about everything. And you know, I mean, we were talking about that whole thing. Like, yeah, I want the guy who was on heroin for 16 years and it looks like he's done steroids for 20. Tell me what I should put in my fucking body. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, is it just like opposite day where it's like, I want the steroids and the heroin, not the vaccinations or
yeah, the stuff that has been working swimmingly and kind of amazingly for decades. Vaccinating children. There's no statistic that doesn't support that. And
stuff that raised our average, you know, lifespan by I don't know what. Let's not do that.
Yeah, let's
do the one that gave people ball cancer. You know, steroids. Like that's the one we want to do.
Oh man.
See, so I am a little bit crazy, Bill. I'm definitely
no. It's a very sane reaction to the world around us, and even if you are a little tired, I think you're calling it just right. I mean, yeah, it has been a very difficult period for anybody who has a little bit of a brain and a little bit of a conscience, because every day to go through, and if you follow it too closely, like I do. You kind of almost have to for your job.
Yep.
It really gets in. It's like I really thought when ICE was terrorizing my town here that I was going to do something that got me, you know, thrown in jail, because I was like I was starting to think in crazy terms, like I got to get a big gun and I got to go like, you know, pick them off. It just not, again, those Secret Service guys who were watching Cliff before, like same thing applies. I'm not talking about something I intend to do, but it was like really, you know, it is the Gestapo just running through my town and terrorizing.
No, and if it's your
friends
home
and neighbors,
what they were doing too. I mean, again, I don't know if you have any kind of a conscience and you see, I mean, I don't know what the worst of it is because there's so many worsts. But at one point, you know, where they kidnapped the 5-year-old boy and tried to use him to lure his mom, was it, to come outside?
Yep.
Like that may have been my breaking point where I'm like, I want to punch one of these fucking guys in the face. Again,
Yeah.
Secret Service, not going to do it. But
I mean, if somebody gave me a free shot, yes, I would. But
I'm not saying if you said it was
probably
okay, I
won't
wouldn't do
happen.
it. But you know.
even now, Cliff, like there's like the detention center we have here, and where they, you know, where nobody has gotten a good beat on exactly what's going on in there. And to some degree, I blame, you know, the short attention span of the media, and also some of our elected leaders who I think if somebody just showed up there every day and raised hell, it couldn't be ignored. But they'll go, you know, but they take them from there and they ship them to Texas because there they don't have to obey any laws. And I really think when this all comes out, it's gonna be so horrifying what has happened inside those detention centers.
If you think about what happens in places like that where there's no transparency, no accountability, and you know for a fact that these ICE people are the lowest, literally the lowest of the low. They recruited thugs and Nazis and
Proud
former
Boys,
January
Jan
6ers,
6,
and
yep.
you know who they are. So I mean, if you when you combine all those factors, like I think you're right, and I think we're gonna have a reckoning, because if some of these people don't spend the rest of their lives in prison, you know, I don't know how we can go forward in a reasonable way and try to be a democracy. You know,
I really think that might be the thing most on my mind these days. It's like whatever else you think, whether you're like far left or centrist, it really, the response to what has happened has got to be proportionate to what has happened. You know, it has to be paid for as big as the things themselves. And I really do think you're absolutely dead on. Like, any hope of going forward as a democracy in any kind of decent way depends on everybody taking that seriously. And I think of like the midterms and Democrats. I really want you to win. I want you to win big. But then if anybody says we got to move on and go back to business as normal, I'm coming to your office with a fire.
I'll go with you. Let me know. We're going to sit outside their office and we're just going to play. We'll bring the most annoying sounding instruments. I'll bring like a recorder or something from when I was a kid and just play it badly. And like, you know, and you bring something, we're just going to make noise. Because no, I mean, I've said this a lot, like Democratic leadership has so let me down. You talk about things like it's normal right now. This isn't fucking normal when people are being kidnapped and we're attacking countries and just, you know, stand up for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
You know, corporate media is a joke. So we have to fill in here. I mean, there's so many failures in all this. And like then the so-called, I won't even dignify the, you know, moderates. I mean, Lisa Murkowski, I mean, she's fuck off. I mean, she's there to, you know, like, oh, I'm reasonable, except for when you need to protect the Epstein files and you need another vote to cut taxes on billionaires and take away, you know, food stamps from kids. And, you know, and like at that point, I mean, they're frauds. I mean, God,
people take that label and they can self-apply it, and somehow like the media just goes along with it. It's like, I'm moderate, so, you know, but it really is in the eye of the beholder too. It's like, what do you consider a moderate? Because that seems like really far right to me.
I know. Well, I'm just glad you got more Mystery Science Theater coming out.
Yeah,
that will make us laugh. You written any more movies that Eddie Murphy might act in? Or
no, probably not. But
Bill Corbett wrote a movie that Eddie Murphy acted in. None of the rest of us here, I'm pretty sure, have done that. So we should.
There you go. Homage. And if you have, it was probably better than the one that I did. But it got done. Actually, and Eddie Murphy was the least of the problems. He was great.
That's awesome. We'll keep working on all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming here during my half hour of need and helping me through it. You know, it's always awesome seeing you. Let's talk sometime soon.
All right. Take care.
Take care, Bill. Bye. The great Bill Corbett, everybody. You have MST3K and other stuff. And now we will add the great Reid Galen.
Hey.
How are you, dude?
I'm doing fine. You look like you've been through the ringer here, dude. You almost done?
I am in the final hour. You are the beginning of my final hour on air. I started at 11 a.m. today, and I've had 2 breaks, which is what I did last time. 2 breaks, one for about 20 minutes and one for about 5 or 10. So I'm gonna argue that I did more than. You know, there's Jim Williams. 1 more hour. Yes, thank you, Jim. I'm almost there. But I'm going to argue that I feel good about myself because I accomplished something. And a lot of time I usually feel like, you know, I look out there at all this shit people go through and everything. And I feel, even though if I work hard, I kind of feel lazy because I see like our fellow Americans and people around the world. And like, it seems like a lot of people are suffering, and that sucks. So I can't help it. That weighs on my conscience. And so, you know, if I can at least hopefully entertain and educate people for 12 hours, then if I walk outside and collapse, I accomplish something in life, you know?
That's right. Well, you will sleep well tonight for sure.
Yes, that is for sure. So how are you doing? Let's talk about the good stuff, the cool stuff that you must be doing.
You know, look, I think that like you were talking about with your last guest, and let me just as an aside say that Mystery Science Theater 3000 was a favorite of mine as a kid. I am now dating myself, of course, Cliff, but
no, me too. If you want, I can introduce you to Bill at some point. He's the nicest guy. He's fantastic. He wrote for it, and he he plays the scarecrow, and they've just made a few more episodes. So
that's really fun. Okay, well, I did not know that. I'll have to go hunt him down. But what a
you will. And I have to first say, this is Reid, Galen, everybody, former Republican consultant, was in the Lincoln Project, has his own cool shit going on right now, which I'm going to have him tell you about. And is probably gone so populist, he's to the left of me almost at this point. So.
Well, the interesting thing about populism is it's really not so much a left and a right as a top
That's a
and
good
bottom
point.
kind of thing. And
yeah,
I do think that we are, despite many folks' desire to have it different, that we are in an anti-establishment populist time, and I think it was only a matter of time, frankly, Cliff, that it was going to happen. I think after 40 or 50 years of declining wage growth and instability in the economy and everything that we're seeing now, it was only a matter of time before. I mean, look, you'd say whatever you want, but Trump was a reaction to something, right?
Oh,
twice, almost.
Absolutely. We weren't addressing people's problems, people's issues.
Yeah, and he never said he was going to solve them. He just said he was going to build a wall. And his people have been, remarkably tied to him. But we shouldn't deny the fact that in a time when people were sick of the establishment, whatever that meant, he was willing to take them on. And that is, and it's certainly morphed into something far different and uglier than any, many people, not us, could have imagined. I certainly am not surprised, unfortunately, by what we're seeing. But I think that we have a real opportunity now to, take a stand in many different ways. I want to just, say one thing. You talked about cool stuff people are doing. I think that we can't and shouldn't overlook or underestimate how important what happened in Minneapolis was. Not only the deaths of 2 innocent Americans, but the fact that the administration and ICE were looking for a repeat of post George Floyd. They were looking for police stations on fire. They were looking for broken glass. They were looking for those things, and the city of Minneapolis did not give it to them. And they didn't really, I don't think, frankly, Cliff, they didn't recover from that. You can see they're still trying to do things like pass the SAVE Act and those sorts of things, but now they're almost desperate for that. They wanted and needed the excuse to deploy something like ICE more broadly, and Minneapolis didn't give them the opportunity or the reason to do that. And now you've got, I heard you mention Murkowski. Was it Tillis was the other Republican who said they won't vote to move the SAVE Act on in the Senate. So now they're running into other roadblocks. It's not to say that they'll give up, but this isn't working out the way that they were hoping. And let's be clear, they were hoping for that. But then also the war in Iran, has now, sucked up all the literal oxygen in the politics of America and all of the ripple effects we're seeing from that.
And this guy just thought it was going to be a cakewalk, like he thinks everything is going to be. And it doesn't work out that way, does it?
It doesn't. And I wrote this on Substack a few weeks ago that I think that Trump and the folks around him opened Pandora's box a little too wide one too many times. And now what we're seeing is all of the things that, really do, I think, mark the end of the post-war era for the world, which is, Europe, they're like, we're moving on. Right, like we got to do our own thing. You kicked over the hornet's nest over there, and now you want our help cleaning it up. And like, we're not doing that. Like, we got to figure out how to keep the lights turned on. Right, we got to figure out how to keep petrol in the cars, as they would call it. Right. Yeah. They've got their own security risks because obviously the war in Ukraine is still going on, and you've got the Poles out in the east and the Romanians and everybody else. Like, they've been through that. Right, the Balts. Like, they're not going back.
No.
And so they're all like, okay,
they made that clear. They stepped up with our Supreme Court and like, no, Russia influence operation here ain't happening. Kicked out the Canada. I mean, that was a big moment. We couldn't pull something like that off.
Right. And so I think that, the thing that we need to do, I mean, first and foremost, we should not rely on a particular electoral outcome to assume that everything will suddenly change the Wednesday after Election Day, or even January 3rd of next year, when it looks pretty clear that certainly the Democrats will take the U.S. House. The U.S. Senate is still a very, very high bar to cross. And so what are the other things that we as Americans can and should do? Because this is not just a political effort. This is not just a legal effort in so many places, or a moral effort of what is the definition of right versus wrong, but it's also really going to be a mutual aid effort. Life is going to get much, much harder for millions and millions of Americans who, that has nothing to do with the election, right? But why does the election matter? Because, Cliff, I think we need a pretty significant wave, right, of repudiation of not just the behavior, right? I mean, Trump's behavior is like, I don't want to say it's old hat because I don't want to underestimate it, but like everybody knows the act. The problem is now is that the act is is not even a little. It's a lot more out of control than it's been, and it is now having effects well beyond the things that anybody could have really foreseen. And I think that we have to take that at very serious face value and say, okay, yeah, there are political issues, there are electoral opportunities, but like, how are we going to ensure and how are we going to demand from the leaders that we believe can and should do something about this, right? That we're going to do this. Republicans, right? I used to be a Republican. Like every other politician, Cliff, what do they want to do after they get elected?
Get elected again?
Yes, get reelected. And they are now on the precipice of, especially in the U.S. House, but we've seen in a lot of places around the country where they are in a lot of electoral danger. They're in political danger. They represent a lot of the people who are getting hurt the most, which is farmers and ranchers, people in the agricultural community, people who work in the service industry, right, who are blue collar workers or whatever collar they wear, in the exurbs and rural areas. And of course, they've gerrymandered themselves so much that like these are the people who are going to decide their fate. And a conservative voter may say, well, I want a Republican, right? I'm not really going to vote for a Democrat. But it's also entirely possible for them to say, well, I don't really like Democrats, but you know what? This guy, I'm really sick of this frickin' guy and all the stuff they've done.
I could definitely see that, whether it's voting for a Democrat or whether it's, voting for nobody. And then you also, they may some of them may stay home on and then, at least in Senate races, I don't know about other stuff, but, I don't know how to pronounce his name. I think I may have pronounced it earlier. I got chided by, not chided, but I got corrected by John Tester. That was like 8 hours or 10 hours ago. It's been a long time. But Bodnar, the one
Bodnar, Seth Bodnar,
running as an independent, and you have the same thing in Nebraska. And so some of these folks who at least maybe aren't, have realized that the D in those places has been made toxic to a degree. Well, if it's a Republican, they're sick of a Republican, they may vote for the independent, that can happen. I guess we'll have to see how that shakes out, or nobody. But I think there's going to be a decent number of people like that who voted for this guy and believed the crap that he said and have now watched it all go up in flames and watched their workers deported and watched their businesses fall apart and watched their gas go through the roof for things based on things that he said weren't going to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, I think just it's an interesting political note that has real world consequences, Cliff. That it was last week or maybe the week before that the White House had advised House Republicans or congressional Republicans not to use the expression mass deportation. So somebody got a survey back from John McLaughlin, who's Trump's pollster, that said, hey, you know what, mass deportation is like not popular. It's making life a lot harder for not only the people who were being deported, oftentimes illegally or inappropriately,
right?
But also it's just it's just broadly unpopular because I think Americans, just like we saw during his first term when they were separating families and putting kids in cages, this is not something that's popular. And what you can say, as a Democrat, you can. So I'll test this out on your audience, and maybe they'll start screaming at me. Like we have had lines on maps for like thousands of years, right? Like this is like borders are not a new phenomenon, right?
No.
And to secure a border is also not a new phenomenon.
No.
So you can do that also without shooting Americans in the face or several times in the back, as we've seen, right? Those two things, both from a reality perspective and a message perspective, do work and comport with reality. And so I think that, for our Democratic friends out there, remember that at the 2024 convention, they had people waving signs that said mass deportation. So it just seems to me, politics 101, that's what they don't want you to say, right? Then you should have people, with pictures of holding that stuff up next to whoever your endangered Republican member is.
Right.
So,
No, that's pretty 101. And I don't know what you said in there. I mean, I would hope if anything you said in there offended or the audience here, but in the end, yeah, countries have borders. You have to protect those borders. Doesn't mean you have to be cruel and inhumane to people. Doesn't mean you have to torture them and put them in cages. Doesn't mean you have to shoot them in the face. It means if people are coming in, people have a right to get in the order and in an orderly process, but in the order they came in. And if you come in a way where you were not given legal entry here, then to me, there should be fines. There should be penalties. Obviously, there should be a background check. I mean, I don't think I'm saying anything that's outside of what was a bipartisan bill, not 10, 15 years ago that could have passed and didn't in the end. I think the House wouldn't take it up. Got almost 70 votes in the Senate. I mean,
think about that bill. I think that was 2007, so almost 20 years
even longer ago. Okay,
it was supported by President George W. Bush, and in the United States Senate, Teddy Kennedy and John McCain. I mean, think about that calculus and how that's not a thing that exists anymore.
No, and I think it had a lot of provisions in there that were both smart and fair. I mean, it isn't fair that you cut ahead of somebody else. At the same time, if we're humane people, if you're desperate and you're escaping a place that is dangerous for your children, which any of us would run anywhere we had to save our children, then we take that into account too. And people, yes, have to pay certain penalties and have to wait a certain period of time and all of that. I'm all for that. And again, if they're criminal background or anything like that, they're out. But like, I don't, if that's controversial, I'm sorry, that's just protecting your border. You do have to actually do that or people can, invade it. I mean, and I'm not talking about fake caravans and whatever. I'm talking about like, Genghis Khan trying to get into China. I mean, I'm being facetious, but I'm being like countries protect their borders. That seems
right
to me. It's just, you don't have to be. They've done it where they've seemed to have done a public show of viciousness and cruelty and violence and whatever to try to scare people and convince people to not come here, and to do it for that reason and to act in that way, so callously and just and to be so evil about it and have no remorse is just, I don't understand that. I don't think like that. I guess I can't think like that. So,
Cliff, if you go back to 1980, there's a famous clip of a debate between Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush when they were still both running. They were running against each other for the Republican nomination that year. Yep. And they're out immigrationing each other, if that's a word, right? They're going out of their way to demonstrate that they are both open to the idea of immigration and that immigrants do have a value in the United States. So look, I mean, my forebears came over in 1905 after the pogroms, and it was either Poland or Belarus or Ukraine, whatever it was. They got beat up a lot. They got sick of it. They came here.
Yeah,
right.
Mostly similar to my family story. Yeah.
Right. And so that was interesting. And then I think it was 86 or 87. Remember that same Ronald Reagan, paragon amnesty of the conservative movement. Yeah. A massive amnesty. And I think that a lot of times, right. I mean, if there's one thing that if there are two things we should teach in schools better, right, than we do. Well, we could do a whole thing on education.
You probably have a long list there, but
civics, civics. Why does the system work the way, or why is it constructed the way it does? We could get into why it works the way it does. And then, also like history, like I saw something the other day, Cliff, that said like historians are surpassing economists as the people now society is going to explain things, right? Economists used to be like, we go up, we go down, all this other thing. Now historians are sort of having, a moment, which they should, whether or not it was a George Santayana, if you ignore history, you're doomed to repeat it. And somebody else said it doesn't rhyme, but it doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme, or it does echo.
Yeah, who said that? That was a good quote. Yeah.
Right. And so, I mean, I think that we need to remind ourselves that not that long ago, right? That these were values. But again, as a value proposition, let's call it the American dream, started to fade. Not surprisingly, anger and resentment started to take its place. And you look at I think it was in September of last year, there was a Wall Street Journal NORC poll that said 70% of Americans believe that either A, the American dream is dead, or B, it never existed to begin with. Like that, again, is something that was such a foundational piece of our mythos and our ethos. Do what you're supposed to do, work hard, and you'll have as good a shot as anybody else. That is not the case
And
anymore.
especially if you do, you know what, like it may be really hard on you and whatever, but the next generation will do better. Like, because you're coming over to try to, and you know, that's the story of a bunch of our families, you know, and again, granted, I get it. Like we absolutely had advantages. My family was white, and that I fully get that. There are people that never had that opportunity because they were discriminated against. We were, if people found out we were Jewish, but you know, they would try to hide that as much as they could.
Yeah, so let me, if you'll indulge me. So my dad, God rest his soul, had told a great story must have been in the mid 90s. And
I'll just say again, your dad told lots of great stories.
Yeah, he was a raconteur of great proportions. And he tells a story of standing on the speaker's balcony at the U.S. Capitol on the 4th of July with Tim Russert, a late, great Tim Russert, who had gone far, far too soon. It was just I think a loss that
I think it hurt us a pretty decent amount.
Washington media never recovered from. And he said, you know, my grandfather was an upholsterer, and Tim Russert's dad was a garbage man in Buffalo.
Yeah.
And my dad and Russert are saying, you know, the amazing thing about having the son of a garbage man and the son of a upholsterer, one generation later, standing on the speaker's balcony at the United States Capitol, the home, the heart, the soul of American democracy, watching the 4th of July, you know, fireworks. And like, that's, you know, that's the kind of thing I think about that a lot actually now, Cliff, because that's not where we're going to be. That's not where we're headed. Right. Like that's not the state we're in now, where 30 years ago, they believed that in their souls. And 30 years ago, it might have been true, but it doesn't feel like it's true enough or attainable enough for far too many people. And as we talk about, you know, you can break it down to, you know, simple material security. If you feel insecure materially, and we can call that poverty, we can call that whatever you want to call it, right?
Yep.
That stress carries through every other part of your life.
Yeah.
And until and unless those things are alleviated, and I'm not just talking about a social program, I'm talking about opportunity. We talk a lot about affordability, right? Affordability is the watchword. But when's the last time prices went down on anything, right? Like practically speaking, they really don't go down. So if you can slow the rate of growth on cost, okay, good. But how are you going to increase significantly the rate on what people earn?
Exactly.
Right. Or are able to take home. And I think that's the one part where, you know, you see the Democrats now saying, oh, no taxes on people for making $75,000. Oh, okay, great. But you're also ignoring like the massive, like AI generated elephant in the room, which is like, well, what if it wipes out 20% of the workforce? Right.
Right. Again, if we're not talking about, there has to be a solution to that. And we need to figure out what that, you know, I mean, there's universal basic income. I mean, there's proposals out there, but we have to deal with that is coming. And we have to deal with a lot of the insecurity that people are feeling, you know, financially, is the fact that a number of sort of our key, what would we call them, infrastructures or systems, whatever, are not working or failing. I mean, our healthcare system is ridiculous and it's arbitrary, and you often don't know what you're going to be. I was telling a story earlier about being told something was going to cost me about $900, and then I get a second bill for $6,400, and I'm still arguing out with them, and that could destroy people. You know what I mean? And I mean, this is something these people do all the time, such that the hospital I went to actually has a group of people who they pay, which I'm sure is why everything costs us more, to argue with the healthcare company about ridiculous bills that they send. Like, that is a system that's not working. You know,
no, and I read a story just about that. I read a story just the other day. I don't remember where I heard it, but that a given hospital will have, let's call it an MRI, make it easy, or an X-ray.
Yep.
a hospital will have different costs for the same X-ray based on the deal they've signed with Aetna, United Healthcare, whoever it is.
Right.
Right. And so, the MRI with company one could be $100. The MRI for company two could be $3,800. The list price could be whatever it is. And to your point, like I've argued down, my wife is a master of arguing down health insurance bills, right? Which means it's all arbitrary, right?
Yeah.
And that's the other part is that the idea that I can just, somebody could say, well, we have a lot of fraud. We've had a lot of fraud this year. Maybe we should up the premiums or, this 6 or 7% just to cover the fraud that we're not actively going after, right? Because it's easier just to raise premiums than it is to actually root out. And I'm not talking about within the government. I'm talking about within the insurance industry itself. And then I heard another story. I was listening to Marketplace, the Marketplace Morning Report yesterday morning. There's a woman who had a $240,000 bill or charge for student loans on her credit report that she didn't ever have, right? And none of the three bureaus would do anything about it. She called the CPFB and they're like, well, we're inundated with bots. How do we know you're not a bot, right? So it's just.
That's a great answer. You could be a bot, so we're just not going to deal with it.
Right, and it's the report was originally in ProPublica, who does incredible work. But what the Joel something, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name. The reporter said too is the Consumer Protection Financial Protection Bureau is also currently in federal court trying to lay off 90% of its own employees. Right, so. You're getting. I mean, America.
Thank you, Trump.
But I mean, think about it. How long has this been going on with credit bureaus, where you're right. It's an impossibility, and so that's the kind of thing where there are plenty of legitimate reasons to have, I think, an energetic and active government. But to me, Cliff, it is not to protect the likes of an Experian who doesn't need protecting, but to protect the Cliff who's trying to get the bill squared away. Right.
I mean, again, if people can't feel secure, and we know this happens, right? If they can't feel secure that when they go and they get a quote or whatever, it's that what they end up with is anything close to that, then always often going to be the case is they are not going to get that procedure. And that procedure may be something that leads to that not getting it may lead to something much worse down the line that they then don't have the money to pay for, end up at a hospital and we all pay for it, or it may leads to their lack of productivity. It leads to other various other health concerns that then also become cost. I mean, it's so stupid, and the only people who benefit from it, again, these are all things that we know that when Obamacare was passed, it actually lowered the deficit, right? We know that preventative care is smart. So this is just one area where you're being smarter in a number of ways by trying to have preventative care and trying to take care of people. But it's not capitalism that's benefiting from a deregulated market. It's some rich assholes at these insurance companies in places like that are benefiting from it.
I mean, Cliff, what makes more sense? A 50-year-old man or woman getting a colonoscopy that takes all in 45 minutes or an hour, right? Yeah. Or deciding that, I can't afford the copay, I can't afford the cost, whatever it is. They develop colon cancer at 52. And they spend the next 8 years fighting it, right? With all of the drugs and everything else and all of the doctors and whatever cost that racks up, that they're never going to pay off, right? Because they couldn't afford it to begin with. That could have been solved with an hour-long procedure and a doctor who does 18 of these a day, right?
Yeah.
And I think you're right. I mean, the idea, and then and we have a shortage of doctors, we have a shortage of nurses, right? If healthcare is probably, if it's not the biggest part of the economy, it's darn close to it. And we don't have the people to do the work, right? But to your point, we got plenty of people inside the insurance industry making sure you either pay more or less based on whatever, but you don't have enough qualified doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners, whatever it is, right? Then I think the incentive structure, to your earlier point, is all screwed up.
Yeah. And when you look at the situation of the whole thing and the fact that we're paying, God, I don't know what the number is, how much more than most European countries. But you take like, often France's system is rated the best, and it's one of the cheapest. You know what I mean? And you can also buy, if you want, if you're wealthy, you can buy some extra stuff on top of that, but they give you basic good preventative insurance and hospital care and that kind of thing. And we're just
may I just say one more thing about that particular trip, because one of the biggest things is whether or not you talk about Canada or Europe, right? Well, wait times. Do you know how long you have to wait? Look, I was supposed to have a procedure in February. Couldn't do it because I had to be out of town. You know when I'm getting that procedure now? July. Right now, I'm on the wait list in case somebody drops out, like I did in February. But the point is, like, we already got them.
Yeah,
So
I had that happen with something I had to get done too. Same
so
thing.
now what you're saying is, like, we're paying all this for bad service with people that can't stand us, not the doctors and nurses, but the insurance companies. And I get to wait that time too. Like, what's the benefit to me? Right.
That is the question. Well, before you leave, you have to say quickly what you're doing, because you didn't say earlier.
Sure.
So people can support you and support your organization.
Yeah. So obviously here on Substack, I am at the home front. I hope you will subscribe and join in, and 17, almost 18,000 of your fellow Substackerians, or whatever we call ourselves. That would be great. Also go to jointheunion.us. We are a nationwide grassroots organization, 175,000 volunteers, 100 partner organizations. We are working hard here in 2026 to make sure that all of the groups that need arms and legs and bodies are going to get them to do the work. You will never convince me. I'm a born again field guy, Cliff. I love being out there. I love talking to people. We should be talking to voters right now. We should be talking to Americans right now. We should not wait until October when somebody looks at you as like, where have you been? Which
authenticity demands it at this point, where yes, you can do some stuff with your phone, plenty of stuff, and some stuff on streams and this and that. But the more you can get in front of voters these days and they can see who you really are, I think is absolutely right. Is
three dimensions beats two dimensions, which beats a text message, right?
There you go. Exactly. Is it a 501c3?
We're 527.
Okay. But so people can still donate, even if they don't get a tax break. It's okay.
They can still donate. And then I would also say that we are actively looking for folks to sign up to be both poll workers in their areas and poll watchers in their areas. Since 2020, where a lot of older people felt it was their duty, their civic duty to go out and work the polls year in and year out. A lot of people, because of COVID, decided they didn't want to do that. Can't argue with them, but like, we need to replenish those folks, the people that actually make elections work at the local level. Far too often we forget that, yes, our elections are covered on TV and everything else, but it's the individual man, woman, American at that high school gymnasium or, church basement or whatever it is who makes the process work. And if you want to do that, please get involved. Again, it's jointheunion.us. There are plenty of things you can do. And a lot of them, Cliff, as you know, there's no silver bullets, guys. Don't go looking for one. Do the one thing you can do, and that will ladder up to all of the work that has to get
usually
done.
If people tell you that there's one solution, like only one thing you need to do to solve a problem, they're lying. I'm not saying that's not,
or they're selling something.
Yeah, exactly. Like the thing is numerous things, numerous ways. It's kind of like we talked about the healthcare system. There's a half dozen different things you need to do, or a dozen different things you need to do, and you can improve it. But so it's jointheunion.us. And if they go there, is there a form there where people can sign up for stuff?
Yes. You can go to all of you'll see everything there is laid out for you, how to get involved, how to donate, more about us. But please go ahead. We have an incredible team. We have incredible team leads all over the country, and certainly could use your help. These are folks that do this because they are true believers in the country, true believers in the idea of a free and fair democracy. And I hope that you'll join us.
Well, I hope that everyone here is a believer in that too. So go to the home front and read Reid's Substack, if you will, because it's great stuff. It's one of my favorites. I think we agree on lots of stuff, so that's probably why. Because I think I'm right, something like that. But I know
you're
reading
right. What I write, then you are right.
See what I'm saying? There you go. I know you're right, so I guess I'm okay. We'll stop. and who's on first. And
So
so
listen, good luck on your last 27 minutes here, Cliff.
I know. I got Matt Robeson, my friend, joining me in a second. We're going to finish this off. So go there, join the union.us. Hey, Reid, thanks for joining me, man.
Thanks, Cliff. Have a good night. Bye,
You too.
everybody.
Take care. Bye. Here we go. Mr. Robeson.
Man, I'm all hepped up on whatever Pete Hegseth's been taking. So I'm ready to go. I'm fired up. Let's
Look
go.
at you. You're
This is
acting
the
all
best
wacky.
part.
I should have. Do I have any amphetamines around here? Let me see. May I take some
your
drugs?
amphetamines, man.
No. Okay. I don't have that. But at the 11 and a half hour, I can't believe this shit. I cannot believe this is the final half hour.
Oh, geez. I used to pull all-nighters when I was a congressional chief of staff, like on some of the notable votes, Medicare Part D and like war funding, and things were down to the wire. They're like twisting Republicans' arms on the floor of the House. I used to like lie down flat on my back on the floor of my House office building and just like stare at the ceiling and let the C-SPAN wash over me. That must be how you're feeling right now.
Yeah, I'm I think I'm feeling that way. I'm not sure. Like, I'm sort of numb, and I'm not sure I know exactly how I'm feeling. But no, I mean, honestly, it does. It feels a little bit like, hey, I accomplished something. I got through this. I can't believe that I've been doing this now for 11 and a half hours. I can't believe that. I think back to the first interviews this morning. And
all right, so let me ask you this.
Seems like it was 3 days ago.
All right, let me ask you this. Because people are disappointed that I'm not Hal Sparks. I get that a lot.
I know. I'm trying to tell people here. I reached out to Lawrence about it. I don't know if he's able to reach out, but I reached out to Hal and I said to him I wanted him to come on. And so I was going to tell you guys, but I guess I can say it out loud. I don't know if it worked out. I don't know if he wasn't able to get in touch with Hal or Hal couldn't do it, or because he said earlier when I talked, it wasn't that it was going to be instead of you. It was going to be Hal along with you, Matt. But I don't know. I guess
I'll do my best. Hey, look, for people who have not been watching for 12 hours, you've had the most unbelievable lineup of people across the Substackosphere. What's the most surprising thing you've heard from any of these people all day? What really made you like go, whoa, 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 whoa? What did you just say? What did people miss?
So Hal said he was coming on here. Okay, I don't know what the hell happened. Then I'll have to figure that. I'll have to figure that out. I feel bad about that because I definitely wanted Hal to be on. Okay.
All right. If Hal's out there, come crash.
Hal, if you're watching, please join. I don't care. I'll find a way to bring you in.
So what have people missed who are joining late? What's like the most interesting thing you heard all day?
Oh my God, the most interesting thing I heard all day. I'll say actually it's funny, and I'm not saying this because this is one of the people with like one of the biggest names that was on here. But David Schuster came back on, and he joined me for part of it, and it was when Joy Reid was on, and we just started all, I don't know, we like reverted to children. We were like mocking and doing like a Jared Kushner voice, like I'm Jared Kushner and I got $2 billion because I'm so good with money. Thank you, MBS. And we're doing that. And we just were making fun of his dad for being in prison. We're kind of assholes. And we just were laughing so hard. I could not stop laughing. So yeah, I mean, that was I'm
trying to decide if your Jared Kushner sounds more like Towley or Michael Jackson on South Park. Stop it. That's ignorant.
That's right. I'm not sure, and I don't know. I can't really feel the thing about Kushner is he's like, he barely ever talks publicly. So I can't even think of what his voice actually sounds like.
Dude, I'm just shocked that at this point you're not doing Kash Patel eyes. Like you must like.
We made fun of that earlier too. We did do that. Yeah, I mean, there's a point today, I think, where we ripped everybody, but it's hard to remember. I mean, my God, like
some of that stuff. You're very, very good at this. I've known you for a long time. Who is currently the American who would win the Academy Award most deserving of getting ripped? Like the nominees are absolutely incredible. Even today, like you got Joe Kent with his bullshit letter. You've got Christy Nome. You've got Corey Lewandowski. The entries are just piling on top of one another. Who would be Who's your number one?
I will say this second. I wrote a piece on it, so I'm biased right now, but it's Mark Wayne.
Oh yeah.
What's can't stop lines? Text it to you. Here, I'll text you the live stream link.
All right, come on,
and
Hal.
then Hal can come join us.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal. Yes, Art. I agree, man. Of course, that didn't go very well for Hal.
Look at you, man. You got all the good shit going on. Damn it. I'm trying to find
Look, I'm gonna filibuster for you. Cliff and I went to high school together, and this is an embarrassing story about myself, but I'm decent at some stuff. Art is not among my talents. And so I ended up having to go to summer school for art in order to graduate from high school. True story. And then I ended up as a congressional chief of staff. And so one of the art classes they offered was a history of film. And I got so engrossed in it that I ended up starting a film review magazine at my high school, which was, I guess, helped me get into college. And so, yes, I get all kinds of abstruse references to 2001 and the various works of Stanley Kubrick. I don't know. I'm filibustering for you here, man.
No, you're doing a great job. I just found it. Hold on.
All right.
We're going to get Hal in here, hopefully, because...
Hey, you know what I'm going to do?
CSL
while you're doing this, I'm just going to run a promo for stuff we've all got coming up. Hey, if you're on here, you know that I broadcast on my YouTube, the Worth Knowing YouTube, and on Blue Ant Media, the Cliff's Edge YouTube channel. I do a show on Fridays with a Republican in which it's called Political Rehab, in which we rip the ever living hell out of Trump. This is a Republican and a Democrat doing it together, and we try to make politics and news fun again. I think we do a pretty decent job of it.
Yeah, I think you should watch Matt's show.
All right. Thank you. And we've got a great explainer coming up from my Republican counterpart on why Brendan Carr and the FCC can't do any of the things they're trying to do to intimidate people from giving honest, factual war reporting. This is a Republican on Republican violence. So I'm really looking forward to, I don't even know exactly what he's prepared, but that's coming up on Friday. And then on Tuesday,
back already,
on the live stream that I do right here on Blue Amp, I have got Shane Almgren, the author on Substack of the Trumpland Diary, and he has been posting on Substack Notes, if you happen to follow this kind of thing, he's been posting signs of the fascist apocalypse every day. And we are going to count down the top. I can't decide. I'm interested what people think out in the chats. Do you prefer a top 10 list or a top 5 list? Believe me, there's enough going on in the Trump administration that we could do a top 1,000 list. But Shane has really, he's going through his archives. He's going to try and winnow it down to the insane, the profane, the stupid, the downright hilarious, the incorrigible insanity that's coming out of Trump. And so tell me if you want the top 5. Okay, Treva says 10. So we'll probably do 10. But we're going to cover the waterfront. All of that is coming up if you subscribe.
See, folks, what else is going on, Matt? What are you working on? Talk to me about shit, because I'm trying to help bring somebody in here, but I don't want to ignore you.
No.
I want to know what's going on in your life.
Well, let's see. I just had the celebrated economist and advisor to political leaders across the spectrum, but mostly to Democrats, Mark Zandi, on the show on Tuesday. And we're asking about the 5 biggest risks to the economy right now. And look, I don't want to step on it. I want people to watch it. The video is up on YouTube. It's up on my YouTube as well. Either one, I'm good with either. Zandi had a really interesting take. He would not get pinned down, as economists don't, on whether we're about to enter a recession, whether we're about to have a historic oil shock from the war with Iran. But he was very clear that we are in uncharted waters right now. We are teetering. It does not take a lot to compromise like that grain of sand in the microchip and send the economy into a downward vicious cycle. And we're already in such a bad spot. Sorry?
So we're kind of screwed. Is that what you're saying? I mean, we're definitely getting that from a few different folks tonight and or today who just were like, I mean, it is a little frightening because there's so many factors where where we're teetering on the edge and where we're,
it's pretty
economy
bad.
could fall apart, healthcare could fall up. Suddenly everybody has measles because of that dickhead, and we talked about him already. It just feels like anything could hit us because our defenses are low, quite literally, in terms of health defenses, in terms of financial, in terms of like we've been wasting all sorts of blood and treasure in other countries. We're just, what are we fucking doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, we have no resilience. And what bothers me as a longtime congressional staffer, someone who actually like operated within and cares about and believes in the system, as it were, I used to feel like we had systemic resiliency to our challenges. We had freaking boatloads of problems. That's a technical term, but
boatloads is definitely technical. Yeah.
Right. We had metric buttloads of problems, but we had an institutional inertia, if nothing else, that allowed us to overcome them. Behind closed doors, I could still, during my congressional career, I could still talk to Republicans and they could talk to me and we could all say, let's be serious about this. John Boehner would go in a back room with Steny Hoyer and they'd say, like, here's what needs to get done. Now, that wasn't always a great thing. Witness the TARP bill, right?
No, there are times where bipartisanship led to bad results, but
absolutely,
but definitely overall better than this ridiculousness.
But on 9/11, we could respond.
Yes.
Right? When the global economy was crashing, there was a response. Was it a great response, TARP? No, but at least it was a coordinated U.S. government response, and a lot of resources were brought to bear. I wish some of them had been put toward putting billionaires in jail, but that's
there's Hal.
There's Hal.
Oh, I can't hear you, Hal, but you're here.
I think that's AI bot Hal. It's AI Hal.
Hal, is that really you?
No, it's AI.
You're saying shit, but I don't hear any of it, and you don't look like you're looking at us either. So
now this is very trippy. There we go.
Wait.
No? Oh my gosh.
This is hilarious.
Hal's doing it.
I told you guys you would get to see Hal. I didn't tell you you get to hear him. I just said see him. We need Hal. We need Hal.
Jim Williams is in the chat acting like the genie from Aladdin. It's like your wish is granted. Hal, you and I have never formally met, and I have to say, you're not going to be able to pass a Turing test for me, man. Not like this. I'm not sure you're a real boy.
Yeah, you guys should meet Hal. Matt Robeson went to high school with me, and I think he was telling stories before about it. We've known each other for a long time, worked on Capitol Hill, and now likes to rip Republicans and stand up for smart values. So,
yeah,
no sound Hal.
All right, Hal, challenge for you. Using pantomime only, please express your opinion about the current Trump administration.
Check.
There it is.
Oh, we got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I don't want all of you to ever say I didn't do anything for you again. We actually got Hal here before the end of this thing.
That's right.
I'm so sorry, Hal. Earlier, I thought that the bat signal was sent out and you were sent stuff. So that's my bad.
No, that's okay. I'm glad to be here, and I don't mind bringing up the rear as per usual. And Matt, to your point, I don't think I'll pass the Turing test either. After the morning I had full of what is existential AI angst that I went through especially in the last 24 hours, the leaps that have been made have like it's stacking, and we're nearing the hockey stick.
Oh no!
Yeah, we're nearing the exponential leap. That is, and it was going to be longer, but I've come to the determination that that Jerome Powell, in his attempt to normalize the economy and all that kind of stuff, has unwittingly advanced the AI job apocalypse, because when you can't borrow money, you can't hire people, and if you can't hire people, what are your other options? And AI is one of your ways out of that.
Don't require pay.
That's exactly right.
And I don't think we're going to reenact any form of slavery, although if MAGA is in charge, it's possible. So, I mean, and it may not be, this isn't to say who it was before. Right. They have various people they don't like. I could see them doing that. But in all seriousness, yeah, I think AI, which again, we're just skipping and singing by the graveyard at this point, and just like, oh yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. 20% of people lose their jobs or whatever, whatever ends up being. I'm sure they'll be fine. Yeah, we're good.
I got to say, it is, you know, I do my show Friday Eye, and I started doing that when it was boring a couple of years ago, to the point where my like regular viewers were like, wait, this show. And now everybody's like, what is going on? Please tell us. And part of it is because you know how like probably in the lead up to 2008, the crash, I'm certain that there were people in the financial sector who, if they had a podcast, would be screaming their heads off about the train wreck that was coming.
Yeah.
You know, that they could see because they were just in it and aware of it. And, and nobody would have listened until like 3 weeks before or after, McCain had asked them to suspend their campaigns and all that kind of stuff happened. I feel like we're in that space right now. And we literally have the dumbest people we could possibly have running the country while we are transitioning on one of the most like highly intellectually demanding things that we're going through, the most advanced, leap forward in technology and history.
And we're also, I would add, exacerbating various economic problems, like on purpose, just stupidly. Like it's almost like a boxer asking people, saying like, I think I'm almost going to fall over. Can I have a couple of you guys just keep fucking punching me in every part of my body? I mean, that's what it feels like. Little tariffs here. Let's spend some more on bullshit, Steinway pianos there, whatever.
Well, and I can't believe it, but I actually believe that the point you're making right now connects to the point that I was kind of trying to filibuster with as we were getting you onto the air. And it does look, by the way, I'm concerned because it looks with your background like you have been sucked into the world of Tron. So now I know the bots have taken over.
It's pretty awesome.
That's
right.
Yeah, no, it looks amazing, and I definitely want to have like a racing scooter fight with you.
Absolutely. Light cycles are the way to go. They're the wave of the future.
I think what you're saying is essentially our entire political system, our government system is not set up, does not have the resiliency and the ability to take on this kind of existential generational challenge that involves nuance and complexity. And right now you've got a president who's an intellectual and economic moron who's basically trying to jawbone Jerome Powell into lowering interest rates, which means lots more free money flowing into a sector that's already wildly over-investing in an AI bubble. We're investing in 10 months, every 10 months, as much as we spent on the Apollo program in 10 years. And what Trump essentially wants to do
can't see anything
is to
going
float
wrong with
lots
that
more
at all.
money into this. Do you think this might be a bubble that might pop in our face?
Well, no. First of all, the AI bubble is curious. All technology is deflationary. It is very different than different kind of revolutions or FinSec growth or crypto or any of that stuff, because the whole purpose of technology when it grows is faster, smaller, less energy. That's just how it, and that's how they show advances. So if there's any competition at all, and there is right now between Anthropic, OpenAI, Google, they're all Microsoft. They're all fighting. I don't count Grok because it's garbage, but they're all fighting for this particularly for NVIDIA. They're pushing towards this end where they're effectively the first one across the finish line puts everybody in the entire industry out of a job. And the AI systems they're building, these giant factories, these AI factories Trump talks about, which are basically just data centers, are going to be repurposed as cloud storage software, because by the time they break ground on the damn things, the technology is obsolete. The issue that they have more than anything else is that this is the first technology where they're running up against what I call the hoverboard fallacy. The hoverboard fallacy is if you saw Back to the Future 2,
right,
and he jumps on this skateboard that hovers or whatever. The problem I have with
over
that,
water, except for the one special one.
Well, the issue being is that if you have a hoverboard, the number of other technologies that came along before you had a toy that's anti-grav is insane. Like, your world can't look the same. None of it. Like, it's just absurdly different before a toy anti-grav, like a little like Luke Skywalker land speeder foot, toy is absurd. So the issue that they have is if they reach ASI or AGI, and the new phrase, by the way, is ACI, which is artificial competent intelligence, meaning it's good enough to do the job. It's good enough to do anybody's job. And that, by the way, you can sit local on an old laptop you have. Like, it's that good already. The issue that they have is the only way you win is by putting yourself out of a job. The
only way you win is by not playing.
Right. Well, the guy who, one of the big Claude coders quit and said, in December, he said, AI can do 20% of my job. In January, he said, AI can do 80% of my job. He quit in February. He's retired effectively. And that's the direction all this stuff is going. And literally Trump and his pals, well, there's a difference too. There's a pack, because Trump and his sycophants are all so dumb. They can't mentally process any of this. Like, they can't wrap their head around anything past the end of their nose or the end of their dick. So they can't, nothing is a meaningful.
Well, he wraps his tie actually below his dick when he ties.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, a tie one. But
well, I think that's to cover the fact that his pants are on backwards. You know what I mean? Like,
that's true. That could be that.
He's not sure if there's a zipper or not. And by the way, for the record, it is easier for Walt Nada to wash his ass if the pants are on backwards. So I think this is a team sport. But in reality, I'm dead serious. There is the other half, which is the Peter Thiel, JD Vance.
I'm so glad you went there.
Crowd.
The Antichrist bros.
Yes,
yeah, right.
The dark Enlightenment cabal.
Right, exactly. They all think that you can ride on top of this and there's going to be a winner in it, and that the structure will exist like AI robber barons. And the problem is, in this kind of industry, it can't. To succeed, they have to fail. Like, there is no version of AI that is what they want it to be that doesn't equalize all intelligence, equalize all skill. If it's not available to everybody, it's not really available to anyone. And and the Chinese are working to basically undercut the financial base of OpenAI. That's why they keep releasing these models. And again, those will be enough. Those will be enough. And Trump and his rich friends aren't ready. They think it's going to be like Elysium, right? You live in the halo outside of Earth's atmosphere, and everybody else lives on Earth, toiling in factories. Which, by the way, are
another great movie pull. By the way,
yeah,
well done, well done.
Except I have this chip on my shoulder. I'm named after a computer, so